This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. On the cold night of the winter solstice, the street lights along the streets seem to be the pulse of the city, and the fireworks in the sky are thousands of lights. It's just a small courtyard that is secluded and dark. There is a lonely person standing outside the door, who seems so out of place in this night. Susu stared at the sale notice on the door of the welfare house, clenched his fists, and kept cursing in the dark with his suppressed mood, wishing that the world would be destroyed in the next moment. Ding. The text message ringtone suddenly rang, and Susu realized that his hand had unconsciously reached out to the sale notice, and he was about to tear it up in the next moment. Susu angrily withdrew his hand, reached into his pocket, took out his mobile phone, and opened the screen, but frowned slightly in confusion. The content of this text message seemed to be incoherent. The sea is about to wake up. He is in Pingang village. You have to save the child. Come to the 5th era of the earth. You are needed here. The number of the text message is similar to the IP address. He can't call back, and the reply text message can't be delivered. This text message is fake at first glance. It may be the stupid boss, who is reported to the labor arbitration by him. He is incompetent and furious. There is no need to pay attention to such a childish prank. Susu glanced at the locked door of the welfare home again, and walked into the night silently. Police station. Li Yao was on the phone. Seeing Susu coming, he pointed to the chair next to him, and asked him to sit for a while. Thank you very much. It's good that the person is held down. He glanced at Susu's lifeless face, hung up the phone, and took a document from the top of the pile of files at hand and opened it. Have you settled the director? Yes. Although we all know the situation, we still have to follow the process. Yes. Li Yao name. Susu. Relationship with the deceased. Susu was silent for a while before saying, the relationship between the abandoned baby and the director of the welfare home. I grew up in a welfare home and went to college with social support. After graduating from college, I worked in a securities company. He paused and added, I was just fired today. Li Yao paused. I heard from a colleague that he wanted to contact you this morning to supplement the record. When he went downstairs, he happened to hear your colleagues chatting and found out that you were no longer in the company. Is it because of the wanted order? I reminded you before that if these things were exposed, it would have a bad impact on society. If someone imitated it, you would not be able to bear the consequences. Susu snorted and turned his head away, looking impatient. Noticing that Susu was not willing to talk about this now, the policeman stopped talking and changed the subject. Your welfare home reported a case half a year ago, right? Susu nodded and said, yes, we reported that someone deliberately poisoned the children in the welfare home in the name of social assistance. After that, his eyes moved to the file in the hands of Officer Lee, with a label June 1st welfare home toxic milk powder case on the side. On that day half a year ago, he suddenly received a message from the director, asking him to go home after get off work to spend Children's Day with his younger brothers and sisters. But as soon as he walked out of the company, he received a call from the director, asking him to come to the hospital immediately. When Susu rushed to the hospital, he was told by the hospital that all the 24 children who suddenly fainted were diagnosed with suspected acute leukemia, and the director and the nurse had been taken away by the police. The children were immediately arranged to stay in the ward for treatment, but the moment they stepped into the inpatient hall, the radiation detector alarm sounded loudly, and everyone realized that the situation of these children was far more complicated than expected. Because this batch of milk powder was not purchased by the welfare home, but issued by the Upstream Foundation. This foundation is privately owned, and the director is only a position without actual power, so he was quickly released from the police station. The police quickly adjusted their direction and focused their investigation on milk powder and donors. The milk powder packaging is real and should be recanned, but the test results of the remaining milk powder showed that it contained a large amount of radioactive chemicals. The director couldn't believe it. The welfare home would bring the children to the hospital for physical examinations every 6 months, and a physical examination report was issued not long ago, and the indicators were all fine. The police asked the Physical Examination Center for verification, but were told that there was no information about these children in the files, and the data was most likely forged by someone. When the foundation staff were called to the police station for questioning, they said that they had conducted on-site inspections and confirmed that the other party was a formal and legal company before agreeing to donate. However, the police went to the address provided by the foundation, but the building was already empty. The person in charge was detained by the police for dereliction of duty, and the welfare home was also delisted and taken over by other foundations. The current situation is that after the new foundation took over, it widely spread the children's illnesses to deceive the public and collect donations. After squandering the public's attention and no one donated, it secretly ran away with the money and even sold the welfare home. Su said calmly. But Li Yao had no doubt that if he let Su go now, he would turn around and settle accounts with that group of people. Li Yao, the dean's suicide has attracted great attention from the society. We received reports from the public and locked down the whereabouts of these people an hour ago. Their flight at 9 o'clock tonight was successfully intercepted by the police before boarding the plane. Most of the money that was attempted to be transferred to the overseas account has been recovered. He rubbed his forehead with both hands and sighed. We are trying to track it down. Why? Li Yao couldn't figure it out. Obviously everyone had persisted for so long. Why did the dean suddenly lose his mind today and choose to commit suicide by cutting his neck in the hospital lobby? Why? Su sneered, because in today's society, ordinary people can't cry and shout as loud as online public opinion, right? When he received the news that the dean had an accident, he had just packed up and left the company. When he rushed to the hospital, the dean had already left. In the hospital surveillance, the dean begged everyone to take another look at the children in the welfare home before taking action. Obviously, there was no prior discussion, but Su knew very well why the dean did this. Most people don't know that the money they donated did not actually reach the welfare home. They only see that the foundation uses sick children to make money. No matter how much sympathy they have, they are now indifferent. The adults in the welfare home worked hard to earn money, but they couldn't raise enough money for the medical expenses of 24 children. Seeing that the new round of chemotherapy was about to be paid, the foundation ran away with the money. The director was using his own life to exchange for the society to look at those children again. Su, if you continue like this, you will have psychological problems sooner or later. There is a psychological counseling room in the bureau. We can help you if you need it. Su shook his head and refused, changing the subject. Do you have any clues about the spray code on the inside of the milk powder can? After discovering that there was something wrong with the milk powder, he immediately went back to the welfare home and found all the milk powder cans. He found that there was a string of illogical characters on the inside of all these cans. H36N5 and 7216. Li Yao was also troubled by this matter and confessed. The police have not found any clues yet. I will definitely tell you as soon as there is progress. He put down the pen and comforted Su. Now some of the money has been recovered, and we will continue to follow up on the rest. At least the children's medical expenses don't have to worry about it for the time being. You can also relax, everything will be fine. This money won't last long, I have to think of another way. Su didn't distrust the police, but he couldn't wait. Li Yao knew very well what Su meant. I know it's useless to persuade you, you should pay attention to your own safety, and don't get into trouble. We have contacted the Red Cross for subsidies, and will find a way to relieve your pressure. As for the bounty, you should find the group of people who poisoned me as soon as possible, and I will find a way to get the money myself. Su got up and walked out after saying that, not wanting to waste time. Su left the police station, rode a bicycle that was swept by the street, and walked through the late night when there were not many pedestrians. He looked up at the endless black sky and drove into the dark and damp path. At the end of the alley, this rental house converted from a garage that was not exposed to the sun was the only place he could go at the moment. Eating a cold steamed bun, Su logged into the website in the mobile browser bookmarks to check. This was an official online wanted order, which used rewards to increase the enthusiasm of police and the public to cooperate and wanted those criminal suspects who were serious and absconded. On the white and somewhat eye-catching page, there were photos, with text summarizing their criminal records and the place where they were last seen. The fastest way to make money is written in the criminal law. As a person abandoned at birth, Su has been unlucky since childhood and did not expect to get rich unexpectedly. During this period, he relied on completing these bounties, and using the bounties to share the pressure of the dean. In the past, Su would make some selections, but now he only sees the bounty amount next to the photo. This person is expensive. Su's eyes moved away from the bounty number, glanced at the suspect's appearance, and his eyes suddenly fixed on the text description. The suspect's last appearance, F City Passenger Station. Passenger station? That means a change of location. Su was startled and clicked on the text message he received in the evening. At dawn the next day, Su had already appeared on the beach of Pingang Village. Looking at the calm sea, the fishing boats in the port had not returned. Where was the sign of a tsunami? He sneered secretly, laughing at himself for buying a ticket to Pingang Village under the influence of that text message. Just as he was about to leave, Susu saw a figure sneakily jumping off a fishing boat in the corner of the harbor, and then jumped into the village after vigilantly observing the surroundings. Susu looked at the photo on the phone screen again, and it was exactly the same as the person just now. He looked at the back of the person leaving in surprise. It's really this person, damn it. No matter what, as long as he can hold the person and send him to the police station, the reward will be in hand. Susu put away his phone and followed the target's pace. The narrow alley became darker and darker. When he walked out of the alley, he found that the sky was actually dark. Not only him, but other people on the road also looked up at the sky in confusion. It was sunny just now. Why did it suddenly become so gloomy, as if a heavy rain was about to come? The suspect didn't dare to stay outside for too long. He took a look and continued to walk forward. When he passed the fork in the road, he noticed someone was ambushing there. He turned around and tried to escape, but a club suddenly hit his shoulder. Run slower, I almost hit your head. If I get hurt, I have to write an explanation, which is very troublesome. Susu threw away the stick he picked up on the roadside, took a big step forward, grabbed the suspect's shoulders, and threw him to the ground. 50,000 yuan, got it. Susu was not interested in listening to the criminal's complaints about his difficulties. He sent the man to the police station as usual, left his personal information, and prepared to leave. The alarm sounded, and the loudspeaker hanging on the roadside issued an urgent warning. There is abnormal weather on the sea, and the fishing boats will return to the port immediately. Everyone stay at home and be ready to evacuate at any time. It has nothing to do with me, Susu said secretly, and walked towards the station on his own. A woman passed him by and hurried into the police station. Mr. Police, my son is missing. Susu did not stop. Now that we have done our work, we should go back early. Don't go to the beach. The waves are getting bigger and bigger. The Meteorological Bureau said there may be a tsunami tonight. Don't let anything happen. Xiao Lu, you also take people to look for him. Make sure to find the child. Susu walked forward with his head down. The text message kept echoing in his mind. You have to save the child. He cursed himself and walked towards the coast. Just go and take a look. Most fishing boats have not returned to the port yet. The tide is surging, and the waves are rising higher and higher. For the child, many people gathered on the shore at this moment. Susu walked forward against the wind and waves and vaguely heard someone calling for help. He immediately stopped and looked around, as if he saw a pair of small hands waving weakly in the waves. There. Susu couldn't wait for support, and immediately went into the water to swim towards the child. Fortunately, he hugged him before the next big wave covered him. The rescue team heard the noise, and immediately rushed to the water boat, and caught the two people floating on the sea in time. Susu pushed the child into the hands of the police, and when he was about to climb onto the water boat, something seemed to grab him on the bottom of the sea. Susu tried to break free but failed. The huge waves rose higher and higher under the crowd of tides, gradually approaching them. Really? Meddling in other people's business. He despised himself again, and took the initiative to let go of the police's hand that was tightly holding him. You go first. The cold sea water drilled into Susu's mouth and nose, rushing straight into his mind, as if countless hands were trying to drag him to the bottom of the sea. He couldn't die. He hadn't fulfilled the director's expectations, and the children in the welfare home were still waiting for him to raise money. You said it yourself, you owe me a life, and you will repay me later. Don't forget. The voice that sounded in his ears was very unfamiliar. Susu had not yet recovered from the suffocation of drowning, and his consciousness was still a little dazed. He could only see a blurry figure when he slightly opened his eyes. What? Susu tried to adapt to the dazzling light in front of him. When his eyes were finally no longer blurry, there was no one around him. He remembered that it was dark when he sank. What time is it now? How long has he been floating on the sea? Is the tsunami over? People on the coast. Where is the coast? Susu was hanging outside an empty boat, looking around, but he didn't find the shore, but noticed a crack in front of him. He raised his hand and touched it in front of his eyes, and found that he seemed to be wearing a hood on his head, and found that he was not wearing the clothes before falling into the water. The sea water began to surge violently for no reason, and the waves were rendered rusty red. The air was filled with blood from nowhere, and it seemed that something was approaching behind him. Susu looked back against the direction of the waves, and after seeing what was behind him clearly, he took a breath of cold air. A giant shark with 8 eyes rushed out from the sea, its gaping mouth emitting a strong sour and fishy smell, and it was about to swallow him alive in the next moment. Chapter 2. The bloody stench was overwhelming, and the bloody mouth mixed with pus was about to bite Su. He immediately flipped onto the airship, picked up the fallen short knife, and rolled into the water on the other side to avoid the surging waves. The giant shark seemed to be enlightened, and swung its head to hit the obstacle of the airship. But Su did not hide again, holding the outer edge of the airship tightly, and flipping up again. When the giant shark approached, he found the right opportunity, and jumped directly onto its back. Su grabbed the dorsal fin of the giant shark to prevent himself from slipping into the water, and stabbed down with the knife in his right hand, but the expected situation of cutting the giant shark's skin and flesh did not occur. This giant shark seemed to be coated with a layer of protective film. It was obviously exerting great strength, but only a little scratch was left. His action seemed to be a provocation in the eyes of the giant shark, which completely angered it and took him directly to the bottom of the sea. Su's mask could not withstand the pressure of the seabed, and the cracks became more obvious, and the sound of breaking could be faintly heard. Can't go down any further. Su let go of the giant shark's dorsal fin and tried to swim to the surface, but he saw 8 strange fluorescent green eyes approaching rapidly again. The turbid sea water blocked his vision more than the thick fog. When he could see the sharp teeth, like blades cutting through the water, the danger was imminent. Damn it. Su's swimming ability was not bad, but he couldn't stand such a tossing underwater. If he didn't solve this thing, even if he was not eaten by it, he would suffocate to death underwater when the mask was completely cracked. Su gritted his teeth, withstood the increasingly frequent cracking sound of the mask, turned around to face the giant shark's direct charge, and suddenly turned to swim to the bottom of the sea at the moment of intersection. However, the monster was too large, and Su was still hit by the violent impact. He endured the pain in his body, and the rusty smell in his mouth, and stabbed the dagger into the monster's abdomen again at the moment of misalignment. Without the obstruction of skin, Su easily pierced its flesh and blood, using all his strength to cut it open. The monster's internal organs that fell out under the pressure of the waves were almost rotten. Although he couldn't smell, the scene was enough to make him feel sick and his stomach churned. Swimming back to the sea and climbing onto the airship again, Su's strength was instantly drained away. The pain from the impact hit him violently, running through his limbs and bones, making him tremble all over. The terrifying behemoth was lifeless when it floated to the surface again. Su still felt a lingering fear when he looked into the monster's bloody green eyes. Aren't the Megalodon movies science fiction films? So they are realistic? Su sat up with difficulty, holding the edge, and noticed that something rose and sank on the distant coastline. Before he could take a closer look at what it was, it disappeared. If it wasn't for Patton, we would have been attacked by that type 2 8-eyed split-nosed shark. That thing is dark, and likes to hide in the seabed to attack. If it bites us suddenly, it will be terrible. Yes, Patton is worthy of being the most powerful person in our team. I heard that the laboratory is also optimistic about you. If you are directly assigned a task by the laboratory, you will definitely have a lot of contribution points. If that day really comes, you will be indispensable. Taoyuan base is not far from here. After this mission is over, let's go to the underground city. I treat you. By the way, there are many split-nose sharks in this area. If we let that person act alone, will there be any trouble? The person who spoke was surrounded by others, and his tone was full of indifference. Let him go. When he chose to betray, he should have thought that there would be such an end. Come and see if he is dead. We must give Matthias an explanation. Betrayal? Matthias? Su murmured doubtfully, holding his still aching waist and abdomen, and barely stood up, looking at the approaching water boat. After seeing the people coming, the strangeness in his heart became stronger. These people were wearing the same diving suits as him, and most of them looked Western. How long have I been floating on the sea? I have come to the European waters? The exclamation on the water boat interrupted Su's muttering. Look, he is still alive. Barton, who was the center of the topic just now, was silent at this time, and everyone looked at the last person. Captain Meg, he is still alive. The man called Meg walked up and looked down at Su on the airboat. His face was a little ugly, but he didn't say much. Instead, he pointed to someone and said, Guanjia, go check if he is injured. The man who was called out was thin and small, with a bitter face, and was too timid to refuse. He stepped down the water boat carefully, stretched out his feet tremblingly to test the stability of the airboat. The sea was constantly rough, and the airboat also floated up and down. He hesitated for a long time, and couldn't get up. Finally, Su couldn't stand it anymore, so he lent a hand and pulled the man down. Guanjia, who was not able to stand steadily, almost fell backwards, and his face turned pale with fear. After a while, he lowered his head and silently confirmed whether Susu's diving suit was intact. He looked up to check the mask and happened to meet Susu's line of sight. He hurriedly looked away and reported, "Captain Meg, except for the cracked mask, he has nothing else." "Not injured?" Hearing the captain's question, Guanjia stared at Susu's clothes again, but didn't dare to let him take it off for inspection, and said hesitantly, "Captain, his diving suit is not broken, he should not be injured." Susu was not sure who these people were, so he did not take the initiative to say that he was hit by the monster, and silently observed everyone. So this person solved this Type 2 rift shark by himself without getting hurt? Yes, that's amazing. Susu, who was being watched, did not respond. He was sure that the original wound on the giant shark's ventral fin was not caused by himself. If there was no wound, he would probably have to die here. But who could it be? When he woke up, he seemed to hear someone talking next to him. Was it that person who did it? Who was that person? Why did he help him? Seeing that everyone's focus was on Susu, he heard the man named Barton say loudly, "Maybe the wound was too small and 4 eyes didn't see it. His incubation period has not passed yet, so we can't bring him back to Mattia like this. If something happens, we will be responsible." As he said this, he cast his eyes on Meg. "Don't you want to go to Taiyuan base? Take him with you." After Meg finished speaking, she bent down and entered the cabin. Taiyuan base? What is that place? After Susu boarded the boat with doubts, he felt isolated like a dangerous germ, and everyone deliberately stayed away from him. Susu liked this feeling of not having to socialize, and found a place on the edge to sit down. When he felt the sudden vibration of the water boat, he subconsciously grabbed the handrail, which caused the group of people who had been paying attention to him to laugh. "TSK, I thought you have some ability, but you are even less courageous than the 4-eyed boy." Susu didn't care about them, his eyes were fixed on the sea, ready to be attacked by monsters at any time, but he saw the propeller of the water boat retracted and pointed downward, followed by a fierce splash. Their boat gradually left the water, and then the propeller rose again, pushing their boat forward. This water boat can go into the sea and take off. It doesn't seem like a product of the 21st century. Before Susu figured it out, his attention was attracted by the ocean below. The once blue sea now has a moldy gray-green color. It has been flying for a long time, but there is no land in sight. When they saw human buildings again, they had been flying for 2 or 3 hours, but the scene they saw was completely different from the world that Susu had imagined. Chapter 3. Passing through the fierce wind and waves, several buildings that looked like lighthouses gradually appeared on the boundless sea, standing in the surging waves. Looking down carefully, the thing that kept churning in the waves was no less than the giant shark that Susu had just encountered. The guards on the lighthouse fought back with hot weapons, and the water surface was full of blood for a while. Susu's knowledge of biology was average, and he knew that these monsters should not appear in 2024, otherwise the news headlines would have been flying all over the sky. Their spaceship slowly landed on the top of the lighthouse, and the guards immediately approached to check. The lighthouse number 12 of Taiyuan base detected the landing of a light long-distance arc, numbered Arc 951. No alien creatures, no injured people, no damage to the vehicle confirmed. The resource supply cabin is ready. Wait. The guard heard the voice, and immediately stopped the conveyor belt that sent the vehicle to the supply cabin. He looked at the man who shouted and saw that he was surrounded by people. He smiled eagerly and asked, "What instructions does the commander have?" Susu secretly glanced at Captain Meg, and found that he looked normal. It seemed that he had been used to it for a long time. Barton pointed to Susu, who was secretly watching the excitement. "He just fought with alien creatures, and may be injured. We need to find a place to observe." The guard looked in the direction of Barton's instructions, and saw that the man had clear eyes, and normal demeanor and behavior. He didn't look like he was infected, but since Mattia's commander had spoken, he must do it. "Yes. Let's take him to the observation room to rest for a while." Suddenly faced with the sudden unknown, Susu rationally did not argue rashly, and quietly observed the unfamiliar things around him along the way. This lighthouse looked similar in size to the Wanda office building where he worked, except that there were no workers in suits and ties here, only guards in full gear. Most of them had Asian faces, and after noticing Susu, they immediately fixed their eyes on his clothes, then immediately stopped and greeted him with a very respectful look. Susu remained silent, but he was already full of questions. He was taken into a tin house with someone guarding the door, and there were many people being observed inside. This person was obviously excluded, but after all, he was still Matthias's man, so the guard was a little polite. "Go in, after the observation period, you can go to the underground city base." Su responded and went into the house and sat down by the window, trying to sort out some clues in the chaos. Strange ocean, strange creatures, everything he had come into contact with was weird, obviously not the world he knew. What's going on? What time is it now? Where is this? His voice was very soft, but it still attracted the attention of several people in the room. There was no mockery in their eyes, but a nearly dead emptiness. This is the Sea Lighthouse of Taoyuan Base. It is now 2470. Su looked towards the corner and saw a man with a bandaged arm sitting there. They were wearing the same clothes. With patents targeting in front of him, he became more alert. The man leaned against the wall weakly, but his uninjured hand was tightly holding something. He stared at the window next to Su with a dull look. Are you also from the Vanguard? Which squad? Seeing that Su did not reply, he continued to talk to himself. This is normal. It is normal for people to be scared silly after being attacked by those monsters. Vanguard? Su lowered his head and looked at his clothes. He found that there were more than 2 people wearing the same clothes in the room, but except for him, everyone else had injuries. Are your injuries caused by those monsters? No one responded to Su's question. They were calm as if they were waiting for something. Su followed the gaze of the man in the corner and looked out the window. His eyes fell on the mountain peak under construction in the distance. This was the first time he saw land after waking up, but the mountain sat alone on the sea, bare without a single plant. That's the Mount Everest Observatory. It's expected to be completed next month. Mount Everest? Su wondered, was it the highest peak in the world in his memory, or was it just a coincidence? The man continued to talk to himself. Once the seawater covers the observation station, human civilization will be completely over. He looked up and sighed with relief. It's finally over. Su was a worker who worked from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and was on call 7 days a week. He was so resentful that he hoped the company would go bankrupt, the boss would get into trouble, and the world would be destroyed sooner. But this thought was different from the people in front of him. 2470. Time travel is obviously just a fiction in literary and film and television works. Why did it happen to him? If everything he is experiencing now is real, what about the children in the welfare home? The director is gone, and the nursing teacher is already overwhelmed just to take care of his younger brothers and sisters. It won't take long for them to make money. How long can the social subsidies support them? Su doesn't understand why he suddenly traveled through time, but he is sure that he must return to the original timeline. He frowned and suddenly thought of the strange text message. The sea is about to wake up. He is in Pingang village. You have to save the child. Come to the 5th era of the earth. You are needed here. Regardless of whether it was his own intention, the first 3 sentences of the text message have now come true one by one. So, is this the 5th era of the earth? A burst of hot air interrupted Su's meditation. He looked up and saw that the person who was sitting in the corner weakly just now came to him, as if a beast was sniffing its prey. The man's eyes completely lost focus, his limbs moved uncontrollably, and his mouth, which could not be closed, kept drooling, dripping on his originally injured arm. He looked very strange. No! Su immediately realized that something was wrong. The moment he pulled away from the window, the man quickly turned around and rushed towards him, leaving deep scratches on the iron wall. Su glanced at the marks on the wall and felt a little palpitated. If this scratched him, it would probably cut off a piece of flesh. And he smelled the sour smell of pus and blood again, which seemed to come from the wound on the man's arm. Without time to ask about the other party's situation, the moment he was caught, Su jumped up on the iron stool beside the wall, and lightly stepped on the wall to jump to the other side. But the man's movements were very fast, and Su was approached again before he could stand firm. There were only fixed stools in the room, and no tools to fight back. He dodged the attack and grabbed the man's arm, but saw that the arm in his hand suddenly twisted in the joint, and with the sound of broken tendons and bones, it grabbed Su fiercely, and the broken bones pierced through the flesh and blood without any care. The man savagely tore off his arm, which was only connected by skin and flesh, and opened his mouth wide to bite Su. The other people in the room did not show any reaction to this sudden change, and watched everything indifferently, or they knew that they had no ability to change the outcome. Bang! With a gunshot, Su saw a line of blood passing through his eyes, leaving a hole on the forehead of this madman who had lost his mind. The life that was talking to him not long ago fell down, like a puppet without a shackle. Only at this moment did Su see sadness in the eyes of other people in the room. Su stood there and looked down at the people on the ground. For the bounty, he helped the police catch many criminals, But this was the first time he witnessed the disappearance of human life. Because someone in the observation room was infected and alienated, everyone's observation period has been extended. Please wait patiently. Chapter 4. It is said that 3 people suddenly became mutated in the observation room last night. Even if that person is not infected, he will definitely not be able to return before the end of the observation period. However, 3 people became mutated in one night? Isn't the frequency a bit high recently? This question was drowned out by laughter. No one cared about the lives of these infected people. Even the question of whether Su was dead or not was more interesting than the former. If he had known better and given up returning to Matthias, he might have had a chance to survive. Barton spoke with his chin up, his tone full of contempt. But when he was surrounded and returned to the flying platform on the top of the lighthouse again, he stopped in surprise when he saw the familiar figure again. He is still alive. Su, who is said to be unable to leave the observation room, arrived earlier than them, chewing breakfast that came from nowhere. Su had heard the chattering of Barton and the others, but just glanced back and said nothing. In order to avoid being hunted down by the suddenly monsterized person, he didn't sleep all night yesterday. Whenever he heard any movement, he would rush to the door and wait for the guards to come. In the end, he still left the observation room in the middle of the night. Although he had a headache because he hadn't slept all the time, Su's thoughts were still clear. This guy named Patton knew that he would probably not be able to get out of the observation room if he entered it, so he deliberately wanted him to die there. He now figured it out. He had traveled to more than 400 years after the original time and space, but he couldn't remember it no matter how hard he tried. What kind of evil things did himself do before that made people hate him so much that everyone wanted him to die? This world was too unfamiliar to Su. In order to avoid any more trouble, he came out as soon as the observation period was over. Thinking that he had nowhere to go in an unfamiliar place, he simply came to the top floor of the lighthouse and waited. In order to make money, he worked his way up to the top of the sales in the company. After work, he did all kinds of odd jobs. He soon became familiar with the night guards, and they gave him breakfast. I heard from the observation room that you were good at fighting. The guards thought that Su was excellent, and was feared and targeted by other people in the team. But after all, Barton and those people were from the Vanguard, so they didn't dare to say much. Su used the excuse that he had just joined the Vanguard and found out that in addition to this lighthouse, there were 23 more lighthouses still in operation in this sea area. All the lighthouses formed a circle of different sizes inside and outside, guarding the underground city base in the center. Aren't you selected to enter Mattia by Taiyuan base? In the face of the guard's question, Su just shook his head and didn't answer and asked, is this Taiyuan base? In fact, his doubts were more serious, but he couldn't show too much. Yes, before it was submerged by the sea, this place was originally called the Asian continent. The engineering team responsible for building the underground city base seemed to be a civilized country in the old times, so they gave it this name. Su looked at the vast sea, and could no longer find the place where he had lived. What would happen to the welfare home after he left? Even if the world was destroyed later, were his brothers and sisters okay before it was submerged by the sea? Dying in the sea was nothing to Su. If it weren't for the Dean, he would have died on the beach when he was still a baby. He was an abandoned person, and the only meaning of his life was the Dean and the welfare home, but now he seemed unable to go back. Before Su's sadness was brewing, Barton and the others came, and he lost all his emotions in an instant. He turned around coldly, and saw a group of people staring at him and his breakfast in disbelief. He ate the last bite of breakfast. I thought you guys were well fed in the underground city base, and looked down on coarse grains, like corn tortillas. Patton's mind was only thinking about his quarrel with Su, and he said without thinking, who eats this stuff? As soon as he finished speaking, most of the guards, who had been polite to the front guard, changed their expressions. Guanjia was the first to notice this situation and whispered a reminder, Patton. Patton glanced at the guards with disdain, and did not think there was anything wrong with what he said. Instead, he showed an impatient look at Guanjia, who was meddling in his affairs. He strode towards Arc 951 with his hands behind his back, and said in a cold voice, you won't let go of what you did before. What if you return to Mattia? You won't have an easy time in Uni Garden. Su looked around, and finally his eyes fell on Guanjia, and asked, is he talking to me? When you ran out of Uni Garden before, you damaged a lot of samples in the gene storage room, including Patton's. Guanjia whispered and ran away quickly. The fog above Su's head became thicker and thicker. Uni Garden? Genetic storage room? Before Su could figure out a clue, he looked up and met Captain Meg's eyes. His eyes were full of meaning, but he was not as hostile as Patton's, so it was difficult to distinguish between good and evil. He stared for a while, walked into the cockpit without saying anything, and did not stop Su from returning with him. Su raised his eyebrows slightly. After so many years of working, Patton's blatant exclusion was just child's play. If he met someone like Meg again in the future, he would have to be careful. It was detected that the light long-distance arc numbered Arc 951 had left the flight platform and was about to leave the control of the number 12 lighthouse of Taoyuan base. I wish you all a safe voyage. The propeller started, causing the hull to shake slightly. Su watched calmly as their ship gradually moved away from the lighthouse and rushed into the sky again, but this time it flew higher and farther, until an alarm sounded in the distance, interrupting the conversation of other people on the ship and attracting Su's attention. Su looked in the direction of the sound, and a huge steel building appeared in the vast sky, hanging in the air without any traction. As they gradually approached, he saw that there were thousands of propellers working at the bottom of the building. It looked like a ship, or more accurately, an inverted ship, with two platforms suspended below by dozens of iron chains. There were more than a dozen ships surrounding it, and the hulls frequently flashed red lights, like guards on standby. The high-tech they were riding on had surprised Su for a long time before, but now this ship was not worth mentioning in front of the Sky Arc. Humans have the ability to build such a big guy, but they can't stop marine pollution? Su muttered in his heart. There was no cloud in the sky, and the sun shone directly into the cabin. Su opened his eyes with difficulty and looked down. He saw many people on the platform pulled by the chain, and there were also ships like theirs. Some were returning, and some were just leaving, like a huge beehive. It was not until they entered the shadow under the giant ship that Su could open his eyes again. Arc 951, welcome back to Matia. Captain Meg, please land on runway 6 and lead all team members for inspection. Received. Their ship hovered above the platform and gradually fell down. Everyone followed Captain Meg to get off the ship in turn. Su, who was at the end of the line, walked out of the cabin. Even though he had made mental preparations, he couldn't help but stop when he saw the scene in front of him. This platform was larger than he expected. In addition to the runway in the middle, both sides were full of large and small vehicles, and countless strange protective gear and weapons were displayed in the corners. The high degree of mechanization makes many tasks fully automatic. Humans shuttle in an orderly manner, collecting and registering the things brought back by the returning arc, and working non-stop like gears driving machines. The sea flooded the land, and humans rebuilt a foothold in the sky. Su looked up at the huge steel ship above his head, and the strong and cold oppressive feeling inexplicably made him resist this place. Is this Matthias? Chapter 5. Standing there for a long time, you are scared now? Someone immediately echoed Patton's ridicule. It turns out that the fearless look before was all fake, and now he dare not come down. Why don't you come over and beg Patton sincerely, and when he is successfully upgraded to a second-class citizen, maybe he can help you say a few good words. Rogier. Patton frowned and interrupted his teammate's complacency. Who allowed you to make a promise in my name? But, he looked at Su coldly, but if you kneel down and lick the mud on the tip of my shoes in front of everyone now, I can help ask if you need a humanoid guinea pig when I cooperate with the laboratory to complete the task. Patton is right. Rogier, who was scolded, did not feel angry at all, and continued to echo as usual. The two mocked back and forth, imagining that Su would run over the next moment, crying and hugging their thighs to ask for help, but the scene they expected did not appear. Su, who was being talked about, walked past them as if nothing had happened, and didn't seem to hear them talking at all. The most eye-catching thing was the small car with an elevator on the platform. The small car was distributed all over the flight platform. The people on the elevator wore simple and light uniforms and held walkie-talkies to dispatch people. This is the dispatch office of the navigation department. 3 types of alien creatures have been found at 115 degrees east longitude and 45 degrees north latitude. Please ask the 26th team of the Vanguard team to arrive at the flight platform quickly to prepare for the mission. Arc 332 requests support. Which Vanguard teams are currently on standby? The navigation department has received it and confirmed the request. You will be transferred to the Research and Judgment Center. Su listened silently, his eyes lingering between the navigation department and the Vanguard. It seems that the Vanguard is a subordinate of the dispatching office, and the dispatching office and the Research and Judgment Center belong to the navigation department. It turns out that the person respected in the lighthouse is just a worker bee here. Su was thinking, and suddenly felt a strong wind passing over his head. He looked up and saw that the ships that were originally surrounding Mattia were slowly landing, and a team of people in armor walked out of the open hatch. Their leather military boots made a thumping sound on the platform. Almost everyone on the platform stopped their work and looked over, and their heartbeats were forced to speed up with their footsteps. The armored army walked towards Su and his team with a clear goal. Although he didn't know the situation, Su vaguely guessed that these people might be coming for him. If they really fight. Su quickly scanned the other party's armor up and down, thinking that there was no doubt that he could not beat them, but now he was in the sky and could not run away. Would the probability of robbing an ark and starting it smoothly be greater? Su had not yet figured out a response, when he saw that the army suddenly changed direction and walked straight towards Captain Meg. Are all the members of the 10th Squadron of the Vanguard team here? Meg did not expect the guards to ask her questions, and was obviously stunned, but quickly reacted and replied, "Sir, our people are here." "When they are all here, prepare for inspection," the armored soldier said coldly. But Su was sure that this person had just glanced at him. "What does this mean? Why do you say the guards are here to inspect this time?" Guanjia's murmur reached Su's ears, and he looked around at the other Vanguard teams, who were waiting to be inspected at the end of the runway, and found that the people who inspected other teams were indeed different, and the armor on them was much more low-key. Su felt a sudden chill, and noticed that Patton and his group were staring at him, their eyes full of blame for him as the instigator. "I'm not infected. This small wound can heal itself." "I didn't." Bang! The gunshot suddenly shook the sky, and many people cried out in surprise. Su turned around, and saw that the Vanguard, who was trying to resist just now, fell to the ground after the gunshot. The man stared unwillingly, and black blood kept flowing out of the blood hole on his forehead. This scene was almost the same as what Su saw in the observation room, and even more cruel and direct. Well, he took back his previous thoughts. Being low-key has nothing to do with what kind of armor you wear. Guanjia was frightened and his legs were weak. Seeing that Su didn't react, he said in a trembling voice, "The guard dormitory of Uni Garden is on the upper floor, so you don't know. 5 years ago, someone escaped the eyes of the inspection team and survived the disinfection of the buffer zone, and successfully returned to the lower level 3 living area to rest. It was a small wound. If it was an ordinary wound, it should have healed long ago. But 10 days later, his teammates found that he had been absent from missions and training for these days, so they took the initiative to go to the dormitory to find him. As soon as the door was opened, a pile of rotten meat full of pustules rushed out of the dormitory. After killing his teammates, he slaughtered crazily in the living area. No one expected this to happen at the time. By the time they reacted, the infection had spread, and it was all rotten meat. He covered his mouth with disgust at the memory. The inspection team investigated for 2 days and 2 nights and killed 287 third-level citizens. Since then, there is no observation period on Mattia. If a wound is found, it is directly shot to death. As he said that, Guanjia hurriedly lowered his head to check himself, and confirmed several times that there were no wounds on his body, but he couldn't help but feel scared when he saw the guards not far away from him. But he found that Su was still so calm and fearless, and whispered, "Why aren't you afraid? The guards are the superiors of the inspection team." "You weren't?" Su was calm. Since he opened his eyes in this world, countless strange things have broken his cognition one after another, and his emotions have become numb. "I fought with a giant shark and was attacked by the infected in the observation room. What's the matter? If something really happens, the worst that can happen is that I will be shot, and I guess it will be over without feeling the pain. Maybe he can go back to the original timeline with his eyes closed. But they are the guards." Guanjia blurted out, and found that he was a little loud just now, so he quickly covered his mouth and dared not speak again, praying in his heart that the guards would ignore his existence. One by one, check carefully. The cold voice sounded again. Then, Su heard the sound of leather boots stepping on the ground, and finally stopped in front of him. "Are you Su? The guy who betrayed Uni Garden?" Su raised his head, and met the eyes of the guard. He leaned over and stared at Su coldly, as if he wanted to see through this ignorant person, but there was no arrogance or fear in Su's eyes. This person had no emotions, just looking back at him calmly. This person is so tall, about 2 meters tall, and wearing armor, he looks even taller. What did he eat to grow taller? Su has already accepted the impact of this world calmly, and even started to wander in his mind. Without the dean and the welfare home, the world ended for him when he was a child, and everything after that was meaningless. There was another gust of wind above his head, and Su looked up and saw another ship descending to the flying platform. One person got off the ship first, followed by a dozen people. That is, the guards of Uni Garden. Chapter 6. People from Uni Garden? Susu knew they were coming with bad intentions when he saw their aggressive appearance. He took a step back calmly and kept some distance from the guards in front of him. There was a question that had been bothering Susu. Who was Susu? He had thought about the problem of his own time travel. Could it be that the many unexpected things he saw in this world were because he traveled into a certain game or novel? Otherwise, how to explain that the Susu in this timeline looked exactly like him? But if it was a game or a novel, he had never come into contact with this type of game when he was a part-time substitute. So what was the trigger for him to come here? Death? Who sent the text message instructing him? And what did Susu do? Take the person away. Uni Garden had a clear goal, pointing directly at Susu next to the guards. There were some people who, although they were unknown, were people they hated as long as they could confirm their eyes. Susu clenched his fists and was ready to fight back at any time. Anyway, he couldn't run away. Beating one would not lose, and beating two would make up for the loss. Seeing the guards of Uni Garden approaching him, the aggressive guards suddenly blocked him. Susu looked up at the guards in astonishment, and then tilted his head to look at the guards of Uni Garden. What's going on? We bring back our own people. Do the guards have to take care of it? The person who spoke frowned, looking impatient. The guards did not move a step. Duty. Duty? Is it the duty of the guards to oppose Uni Garden? Faced with the question, the guards did not mean to give in. Posha Palace means that Susu will temporarily work in the vanguard and be dispatched by the navigation department. Susu's eyes wandered between the two. The guard should have no intersection with him, otherwise they would not have asked him that question just now. So now the guards are helping him to stop the people from Uni Garden. Is it actually because they have conflicts? The enemy of my enemy is my friend? When did the guards obey the orders of the Pajuo Palace? The people from Uni Garden sneered. Guards. The guards only pay the command center. If you are dissatisfied, please report to the command center from Uni Garden. Susu, who was watching the show, suddenly understood that there was a command center above the guards. The command center and Uni Garden should be at the same level, and under the command center. As for the Pajuo Palace mentioned just now, it should be another department. The guard's words clearly implied that it was the command center's intention to save Susu, and the command center was likely to know the situation. Susu's back tingled. What on earth had he done? Isn't it the same as him being a law-abiding citizen whose reputation has spread to the highest level of the central government without knowing the reason? If it was really a game, whose red name did he take? The people in Uni Garden should have understood what the guards meant. After a short silence, they said in a muffled voice, "Then please ask the guards to check carefully. After all, this person has never accepted a C mission, and his assessment results are average. It is very likely that he has been infected." He emphasized the words "check carefully," and the meaning was obvious. As long as Susu was found to have signs of infection. Susu had no doubt that as long as he was found to be infected, Uni Garden would shoot him first for the guards. He had seen the infected in the observation room of the lighthouse. Those people were first excited, then extremely weak, and finally twitched all over until they became monsters without human reason. He was not sure how long the virus would take to break out. At least so far, he had not shown any symptoms at any stage. Could there be any small wounds that he had not noticed? But there was one thing that Susu found very interesting. Even if Uni Garden hated him very much, they had to find a reason to do it. That is to say, for some reason, in principle, they could not just kill a person who was not infected. The guard turned around and looked down at Susu again. His cold eyes scanned up and down like a machine. His tightly locked brows did not relax at all. He suddenly looked up with a solemn expression. Susu looked up following his gaze in confusion. He did not see anyone. The ships were still surrounding Mattia. The guard who checked Susu seemed to have received some instructions and said, "Draw blood." While Susu was still confused, a person suddenly jumped out from behind him, grabbed his arm, and gave him a shot without saying anything. Before Susu could pull his hand away, the needle had been pulled out. The speed was so fast that he did not feel any pain. The man shook the blood collection tube, nodded to the guards, and said, "The test center is expected to have the results in 10 minutes. After that, he walked quickly to the corner of the platform. Susu then noticed that there was a square cabin in the corner of the flight platform, which was a bit like an enlarged version of the test point during the mass period. During these 10 minutes, Susu was stared at by several parties, but he was not panicked at all. He wiped the blood from the needle hole on his arm with a calm mind, and even had the leisure to observe the maintenance work of the arc next to the runway. Since he was powerless to resist, he might as well give up completely. "Sir." The inspector came running over with the report. "How is it?" The inspector looked at the people from Uni Garden with some embarrassment, and then glanced at the guards. He could not offend either side. After struggling for a while, he finally buried his head and told the truth. The sample tested showed no signs of infection. Upon hearing the feedback, the people from Uni Garden's face darkened instantly. They glanced at Meg not far away with a vicious look, and walked forward with the gun on their waist tightly grasped, ignoring the guards, who were still on the site, and approaching Su. Want to take action? Su's eyes were full of vigilance, but seeing that the guards did not move, they seemed to be sure that Uni Garden would not take action again. The man stopped in front of him, and just looked at him with hostility. "Mathia can't tolerate people who betray. Wait, you will pay the price for what you did. Let's go!" Perhaps because he was ignorant, Su didn't feel nervous because of the other party's threat. Not to mention that he didn't do anything. If there was karma, it couldn't be found on him. If it really happened to him, it would be fine. Anyway, the world is now in such a mess, and it's not certain who will be destroyed first, him or the world. But before trouble comes, Su's eyes drifted to the guards. Although he didn't know the position of the command, he was currently staying in the vanguard. With the guards and Uni Garden against him, he couldn't get any benefits, but at least he could sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. He could get by for a day. The guards glanced at the test results calmly, and his eyes stayed on Su for a long time. Unlike the hostility of Uni Garden, Su saw more inquiry and doubt in the other party's eyes, and seemed to not understand why he was in this situation. "Let's go!" The guards turned around and left in an orderly manner. Uni Garden had already withdrawn, and there was no need for them to continue wasting energy on Su. Watching the guards leave, Su heard a thump and turned his head to see Guanjia sitting on the ground with weak legs and panting, and was speechless for a long time. "What a shame!" Barden, who dared not breathe before, sneered disdainfully. Meg lowered her eyes and glanced at the time on the communicator, and said, "It's time to go back to Matthias." "Let's go!" He stared at Su for a long time, and suddenly sighed for no reason. Another long ship fell from the top of his head, and the hatch slowly opened with the sound of the whistle. The return flight to the flight platform is ready. The stop time is 5 minutes. Please board the bus as soon as possible. Welcome home, brave warriors who are out. Chapter 7. The door of this flight has been closed. Passengers who have not boarded the ship, please wait patiently. There are still 59 minutes and 56 seconds before the next flight. Passengers who have boarded the ship, please sit tight and hold on. The next stop is the disinfection area of Mattia. The flight platform is 4 times larger than the widest basketball court Su has ever seen, but probably because the people who came to find him were from the guards and Uni Garden. Everyone on the ship, whether they knew him or not, stared at him. Su was too lazy to care. Just like taking the subway to work before, he leaned against the door and waited until the station. However, there was no mobile phone to play with now, and the scenery outside the window was different from before, so he didn't feel bored. The ship he was riding now was different from the ark he had seen before. It was raised and lowered by a dozen iron chains on the top, and it did not rely on fuel to drive. Therefore, if you listen carefully, you can hear the sound of the chains colliding above your head. As the position gradually rose, more and more of this world appeared in front of Su. Only then did he realize that there was a large ship with no cover on the top hanging directly below Matthias. The ship was connected to another lifting platform by a suspension bridge. The people on the ship were only wearing simple work clothes, and were busy moving things on the platform. Unlike the flying platform he had just visited, this platform was mostly filled with energy materials, which were constantly being transported to the back end of Matthias through the conveyor belt above. The other end of the platform was connected to 2 circular buildings connected up and down. Su squinted his eyes and took a closer look. He found that there were livestock on the top and some plants below. The people working inside had simple protection and dark skin. They should also be on the large ship. In this era, are you still practicing slavery? Su complained silently. Whether in the past or now, when he saw some behaviors that reflected the dark side of human nature, he often felt that the world was really going to be destroyed, and it was the human beings themselves who deserved it. The sound of the chain colliding above his head became slower and slower, and stopped with a dong, and then the mechanical broadcast sounded again. The Matthias disinfection area has arrived at the station. Passengers, please line up and get off the bus and turn for disinfection. Welcome home again. The Matthias ship, the last home of mankind, is maintained by you and me. Due to the round trip every hour, this ship is obviously a bit old, and it will make a rusty and harsh noise when the hatch is opened. Su followed the others to get off the ship, passed through 3 all-round disinfection sprays, and finally came to a gate. Through the gate, Su finally saw this last home of mankind with his own eyes. He stood in front of the gate according to the appearance of others, waiting for the comparison result of the face scan to pop up. Verified. Su, member of the 6th Squad of the Uni Garden Guard, welcome home. You have been away from Mattia for 63 hours and 48 minutes. This is your longest time out. I would like to remind you to take care of your rest. Your dormitory is at number 1202, the high-rise dormitory area of the Uni Garden Guard. As soon as the mechanical announcement ended, Su heard someone sneering next to him. He turned around and saw Patton again. He raised his eyebrows and tilted his head. This person is really haunting. Some people don't have the face to go back. Patton's tone was yin and yang. Su walked through the gate and turned back and said, I'm still alive now. You all have the face to come back, so why shouldn't I dare? Hate him, but dare not take action against him. This Patton can only talk nonsense. Who can't talk back? The interior of Matthias was much larger than Su had imagined. Behind the gate was a spacious and flat corridor. The wounded carried down from the returning ship were quickly sent to the left. He looked up at the sign. There were 2 roads on the left. One road led to the Navigation Department's Analysis Center, and the other road led to the Medical Center. Su looked forward and saw Barton and his companions passing a place marked as Training Base, and walked into the cafeteria. To go to the upper floors, you have to pass the cafeteria, look forward to the central square, and take the elevator upstairs. The upper floors are where Su cannot observe for the time being. Barton dared not do anything to him, but it did not mean that Uni Garden would not trip him up. Should he go back to that place? On one side of the central square was a gorgeously decorated building. Yes, a building. The space on Matthias' ship was limited, but it was located in the center of the lower floor. Just looking at the appearance, it had some religious colors, like a shrine embedded in the cabin. Su looked up at the relief on the outer wall of the building. It was roughly a man and a woman holding their children in their hands, handing them over to the high gods in a gesture of dedication. The gods cast holy light and bestowed them on the world. He couldn't understand the mystery, but the relief made him feel uncomfortable for some reason. Su suddenly heard someone calling his name. He looked towards the source of the sound, and saw a man in the uniform of the Uni Garden Guard waving at him. He immediately became alert, and quickly scanned the situation around him. He didn't find any other people from Uni Garden, and immediately had some doubts. Seeing Su standing still, Gal ran over with his luggage and said with a smile, Su, it's great that you are back alive. It seemed that the other party knew him. Su simply responded without saying too much to avoid being exposed, yeah. Gar was not surprised by Su's indifference. He kept smiling and said, I take you to the new dormitory. Su nodded slightly, thinking that Uni Garden had cancelled his dormitory, and someone had arranged another place for him to live. This was not bad, at least he didn't have to find another place to live. Because you are now transferred to the Vanguard, you can only live in the 3rd level living area for the time being, and you have to go a little further forward. Gar said, pointing Su in the direction. The living area had to cross the central square, and go to the other side of Matthias. The layout here was more crowded than the first half. Su was completely unfamiliar with this place, but the person leading the way in front seemed to have been here before, and introduced it to him enthusiastically. The experimental center is next to the Pajot Palace on the left. Don't cause trouble for them. You may not know that although these researchers are located on the bottom floor, they have absolute say in Mattia. Su looked back at the magnificent building. It turned out to be the Pajot Palace. The guards mentioned it before. The experimental center should be the laboratory mentioned by Patton. This is the 2nd level living area, and the 3rd level is deeper. Gar said, as he led Su to continue walking forward, I used to live here, and I entered the Uni Garden after the annual assessment. Annual assessment. Su repeated some words that might be useful in a low voice. Seeing that the person leading the way finally stopped, he pointed to the door of the room and said, Dormitory number 444 in District 4, this is it. Su's mouth twitched after hearing this. It was not enough that the dormitory was arranged in this place, but there was also a garbage disposal station next to it. It was too obvious that he was being targeted. Thank you. No matter what the other party's intention was, at least he had a place to live now, and Su felt that he should express his gratitude. Gar handed the bag in his hand to Su. Why are you being polite to me? After you left Uni Garden, The captain of the guard originally planned to have these things thrown away. I thought you would definitely come back, and they might be useful in the future, so I secretly picked them up. Susu took it and thanked again, thank you. There was only a bed and a table in the room, and the chair was missing a leg. It was quite simple. But compared with the garage turnhouse where Susu lived before, it was still better, so he quickly accepted this reality. Gar clenched his clothes. I know you are in a bad situation now. If you need help in the future, just come to me. Susu did not open the bag, but put it aside and asked the other party, aren't you afraid of being targeted? Gar's hands subconsciously clenched tighter, but the smile on his face was still so sunny and friendly. How could it be? You are my Gar's best friend. Gar? Friend? Susu, who had always responded coldly, suddenly laughed, as if he heard a joke. The smile on Gar's face suddenly disappeared, as if he was stepped on the sore foot, and said hurriedly, Susu, you are still so indifferent. We used to be a team, taking turns every day, and I am the only one who is willing to talk to you. What do you mean now? Are you laughing at my wishful thinking? Susu hurriedly shook his head, and waved his hands, explaining, it's not a laugh, I just think you have been acting for so long and it's hard. If we are really friends, can you turn off the communicator in your pocket? As he said, he leaned over to look at Gar's pocket, and greeted the person on the other end of the call. Hello. Chapter 8. Seeing that his thoughts were exposed by Susu, Gar's face turned pale instantly, and he shrank back in fear. He accidentally tripped over the stool with a missing leg, and stumbled to the ground. He subconsciously touched the communicator in his pocket to see if it was broken. This action further confirmed Susu's previous statement. It's over. Gar's forehead was sweating. He grabbed Susu's clothes and begged, Susu, I beg you. We were on duty together that day. If you don't return the stolen things, they will definitely kill me. Susu shook his head. Do you think you can survive if I hand over the things? You are quite naive. Sincere and innocent are no longer popular, not to mention that it is the end of the world now, and there is no need to kill. Are you going to kill me and the other guards? Gar was annoyed, and got up from the ground without the previous politeness. Susu was not in the mood to flatter Gal, and said bluntly, you came to see me, you must know that once I submit to Uni Garden, my life will be over. Since you are here to kill me, why should I think about you? The Dean used to like to watch the theme of the Virgin Mary White Lotus, but only the Dean's generation liked it. He crossed his arms, leaned on the table and ordered him to leave. I am very tired after my first mission outside. Please leave my new dormitory immediately. He didn't sleep all night, and he had blood drawn here and there on the way back. He was in a very bad mood now. Gal gnashed his teeth in anger. Uni Garden will not let you go. Even if you join the Vanguard, Matthias has 100 ways to make you shut up. What a naive warning. Susu gave a fairly fair evaluation, glancing at Gal's pocket. The communicator is still on. He said slowly with a cold face. Originally, I didn't know what the things he took away were, and I didn't plan to investigate further. Join the Vanguard in the future, and draw a clear line between you and the noble Uni Garden. But now, I have some interest in it. If you are willing to come to the navigation department to answer my questions, please let me know in advance so that I can prepare a red carpet. The way of appearance will definitely be more stylish than the last time we met. He only has a vague understanding of this world, so what he said is half true and half false. He really doesn't know what Susu took away from this place called Uni Garden. A pot of very important flowers? Or very precious grass? He has never been interested in other people's affairs, but if it has really affected him, he doesn't mind muddying the water a little more. The reason why he dared to provoke the person on the other side of the communicator was because he found that whether it was Barton who was targeting him, Meg who had an ambiguous attitude, or the guards who stopped Uni Garden on the flight platform, or even Gal who claimed to be his best friend, they all seemed to have no idea what Susu had taken away, which was worthy of the attention of the top leaders. Since this Uni Garden was so concerned about the things that were taken away, but did not dare to say what they were, Susu was sure that the other party would listen to what he had just said. Gal bit his lip, took out the communicator and took a look. After seeing the instructions sent by his superiors, his expression changed from sunny to cloudy to rainy to thunderstorm. He glared at Susu fiercely, and strode out of the dormitory. Please close the door. Bang! The sound of the door closing made Susu feel a little funny. He chuckled and turned his eyes to the luggage bag he had just put aside. In addition to a few clothes, there was only a work diary with a few pages torn off in the bag, which recorded the daily work content of Susu. Diary? In fact, Susu wanted to say that, but he was about to pry into other people's privacy, and he was not a serious person if he looked closely. He opened the diary of Su based on the necessity of understanding the original body. The work content in Uni Garden was mostly patrolling and guarding, which was repeated every day, but the more he read, the more he felt something was wrong. January 1st, 2467. After 13 years of preparation, I finally passed. Today is my first day in Matthias. Because my grades are good, I was assigned to Uni Garden. Others said it was a good place. January 15th, 2467. They are right. It is a good place. The work is very leisurely every day. It is the quietest place in Matthias. Everyone is indifferent, like a machine. No one talks to me. I can only write in my diary. February 3rd, 2467, Outer Patrol. Defense. April 11th, 2467, Outer Patrol. April 1st, 2468. There is a new member in the team, named Gar. He is very lively, and will talk to others. But if you talk to him too much, the captain will be unhappy. Su curled his lips, the eloquent flower in the workplace, making friends with colleagues, and then reporting to the leader. He continued to read. The diary was not written every day, but the content was mostly repeated. It was just that there was something different half a year ago. May 9th, 2470, Perimeter Patrol. I found a woman with strange movements. She ran out of the garden and seemed to want to run outside. According to the instructions of my superiors, I stopped her and took her back. She kept begging me for mercy along the way, hoping that I would let her go. She said that Uni Garden was a greedy monster that could eat people. She didn't want to go back and was afraid to go back. When I handed the person to the gardener, the woman looked at me with resentment. Why? After the person left, I found that she seemed to have dropped something, a tag with a number on it. I am only responsible for patrolling the perimeter of Uni Garden. I have no right to enter the interior. The gardener is responsible. When there is a chance next time, give the tag to the gardener and let them return it to that person. September 20th, 2470, there was a thunderstorm today. Matthias was struck by lightning at the tail end and assisted in reinforcing the top floor of Uni Garden. This is my first time entering the interior of Uni Garden. It turns out that the garden is not used to grow flowers. In the hotbed area on the upper floor, I saw the woman again. She sat there motionless, as if she was just a shell. While no one was paying attention, I sneaked into the hotbed area and wanted to return the tag to her, but I was still discovered. I could have explained it, but I still ran away secretly. I don't know where I ran to, but there, I finally understood what the woman meant. Uni Garden is really a place where people eat people. Su turned to the next page, wanting to know what Su saw, but the back was all torn off, which made it more obvious. He looked around the room and found nothing to copy, so he squatted on the ground and wiped some dust, and carefully rubbed it on the paper. The first few pages that were torn off were completely unclear, and only the content of the last page could be seen. On September 25th, 2470, I finally escaped from Uni Garden and sought refuge in Pajuo Palace. I told the secret to the priest, and he said he would investigate it for me. Pajuo Palace is an extremely sacred place. The priest is very kind. He is worried that I will be plotted against by Uni Garden if I stay on Mattia, so he asked me to go on a mission with the Vanguard. He said it was just a simple mission, and when I return safely, things will have a result. Su threw the diary aside. From now on, Uni Garden and Pajuo Palace are in the same group. They said that they would give an answer when Su returned safely, but they didn't want him to come back at all. It's a pity that the previous content was torn off, otherwise I could help Uni Garden find what he took away. Of course, what he said was just a polite remark, and whoever believed it would be a fool. Chapter 9. Mattia High-Level Conference Hall. The glass on the top casts a dazzling light pattern in the hall, with a strong skylight. The spotlights around are concentrated in the center of the hall. Dozens of people in strange clothes are seen arranged in an orderly manner. For people stand in the front row and pay respect to the height devoutly. The person sitting on the height is in the dark, and it is difficult to see his true face. How is Matthias' recent sailing? The voice came from high above. The head of the navigation department looked to the left of the front row, and after receiving a signal from the general of the command center, he stepped out and answered, "Captain, at present, the tasks of the navigation department's analysis center and the dispatch office are being carried out in an orderly manner. The sea surface conditions are in line with the expected calculations, and the tasks of each Vanguard team are also being carried out one after another. Recently, the second team, together with the 4th, 5th, and 12th teams, brought back samples of the pseudo-evolved body of the Type 2 alien creature, and have sent them to the experimental center. The pseudo-evolved body of the Type 2 alien creature has not been caught for a long time. Gabriel, are the research results out? Professor Gabriel of the Experimental Center is at the front of the team. On the right, he took a step forward after being called Captain. Because the Type 2 mutant is huge, the experimental samples brought back before are insufficient, and the physical samples are still on the sea. At present, the Experimental Center is still cooperating with the Vanguard to continue collecting samples. Yes. The head of the navigation department looked gloomy, and after Professor Gabriel returned to the team, he continued, people from the Thieves' Camp have appeared in the Andaman Sea recently, hindering the Sea Surface Survey mission. The dispatch office plans to dispatch a team to carry out the clearing mission as soon as possible. The voice on the high side was a little lower, obviously a little unhappy, and mentioned other departments. How is the progress of the engineering department? Captain, the site for the 367 submarine drilling well has been selected and is scheduled to start construction in early 2471. However, the engineering department is currently short of staff and needs to apply for labor support before construction begins. The voice from above was slow, but it was not open to question. The Ministry of Materials and Energy reported that the production capacity of the planting area has recently decreased. It seems that those laborers are passively slacking off. Since they have the energy to think about other things, some of the manpower will be transferred to the engineering department to start the groundwater project as soon as possible. Captain, you are wise. The director of the engineering department bowed respectfully and returned to the queue. The conference hall suddenly fell silent. No one spoke anymore. Everyone lowered their heads and waited for the next instruction from above. Suddenly, the person standing in the center of the front row smiled and said, I heard that the guards and Uni Garden had a little dispute yesterday? The general of the command center looked back and asked coldly, Admiral Mahler? Mahler stepped out. The guards did not have a dispute. Many people saw that the guards blocked Uni Garden in the name of the Pajuo Temple and the command center. The person who spoke glanced at Hollis, the priest of the Pajuo Temple, who started the conversation, and said sadly, maybe Admiral Mahler has seen too much. In the stormy weather, will the judgment on the dispute be higher than that of the Garden of Uni? Mahler looked up and said seriously, there is no dispute. You mean that the Garden of Uni is looking for trouble and slandering you, right? Max? Hollis, dressed as a priest, stopped the complaint of the Garden of Uni and gently appeased both sides. This was originally just a small dispute. If it continues like this, it will become an internal conflict of Matthias. For the continuation of the future of mankind, Matthias will always be a human community. He smiled and looked at Mahler. I heard that it was because the guard who betrayed Uni Garden came back? Mahler nodded. Max's annoyance dissipated, and he said generously, Su did something wrong. This time it is considered a punishment for him. Now that he has returned safely, this matter is over, and he can go back to the garden. Going on a mission is considered a punishment. What do you think of the Vanguard? Mahler heard the mumbling voice behind him, and immediately turned his head to warn. Seeing the Admiral's hint, Mon closed his mouth in dissatisfaction. Max snorted coldly, glanced at the captain of the Vanguard behind Mahler, and said generously, since the Vanguard is so short of manpower and needs to be transferred from the garden, Su will be given to them. Anyway, he is a useless guy. Achio. Su, who had just woken up in the dormitory, sneezed suddenly. He hadn't rested for too long. He was a little dazed after sleeping for a long time. It took him a long time to come back to his senses, and found that he was about to faint from hunger. When I first entered Matthias, I saw the canteen was right next to the training base, so I went to see if there was anything to eat. Su walked around the dormitory area and finally found the public washing area. He reached out to turn the faucet but no water came out. Is the water outage? Young man, are you new to Matthias? The passerby saw him standing in front of the faucet for a long time and asked kindly. Su nodded. How do I use this? It looked like a faucet he had seen before, but it seemed different. The passerby first put the bucket in the sink, then took out his communicator, scanned the activation in next to the faucet, and clean water slowly flowed out. He only filled half a bucket and quickly turned it off. Why has the water price increased so much today? He sighed and tapped the faucet lightly, hoping for 2 more drops. Su stole a glance at the screen of his communicator. In just 2 minutes, 5 contribution points were deducted. Contribution points, are they the currency here? If they are currency, what is the exchange rate? Young man, you used water without a basin. You have to be careful. Someone turned on the water before and didn't pay attention. All the contribution points that they had worked hard to save for several months were gone. That was really a waste of money. Faced with a rare kindness, Susu nodded politely to express his gratitude. Thank you for your reminder. The passerby waved his hand. You can use it. This water is enough for me for 3 days. Susu took out his communicator and looked at it carefully after the passerby left. As soon as Gao left yesterday, he was so tired that he fell asleep. Now looking at this communicator again, he found that it was very similar to the pager he had seen in Hong Kong movies before. It was half the size of a palm and had a 2-finger wide LED display. The small keyboard underneath could be used to type text. The call button indicated that this thing could be used to make calls, but it had no place to be used yet. He tried to sweep it by the faucet and washed it at a very fast speed, but still deducted 1 contribution point. Only 12 contribution points left. Susu laughed helplessly. He came to a new world, and he was still worried about money. Before leaving, there was not much money left in his bank card. Even if Officer Lee recovered the social donations, how long could the children last? Susu wiped the water off his face, lowered his head and sighed silently, and walked towards the canteen in his memory. The meeting ended hastily after Uni Garden conceded. Except for the captain who deliberately stayed behind, the head of Uni Garden and the experimental center, everyone else left the conference hall one after another. Susu was thinking with his head down, and he didn't notice that the elevator door to the high-rise building in the central square opened, and several people walked out and noticed him. Admiral. Mon missed the last elevator, and waited for another one, before coming down from the upper floors. Seeing the Admiral standing in the central square, he hurried forward and said, Admiral, I said something wrong. Moeller withdrew his gaze from Susu, who had just passed by. He turned back when he heard the voice of his subordinate, and said coldly, Lieutenant General Mond, you said people to interfere in the affairs of Uni Garden and Pajou Palace. Mond said, Admiral, I am. But please listen to my explanation. No need. Mond still wanted to explain, Admiral, I think the military's position is a little too cowardly. Moeller turned away indifferently, leaving a sentence, if you don't like it, you can also go to Uni Garden. I don't like it. I mean I don't like Uni Garden. Oh my mouth. Admiral, wait for me. Mond slapped himself in the face and hurried to apologize, but the Admiral responded very coldly. But after getting a response, he knew that the Admiral was not really angry. A bowl of noodle soup is 2 contribution points. A bowl of vegetarian noodles is 5 contribution points. A bowl of beef noodles is 15 contribution points. 3 corn tortillas are 1 contribution point. A beef potato cake is 10 contribution points. Susu pulled the corner of his mouth and silently complained, Are there any police in Matia? I really want to call the police. Someone is robbing money here. Suddenly, Susu felt a chill on his spine and felt uncomfortable. He immediately turned around and looked around. He saw someone outside the cafeteria avoiding his gaze, and quickly walked into the navigation department. Perhaps he had seen too many people in the past 2 days, and he didn't think it was strange if 1 or 2 people who hated Susu appeared. Captain. Seeing the captain coming back, the captains of the Vanguard team, who had already gathered at the navigation department and were on standby lined up. The captain of the Vanguard team, who was at the end of the conference hall, straightened his back in front of his subordinates. The daily tasks will be carried out as usual. In addition, this month, we must cooperate with the laboratory to complete the sampling of Type 2 alien creatures. We must not slack off. There is one more thing, he said, and cast his eyes on Meg, that person. The higher-ups mean that he will be officially incorporated into the Vanguard team in the future. Don't you often say that you are short of people? Which team has manpower needs? Everyone fell silent, and no one dared to look up and respond to the captain's eyes, for fear that Susu would join their team. Captain Meg was leading the mission before. Why don't you stay with him? Someone whispered. Meg, do you have any objection? Facing the captain's question, Meg pursed her lips, and finally replied, Follow the arrangement. Then he belongs to you. Yes. Meg obeyed. The other captains lowered their heads and laughed secretly. They knew that Meg was forced to choose someone to lead the traitor on the mission before, but so what? If it wasn't Meg, this trouble would fall on their hands. The guy named Susu should be glad that he went to Meg. If he fell into the hands of Captain Lydia, he would have suffered. Yes, Lydia worked in Uni Garden and later joined the Vanguard. If the traitor fell into her hands. Haha, it's really exciting. Susu finally chose to buy 3 tortillas. As soon as he left the cafeteria, he heard the reminder of the communicator. We would like to inform you that you have officially joined the 10th Squadron of the Vanguard. You have been downgraded from a Class 2B citizen to a Class 3D citizen. Your identity information has been synchronized. Please report to the navigation department as soon as possible. Chapter 10. Hello, where can I apply for the report? Su entered the dispatch office and asked someone for directions. There was no one at the reporting window, but there was a long line at the settlement window next to it. You killed 2 Type 3 pufferfish, right? For points, next one. Team settlement? 6 Type 3, 2 Type 2, and a sample income certificate issued by the laboratory. This time the harvest is good. This is your settlement form, sign here. Su listened and calculated in his mind. When he just woke up, he killed a Type 2 megalodon, so he should have 1 contribution point. He waited for a while, before he saw the person in charge of reporting slowly coming. Now is not the time to recruit people. Why is there someone reporting now? He immediately realized who had come to report at this time. His expression froze, and quietly pulled his colleague at the window next to him, motioning him to look at the person outside the window. Su was familiar with this look, and raised his eyebrows calmly and asked, "Any questions?" "Nothing." The man smiled awkwardly, took a form and slapped it on the table, fill it out, and hand it over. Su thought to himself, such a familiar business attitude, why did he suddenly feel nostalgic? He found an empty seat, and sat down to fill in the form, ignoring the intentional or unintentional glances from the dispatch office. When the staff handling the report received the form, they wanted to find some faults to give Su a warning, but this form was filled out quite completely, and even the self-introduction was impeccable. "Okay, it's okay. Go to the next window to get the uniform." Su responded. In the past, he could work up to 14 jobs at the same time. He also took on a lot of idle work such as preparing documents and event copywriting. Writing an entry report was not difficult for him at all. After getting the uniform, Su originally planned to leave, but just as he reached the door, he turned back and lined up at the settlement window. He waited for a while before it was his turn. "Can I see the past settlement records?" The staff frowned, not hiding his impatience, perfunctorily glanced at the records, and sneered, "Empty, next one." "Did the 10th team return to Mattia the day before yesterday without settlement?" Su asked. The man replied, "They settled, but you didn't contribute at all." He had seen people who didn't contribute, and came to ask for contribution points. He might spend some time to check other people. The person who betrayed the garden in front of him was not worth protecting at all. Su did not get entangled with him. He had thought that since he had not been formally assigned to the vanguard, Meg and the others would probably not leave him any points. Moreover, considering his current level of dislike, it was good enough that Barton did not kill him and submit the contribution points for settlement. He would go back to Uni Garden to claim credit. He walked out slowly, and saw some text scrolling on the wall from the corner of his eye, which attracted his attention. The LED display screen was scrolling with the tasks recently issued by the navigation department and the completion status of the vanguard. He had observed that the current situation of the vanguard was about 200 teams. These tasks on the screen were either simple or difficult, and there were teams assigned to them. There were even as many as 10 teams participating in large tasks. Occasionally, there were a few tasks that no one took on the screen, which seemed a bit abrupt. Su glanced at a few lines, and found that they were probably miscellaneous tasks for the flying platform. Level 4 Sampling Mission. Assist the laboratory to go to the South Bay to complete sample collection. Task Assignment, Vanguard Squadron 10. Vanguard Squadron 10, on standby, accept the mission, and have set off. Meg's team last modified its status 10 minutes ago, but he did not receive any mission scheduling information. Because he did not complete the reporting procedures? Su did not think so naively. The sea was full of wind and waves, and a tsunami was about to come. The ark carrying samples was rising and falling with the waves, but the people on the boat were still talking and laughing, and they were used to disasters. Do you think that when that person comes to his senses and finds that we are all on a mission and only he is left, will he cry loudly? Rogier's words caused most people on the boat to laugh. Patton snorted coldly. Wait until all his contribution points are used up, and he is sent to the labor camp. It shouldn't take long. Rogier laughed gloatingly. I'm afraid he doesn't know that you need to pay for the lower dormitory area in Mattia. It's okay, you don't need to pay for the labor camp anyway. The teammates' words immediately caused another burst of laughter. Patton, are we going to the underground city base later? Yesterday's game is not over yet. Meg received the collected samples, and rarely rejected the team member's proposal. The samples are needed by the experimental center, and must be returned to Mattia immediately. The rejected team member sneered in dissatisfaction, but did not dare to argue with the captain directly, and walked behind Patton indignantly. Patton sneered coldly, but did not follow the opinions of his teammates. He did not listen to Meg's words, but the laboratory matters were indeed more important. Don't let the experimental center wait too long. Professor Gabriel was very dissatisfied with the samples brought back by the second team last time. This time, we have collected more and more complete samples, which will definitely meet the professor's next research. He spoke, and soon attracted the agreement of others. Meg announced the departure expressionlessly, not caring whether Barton's behavior threatened his position. Even after returning to Mattia, Barton took the sample box before him and sent it directly to the experimental center, but he didn't worry. Meg was walking towards the return station, but unexpectedly saw a familiar figure. Su, who Barton and others said he knew nothing about, was helping the maintenance department to organize tools in an orderly manner. Su also found that he had been noticed by him, and accepted the contribution points transferred to him by the maintenance department without any concealment. I worked hard for half a day to move the tools off Mattia and recycle the broken tools. I only got 0.2 points. The last time I saw someone earning points like this was on Pinduoduo. Su said, leaning on the railing with one hand and turning over, pointing at the empty box in Meg's hand and saying, "Do you want me to help you get Mattia back? It's not expensive, just give me 0.1 points." Meg glanced at the maintenance department and asked, "Did you see the odd jobs in the dispatch office?" Su answered very frankly, "With those few contribution points, I can't survive for a few days just by eating corn tortillas. I just heard that I have to pay for accommodation. The captain doesn't want to take me on a mission. If I don't think of other ways, I will starve to death sooner or later. When I was in college, I didn't have money. I could survive a semester by drinking free soup and 50 cents of rice, but here even soup is charged, and it's even more expensive. Without contribution points, his citizen level will be downgraded. He is now a third-class citizen. He has secretly asked people that if he is downgraded again, he will have to work as a laborer in the fourth-class citizen area." When he returned to Mattia, he saw a large ship exposed to the sun from a distance. The people on the ship were constantly working. That was the labor area. Once he became a laborer, he could never leave Mattia. Although he didn't know why, he didn't like it from the moment he came here. "You dare to talk to me like this? Are you afraid that I still won't take you on the mission?" Meg asked in a steady voice. Chapter 11. Su covered his chest to save face and said, "I'm afraid. Of course I'm afraid, because the feeling of starving to death is really uncomfortable. Because it is an orphanage under the name of a private foundation, the operating costs are also funded by the superiors. Because he has a bad temper, and is not a good child in the eyes of adults, no one has adopted him until he became an adult, but he doesn't want to burden the orphanage and the director, so he has been working outside since he became an adult. He once encountered someone who didn't pay him for his work, and he lived on 5 yuan for a month. Until the last few days, he couldn't even afford the 50-cent rice in the cafeteria, and he had to find a new job. At that time, he really thought he was going to starve to death. He was shivering with cold all over, and he almost had no strength to drink water. For a while, he began to feel that he was not so hungry, and even felt full to the point of wanting to vomit, and his stomach was so hot that it was about to burst. He didn't want to experience that feeling again. From childhood to adulthood, Su was not afraid of anything except hunger, so no matter what happened, he would always leave $5 in his pocket, just in case he really had no way to go one day. He had to eat a full meal before leaving. After learning that Meg and the others did not take him on the mission, Su quickly realized that these people were planning to exhaust him to death. He didn't like this way of dying, so he immediately wrote down the cheap, dirty, and tiring jobs that no one took on the LED display screen of the dispatch office. In addition to the transportation work of the maintenance department, he also delivered information and carried things during this period, busy from morning to night, but it was better to kill a Type 3 alien creature to earn more. Odd jobs are obviously not a long-term solution. As long as Unigarden is watching from above, he can't find other formal jobs on Mattia, so if he wants to make a lot of money, he must go to the sea. He didn't want to have too much contact with someone as unfathomable as Meg, but he was unlucky because he was assigned to the 10th team. Meg walked towards the return station, not directly getting rid of Su, nor was he sarcastic like Patton and others, looking indifferent to everything. Su followed him, and said bluntly, "But Captain Meg, it is indeed a great pleasure to let me starve to death on Mattia, but my death is always related to you. Take me on the mission together, life and death are up to me, I am capable of coming back, I deserve to die at sea, and you, the captain, have also fulfilled your obligations as a captain, haven't you?" Meg's steps slowed down, and his lowered eyes showed that he was thinking seriously about Su's words. Su didn't ask any more questions, and watched Meg walk on the return ship. He didn't have much contact with Meg, and he didn't want to have too much contact. First of all, as the captain, there was a big thorn like Patton in the team, but on the surface he still looked calm. Either he really didn't care, or he was too tolerant, and he would settle the score when he couldn't bear it anymore. But no matter which one it was, he didn't want to offend anyone. And Su found that Meg was also the kind of person who was used to observing secretly. From her eyes, it was true that she didn't like him, but it wasn't so obvious when it came to targeting. He thought about it, and had an idea that was very likely. Maybe there was something more worthy of care. Meg didn't care about power, and didn't worry about whether her subordinates would surpass her. She didn't like him probably because she would be affected by Uni Garden. This person might just want to maintain the status quo and be the captain of the Vanguard team in peace. But these were all his guesses. In the past, when he went to build relationships with customers, he also said the wrong thing sometimes, but if he did nothing, performance would not fall from the sky. When the next return ship arrived, Su thought that he still had time to ask if there were any odd jobs on the flying platform. These jobs were either dirty or tiring, and the pay was low. Almost no citizens were willing to accept them. Mattia did not allow the working people to enter, which was very suitable for poor people like him. Is this the Ministry of Energy and Resources? Here are your documents, please sign for them. These piles of documents are sent to the archives, right? No problem. Transfer to the maintenance department? Okay, I send it right away. I heard that you have a large number of materials to be sorted. I do it. Su rushed around Mattia, and with his experience of delivering takeout express in the past, he quickly became familiar with the roads of this aerial arc. When delivering documents to the archives, he happened to pass by the Uni Garden, which he had only heard of from others before. Just like the name, this place really looks like a garden, with all kinds of flowers planted in the outer courtyard, which is a rare bright spot in this cold mechanical giant ship, and even in the barren end of the world. There stood a castle-like building in the courtyard. It was hard to see from outside, but there was a hole on the wall of the castle, and the side was burned black. Su lowered his head, and wiped the tip of his nose. He seemed to know who was the culprit. He lowered the brim of his hat, and quickly sent the documents to the archives. Looking at the communicator that had added some contribution points, he raised his mouth with some satisfaction. Excluding rent and water bills, the points earned from working almost without rest in the past 3 days should be enough for him to wait for Meg to give a reply. It's only 19 points. If I can't go on a mission, I have to find another way. Su put the communicator in his pocket and hurried to the next mission. Although time was tight, he did not take a shortcut. He deliberately avoided Uni Garden and took a long detour to the education center. But Su's whereabouts were still reported to the top management of Uni Garden as soon as possible. Director, Su has been doing odd jobs in Matthias recently, and has accumulated a lot of contribution points. Max, who was standing by the window, frowned unhappily. Didn't I tell you to notify them? Why did he still have income? The captain of the guard said awkwardly. I explained it to the ministers and the heads of the center in advance. They said they wanted to refuse it, but he was cheap and easy to use, and efficient. They gave him a few points to get rid of him. Who would have thought that he could do so many things in a day? From the current situation, not only did Su not get restricted, but some departments took the initiative to contact him to help. Max slapped the windowsill angrily. Let the former captain of the guard come. The captain of the guard was stunned, and bowed his head and replied, yes. When Su arrived at the education center, someone was already waiting at the door. Seeing someone coming, he immediately greeted him to come in. These, and those, just move them to the innermost classroom. Su looked at the piles of tools, textbooks, and sundries, and rolled up his sleeves and started working without saying anything. He would not get tired because of the intensity of the work. On the contrary, the joy of money accumulation was enough to overcome all fatigue. Come to the director's office to find me when you are done, and I will settle your contribution points. Su nodded, picked up a box of sundries, and walked deep into the education center. He used to live in the south, and through the windows of the classroom, he could see the lush green trees outside, and when the sun shone in, his body would be warm. But here there is only a quiet and dim corridor, with several doors on both sides of the corridor, which are classrooms for different age groups. The lights inside are almost brighter than the sun outside, but it is extremely deserted. The children sat at their desks listening to the lecture, without making any noise or small movements. From a distance, they looked like they were copied and pasted. Children, let's talk about the changes in human history in this class, okay? Okay. Su, who was walking quickly with teaching aids, suddenly stopped. There was no one guarding the door of the classroom. The half-grown children sat like robots, and the female teacher held a textbook and talked about it. Human history has undergone great changes, and has gone through 4 stages. Let's talk about them one by one today. The female teacher said, writing 4 numbers 2023 on the blackboard. Susu stared at it, his breathing froze, and he was full of emotion for a while. He didn't expect that one day, what he had experienced would become history in the mouths of others. He sighed silently, put down the box in his hand gently, and half leaned against the door, and listened silently. The first stage starts in 2023, when humans discharged a large amount of nuclear wastewater into the sea, causing a large number of marine organisms to die abnormally, with the number increasing year by year. One day, humans whose lives had changed discovered that some of the bodies of marine organisms were deformed. Scientists immediately began to study, and found genetic mutations in these marine organisms for the first time, but all they collected were dead samples. The seawater was contaminated by nuclear radiation, and a large number of people took to the streets to call for the protection of the ocean, but they still could not stop the continued discharge of nuclear wastewater. Soon, human society set off a wave of water hoarding fever, large reservoirs began to store water, and unscrupulous businessmen exploited groundwater resources on a large scale. The government ordered strict control, and the water restriction plan began from then on. At the end of 2024, the speed of global warming accelerated abnormally, and the sea level continued to rise. Suddenly, a tsunami appeared, and the ocean woke up for the first time. The coastal cities of Yen State were submerged by sea water within half a year, and a large number of people moved inland. In the following 50 years, it took away 60 million people from the coastal areas of the world. In 2066, most of Europe was submerged by sea water, and it was announced that the land was no longer suitable for human habitation. In 2068, Oceania was in danger, and most of the humans had moved. The last signal sent by the humans left on the island was, "Run away, leave the Earth." In the same year, scientists discovered a living mutant sample for the first time in the center of the offshore storm, indicating that marine life has adapted to the polluted seawater and biological genes have been completely polluted. During the operation of the scientific expedition team, the Naval Army suddenly received a call for help. When they arrived, all the scientific expedition members had died, and the Army was also attacked by underwater creatures. Only a small number of people fled by helicopter. When they looked at the ocean again, the seabed was densely packed with ice. From then on, humans declared. The offshore fell. The female teacher had noticed the person standing at the door long ago. She didn't know the other party's purpose, but seeing that he was just standing at the door listening and didn't disturb the children, she didn't shout to stop him. She turned around and wrote 4 words on the blackboard. Black Rain Era, and then picked up the textbook again. After the fall of the Far Sea in 2068, humans finally realized that marine life had undergone terrible mutations. As the sea level rose, the mutated marine life continued to approach the coastline, and they began endless territorial expansion. The climate changed unpredictably, and the rain continued. At first, people just complained about the weather until they found that the raindrops were getting darker and darker. People and animals who were caught in the rain gradually developed skin diseases, blood diseases, cancer, bone deformities, and even died. The Black Rain Era has officially arrived, and the real disaster has just begun. Blood disease, cancer. Susu muttered silently, and vaguely heard the painful cries of his sick brothers and sisters, and clenched his fists with a heavy heart. Because the stored fresh water was polluted, the bacteria continued to evolve, and the original water purification system could not completely filter it, resulting in a large number of humans being infected. In order to resist the mutated humans and creatures, human society fell into a civil war. The remaining uninfected humans formed an international alliance and continued the restriction decree on the basis of the original water restriction. First, it is recommended that everyone work and live at home, build large-scale awnings, and restrict travel. Water supply is only provided for a period of time every day, and the amount of water supplied is limited. Second, invest heavily in vaccine research to prevent the remaining humans from continuing to mutate. Third, build multiple particle accelerators around the world to eliminate nuclear radiation in seawater and purify the marine ecology. Fourth, promote research on sewage filtration systems, expand human water resources, build more recycled water fields, and effectively utilize existing freshwater resources. After the decree was implemented, the originally panicked human collective finally regained its sanity and the order of the past. Perhaps because she was a little tired after speaking all in one breath, Or perhaps, because the community of human destiny was relieved, the female teacher breathed a sigh of relief. But her relief did not last long, and the compassion between her eyebrows became more and more intense. In 2102, the Civil War ended, and the remaining humans worked together to expel the infected and build high walls in the living area. In the second year after the restriction order was issued, the vaccine came out. After being sold at a high price, snatched, controlled, and officially scheduled for production, the alienation of the remaining humans was temporarily controlled within 10 years. In 2130, 120 particle accelerators were built around the world, and many water plants were running smoothly. Humans finally got a break and entered the self-help period. From 2070 to 2130, a large number of elderly people and children with low immunity died, and the poor, who could not afford vaccines, were also abandoned. The world lost 2/3 of its population, leaving less than 2 billion people. The female teacher then drew an arrow downward and wrote Jingwei Plan. The alienated creatures continued to attack. In order to return to peace and tranquility, the Human Alliance proposed the Jingwei Plan and began to develop underground, build shelters, which are now underground city bases, and build military lighthouses outside the bases. From 2130 to 2300, humans built a total of 500 lighthouse bases. The underground city bases in Africa, America, and Asia were completed one after another. A large number of young and middle-aged people were recruited to join the lighthouse defense fortifications to protect the last home of mankind, and a large amount of manpower and material resources were concentrated to prepare for the construction of the Eden underground city base in Antarctica. During the construction of the Garden of Eden, alien creatures attacked the base several times, and a large amount of resources were lost, so the base construction plan was forced to stop. What's more terrifying is that after several surprise attacks, humans discovered that these alien creatures seemed to have the ability to think. Mattia Plan. After the female teacher finished writing, she put down her pen. Due to the continuous evolution of alien creatures, the biological information was fully exposed, and the lighthouse bases fell one after another, leaving only half of the original population. The underground city base was also constantly attacked, and the remaining population was reduced by half again. The African Shafley base, which was built the fastest and had the most stubborn fortifications, fell first. In order to continue the human race, the remaining humans collected the existing and only remaining animal and plant resources, selected superior genes, and set sail again as the last hope of mankind. The Matthias Plan was officially born. In 2400, the Matthias ship officially flew over the sea with the last hope of mankind, waiting for the day when the sea water receded. Susu crossed his arms, looked up at the interior of the huge mechanical ship, and whispered, "So the humans here have been living in the air for 70 years? Hello." Susu looked up and found that the female teacher had walked to the back of the classroom and was greeting him. Because he was educated to respect teachers since he was young, he subconsciously stood up straight and nodded slightly to the other party. The female teacher walked in with a smile, not wanting to scare the children in the classroom, so she spoke softly, "Excuse me, who are you?" Susu pointed to the box at his feet and answered truthfully, "I'm here to help move things. I'm sorry to bother you." His attitude was sincere, and the teacher's original vigilance was also relieved. She shook her head and said, "It's okay. I see you are listening very carefully." Susu tilted his head slightly to look into the classroom, and lowered his voice and asked, "They are only 5 or 6 years old. They are so young and are learning human history?" When he was 6 or 7 years old, he was still learning to write. Many of his brothers and sisters in the welfare home were also at this age. They didn't even learn how to write their own names. He knew that children nowadays are smart early, but he didn't expect it to be so early. The female teacher looked at the children with satisfaction and smiled. "They are the superior genes cultivated by Matthias, the future of mankind." The future of mankind. They were talking here, but the children seemed not to hear them, and were still sitting upright. If he hadn't seen their chests rising and falling, Susu would have thought they were robots. Susu remembered that the Matthias Plan did have a clause to continue the superior genes of humans, so he suddenly asked, "Are these superior genes born after screening, or are they screened after birth?" The female teacher was slightly startled and did not answer, but said, "I will continue to teach the children. If you are fine, please leave immediately." Susu noticed something was wrong, and before he could continue to investigate, the closed classroom door had already bluntly expressed avoidance. He picked up the storage box and continued the task, and suddenly heard a reminder from the communicator in his pocket. Putting the box on his knees, Susu raised his eyebrows after checking the message. "Gather at the flight platform at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning." Chapter 12. Everyone is here, let's go! Meg retracted her gaze from the round-trip station and turned to walk into the Ark. Barton and his companions were the last to arrive, and they immediately noticed Su, who had been waiting on the flight platform. Why is he here? Rogier was the first to ask. Meg did not answer Rogier's questions, but sat in the front row, holding a pocket watch in silence. After they separated that day, he thought carefully about Su's words, and what he said did make some sense, so when he went to the dispatch office to accept the mission yesterday, he considered taking him with him. But he didn't expect that when he registered, the captain would find him first and ask him to take Su with him on the mission. Take them all with you from now on. It's best if you can't bring them back. When he asked him to take a member of the Garden Guard with him on a mission, he had doubts. Why would the high-ranking Uni-Garden care so much about the life and death of a member of the Guard? Now the captain obviously came to him on behalf of the higher-ups. But what did Su do to make Garden so upset that he joined the Vanguard and still didn't let him go? But he knew that there was a saying in the military books of the old times, called "Don't chase after a desperate enemy." Meg stared deeply at the photo of the woman on the pocket watch, gently stroked her face, and sighed helplessly. The Vanguard team's 10th squadron has completed its mission. Captain Meg, please confirm the number of departures, please confirm the combat readiness, and please estimate the return time. Confirmed, expected to return in 4 days. The navigation department has received it. Arc 951, get on the 7th runway to prepare for departure. Received. The command center reminds you that this mission is a long journey. Please be sure to pay attention to safety. Matthias will always be behind you. Until the Ark left the flight platform, Rogier's doubts were still not answered, and he continued to ask questions. Barton shook the cup impatiently, frowned and said, "Don't ask. This is obviously the intention of the superiors. He has always looked down on this captain, but he knows very well that Meg is not a person who seeks trouble, and there is no need to bring such a dangerous person." Su, who was being discussed, turned a deaf ear and focused on the shaking cup. When boarding the ship just now, Barton added a spoonful of white powder to the cup, which was a bit like the protein powder you drink when you work out, but it always feels weird to appear at this time. The sea is not like the peaceful Uni-Garden. Some people should not be scared to pee their pants. Rogier's voice was high-pitched, and his eyes were full of contempt for Su. Su glanced at him indifferently. "Do you have experience? You? You are looking for death." Rogier stood up angrily, and rushed to Su in the corner. His movements caused the Ark flying in the air to shake as well, and he had no intention of restraining himself. Guanjia tightly grasped the handrail, his face suddenly turned pale, and he didn't have time to wipe off the sweat on his forehead. He was worried that Rogier would do something radical again, so he hurriedly stopped him and persuaded him kindly. Su just joined the Vanguard, and he is not familiar with us. Let's sit down and talk. Su, Rogier just speaks more directly, but he is actually a good person. Rogier pushed Guanjia away savagely. Is it your business? Guanjia fell to the ground, covering his head that was accidentally hit, and wailing in pain. Su pulled him up from the ground with one hand, and repeated Guanjia's words just now with interest. He is a good person. Guanjia lowered his head, and bit his lips tightly, trying to suppress the grievance in his heart, and said thank you to Su. He retreated to the corner of the cabin, and buried his head in his arms. His sobbing could be heard faintly. Rogier was relentless, and had no intention of letting Su go. Just as he was about to grab him, he heard Barton speak slowly. "Sit down, Rogier." Rogier withdrew his hand angrily. Seeing that Su still had an expression of watching a show, he felt even more upset. If Barton hadn't been there, he would have beaten Su so hard that he couldn't even recognize him with facial verification. The team member sitting next to Rogier eased the atmosphere at the right time and changed the topic, saying, "This is another unknown area exploration mission. I guess we have to collect samples again. If the samples we bring back are not qualified, we have to run back and forth again." Barton sneered. "How can we get an easy mission?" His words attracted the attention of others beside him to Meg. Their captain has always been non-competitive. Tasks that others are unwilling to take will fall on him. It's his business not to care, and they have to suffer with him. It's really bad luck. It is said that the experimental center used to assign an experimenter to the sampling task team, but later, I don't know what happened, and he was withdrawn. Barton, you are the first among us to join the Vanguard. Have you heard about this? It is said that a researcher sneaked away while the Vanguard was not paying attention. The details are unclear, and it should not be a big deal. Su listened to their conversation silently, but he didn't want to participate in it. He and Meg were the outliers in this cabin. During the half-day sailing, Except for a few words when boarding the ship, they didn't speak again. Su didn't like the feeling of being in the water. It was a feeling of powerlessness that was controlled by the sea more than by the sea itself. Human power was insignificant in front of the sea. Now the green sea was not endless. Occasionally, you could see humans fighting fiercely with aliens in the waves, creating layers of blood. If this continues, humans will one day completely lose the right to set foot on the ocean. We're here. Meg finally spoke up and stopped Barton and the others from making noise. Barton, who was interrupted, responded impatiently, drank the last sip of supplements, and waved lazily to his teammates. Got it, get ready. When he stretched and stood up, the others took action, flipped up the cushion and took out the protective suit stored under the seat, slowly put it on, complained that he didn't want to do the mission, and equipped as many weapons and equipment as possible. In addition to the protective suits and masks he had seen before, other equipment Su had never heard of before. He stood in the corner without making a sound, quietly observing the actions of others, and followed suit by taking out the equipment under the cushion and putting it on his belt. But he didn't know what these strange props were used for yet. Children without parents to take care of them have to rely on themselves most of the time during their growth stage. So Su learned things very quickly, and almost finished packing with Guanjia, who was packed up last. Meg stood by the hatch and waited for orders, secretly observing Su for a long time. If there were no other relationships, Su was just an ordinary newcomer, and he would definitely praise him for such a learning speed. What a pity. After confirming that everyone had completed the equipment, Meg pressed the descending button. The ark slowly fell close to the sea surface, and the sound of the propeller stirring the air turned into a splash, and then gradually weakened. With a gurgling sound above the head, the ark submerged by the water's surface sank steadily to the bottom of the sea. It's still amphibious. Su raised his eyebrows slightly, and followed the others to approach the hatch. Meg pressed the hatch switch button, entered the buffer corridor first, put on the oxygen mask, checked the equipment, turned back to confirm that everyone had entered the buffer zone, and then officially opened the outer hatch of the ark. The moment the hatch opened, seawater rushed into the corridor frantically, and the pus-green seawater almost blocked their sight. Infrared mode has been turned on for you. After hearing the mechanical sound from the mask, Su could see the position of his teammates the next moment. It turns out that a good mask has this function. When he just woke up, the mask he saw was broken. Now recalling that time, he remembered that there was something very important that he had always forgotten. Who was the person who told him that he owed a life at that time? He had never heard a similar voice in the days since he came to Matthias. He had been targeted for so long by everyone, so who was this strange lifesaver? Chapter 13. Buildings gradually appeared in the turbid vision, rows of dilapidated and collapsed coastal shops covered with green moss and seaweed, and resort hotels could be inferred from the former coastline. The shore was no longer filled with the sunshine, beaches, waves, and cacti of the past, and the fishing boats that provided sightseeing for tourists had fallen apart and landed on the seabed. After the ocean went out of control, the Earth lost 60 million people. Su silently recited the human history he heard at the education center, looking around at the ruins, and he didn't feel too much regret in his heart. This resort is not small, they need to spend some time. Meg led the way to the fork and instructed, everyone explore separately. Su heard Meg's voice coming from the mask. As soon as the voice fell, the others around him automatically divided into teams, leaving only him and Meg, who had no one to act with, looking at each other. Don't you like to meddle in other people's business? Why don't you take care of the newcomers? Someone mocked Guanjia. Guanjia shook his head evasively, and still chose Patton's team, but he still wanted to take Su's feelings into consideration and added, I'm sorry. Guanjia chose Patton without hesitation, and Rogier, who had just attacked him on the Arkansas Su had actually expected this, and was not sad about it. Meg seemed not to have seen Su who was alone. Seeing that everyone had divided into teams, she raised her hand and said, start the action. Su looked calm and not panicked. He chose a road not too far away from the others. After all, a common factor in horror movies is that the characters get into trouble because they are separated from the big team. From the entrance to the inside, there are gorgeous decorations, various entertainment rooms, and a swimming pool that stretches as far as the eye can see. The Holiday Inn that once cost thousands of dollars a night has become what it is now. Su walked slowly forward and suddenly stopped. No, something was following him. When the waves rushed behind him, Su stepped on the flower bed that had long been occupied by seaweed, and jumped up with the buoyancy of the water, and did a somersault backwards. A dorsal fin as sharp as a knife passed in front of his eyes. He was only a few seconds away from scrapping another mask. When Susu turned around in the water, he found that the thing rushing towards him was more difficult to identify than the plasticine that had been played with in the hands of a child for half a day. What the hell? Susu's front feet had just landed when he saw several more balls rushing out from nowhere. Fish? This alien had dorsal fins and anal fins, so Susu reluctantly classified it as a fish. A chaotic sound suddenly came from the headphones built into the mask, and then he heard the voices of Rogier and others. It's a Type 3 mutant, a bonefish. Bonefish usually appear in groups. There are definitely more than just a few in this place. Meg, everyone prepare for battle, gather at the resort park. Bonefish. Susu climbed up the coconut tree next to him, and barely avoided the attack of the fish. The tree that had been soaked in water for 400 years was finally broken. While dodging, he looked at this mutant called Bonefish with strange eyes. They are huge and swim slowly, but they will rush at their prey and attack with sharp dorsal and anal fins. But this is not what he really finds strange. It seems that a more bizarre mutation has occurred. Their appearance looks very clumsy and weird. Colorful plastic bags were hanging all over their gills. They could not breathe due to the blockage. Their foreheads and gills were swollen huge, and their skin was stretched so thin that the dark red fish brains were beating slowly. The dark black blood vessels spread all over their bodies, like dead branches of old trees, winding and beating in their abdomens. With every beat, steel pipes, bricks and other things could be seen protruding, as if they would pierce the skin at the next moment. Seeing the fish gathering more and more, Susu approached the hotel gate as soon as he had a chance. The resort square was near the hotel. As long as he went out of the gate, he could meet up with Meg and the others. The fish rushed around without any reason, but blocked Susu's way. Susu climbed up the column, and went around to the other side to avoid the collision. He hooked one leg on the flagpole on the outer eaves, and took advantage of the gap to observe these monsters silently. He was not very sure at present, but he roughly understood the three types as the degree of being infected but not enlightened. The degree of enlightenment and mutation determined their mutation standards. The so-called quasi-evolution was the state where the intelligence of these alienated creatures had not yet reached the next standard, but was about to reach the next standard. In short, the biggest difference between these three types of bonefish and the eight-eyed split-nosed shark he had seen before was that they were not smart enough. Not smart, but acting collectively, the fish quickly found Susu's trace, immediately adjusted the direction of attack, and rushed towards the target. Susu kicked the wall hard and quickly left his original position with the help of the water. The fish swarmed up the whirlpool in the water. He rolled over to avoid the sharp fins around him. He felt the sting of sharp objects scratching his body several times, but fortunately the protective suit was thick enough and was not damaged for the time being. It was difficult to stand still in the water. After getting out of the whirlpool, Susu grabbed the nearest heavy object to stabilize his body. In the turbid sea water, he vaguely saw a dazzling silver light not far away. Susu bypassed a few lone bonefish and swiftly drilled under the collapsed beams to avoid the approaching fish swarm. Finally, he saw the source of the silver light. Good guy, Tetanus Blade. Susu grabbed the spear held by the armored dummy in the hotel lobby. The rust almost covered the sharp weapon, and only the tip still had a bit of its former majesty. Susu didn't know how to use the strange things on his waist, so he was most comfortable with cold weapons. The lobby had collapsed halfway, leaving him with few places to hide. If he retreated any further, it would only attract more fish. Susu didn't do anything else. When the next wave of fish approached, he quickly stepped on the ground to change his position. After he jumped into the air, he stepped on the broken horizontal column again. Unlike the previous dodge, this time he rushed straight to the fish, holding the spear tightly in his hand, and raised it high, piercing the forehead of the leading bonefish. The tough skin and the tip resisted stubbornly, but in the end, they couldn't resist Susu's strength and broke open. The dark red fish brain burst immediately afterwards, making the seabed even more chaotic. Even if he couldn't smell the smell outside the mask, Susu could still smell a sour smell. The bloody smell spread in the seawater. The bonefish, which had no thinking ability, couldn't tell their companions apart. They only knew that they could have another full meal, so they quickly came to share the food. In just a moment, the half-story-high bone pufferfish was left with only a fish bone and the rubber and construction waste that it had been unable to digest in its stomach. The bone pufferfish that came over could not share the food, so they ate around the garbage that sank into the mud, even though they had already swallowed a lot of indigestible things in their stomachs. Susu looked up and saw the pillar above his head swaying, so he quickly retreated to avoid it. As soon as he stepped back, the pillar, which was already cracked, broke directly and hit many monsters that stayed in place. The bloody smell filled the air again, attracting more fish to gather. The bone pufferfish that had been blocking the door before were also attracted. Susu seized the opportunity to swim out of the hotel. When he looked back, the Holiday Inn covered with green moss gradually became bloody. There was no relief for surviving the disaster. Susu stood outside the hotel for a long time before going to the square to meet with others. He didn't know what the so-called sampling was to obtain, so he should meet up with Meg and the others first and ask them clearly. Chapter 14. Meg counted the number of people and found that there were still people missing. Where are Rogier's team? Even Susu has returned. Why haven't Rogier and his team returned yet? Could something have happened? Patton still stood in the center of the crowd, and he didn't seem nervous at the moment. Although Rogier was Patton's lackey, the two of them went in and out together almost every day. Susu thought that they still had some teammates, but now seeing that Patton didn't seem worried at all, did he simply think that Rogier would be fine? Susu secretly observed everything and immediately noticed that Rogier's figure appeared on the other side of the square, and he seemed to be dragging something heavy. I'm back. Rogier waved his hand proudly. When he let go, all the weight was transferred to Guanjia, who was following closely behind him, and the 3-meter-long fish bone instantly overwhelmed Guanjia. This is... The teammate carefully identified what Rogier brought back, and finally saw it clearly in the muddy water, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It's the bone of an adult pufferfish, and it's complete. Rogier straightened his back, especially when he found that the others didn't bring back any spoils. Even Patton came back empty-handed, and he couldn't hide the pride on his face. Susu looked meaningfully in the direction where Rogier and the others came from, and finally his eyes fell on the fish bone that was still pressing on Guanjia. He recognized it at a glance as the pufferfish he had killed not long ago, and he hadn't even pulled out the spear he had stabbed into his forehead. We were attacked by a school of fish just now, but I reacted quickly and prepared to fight back in advance, so I was able to take it down. Rogier raised his chin and spoke, glancing at Susu intentionally or unintentionally, bringing back this fish bone. Our contribution points this time will definitely be the highest among the same batch of outbound mission teams. Teammate echoed, yes, it is said that the dorsal fin of the bonefish is hard, but in fact its bones are the hardest and most suitable material for making weapons. In addition, Patton just found a sealed cold storage in the back kitchen of the hotel. Although the food inside can't be eaten, the refrigeration equipment can still be used. If we bring it all back, the dispatch office will definitely give us a high contribution point this time. But doesn't Rogier usually use a gun? He rarely uses even a dagger. Why did he suddenly use a spear? It must be that Rogier is usually low-key. As long as he doesn't make a move, he will get such a complete fish bone when he makes a move. Rogier was very happy to hear his teammates' compliments, and he felt a little flattered for a while. So these are what you need to collect supplies. Susu had a general understanding. He listened to Rogier's vivid description of how he killed the pufferfish. Unlike his usual silence, he suddenly said, "Oh really?" Guanjia looked at Susu timidly, as if to prove to him that he did not participate in Rogier's actions, but only lent a hand. Rogier's voice paused, and he immediately responded, of course. His voice was higher than usual, as if he wanted to use the pitch of his voice to dialectically prove his position. Are you provoking me? Rogier rushed towards Susu, blocking the voices of others, and whispered to Susu in a single line, I warn you that you'd better be honest. If you don't agree, keep it to yourself. Even if they report it to the dispatch office, they won't believe you, a new member of the Vanguard, not to mention that you are not an ordinary new member. Susu saw that Rogier wanted to talk to him one-on-one, but he didn't know how to use the mask yet, and didn't know where to click to answer the call, so Rogier kept his mouth open and kept talking for a long time, but he didn't hear anything. However, he knew Rogier's intention even if he didn't listen. Meg didn't care about it, and Barton didn't speak for him because he was in conflict with him, so even if he stood up and said that Rogier didn't kill the bonefish, no one would defend him. Susu thought calmly for a moment, without responding to Rogier's pantomime, nor did he speak out to point out his lie, which was considered as tacitly acknowledging that Rogier was the one who killed the bonefish. Seeing that Susu did not refute, Rogier secretly rejoiced. When he turned to face his teammates, his face regained its previous spirit, and said, We have explored the Holiday Inn almost completely. I guess there are not many useful things at other shops in this row. Let's check them out, and go back early. For such a long mission, only 4 days were reserved. The round trip has been delayed by half. I don't know what he was thinking. Although he did not mention any names, everyone could hear that Rogier was talking about Captain Meg. After all, he is the captain. Usually only Patton, who is favored by the laboratory, dares to retort. Today, Roger killed a bone pufferfish and was so arrogant. No matter how annoying others are, they dare not say so to his face. Meg turned a deaf ear to him, as if Roger did not exist at all. He said, "Go on, tell me anytime if there is any situation." Roger arranged for several people to carry the fish bones back to the boat, and did not notice that Patton, who was usually respectful to him, was a little impatient beside him. However, Susu caught Patton's unusual expression. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth, and smiled evilly. The false brotherhood based on material things was like a pile of loose sand that would be scattered by the wind. It would be best if they could fight. Susu was happy to watch the fun, but he was also afraid of being hurt. He turned around and thought that Barton had retaliated against him, so he quietly slipped away. He went to several shops on the side of the square, thinking that it would be convenient to run if something happened. This area should be close to the sea, and it would be the first to be submerged when the sea water rose. Now there would not be much that could be used in 400 years, and no food could withstand being stored for hundreds of years. The first condition for being considered as supplies was waterproof, so he walked into a surfing goods store. The system of the mask automatically turned on the light tube on the shoulder of the protective suit, so Susu was able to see the situation in the store clearly. He picked up some things that looked useful, and prepared to take them away. He saw a figure passing by the window of the store in his peripheral vision. "It's not that bad. Are you going to rob this?" Susu thought to himself that it might be Rogier, who was peeping outside again, and he was unaware of the mantis catching the cicada. He immediately chased after him, only to see a figure running quickly behind the building. When he caught up, he had lost the other person's whereabouts. Susu felt strange and was lost in thought. The sea water was very muddy, but he should not have seen it wrong. The person who ran away just now was indeed a human, but he didn't seem to be wearing the clothes of the Vanguard. Could there be other teams in this operation? But he noticed that because the sea water was yellow-green now, in order to be conspicuous after entering the water, the Vanguard wore dark red protective clothing with reflective strips. The clothes of the person who ran away just now were green, and he had never seen it on Matthias so far. Could it be someone from Uni Garden? Susu became alert and kept an eye out for sneak attacks from behind, but until he heard Meg's voice in his ears, asking them to return to the square to repair before continuing the exploration mission, he did not see the suspicious figure again. Chapter 15. Boss, Matthias's men have been appearing frequently near the Andaman Sea recently, and we have asked our men to avoid them as much as possible. We just found a place that has not been overturned, and those people came. They even dared to call us thieves. The Vanguard gathered in the square, and returned to the cabin to rest. No one noticed that there was a figure passing by in the corner in the distance. He was wearing a green protective suit, and was hiding in the dark. After a while after he finished speaking, someone replied on the communicator, "How many teams are there this time?" "Just one team, and it seems that there are only a few good ones. Can you bring people over to clean up?" "Yes, 10 minutes. He glanced at the time and estimated that these delicate soldiers raised by Matthias would need to rest for a while after eating and drinking. When the time came, they would be caught off guard when the people came. "Hey, boss, it's a coincidence. I ran into the guy you saved before, and he's also in this team. If you hadn't helped last time, he would have been eaten by the Type 2 monster. After so many days, he didn't even try to contact you. He's really heartless." "Is it him?" The person on the other end of the communicator paused, and then said, "Oliver said there was a fight over there. I go over to help you." "Retreat?" "Aw. No, boss, what are you doing? Are you playing the iron-fisted leader in love with the enemy's strong general? The love at first sight plot is too old-fashioned. The situation last time was a bit special, so let's go aside for now." He just secretly looked at it, and saw that the man put down the magnetic gun on his waist, and fought against the bone pufferfish with cold weapons. He was very fierce. When did the group of stragglers of the Matthias Vanguard become so radical? When did his loyal brother become so fond of this? Didn't he just save someone last time he passed by? The situation developed so quickly. Could it be that he missed something in the middle? The communicator emitted a deep breath that he tried to endure, and the other party gritted his teeth and said, "Liang Zhan, put away your fantasy and shut your mouth. I still have use for that person. Don't move for now." "Okay." Liang Zhan shook his head regretfully, looked at the ark in the square from a distance, and quietly retreated into the chaotic sea water. Inside the ark 951 ark, Guanjia saw Susu sitting by the window, and looking outside all the time, not eating or drinking, and thought he was starving to save contribution points, so he secretly stuffed him a tortilla when no one was paying attention. Su, what are you looking at? Guanjia looked outside along his gaze, and found nothing strange. Su put down his guard, and retracted his gaze when he found that the figure in the distance only observed them for a while, and then left. Hearing Guanjia's question, he was more certain that the man was not in the same group with him. Thank you, you can eat it yourself. Su glanced in the direction of Rogier and the others, whispered and returned the tortilla to them, and took out the dry food in his pocket to show that he brought food. If he has the ability, he will not owe favors to others, because favors will be returned sooner or later. Meg took a bite of the cake, crossed out the locations that had been checked on the map according to the results reported by the team members, and frowned when she noticed something unusual. Barton and the others could not have missed the report, so several stores had been searched by others, and there might be other humans here. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Meg quickly walked to the window and looked out, and found that Su had also been looking outside. Continue after you're full, don't rest. Finish the mission early and leave early. Meg woke up the team members, who had just finished their meal and were ready to rest, quickly changed into underwater protective clothing, and waited by the door. Barton didn't get up, and refused with disgust. We have been searching for a day, why can't we rest? Others echoed, that's right. Maybe Captain Meg didn't bring back any supplies, so she's anxious. If you're anxious, go by yourself, but we've already returned with a full load. After eating, Su also got up and changed clothes. He was not sure whether the people in the dark had really retreated. If they didn't retreat, they would all hide on the ark, and then they would be caught in one fell swoop and have nowhere to run. Before he put on the mask, he passed by Meg and said, respect the fate of others and enjoy your own life. I'm poor and open-minded, so I continue the mission. After finding the supplies and weapons materials that could be used for the task, Barton's team's efficiency became much worse. After waking up, they searched slowly for half a day before getting on the ship and returning. Meg drove the ark at full power, and finally returned to the Mathia airspace before the agreed completion time of the mission. However, they did not land on the flying platform this time, but went to another platform to prepare for landing. Watching the platform below where people were moving the supplies and materials brought back by the returning ark, Su roughly understood that the ark carrying out the supply mission had to come here to unload first, and then return to the flying platform to complete the mission settlement. The Megalodon was on a clearing mission that time, and did not bring back supplies, so it went directly back to the flying platform. After their ark stopped steadily, laborers immediately rushed up to help move the goods. The inspection team responsible for the supply platform initially judged whether the brought back supplies, and the Vanguard members on the ship carried the source of infection. Su silently observed the unloading area, and saw that the skilled laborers divided the materials into two categories, one for the material energy department on one side of the platform, and the other for the sample receiving office of the experimental center on the other side. The two departments determined the utilization rate of the materials brought back by the Vanguard team in this mission, issued a material sample receiving certificate, and gave it to the captain in charge of the team for subsequent settlement by the dispatch office. Seeing Su staring at the recycling points on both sides, Patton sneered and said, the result of some people's hard work is just like this. Su glanced at him, and stepped on his sore spot quickly and accurately. Some people's status in the team doesn't seem to be very stable. If you don't go over and wag your tail, your favorite laboratory will not want you. As he said, he raised his eyebrows at the sample receiving office and motioned Patton to look there. Patton's most loyal younger brother had already dragged the fish bone over, and was respectfully introducing how he hunted monsters in front of the researcher. Patton's face was gloomy. He angrily cursed Rogier for stealing the limelight, and signaled the team members to carry the supplies he brought back and go over quickly. Su crossed his arms and watched the excitement, but noticed that the researcher was not happy at all when he saw the full of supplies. Instead, he disgustedly asked Rogier and Patton to retreat outside the cordon, and then immediately asked people to clean up all the places they had stepped on, as if they were smelly garbage. The few people who were usually arrogant did not show any momentum at this moment. They were not angry when they were expelled, but kept apologizing. Su sneered, and saw that someone next to him accidentally dropped the supplies when carrying them. He quickly stepped forward to help hold them. Be careful. Lao Min, who thought he was going to break something, was scared and pale. He found that someone came to help, and it was a member of the Vanguard. He was flattered and thanked. Thank you, you are such a good person. Such a compliment made Su uncomfortable. He laughed dryly twice, and helped to take the big box to the Ministry of Materials and Energy. After the items are put away, the person in charge of acceptance will scan the wristband of the porter. When it was Su's turn to scan, he found that he didn't have a wristband. The inspector saw that he was wearing the uniform of the Vanguard, and his eyes were filled with a bit of surprise. Su shrugged his shoulders and followed the laborers, who continued to move things back, and asked, "Hello, how many points can you earn for moving things around in a day? Isn't this the piece rate payment at the express sorting office?" He had done it before. It was a bit tiring, but the income was not bad. Chapter 16. Because he had been helped before, the busy porter stopped and answered the question from the Vanguard team member. "If the market is good, you can earn up to 2 points a day." 2 points? Su's eyes lit up. He understood that the market he was talking about was the amount of supplies brought back by the Vanguard team. 2 points a day, compared to running errands on Mattia. Su pondered and asked, "What if the market is not good? Then we can only hope that the harvest in the planting area this quarter will be better." The porter pointed to the planting area and breeding area on the other side to signal Su. Growing things is indeed sustainable development, but he would probably starve to death before the potatoes are grown. Su denied this way of making money, and then looked at the large ship in the labor zone suspended just below Mattia. "Do you all live on that ship? How many people are responsible for carrying?" "There are only 3 ways to earn points: carrying, farming, and breeding." He wanted to find out how many competitors there were, and whether the pickup jobs were permanent or temporary. But looking at the volume of the ship, can the material platform and breeding area alone support so many people? "Why do you ask these questions?" The porter looked hesitant. Su, curious. "The Vanguard asked us how to make money?" The porter looked Su up and down, snorted unceremoniously, "I thought you were a rare good person, but I didn't expect you were that kind of person." After that, he picked up the materials and left, leaving Su with a puzzled look. He? That kind of person? What kind of person? Unable to find anyone to answer his questions, Su found the suspicious answer himself. On the suspension bridge to the labor zone, the Vanguard passed by quickly, and it seemed that it was not the first time for them to go back. What were the Vanguards doing sneakily in the labor zone? And from what the porter said, it seemed that they were not doing good things. Su was silently calculating in his mind. Seeing that Barton and his team had already issued the certificate, and were anxious to return to Mattia for settlement, he found a gap to hand in the materials he brought back to the Ministry of Materials and Energy. When he returned to the Ark with a list, someone in the cabin was already saying, "Don't wait for Su, let's go first." Seeing Su coming back, they complained more, as if they would have fewer points if they returned to Mattia later. Rogier did not blame Su for coming back late, but for the first time he helped. It's his first time to complete the mission, and he doesn't know where to hand it in. It's normal to be late. Just pay more attention next time. Rogier, you. The team member was about to question Rogier's sudden change of attitude, but was stopped by his companion, who understood the situation, and his eyes hinted at the sample acceptance certificate in Rogier's hand. Although they didn't say it clearly, they had already guessed Rogier's attitude towards Su after seeing Rogier bring back the spoils during the mission. Su was not surprised by Rogier's change of attitude, because he deliberately gave Rogier the contribution points of the fish bone to prove the value of his existence. The initial investment in exchange for a long-term mission with the Vanguard team, this investment is not a loss. Su looked at Mattia, who was getting closer and closer, and always had an ominous premonition in his heart. His luck has always been bad, but his premonitions are generally quite accurate. After all, he doesn't have many good lucks. It was not until he followed the others to the dispatch office to complete the settlement, and returned to the big screen to continue looking for temporary workers, that he found that all the odd jobs in various departments on Mattia had disappeared in the past few days. Only then did he suddenly realize where this feeling of bad luck came from. Su's stiff mouth twitched. Even with a fish brain like a bonefish, he could guess that it was Uni Garden who did it, ruining people's financial prospects. Su cursed silently with a long mouth. His quality and the balance in his wallet need to be improved. He stroked the balance displayed on the communicator with a sad face. Add the contribution points settled for this mission. If you live frugally, it will be at most 1 month. In addition to the settlement of the receiving order he submitted himself, Meg symbolically allocated him some hard work fees, which was only enough to offset the food expenses during the mission. Barton and Roger were both ambitious, but the former had a grudge against him, and the latter was not smart and was easier to fool. Su was sure that he would take him with him on the next mission, but he was not sure about the time of the mission for the time being. Even if the world is destroyed, you still have to work. You are born to be a cow and a horse. Su couldn't help but complain. He felt helpless as if he was forced to work during the holidays, and he was not given overtime pay. If he didn't work, he would be fired. Su. Su turned around and saw Meg calling him, and replied, "Captain, what's the matter?" "Meg, during the standby period of the Vanguard, you need to complete 8 hours of training at the training base every day." "No time limit?" Su asked. "Yeah." Meg saw that Su had other plans, hesitated for a moment, looked up at the scrolling screen, and asked with emotion, "Is it worth it? You can bow your head and admit your mistakes. The Garden Guards are upper-class citizens of Matthias. Their work is easy and safe, and Uni Garden covers their daily basic expenses. As long as Su takes the initiative to admit his mistakes and return the stolen items, maybe what happened before will be over. At least, he doesn't have to worry about his livelihood like he does now." Su finally understood why Meg always stared at him during this period. Her eyes were complicated, but without any malice. She seemed to be indifferent to other people's affairs. "So she was a peace advocate?" He didn't answer, but asked back, "Captain, do you think everything can really be restored to the original state after I compromise?" In response to Su, Meg was silent for a long time. He raised his hand and gently stroked the pocket on his chest for a long time without putting it down, and turned to leave the dispatch office hall. Although he was not injured or hurt, Su felt that Meg's steps seemed to be much slower and heavier. He faced the scrolling screen again, covered his chest like Meg, and was puzzled. Does the captain of the Vanguard team have to be so ceremonial when accepting the mission? He shrugged indifferently, glanced at the mechanical clock on the wall, calculated that he should still have time, and quickly left the dispatch office. Seeing that Su was in a hurry to leave, the person hiding in the settlement window sneered smugly, and quietly returned to the upper floor to report. But just as he entered the elevator of the central square, Su walked out silently from the other side of the square, watching the elevator door slowly close with an intriguing look, and turned to the other side of Matthias. Su's footsteps did not stop in the dormitory area, but went straight to the Department of Materials and Energy, and successfully found the elevator of the material platform according to the previously estimated location. Su didn't expect that he was not the only one waiting here. The person in charge of the freight elevator was already used to it. There were no guardrails around the freight elevator, which was quite unsafe in the air. If he accidentally stepped on it, he would fall directly into the sea to feed the fish. But what did this have to do with the Ministry of Materials and Energy? Chapter 17. The green light on the top of the cargo elevator came on, and Su followed the others into the cargo elevator. With a violent shake, the iron cage used to hold supplies broke away from Mattia and fell rapidly in the hurricane at high altitude. Su closed his eyes and nosed tightly, but the strong wind still choked his eyes and made his throat sore. The chassis under his feet was actually very solid, but the iron cage was blown irregularly, and even if he held the railing tightly, he felt dizzy. "No, I'm going to vomit." Some people really couldn't help it, and they wanted to vomit when they lay on the railing, but when they opened their eyes and saw the sky below, they thought that if they accidentally fell, they would be finished, and the vomiting feeling disappeared instantly, and they honestly held the iron cage tightly. Su was wondering, and the people next to him teased him, "You are so uncomfortable, but you still have to go to the labor area. I have never seen you so diligent when you were on a mission. What's the use of being diligent? It's good enough to come back alive. Who knows if you will die in the sea on the next mission? As long as you are still alive, you must enjoy yourself while you can." The man covered his chest uncomfortably and wanted to speak, looking at the sea with fear. The elevator slowed down when it approached the material platform. The porters waiting to release the goods lined up at the railing. They were anxious to move the next trip, but they didn't dare to urge the people on the cargo elevator. Su recovered in a few breaths. When he walked down the iron cage, he looked up at Matthias again. His mood was different from when he stood here to count the supplies not long ago. Ignoring the other people who were weak in the back, he went to the suspension bridge he saw before alone. He unexpectedly saw the porter secretly hiding something near the barrel of the suspension bridge. The porter knew that he was discovered but was not panicked. He turned around and went back to move the supplies. This, and this are all worthless things to Matthias. The Materials and Energy Department won't accept them, only these are barely usable. Here's the receipt, take them away. Come here, a few laborers, take the usable ones to the freight elevator, and throw the unusable ones into the sea. Su retracted his foot on the suspension bridge, and turned his head to look at the source of the sound. He saw that the laborer who had hidden the things just now had moved a pile of worthless things in the words of the Materials and Energy Department and came closer. Before throwing them into the sea, he secretly hid some of them. He took a look and found that what was left behind were probably some small old appliances that were soaked in water and completely unusable, or useless decorative toys. Susu didn't expose them or stop them, but just frowned and watched them dumping a large amount of garbage back into the sea again. Should we care? Susu's answer was no. If he stopped it this time, could he stop it every time? He didn't want to meddle in other people's business. The world was already so rotten, and humans still didn't realize the root of the problem. It would be a relief for everything to destroy it as soon as possible. Destroy it, quickly. Susu laughed and walked across the swaying suspension bridge. The laborious ship was exposed to the sun. Susu lowered his head and followed the Vanguard team members, who came up later into the lower cabin. His eyes, which were stimulated by the dazzling light, gradually relaxed. He passed through the narrow door that was only wide enough for one person to pass through, and heard the noise of people. After coming out of the low door, there was a narrow and winding alley. The lights along the way were gorgeous but messy, just like the patches on the wall, which were pieced together. Susu even saw the anti-fraud app promotional poster for 2024. After returning from a mission, I heard that Xioxianglu has come with several new people. Really? Let's go and have a look. What's the hurry? Have you earned enough? Enough, of course not. How much is the labor zone worth? Susu murmured. Xioxiangla? It can't be that kind of place. Just hearing the name is not serious. The houses on the bottom of the cabin are densely packed. Susu came here for the first time and didn't know the way here. He could only follow those people to go deeper. The noise I heard before was getting closer and closer. When I opened the flag of a big country that was cut into 2 pieces, I saw a lively scene. No wonder I saw almost no people along the way. The laborers living on the bottom of the cabin gathered in the central area. In addition to the houses along the road that opened their doors to make shops, they also built 2 rows of small stalls with wooden boards and weeds. Most of the things on display were things Susu had seen before. Most of them were very old or even scrapped, but they were still novelties here. Many people stopped to patronize, and many even wore Matthias uniforms, including members of the Vanguard. Most people who came here went in one direction. Susu walked forward for a while, and finally saw the Xioxiangla mentioned by others. Unlike the extravagant and glamorous life that Susu imagined, the so-called Xioxiangla was just a gray 2-story building, a small compartment where other people lived on the bottom floor of the cabin. This 2-story building was built around an open space. In this chaotic and patchwork bottom world, it looked particularly abrupt and strange. The small building had windows, but no light could be seen. If it weren't for the woman standing at the door soliciting customers, Susu would have thought it was an abandoned house. This, sir? While Susu was distracted, someone saw him standing at the door for a long time and took the initiative to stick to him. Seeing him take 2 steps back, the woman smiled and approached him and said, "Is this your first time here, sir? Although you are unfamiliar, you are really good looking." The woman's hand was about to touch Susu's face. He lowered his eyes and glanced at her, then quietly pulled away from her. He raised his chin towards the Vanguard, who was heading to the Xioxianglu, and asked, "Do my teammates usually like to come here?" Susu took a step back, and the woman followed him. Her tone was very gentle, which was particularly attractive in the dim cabin. "Yes, sir, Matthias doesn't have the things we have here." "Yeah, I see." Susu pretended to greet someone, smiled, and avoided the woman's slightly deliberate inclination, and pulled up her collar that had slid to her arm. Seeing that her gentle plan failed, the woman asked with a smile, "So, the boss is here to look for someone?" Susu shrugged, "No, I just passing by out of curiosity." The woman stared at him meaningfully, and as if she understood something, she pushed him gently, and whispered with her hand covering her mouth, "Boss, if you don't like these girls at the door, Xioxianglu also has men, all kinds of them, you will be satisfied." As she said this, she was about to ask someone to come in and bring 2 out to show the guests. Susu had also worked as a salesperson. If the occasion and content were not wrong, he really wanted to give a thumbs up to the woman's business sales ability, but now, he only had 1 sentence, not needed for the time being. He did not evaluate the existence of Xioxianglu, nor could he judge whether these people who did not have much intersection with him were good or evil. The meaning of the existence of some people and things in a certain era was just that they existed. Susu refused and retreated all the way to the edge of the market, and unexpectedly saw a familiar face, and the man was also staring at him. "Oh, what a coincidence." He said hello to the porter he had seen on the material platform not long ago. At this moment, the man was sitting in front of a small stall, selling his goods. If Susu guessed correctly, these should be waste eliminated by the Ministry of Materials and Energy. Seeing the porter looking at him suspiciously, Susu pulled the corner of his mouth, Don't look at me, I'm really not here for fun. Chapter 18. Are you here to arrest us? The porter noticed Susu's gaze towards the stall. Susu laughed and said, How much do I weigh? He leaned over to the stall, squatted beside the porter, and asked familiarly, But other people don't seem to care? There are many Matthias coming and going here, and there are more than one stall owner, but no one stopped them. These are all old gadgets, worthless to the future of mankind, so Matthias don't want them. Since they are useless garbage, they don't want to care about them. Seeing Susu picking up a pair of leather boots that were originally broken and simply repaired, he explained, You guessed right, they were worn by people in Matthias, and they can be worn again after repairing them, right? These are what you don't want. Susu put down the shoes and asked, Aren't you unable to go to Matthias? The porter pointed to the top of his head and said, Every night the elevator will send garbage down for us to deal with. Susu guessed without asking that the so-called disposal is to throw it into the sea. The green leather waterproof cloth in front of him is indeed something that does not contribute to the future of mankind, but is it considered waste? The heart held in the chest of the little bear doll is embroidered with a day in 2033. This may be to celebrate someone's anniversary, or perhaps it is a gift that the child has longed for. Who wore the clothes piled in the corner? Whose family did the microwave oven heat up meals for before it was soaked in water? The jewelry and plastic buttons that were once extremely expensive are placed together, and their placement is not even as obvious as the cups and dishes. They more or less carry the emotional memories of their former owners, but in this era, they are marked as useless. Yes, human emotions are the least contributing here. A doll is worth 0.5 points, and a piece of clothing is worth 0.1 points. If you buy 5 pieces, you can pick a button. The iron box at your feet is a bit more expensive. In the old days, it was called a microwave oven. It can't be repaired. You can take it back and use it as a cabinet. It's 2 points. Susu had no desire to buy, so he turned around and asked, What's your name? The porter was a little surprised. This was the first time he was asked his name by Matthias. They, the laborers, were dispensable here. My name is Appa. Susu didn't care about Appa's awkwardness, and asked in a low voice, So besides being a porter and working in the planting and breeding areas, you rely on the market to earn contribution points from those people in Matthias? Those? Appa was stunned, and looked at the small incense building at the other end of the square. The leaders of Matthias are frequent customers there, and occasionally they will take a look when they pass by the stall. He had felt that the vanguard next to him was strange more than once, and asked in confusion, Why are you asking these questions? Want to make money. But this is a labor zone. It's really unheard of for vanguards to come to a labor zone to make money. Susu knew that this was a bit against the will of heaven, but making money is not shameful. Where there are people, there are job opportunities. He smiled and extended an olive branch. Originally, I wanted to come here to see if there was a place that hired part-time workers, but seeing that you and I get along well, I thought of a way to make money, and I can take you with me. Appa was skeptical. The other party was a member of the vanguard, and there was no need to lie to him, but because he was a member of the vanguard, it was even more unreliable to say that there was a way to make money. This person had helped him on the material platform before, and he didn't look like a bad person. He tried to ask, Tell me first. Susu pointed at the things on the stall and said, Mattia won't accept these, but I bring you more interesting gadgets in the future. I take 30% of each item that can be sold. How about it? He roughly understood the prices in this place. Usable and practical things are basically in the range of 0.1 to 2 points. Electrical appliances that can't be used after being soaked in water can only be bought for more than 2 points. The most expensive electrical appliances that can be used can be sold for 20 points. According to the retention rate of goods sold at each stall in this market, the ones that can be sold are handicrafts that are not very useful. They are all bought by Mattia's citizens with spare money as decorations, or to please the sweethearts of Xioxianglu. Occasionally, daily necessities such as pots and pans are sold. In other words, if he wants to do this business, he can just pick small appliances and handicrafts that can be repaired and bring them back in the future. Seeing that Appa was still thinking, Susu glanced at the time on the communicator and did not urge the other party to give a quick reply. He scanned the things on the stall and found a scrapped electric fan at the edge. He used a key he found from somewhere as a screwdriver to unscrew the back cover and chassis. It should have been a while since it was fished out. The water has dried up. He checked and found that the circuit boards were intact. The main problem was that the engine was soaked in water. Susu was not idle. He searched in the box at the back and found a hair dryer. This thing was waterproof, but the short circuit burned the wire. You have been living here all the time. How did you get here? Susu cut the insulation cover of the wire, and asked, while lowering his head to stroke the neutral and live wires. Some people were originally in Mattia, but they made mistakes or used up their contribution points, so they were driven here. Others were directly recruited from the underground city base. Once you enter the labor zone, you can't leave it for the rest of your life. Appa saw that Susu was repairing seriously, so he moved the desk lamp a little closer to him. Susu then understood that it seemed that Meg and the others didn't take him on the mission before, just waiting for him to use up his contribution points. He asked, "What about you?" Appa looked up and thought about it, but shook his head and said, "As for me, I have been in the labor zone since I can remember. I don't know where I came from, and I don't have parents." "Sir, take care, come again next time." Appa's eyes were attracted by the voice of Xioxianglu, and he saw the woman sending away the satisfied citizens of Mattia in a gentle voice. Just now, he saw Susu's reaction. He didn't treat women as playthings like other citizens of Mattia. He sighed helplessly. In fact, they are also poor people. There are limited job opportunities in the breeding area. They are not strong enough to be porters. They can't leave the labor area. Under the dim light, Appa is only in his 20s, and his eyes are full of vicissitudes of life. He held the skin of his calloused hands, and muttered that he didn't sell anything today, and it would be difficult to explain when he got home. Mattia is powered by solar energy. The giant ship flies high in the sky, and receives direct sunlight without shelter. Electricity is the most abundant resource here. Susu connected the wires, and the sound of wind suddenly sounded, attracting the attention of many people nearby. He blew the motor of the electric fan slowly, but he had to move it away in time to avoid overheating. Until he confirmed that all the parts were dry, he confirmed the circuit again, plugged in the wires to confirm that it could rotate, and then installed the back cover. After all, it's soaked in water, so the fan will make a lot of noise when it's running, so it may not last long. But this hair dryer is quite useful. Susu handed the fan and hair dryer to Appa calmly, but saw that the other party was shocked. Chapter 19. I've been watching you guys for a long time. Is this thing really fixed? How do you use it? Just point it at it, and it will dry things. A man dressed like a citizen of Matthias came from a stall not far away, and looked at the thing in Susu's hand with suspicion. Susu nodded. Press here to open it. This is for cold and hot air. The man asked, You fixed it? You are a member of the Vanguard, and you came here to fix this? Did you collect useful materials, and hide them secretly? Susu saw that the other party was looking for trouble, so he asked back, Are you saying that the inspection team didn't check carefully enough, or that the Ministry of Materials and Energy was blind? He lowered his head, and looked at his clothes. Although the man's words were unpleasant to hear, it did remind him that he had to cover up a little next time. He thought that the noble Uni Garden would not, and did not want to reach into the labor area, so he ran here to find an opportunity, but if he was too ostentatious, he would be caught. Hearing what Susu said, he dared not say anything wrong about the inspection team, and the Ministry of Materials and Energy. The deadlock was broken by Susu, who took the initiative to introduce the hair dryer enthusiastically. The hair dryer is a good thing that everyone had at home in the old days. As long as you have it, you don't have to wait for your hair to dry before you can rest after a hard day's work. You don't have to worry about the lack of sunshine in Mattiari, and the clothes taking 3 or 4 days to dry. As long as you plug it in, everything is fine. And we guarantee that the things you buy are from a worry-free source, and are absolutely worth the money. You have a good eye and saw it first, otherwise it would have been bought by someone else. Hey, that person seems to be interested too, he came over. Susu said, picking up the hair dryer and introducing it to others. Come back, I buy this thing, how many points? The man took out the communicator, and was about to settle the bill. Susu looked back at Appa, who also looked at him in confusion, not sure. You are the boss. Susu laughed. Appa quoted a price without confidence, 12 contribution points. Seeing that someone else was curiously approaching, the man who was questioning Susu suddenly changed his temperament, and transferred the money readily, and took the hair dryer from Susu's hand. This is mine. Seeing him raise his chin to the other people who came over as if showing off, he walked away from the stall with brisk steps. Susu returned to the stall calmly, and continued to search for objects that could be repaired in the waste pile calmly, silently hiding the ecstasy in his heart that was exposed from the corner of his mouth. 12 points, that is 36 tortillas, there is really something here. Appa held his points bracelet in both hands, and his original hesitation was crushed by the contribution point in front of him. You just said cooperation? Unlike the citizens of Mattia, the Lao people can use the points directly with the communicator. The points bracelet can only show the balance, but the bracelet can be used to exchange materials or transfer points on the platform. Still valid. Susu's expression has returned to calm. He has always been very patient in making money. Appa pointed to the scrapped electrical appliances in the corner, which can only be used as decorations if bought back, in addition to the pile there. If you can repair the ones you bring back in the future, I will split 50% with you. How about it? Susu wanted this effect, and happily accepted, of course. His concession before was to give Roger a sweet treat. Meg didn't want to interfere in his affairs. After all, he was an unstable factor, but with an ambitious Roger, at least he could be guaranteed to be taken with him on future missions. Whether in the past or now, Susu always believed that it was impossible to make a lot of money by working hard in his main business, so if he wanted to get rich, he had to look far away. Appa talked excitedly about setting up a table for Susu next to the stall, so that he would not have to stay at home to repair things in the future. I will put another lamp here in the future and find the brightest bulb for you. Okay. Susu looked at the time. Now he was rushing back to Mattia. There was just enough time for him to complete the training and punch in. Appa, I have to go back. See you next time. Appa's voice suddenly dropped, and he pursed his lips awkwardly. He opened his mouth but hesitated to speak, lowered his head and nodded, okay. Susu saw through his thoughts at a glance, patted his shoulder and said, don't worry, I won't break my promise. Looking at Appa, who was a head shorter than him, he suddenly thought of his brothers and sisters in the welfare home, and felt a little more intimate out of thin air. Hearing Susu's promise, Appa nodded with shining eyes. He had met many people in Mattia, but the one in front of him was the only one who helped him, and was willing to take him to earn a living. Looking at the gradually receding back, Appa tiptoed and waved goodbye. We agreed goodbye. Susu smiled and waved back, returning to the material platform along the way he came. The cargo elevator back to Mattia is usually full and can't take people. If you want to return to Mattia, you have to wait for the scheduled return flight. However, unlike the flight platform, which goes back and forth once an hour, the material platform can only wait for 3 return flights in the morning, noon and evening. Once you miss it, you can only take the arc of other vanguards back. These were all mentioned by others on the same trip when he came down. If he missed this evening shift, he would have to wait until tomorrow morning. What will happen if he misses training? In Susu's eyes, Matthias is a large sweatshop, with low wages and few benefits. Once a mistake is made, he will be held accountable to the end. In the past, there was labor arbitration to appeal, but Susu could not see any mercy in this place for the time being. Susu stood by the return cabin door in deep thought, vaguely hearing the echo of morning above his head. Just as he was about to look up, he heard other people in the cabin sigh. I almost forgot, today is the 6th. More and more citizens have died in missions, and the lyrics of the memorial service have not been finished for a long time recently. What if one day we also? Even if we really die one day, we have dedicated our lives for the future of mankind. The Pajo Palace will always remember us. Yes, the Pajo Palace will always remember us. A loud chorus suddenly sounded, and most people in the cabin stood up and looked up devoutly. Their singing followed the elegy, and the wailing did not end until the return cabin returned to Matthias. The cabin door slowly opened, and a large number of people rushed to the central square like moths to a flame. However, Susu, who was watching from a distance, was an outlier in the crowd. A hexagonal platform was erected in the center of the square. 6 believers in golden robes stood at each corner of the platform, holding a handful of fine soil in their hands and raising it above their heads. They bowed and mourned under the gaze of all citizens, and then slowly walked down the steps. After each verse, they sprinkled the soil in their hands on the coffin under the platform. The people are dead, and only fools like to watch this play. This sarcasm was the opposite of the funeral music. Susu turned around and saw a woman wearing the same vanguard uniform, standing not far behind him with her hands on her hips. Her high golden ponytail was very eye-catching. In addition to the weapon, she also had a crude rag doll on her waist, which swayed slightly with her movements. Noticing Susu's sight, she blew away the side bangs that blocked her eyes, strode over, and raised her eyebrows and asked, Are you Susu? Chapter 20. Another revenge. Susu was no longer surprised by this, but his strong desire to know what Susu had done had not been answered. Yes. Susu did not hide it. Seeing the other party's posture, he might recognize him, so it was useless to hide. You are honest. The woman put her hands on her waist, and spoke in a gentle voice. On the day when Matthias was hit by the thunderstorm, Someone saw the woman living in number 963 escape from the garden in the chaos. At that time, everyone was trying to catch you, and no one paid attention to her. The woman in number 963? Susu realized that he was talking about the one that Susu had seen in Uni Garden before. He asked, what happened to her later? Dead. Susu was a little caught off guard by the other party's answer. Why? What happened? Nothing happened. She rushed to the deck as soon as she came out and jumped down by herself. The woman's last tone was like a lament, which was even more affectionate than the elegy in her ears. You didn't kill her, but... I asked the people in the garden, and they said you opened her door. Although Susu didn't know the other party's identity, he guessed that she was here to settle the score when she asked. Because he didn't have the memory of Susu, he didn't deny or refute it. After coming to this world, everyone he met was investigating the samples he took away, and the person in front of him was the only one who mentioned the woman. No matter what happened to her in the garden, it was a life after all. What is your relationship with her? The woman frowned and looked at Susu. I didn't expect this handsome man to be so heartless. Susu shook his head and answered with the records in his diary. I don't know her, I just saw her when I was on patrol. She wanted to escape at that time, and she left her tag when she was taken back, and I picked it up. The last few pages of Susu's diary were torn off, and he didn't know what happened later. The woman raised her head and smiled sadly, as if she was relieved. It took a long time for her to look at Susu again. My name is Lydia, the captain of the 7th Squad of the Vanguard. You come to my team. What? Susu guessed the other party's identity, but he didn't expect that she was the only female captain of Matthias in the legend. Lydia's attitude towards him was not friendly. Susu pondered for a while, and felt more reluctant and helpless. Lydia stroked her ponytail. Following me, you won't give much benefit, but at least you won't be excluded like you are now. She heard about what happened to Mattia recently, as soon as she came back from the mission, but she didn't come to trouble Susu as others imagined. Susu was even more puzzled by this female captain named Lydia. Since she knew what happened, she was willing to let him join her team. When she made the proposal, she was not enthusiastic about recruiting, but she didn't have any malice. Susu vaguely felt that her attitude towards Uni Garden was very subtle, and it seemed not good. Captain Lydia, I thank you for your invitation. But joining your team should not change the current situation. Instead, Uni Garden will target one more person, and even implicate your team. There is really no need for this. Susu looked back at the central square and said coldly, anyway, there is no way out. Whoever bows his head will be a grandson. Hearing him say that, Lydia couldn't help but laugh. If Susu agreed to join, she wouldn't be so surprised. Now that he chose to compete with Uni Garden, she had to look up to him. Okay, I remember that. If you need help in the future, just come to me. After she finished speaking, she touched the head of the doll on her belt, cursed Pajo Palace again, and stretched her body to the dispatch office. Susu's always active thinking was a little behind, staring at her leaving back, and didn't understand her intentions. He shrugged his shoulders, and didn't spend any more time to pursue it. He counted down, and finally rushed to the training base to punch in. Almost less than 8 hours. Susu put away the communicator for punching in, complaining in his heart, and then he had the mind to face the training base. The training ground looked larger than the total area of the third-class citizen dormitory area. In addition to the fitness equipment in the corner, there were gun ranges, fighting rings, and physical training grounds. After returning from the mission, weapons and protective equipment must be left on the Ark and sent back to the Combat Readiness Center to wait for the next mission. He didn't know how to use the equipment before, so he could only use the cold weapons at hand, and it was very difficult to fight back. Susu walked towards the gun range and picked a gun that looked similar to the one assigned to him. While pretending to check the gun, he lowered his eyes and quietly observed how others used it. He used to live in a socialist country and was a good citizen for more than 20 years. Let alone shooting a gun, he had never touched it. Although he had no experience, Susu learned quickly and figured out the steps immediately. He pulled the bolt back to charge, and after the red light on the side turned green and then blue, he slowly raised his aim to the crosshairs, but unfortunately he missed the first time. TSK, with such accuracy, I don't know how you got into Uni Garden. Susu looked in the direction of the voice, and found that the person who ridiculed him was very familiar. It was Patton. But now Patton was without those followers. He leaned against the wall listlessly, as if he had been drained of all his energy. No wonder he didn't notice Patton's existence. The ghost is still there. Susu just complained in his heart, but Patton didn't show any intention of tolerance. It's really a ghost. Patton had to support his knees with both hands to stand up. He staggered forward 2 steps. His slow legs gradually became stronger with his steps. His eyes, which were originally sad, were bright and energetic. In an instant, he seemed to have become a different person, more flamboyant than he had seemed during the day. The moment he passed by him, Susu smelled a strong smell of disinfectant. Patton walked quickly to the shooting range, fluently turned the bolt to charge, raised the gun, and fired 10 rounds at the target until the magnetic energy was exhausted. He did not stop there, striding onto the fighting stage to fight, and after defeating 3 people in a row, he ran into the physical training field without stopping, and did all 20 physical trainings, winning praise from other people in the field. What a pity, there are real people outside to mourn him. Otherwise, more people would have seen his strong strength. Patton felt a little disappointed, but when he thought that he could put pressure on Susu, who might have been scared and was ready to come to him to admit his mistakes, he felt a little relieved. Thinking of this, Patton looked at Susu's position, and saw that he was flipping through an instruction manual that was used to pad the corner of the table, and he was so angry that his teeth itched. So Susu didn't even look at him just now, this ignorant idiot. Signal gun, trap, dispersal device, underwater alarm. Oh, these are the basic equipment for the Vanguard members. Susu didn't care about Patton's performance, he just thought they were noisy, and flipped through the diagram, and he also saw how to use this electromagnetic gun. Directional electromagnetic, need to be charged in time. Susu referred to the manual, recalled the steps of shooting just now, and once again raised the gun to aim at the center of the target. After the gunshot, a wisp of black smoke ignited in the middle of the target in the distance, and behind the gun were Susu's calm and determined eyes. Chapter 21. Not wanting the last incident to happen again, Susu changed out of his Vanguard uniform, and found a new opera mask that no one had ever paid attention to in Appa's junk pile. Before the next mission message came, Susu spent almost all his time in the labor zone, except for getting familiar with the weapons of this era at the training base. At first, Appa was worried that Susu would not come, and later he was afraid that Susu would cooperate with others, but none of these happened. He just sat quietly in the corner repairing things, and only reacted when he heard the points coming in. Like a repair machine that only cares about money. Appa thinks so, but the Vanguard is so short of money, aren't other people generous? 15 points to buy a usable induction cooker? Mattia, have you caught up with the depreciation of points and inflation? At least 20. 16 points? No, you look like you are rich in the uniform of the navigation department. 19 can't be less. 17 is not okay. Are you going to buy it or not? And then I will buy 18, you will buy 17.5, and then I will buy 17.75, right? There are people lining up behind you. If you don't want it, just be the next one. Relying on Susu's repair and price-raising skills, they have earned at least 50 points recently, but he is still so stingy. Why do you only eat tortillas? Appa is really curious about where Susu's money goes, and why he doesn't spend it. Susu took a bite of the biscuit. We have reached a strategic cooperation with the canteen. I help them move goods. They don't give points, but they can give me food in exchange. Bread is the most convenient and filling, it's good. Someone intercepted all of Mattia's odd jobs. Even if someone wanted to find Susu to work, seeing that Uni Garden's intentions were so obvious, they didn't want to conflict with the top management because of odd jobs, so they had to give up Susu, the cheap laborer. So Susu found another way, and secretly found the person in charge of the canteen, saying that he would not charge points for helping the canteen, but only food. Uni Garden could not find out his income, and would not discover their cooperation. Even if they did, he was just a warm-hearted citizen passing by. Then don't you spend your money. Susu touched the communicator in his pocket, and said contentedly, no need to spend it. Seeing the numbers increase day by day makes me happier than buying anything. If this money can be used as medical expenses for my younger brothers and sisters. Thinking of this, Susu's face became much darker. He didn't know why he was saving money now, but if he didn't save money, he couldn't find any meaning in this world. His money-loving appearance made Appa to admit defeat. Seeing that Susu was repairing new things again, Appa asked, you are so good that you can even repair things from the old times. Why don't you go to the maintenance department? The mission of the Vanguard is so dangerous, and Mattia is the safest place in the world. Is it safe? Susu pulled the corners of his mouth and laughed dryly. The sea is also good, there are many opportunities. The electrical appliances in the welfare home were too old and always broke down. The director was reluctant to replace them because of thriftiness, so he learned to repair them himself. Later, He repaired all the electrical appliances that could be seen at home. When he was collecting medical expenses, he also worked as a repairman for a few days, but unfortunately the salary at that time was too low in cost performance compared to now. The communicator suddenly sounded a reminder, interrupting their conversation. Susu took it out to check, and his eyebrows curved. Look, isn't the opportunity here? Meg, tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, flying platform. Barton also received the news of the mission. The next day, he slowly arrived at the flying platform. He found that Susu had not come this time, and couldn't help but sneered. It's a poor way to pretend. The shuttle runs once an hour, and it's already past 7 o'clock. Susu can't make it in time anyway. Didn't Captain Meg notify him? That shouldn't be the case. Roger's eagerness stood out in the queue, and he didn't stop until he noticed Patton's cold eyes. Patton said coldly, "Let's go." The captain of their team had registered at the Combat Readiness Center and drove out of the Ark. It had already stopped on the platform. After the group boarded the boat, they found that Susu had fallen asleep on the Ark. "He's here?" Meg looked back at Susu when he heard it. Susu had been waiting here before he arrived at the platform. Maybe he came early, or he didn't go back for a night. Susu fell asleep as soon as he got on the boat. He was too lazy to ask more questions, nor was he too lazy to answer Patton and the others. The cabin's radio broadcasted the navigation department's report. The 10th Squadron of the Vanguard has arrived, the combat readiness has been confirmed, and the return time has been confirmed. This mission is a cleanup mission. Kill the 2 types of suspected evolutionary alien creatures that have appeared recently at the target location. The double-toothed spiny fish, and bring back usable samples. Received. Meg replied. On the other side of the cabin, most of them were unwilling to perform this mission. But now that everyone has boarded the ship, the navigation department will not allow them to refuse again, and their dissatisfaction with the captain is even stronger. Arc 951, get on the second runway and prepare for departure. Since they were approaching with a chattering sound, Susu had already woken up. Listening to the endless complaints in his ears, he silently said in his heart, double-toothed spiny fish? Like the previous pufferfish? When the land was not submerged, the earth had rich and diverse species. Now there is only the vast ocean, and the creatures on the earth have long exceeded his cognition. They did not fly for too long on this mission. They stopped at a high altitude in the sea, and then slowly descended steadily. Susu recalled that when they set out, Meg still reported the mission time of 4 days to the navigation department, and figured out that this mission might be quite difficult. The Ark did not enter the sea directly, but stayed on the sea to observe the situation. I haven't seen the spiny fish in person. I heard that it is a new species that was discovered in the past 2 years. If anyone has seen it before, please tell me about it. No, but I have heard of it. It is said that the spiny fish has 2 rows of teeth, and even its bones and dorsal fins have spikes. It is extremely fast in the water, and has a strong bite ability. The Vanguard team encountered it before, and the man was bitten into 2 sections as soon as he entered the water. Wearing protective clothing is useless. Many people in the cabin took a breath after hearing this. Some people said worriedly, protective clothing is not armor. We don't have to go into the water this time, do we? Patton put down his legs that were raised high, glanced at Susu who was still asleep, and suggested, then we will do the same as before, send 2 kayaks into the water, lure the target to appear, and then cooperate with the Ark to counterattack and block it. It's just that this person. Susu knew what Patton was up to without opening his eyes, and didn't want to care. Meg didn't influence their thoughts. When they had almost finished discussing, she stood up and said, get ready. Hey. You don't want to sleep until the mission is over and just get the contribution points. Suddenly someone kicked Susu's seat. He frowned slightly and opened his eyes. He saw a few faces gloating. The people behind them were pale, shivering with their heads down. They looked like the unlucky ones who went into the water with him. Expecting that even if he refused, he would be thrown into the Ark by Patton and the others, Susu cooperated and took the initiative to get on the kayak decently. The others were not as calm as him. They kept begging Patton to let them go along the way. Susu leaned on the kayak and watched. Among the people who were used as bait, there was Guanjia, who had been bullied all the time. The other 2 were also insignificant in the team. Susu laughed, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, who is the coward. Chapter 22. Guanjia originally wanted to take a kayak with Susu, but he took his foot back as soon as he stepped on it, and lowered his head to go to another kayak. Susu didn't care who was traveling with him, but he remembered what Rogier and the others had said just now, that this spyfish had strong attack power and fast speed, and would be a very difficult challenge. As the kayak was driven away, he subconsciously touched the electromagnetic gun on his waist. When he just woke up in this world, he also had such a kayak next to him. Although he didn't remember what happened before, it seemed that his situation was no different from now. The last time he was in the underwater holiday hotel, he didn't go too far away from the team when he acted alone, and he was lucky, but now, he probably can only rely on himself. Their kayak kept moving forward without stopping, and the members of Susu's team crawled timidly underneath, singing intermittently. Susu carefully identified it in the sound of the waves, and realized that he was humming the elegy of the Pasa Palace, and couldn't help but sneered. The ripples left by the kayak on the sea surface gradually faded, and they slowly stopped on the sea surface. Susu stood up and looked around the sea surface, holding the dagger on the side of his thigh in his left hand, and his right hand was ready to draw the gun at any time. The surging sea water was chaotic and unclear, and the danger hidden under the water was difficult to see. He did not lean down to look, but calmly waited for the target to show up. The elegy on the sea surface was desolate and absurd, and was suddenly broken by a scream, which seemed to be from the direction of Guanjia and his team. Seeing that Susu was about to start the kayak to go to Guanjia and his team, the team members who had been shrinking and motionless immediately stopped him. "I don't even have time to hide. Why are you rushing to cause trouble?" Susu responded coldly. "If you don't catch the alien creatures, how long do you plan to drift on the sea?" When asked this question, the team member was speechless. Seeing that their kayak had turned around, he still wanted to struggle. But that is a Type 2 pseudo-evolution, we can't beat it. So you are ready to send a signal to the captain at any time. You are only busy singing at this time. Do you expect Pasa Hall to help you wearing a cloak that is in the way? Susu controlled the direction with a cold face. When he heard his teammates angry and wanting to defend themselves, he spoke in advance. "I suggest you don't move around. This is my first time to operate this. I only read the instructions twice before the mission." "Ah?" When the team member heard this, he immediately squatted down and grabbed the handrail. He remembered what Susu had just said and quickly took out the signal gun and prepared it. The screams were getting closer and closer, and Susu heard the sound of another propeller stirring the water. "Help!" Guanjia's hand holding the electromagnetic gun kept shaking. He shot at the dorsal fin that was following the kayak, but he couldn't hit it. The team member shouted impatiently, "Shut up. It's all your fault for firing in advance and angering the monster. If you keep arguing, we throw you down to feed the fish." Guanjia widened his eyes in fear and dared not speak again. He kept retreating, trying to hide in a safe place, but there was nowhere to hide in this small kayak. The dorsal fin following the kayak was getting closer and closer, and the spikes on the dorsal fin reflected the cold light under the scorching sun, and it was about to hit their kayak. "We can't let it hit us. The spiny fish is full of thorns. If the kayak is damaged, we will still die." The teammate's words brought Guanjia back to his senses, and he quickly aimed at the target again and held the electromagnetic gun tightly. But he had already fired a few shots before, and after firing a few more shots, it would take time to recharge. "What should I do?" Guanjia was so anxious that he was about to cry. "You swam too fast, and I couldn't hit you at all." His teammates were also panicked, but they were calmer than Guanjia. He saw Guanjia waiting for the electromagnetic gun to recharge like a waste, and his contempt and abuse were poured into his hand that was stretched out to Guanjia. "You are useless anyway, so just go into the water to help me contain the monster. This is the only useful thing you have done since joining the Vanguard for so long." Guanjia waved his hands and struggled wildly, trying desperately to resist. "No!" When Susu arrived in a kayak, he saw the fight on Guanjia's boat from a distance. He didn't have time to signal to intervene, and saw Guanjia excitedly pushing his teammates off the boat. "Ah!" The force holding him disappeared, and the insults in his ears became sharp and painful wails. Guanjia opened his eyes, and found that his teammates had fallen into the water, and were being torn apart by the monsters under the water. He originally wanted to save people, but when he thought about how he was almost thrown into the water just now, he silently withdrew his hand. Guanjia couldn't help but curl up his lips slightly. He was surprised to find that Susu and his ship had approached him at some point. He immediately lowered his lips and trembled to Susu for help. "Help! Save him! I was really careless. I was just too scared." Susu did not respond to his plea, but turned back to signal his teammates to send a signal immediately. When Fang Zhou received the message and rushed over, the sea was already blood red. The team members, who had become food for the monster, had long lost their lives. Half of their faces had been bitten off, and one of their eyes was staring at Guanjia. The heavy magnetic cannon is fully charged, ready to attack. "I do it!" Patton squeezed out the team member, who controlled the heavy magnetic cannon, and fired a shot at the center of the blood. Both kayaks were within the target range. Susu realized the danger in an instant and shouted, "Get down!" He immediately lay down and pressed against the bottom of the boat, holding the handrails tightly with both hands, but was still affected by the water splashing out instantly. If it weren't for the protective suit, he would probably be in trouble. The water boat followed up and down, almost turning over. Susu vaguely felt that something was strange. Before he found the source of the abnormality, he saw Patton driving the new kayak and preparing to come over to collect the net. "Wait!" Susu blurted out a warning. Suddenly, a big fish with spikes all over its body rushed out from the bottom of the sea, opened its big mouth full of black teeth, and was about to bite Patton on the kayak. "What?" The big fish blocked the sky above his head, and the sharp teeth that were hooked on his teammates' broken limbs were about to cover him head-on. Patton had almost no time to react. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out at the same time, and the spiny fish screamed in pain, fell straight into the sea, and set off a huge wave. Patton turned his head to look at the source of the gunshot, staring at Susu with mixed feelings. The Ark was cheering for Rogier's shooting of the spiny fish, but only Patton and Rogier knew that the shot did not hit the target at all, and it was Susu's shot that really hit the vital part of the spiny fish's upper jaw. Meg glanced at Susu and said, "Why are you still standing there, waiting for the spiny fish to recover and escape?" That shot only hit the vital part of the spiny fish, and the Type 2 pseudo-evolved monster would not die easily because of a single shot. Susu put away his gun and cooperated with the team members on the Ark to net the monster that had temporarily lost its ability to move, without any intention of seeking credit from beginning to end. He returned to the Ark again and passed by Rogier. "You know what's good for you. I give you a little sweet treat," Rogier whispered. Susu had expected Roger to say this, and accepted it happily. "Okay, but I won't say thank you." In the countless odd jobs he had done before, he also worked as a fish butcher in our team art. He hit the fish's forehead with a knife, and even the most active and lively ones would be stunned. Killing fish, he is very good at it. A bandit camp has appeared, requesting nearby teams support. The public speaker in the cabin suddenly broadcast a call for help, and Meg did not move until she heard the message from the navigation department. "The 10th, 19th, and 27th teams of the Vanguard, please go to the Amanda Sea area immediately." Chapter 23. Received. Meg responded and drove the Ark to the coordinates set by the navigation department, without any resentment for being assigned again just after completing the mission. Usually at this time, Patton would have started to complain, but this time he was very silent. He poured a spoonful of tonic powder into the water cup and shook it violently. "Patton, didn't you drink a cup before leaving?" A team member saw it and whispered a reminder. Patton glared at him fiercely. "Shut up. Is it because the dosage prepared by the laboratory is not enough that he reacted so late?" He was actually compared to Susu, the guy who couldn't even hold a gun before. "Patton." Rogier looked like nothing happened and was about to sit next to Patton as usual. Patton looked back and a teammate immediately squeezed Rogier away and sat next to him. The meaning was quite obvious. Rogier had been a follower for so long. How could he not see what Patton meant? Actively stepping back and giving up the contribution points of the spiny fish to Patton? Rogier didn't want to. He felt that he was equally serious in training. In the assessment of the Vanguard team, his scores were not much different from Patton's, but since Patton was selected by the experimental center, the gap between them has become larger and larger. Now that he has finally found an opportunity to be noticed by the experimental center, why should he give it up to Patton? If he was the focus of the experimental center's training, he could do better than Patton. The cabin fell into a strange silence, and the team members' eyes wandered between Patton and Rogier. They didn't dare to offend Patton, but Rogier's momentum was also very strong recently. After all, before Captain Meg withdrew, no one knew who the next captain would be. "Rogier, sit here." Someone whispered to Rogier to sit there. Unfortunately, it happened to be in the front row of Susu. As soon as Rogier sat down, it seemed that he had directly assigned Susu, who was dozing off again, to his own camp. Susu was not asleep at all. He slightly opened one eye to observe the situation in the cabin, with his drooping eyebrows slightly curved. He kindly added some fuel to the silent war between the two, patted Rogier's shoulder lightly, and asked in a low voice, "Rogier, what exactly is Patton soaking?" Looking at the few spiny fish, Rogier answered Susu's question. "It is a physical fitness supplement developed by Professor Gabriel of the Experimental Center." "You don't have it?" Susu's question sounded a little simple. Rogier snorted coldly and didn't answer, But the answer was already obvious. Susu raised his eyebrows slightly, and said lightly, seemingly unintentionally, "I thought you had it too." After speaking, he saw Roger clench his fists, and successfully closed his eyes to rest. Susu was just taking a light nap. He woke up as soon as the ark stopped. He looked out the window, and saw other support teams coming. The ark landed smoothly on the raft on the sea. Meg was the first to get off the boat, and walked towards the captain of the 6th team, who had requested support. Susu looked at the sea camp curiously. There was no doubt that this was a product built by humans. The camp was built with wood, bamboo rafts, and some light building materials. It was initially estimated that it could accommodate 40 or 50 people. It was surrounded by iron nets, and a circle of traps to prevent alien creatures from invading. He thought that there were only the underground base, and the humans of Mattia left in this world. Were there any on the sea? How did they survive in such a harsh environment? Seeing that Meg finally arrived, the captain of the 6th team complained dissatisfiedly, "Meg, if you had come earlier, we could have caught the thieves in this camp." Meg briefly said, "We were on a mission," and set off immediately after receiving the order. The captain of the 6th team was still angry. He saw the spiny fish dragged by Ark 951 at a glance, and said with a snort, "So you are fearless." Meg did not choke back, and glanced at the camp indifferently. "Since everyone has run away, we will help move the supplies." The captain of the 6th team blocked his sight, and hesitated. "Are you going to share the results of our team now?" Being questioned like this, Meg, who has always been patient, also frowned slightly, and said in a deep voice, "The 10th team received the order from the navigation department, and came to assist. The implication is that they are just assisting." The captain of the 6th team gave way, but still asked people to follow Meg's team. Thieves? Camp? Susu caught the key words. Could he understand that the people who lived here before were pirates? But judging from their style, they were not like the pirates in his impression. "You have been pampered in Uni Garden for too long, and have no knowledge." Roger could not help but sneer. He straightened his back, and rarely felt superior in front of Susu. "The people who live here are all traitors, who violated the human alliance. They often poach when Matthias is not paying attention, and even boldly attack the returning ships of the Vanguard to rob resources. Some thieves' camps will even unite to resist Matthias, and set traps underwater. Several vanguards have suffered setbacks before." Poaching? Susu did not question it, but keenly reserved his opinion. He followed Meg into the depths of the camp, searching for supplies in the assigned areas, and packing them up to take away. Susu still had no teammates to accompany him. He looked at Meg, who was also unassisted from time to time. He noticed that he was not in a hurry to search for things, but was looking around for something, a bit like looking like he was looking for something. Following Meg's line of sight, he explored the camp as far as he could see. Susu didn't find anything unusual. He just thought that Meg might be looking for someone familiar, and turned around to do his own thing. There were no weapons and equipment in the camp. Most of them were very ordinary daily necessities. Judging from the degree of use, people here should have lived here for a while. The wooden door was eroded by the sea breeze, and was a little rotten and smelly. A little force would fall off. Susu gently pushed open a door, and saw that the food on the table was half eaten. He leaned over to take a look. The soup was still warm. Most of the people living here had just left not long ago. He noticed that there was a small bowl of rice paste on the table. The spoon was small, and looked like baby food. There wasn't much food hidden in the cabinet, but it was one of the few things that could be considered as supplies in this small family. "Let's go, let's go, let's go hand in hand. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go on an outing together." A familiar nursery rhyme suddenly sounded behind him. Susu was stunned and suddenly turned his head to look at the wardrobe in the corner of the room that he hadn't checked yet. Susu touched the electromagnetic gun on his waist with his right hand and approached it with the lightest steps. When he was about to approach the wardrobe, the door suddenly opened. A black shadow rushed out of the cabinet, and the blade in the man's hand reflected a cold light, and in the blink of an eye, he came in front of Susu. What a quick move. Susu dodged quickly. A sharp cold light flashed before his eyes, and the blade was only a hair's breadth away from cutting his neck. He smelled a strong smell of blood, and dodged another strong attack quickly. When he was about to retreat, the figure blocked his retreat the next moment, and the cold blade pressed against his neck without any explanation. Susu had no doubt that if he moved a little, his life would be over here. "Don't move, don't make a sound," the other party said, turning off the music of the children's toy in his hand. The voice beside his ear was cold, but Susu always felt it was familiar, so he said in a friendly way, "Don't kill me, I'm just an insignificant shrimp soldier and crab general. I won't pose a threat to you. Not important, right? Then as long as you kill your mouth, no one will know I've been here. Ah? Su laughed dryly. Wait for me to sort out the words. He stiffened his neck, stared at the knife in front of his neck timidly, with a bitter face and a look of trying to think hard. A silent sigh suddenly sounded in the silent house, and the man approached with a knife in his hand, and then said, Am I discussing with you? At the moment when the blade cut through the skin, Su grabbed the other's left hand and pressed it hard on his wound without mercy. At the moment of pain and release, he turned around and ran towards the door. Are you kidding? He knew he was no match for this man as soon as they fought. Wouldn't he run away and dance on his grave? He had observed the other person's movements and deliberately avoided using his left hand many times, so he guessed that the source of the bloody smell probably came from there. Come! Su opened the door and was about to call for help, but a pair of hands stretched out from behind, covered his mouth, and pulled him back. Su refused to admit defeat and grabbed the other person's wound again, but he didn't find another chance to escape. His mouth and nose were tightly covered by his hands, and his back was slightly painful from the foreign object on the door. The man came very close, and his warm breath sprayed on his face. Su realized that the man in front of him was sweating profusely, and was struggling to close his eyes and open them again. With the light coming into the room through the crack of the door, he seemed to be identifying something. It's you. Su was stunned, a little surprised. Huh? Do we know each other? Before he could get a reply from the other party, the man in front of him, who was a head taller than him, lost his strength and fell on him in a daze, almost knocking him down. He must have heard a call from this direction, and there were footsteps outside the door, getting closer and closer to them. Chapter 24. Su was quite strong, but it was still a bit difficult for him to hold up an adult male. Looking at the clothes this person was wearing, from the color to the workmanship, they were not made by Matthias. He was soaked and had wounds on his body. He must have come out of the water not long ago. This person was not from Matthias. Could it be that there was a thief here? Should he report it? The footsteps outside the door were getting closer and closer. Su heard Meg's question. Su, what's wrong with you here? Su turned his head to look outside the door, then lowered his head to look at the toy that the person on his body had been holding. He sighed silently, and closed the wooden door with his heel. He responded to Meg, who came over. Captain Meg, I'm fine. I just hit my foot when I was moving things. Now I'm recovered. He held his breath, and struggled to drag the man back to the closet. It sounded like he was really enduring something. Oh! Meg confirmed that Su was still alive, so she didn't want to intervene. She responded coldly and left. Su finally moved a big man to the corner, but his hands were weak, and he accidentally dropped him to the ground. He hissed and apologized quickly. Sorry, did you wake up? It's better not to wake up. If your wound gets infected, you will get up and bite me. Who can I go to for justice? Su thought about the man on the ground, pondered for a while, and finally chose to use a dagger to cut open the man's protective suit and take off the outer clothes soaked in sea water first. The protective suit is torn and the inside is wet. Su hesitated before taking action, patted the man who was still in a coma, coughed lightly and explained, I declare in advance that I am not a gangster. I took off your clothes because I saw that you have no signs of infection now, but if you continue to wear wet clothes soaked in sea water, you will get infected sooner or later. We are all men. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Yes, there is nothing to be embarrassed about. Su repeated it silently in his mind, and then hesitantly took off all the wet clothes of this man. What is this? In addition to the communicator and the weapons for self-defense, Su found another notebook in the pocket of his inner clothes. The notebook was wrapped in a wrinkled plastic bag, which was well protected and not soaked by the sea water. Su's mouth twitched. It can't be another diary. Who would write a serious letter like that? He joked, taking out a notebook from his bag, and seeing the 3 letters HOM embossed on the leather cover, his face froze. After the incident at the welfare home, Officer Lee and his team captured the people at the foundation and interrogated them to find out that the social charity organization that donated milk powder was a company called HOM Biopharmaceutical Company, Ltd. But when the police led people to the address left by the company representative on the donation list, the luxurious office building mentioned by the foundation had already been evacuated, and the people in the company were nowhere to be found. Since then, the police have been investigating the company, but they seem to have evaporated from the face of the earth and could not be found. Until Su remembered that after the incident with the dean, Officer Lee mentioned to him that the company might be involved in overseas secrets, and the matter was far more complicated than they imagined, but Officer Lee did not say the specific content. I should have asked a few more questions at the beginning. Susu pursed his lips regretfully, opened the notebook with a solemn expression, and then closed it silently. It was full of chemical formulas. Although he had learned it, he really couldn't understand the complexity of the notes. But the 2 words written on the inside page should be the name of this person. Wei Yu. Wei Yu, right? Susu said, and took out the remaining 2 bottles of water from the supply bag hanging behind his waist, unscrewed the cap and carefully rinsed Wei Yu's wound, and poured the remaining water on him to wash away the residue of seawater. There were some simple medical supplies in the supply bag, and it was no problem to bandage the wound, but whether he could survive depended on Wei Yu himself. Susu muttered while bandaging the wound, "Matia's water is very expensive. If you haven't been mutated, remember to pay me back in the future. That notebook is considered to be mortgaged to me first. If you don't say anything, it means you agree." He leaned over and stared at Wei Yu, and then he noticed that this person was very good-looking, with 3-dimensional facial features of mixed blood, clean and deep. "If you survive, I will come to you again." Susu didn't know if Wei Yu woke up, and spoke in a deep voice in his ear, hoping that he could hear it. This is the only person found so far who is related to HOM. Susu knows that he can't go back, but he wants to know what happened to the children before they got sick again, and who would attack a group of innocent children. The supplies in the thieves' camp are not too much, and the 4 teams searched them all in a short time. The captain of the 6th team was still complaining that Meg and the others came too late. If they arrived earlier and cooperated with them to catch these thieves, they might be able to find out the location of other camps. Meg turned a deaf ear to it, and sent a message to the navigation department. The 10th team has completed the task of assisting the 6th team in searching the thieves' camp, and applied for return. After receiving the return order, he walked towards Arc 951 like a robot, not interested in continuing the negotiation. After all, it was not their mission. Seeing that Susu did not bring much supplies when he came back, Barton and his group did not bother to ridicule him. Susu stared out the window, and saw that the camp was getting smaller and smaller. He touched the notebook hidden in his pocket, and silently wrote down the coordinates of this place. The sound of the ark taking off gradually moved away from the camp, leaving behind a mess and dead silence. In the corner of a small house, the stacked sheets and clothes suddenly moved, and a hand stretched out from underneath to remove the obstacles pressing on his body. Wei Yu struggled to sit up and look for the communicator, and turned his head to find that his things were neatly stacked by someone. Ding ding ding. Wei Yu lay on his back and picked up the communicator that was beeping, and said weakly, "Oh my god, big brother," you finally replied. "How are you now? I heard that something happened to you. Are you okay now? Did Matthias find you?" Liangzhan, stop. The chatter on the other end of the communicator made Wei Yu's head ache. What he said was concise, "I was injured underwater. You settle everyone and bring back the blocker. They are all fine. I will go back right away. Is the injury serious? Do you want Dr. Liu to come as well?" Liangzhan heard the sound of the engine turning behind him when he spoke. He must have set off. His voice was urgent and puzzled. "We're all leaving. Why did you suddenly go back?" Wei Yu sighed. "The child's father died to protect Camp 64. Liangzhan on the other end of the communicator stopped complaining and said in a muffled voice, "Brother, I know, I'll be there soon. Well, my wound has been bandaged. Just bring a blocker." Wei Yu lowered his eyes to look at his left hand wrapped like a pupa, with a little smile at the end of his eyes. He noticed himself immediately. His smile stopped, and he pulled the bed sheet stiffly to cover himself again. "Bandaged?" Liangzhan was surprised and asked, "Brother, have you been discovered?" Chapter 25. Wei Yu did not respond immediately. They came here to inspect the nearby particle accelerator and visit Camp 64. The appearance of the Vanguard team seemed to be for resources, but did a camp that could only accommodate more than 40 people need 4 teams to search? Wei Yu was not sure when his whereabouts were exposed. If the person who just entered the room was not that person, he might have really had a fierce battle. "You have to survive. I will come to find you again." Wei Yu suddenly remembered the voice he heard in his drowsy state just now. His ears felt hot for some reason. He rubbed the back of his neck uncomfortably, but the confusion in his heart remained. He said he would come to find him, and it sounded like they were familiar with each other, but Susu didn't recognize him just now. What exactly does this person want to do? "Brother, why don't you say anything? Is it possible that the symptoms have already started?" "Brother, hold on, I'll be there soon." Liangzhan asked a lot of questions, but never got a response. The brothers often thought he was talkative, but occasionally they would respond. This time he didn't hear Brother Wei's voice anymore, and he subconsciously thought something really happened, so he stepped on the gas and rushed to the camp. I can still hold on. Wei Yu took a deep breath and climbed up from the ground. The clothes he was wearing were torn into pieces of cloth, and he definitely couldn't wear them again. He simply found two slightly fitting clothes from the pile of clothes next to him, and put them on. When he forced himself to pack his belongings, he was shocked to find that something was missing. Wei Yu leaned against the wall and walked around the room to make sure it wasn't accidentally left somewhere during the fight. He had put the notebook in the pocket of his inner coat. He made sure it was still there before coming to the camp, but now it had disappeared inexplicably. There was only one answer. Is it him? Wei Yu was increasingly unable to see through this person. If he wanted to report him to Matthias, he could have called for help immediately when someone came to him from outside, but he didn't. But why was he interested in the notebook? Brother! Hearing the shouts coming from outside the camp, Wei Yu opened the door with heavy steps and walked out. Liang Zhan spotted him at a glance and rushed over in a hurry. Brother, how are you? He quickly took out a bottle of injection from his small waist bag. Brother, don't come out. Let's go in and get an injection. He was so tired that he was a little out of breath, but before he was sure whether Brother Wei was out of danger, he dared not relax for a moment. Wei Yu slightly untied some gauze and injected himself with the injection without changing his expression. The golden liquid flowed into his blood vessels, and his left arm, which was slightly hot and erect just now, was instantly relieved. This is the 8th generation blocker newly developed by Dr. Liu. He said that after all, alien creatures are also evolving, and there is still a chance of infection even after injection. Brother, if you feel uncomfortable, tell me immediately. I will take you back to see Dr. Liu. Wei Yu leaned against the wall and shook his head. I'm fine. I may stay here for a while. Huh? Liang Zhan was stunned and blinked in confusion. But brother, this camp has been discovered by Matthias. It's dangerous for you to stay here. Wei Yu looked at the sky outside the window and said firmly, they won't come back. I have to wait for someone. This camp has no use value to Matthias, and the Proud Human Alliance will not be willing to spend time on meaningless places. Who are you waiting for? I don't believe Dr. Liu's words that you've been worried lately. Liang Zhan stroked his chin and suddenly had an idea. Brother, are you preparing a big plan? He rubbed his hands excitedly. I knew my brother was so smart that he would not sit still and wait for death. So who are you waiting for? Is it our people? Aren't we enough for your plan? What is the ability of that person? How did you know him? Wei Yu leaned against the wall and closed his eyes to sleep. He responded to Liang Zhan intermittently, looking like he was sleepy after the effect of the drug. Also, I've always wanted to ask, brother, why did you change your clothes? Who bandaged you? Brother, are you really asleep? Wei Yu was just a little sleepy. The slowly relaxed vigilance made the fatigue after the blood loss gradually emerge. He needed to rest, but he thought of that person again in his mind. The sea wind was extremely strong that day. When they were sailing underwater, they accidentally saw a water boat being overturned on the sea. A member of the vanguard was caught by a Type 2 8-eyed slit shark and was about to die. He didn't like to meddle in other people's business, especially about Matthias, but that day he drove the submarine to the vicinity of the vanguard member for the first time. Help, I can't die like this. The man fought desperately, and saw someone approaching through the cracks in the mask hit by the slit shark. He shouted for help. Please save me. As long as you are willing to save me, I will do anything. Wei Yu stood on the top of the submarine, overlooking the man in the sea who had begun to lose strength. Are you from the vanguard? He tried to swim towards the submarine, looking back from time to time, instinctively afraid of the dark dorsal fin. He looked up and said, I know you are thieves and enemies of Matthias. Wei Yu immediately found it interesting and asked with a smile, why are you asking me for help? He looked up at the sky, his voice choking because Matthias will be my enemy from now on. Wei Yu squatted down and looked at the sad and resolute man in the water. He put on a mask and dived into the seabed, pulling out the long knife on his waist and stirring up layers of water with the ripped shark that was trying to escape. The blood on the sea surface was like a big enemy approaching step by step. The man who was already in a desperate situation saw that someone was going to get into trouble because of him, and wanted to go back underwater to support, but ran into Wei Yu who surfaced. Wei Yu pulled the man to the top of the submarine. That guy can't recover in a short time. We have time to have a good chat. The man in front of him was stunned for a while before he unbuttoned his protective suit, took something out of his underwear, and stuffed it into his hand. Wei Yu didn't recognize what was in his hand, and then he heard the man say, I know that I may not survive even if I go back there. Please keep this thing for me, and never return it to Uni Garden. Although I don't know who you are, I owe you a life. If I can survive, I will definitely repay you. Wei Yu looked at the test tube in his hand, and when he heard the word Uni Garden, he immediately had a thought. He saw that the man's eyes were sluggish and his consciousness began to fade, as if he had suffered internal injuries. I give you an injection of adrenaline, and the rest is up to you. Wei Yu threw the man back to the watercraft. You said it yourself, you owe me a life, and you will repay me later. Don't forget. He put the test tube in his chest pocket. Come to me for this thing yourself. So what does that person mean now? Wei Yu is a little confused. Chapter 26. A pseudo-evolved Type 2 alien creature, only exchanged for these few points. Who told the dispatch office that although this spiny fish has become intelligent, it is not difficult to capture, so it should be counted as an ordinary Type 2. Well, this trip is in vain again. Do you think it is because of him that we are also targeted? It is possible. Su followed the end of the team, and refreshed the contribution points that had just arrived. He noticed that the people in front of him had stopped and were staring at him with resentment. He shrugged innocently, and did not argue for himself. Anyway, this group of people would not listen to him. Su bypassed them, and went straight to the training base. If he went to the labor area now, he would not be able to catch the last flight back to the flight platform. He would have to stay at the stall for one night like last time, and wait for the earliest flight to return to the flight platform the next day to prepare for the mission. If so, it would be better to check in at the training base first and go tomorrow. Su was calculating silently in his mind, and he came to the shooting range and picked a suitable practice gun. He saw Rogier, and the others followed him out of the corner of his eye. Patton was nowhere to be found, and the team members who followed him in the past were now eagerly surrounding Rogier. Su felt helplessly that his ears hurt when he heard their flattery. Rogier, I didn't realize before that you were so powerful. If it weren't for you this time, there would be another Patton in the eulogy of the Posa Hall next month. Patton is too impatient. He went down without knowing the underwater situation. Even if this spiny fish has left the school of fish, it is a pseudo-evolution. I don't know what he is anxious about. Although they said they didn't know, everyone knew the reason. Patton's ability is good, but he can't stand others surpassing him. Seeing that Rogier's last settlement point was the highest in the team, he must be concerned. Someone spotted Su's figure in the shooting range, and tugged at his teammate's clothes to hint. Rogier, you have made great progress. How do you practice normally? Teach us. Rogier subconsciously wanted to refuse, but with so many people around him, he suddenly felt that he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. He could only bite the bullet and go to the shooting range. When he found Su there, his face became even uglier, as if he had been caught stealing someone else's things. The team members deliberately found a position next to Su to spy on what he was fiddling with. Seeing him studying the magnetic machine gun in his hand, with a paper promotional manual that he had picked up from somewhere, he felt that it was a bit outrageous. If they can know how to use these words just by looking at them, do they need to practice for so long? Ah, I can understand Patton's nervousness. This year's assessment has been brought forward. It is said that Matthias is about to prepare for a long voyage. After all, we have been in this sky for a long time. Assessment? Su was distracted and listened to their conversation, and his hands moved slowly. The team member sighed knowingly. No wonder there are so many people in the training base recently. If we get a good ranking in the assessment, we don't have to work so hard. Look at the 6th team. It is called an elite team, but it does some comfortable and leisurely tasks every day. I also want to take the assessment well, and get a good score to be transferred to those elite teams. Since you are dreaming, why don't you think big? When the assessment results come out, if you can be transferred to work in various departments of Matthias, wouldn't that be better? There are fixed contribution points to be obtained every month, and you can eat and wear warm clothes, and there is no danger to your life. If I can enter the dispatch office, I can laugh at my dreams. But I don't want to. The key is that it's difficult. Guanjia asked timidly. I haven't participated in the assessment. What is the assessment? Su raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Yes, he is a mouth substitute. But Guanjia's inquiry was ridiculed by his teammates. Don't hold out hope. With your level, you should be careful not to get hurt by mistake. That's right, you haven't completed the task independently yet. When it comes to the assessment, all the Vanguard team members are required to act alone, complete the elimination, strangulation and collection of resources in the same limited high-level task, and finally calculate the personal completion. If you want, don't dream. Guanjia's face turned red with anger, but he didn't dare to refute. He pursed his lips, and didn't want to speak. The team members who ridiculed Guanjia not only did not blame themselves, but proudly crossed their arms and said loudly, "There are still some traitors who betrayed the human alliance and tried to transfer to other departments through the Vanguard assessment. Don't have such unrealistic fantasies. Matthias will never allow such people to be rewarded." Susu knew that this person was pointing at him, but he turned a deaf ear to him and continued to think about the machine gun in his hand. Seeing that Susu didn't take him seriously at all, the team member didn't beat around the bush, turned to Susu and said in a vicious voice, "Yuni Garden is the most sacred existence, but you chose to betray. Such a vicious person doesn't deserve the protection of Matthias." His dissatisfaction was recognized by other team members, who looked at Susu with resentment. "With you in the team, we can't get many contribution points for the tasks we worked hard on. It's all your fault. Even if I can't get a good score, I won't let you climb up." That's right. Susu's ears were almost calloused after hearing these words. He didn't know whether Yuni Garden was holy or not, but its brainwashing ability was quite strong. As for the assessment, he heard it for the first time today, and he didn't know what these people were afraid of. He put down the instruction manual in his hand, turned the bolt to aim at the center of the target, stared at the front with a firm look, and slowly pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The continuous gunshots resounded through the shooting range like thunder, and the people who heard it trembled. Susu's eyes moved away from the eyepiece, not sure what score he had scored, and calmly put down the gun. He ignored the others throughout the whole process, and walked away from the shooting range silently. "It's too noisy here. He should change to another place for training." "What are you pretending for?" The team member sneered. Guanjia squinted, and tried to look at the target. After seeing Susu's results, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. He shot a very straight line on the target. No, the center of the target is empty. Then, he checked the machine gun that Susu had just practiced with, and was surprised to find that there was only one box of spare bullets left. Roger also saw the last box of spare bullets, and swallowed unconsciously. His already uneasy mood became more agitated. What did Susu mean? Who was he threatening? Him? Was he saying that he could always show his results to prove himself? "It's just this distance, nothing great," Roger said stubbornly, but he didn't use the gun to prove his ability. Susu didn't point out the matter of the spiny fish. When calculating the contribution points, he took the first credit. But if he didn't hit the target now, wouldn't he be exposed? Susu was capable. Roger actually knew it best. He also understood that Susu's concessions and compromises were only temporary. Once he gained a foothold in the team, he would not be able to take advantage of it. Is he going to give up just like that? Roger was extremely reluctant. When he settled the accounts today, he found that the people at the experimental center looked at him twice more. Does this mean that he will also become a key training target? Before being recruited by the experimental center, he must prolong the suppressive relationship with Susu. Chapter 27. Appa thought Susu would be back for several days after the mission, but he didn't expect to see him again so soon. Susu didn't receive Meg's mission information, and went to the labor zone early the next morning. He didn't hide anything and told the truth that he didn't bring back supplies on this mission. "I really didn't know the content of the mission before I set out. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I ask for 20% less before you bring back supplies next time." He was not used to, and didn't like to owe favors. All the things he sold so far were brought back by Appa. He really liked money, but it was a bit unethical to get something for nothing. Appa waved his hand and said, "Give it if you want it. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have earned these contribution points at all. You deserve what you get." I heard that the Vanguard might not earn as much as he did from selling a microwave oven on a mission. If he didn't share a share with Susu before, it would be too hot for him to hold. Also, I've always wanted to thank you. Appa clenched his fingers awkwardly and asked tentatively in a low voice, "I don't have anything to repay you. Can I treat you to a meal? I heard from the old people that this is the old world's etiquette of thanks. Of course, if you really want to express your gratitude." Susu nodded happily. He was willing to accept the free breakfast. The labor district was poor and dilapidated, with small compartments full of people, and only a few people had room to cook at home. Most of the time, they said they would hand in the materials they earned to the community canteen in exchange for meal tickets, and then eat with the tickets, which would save a lot of time and not have to bother to cook. It's just that the materials that can be exchanged in the labor district are the leftovers of Mattia. He wanted to take Susu to eat better, but the labor district only had these. Try it first to see if it suits your taste. If you don't like it, I exchange for better ingredients next time, and use the repaired appliances to cook it. Susu was never picky about food, let alone a free meal. He saw Appa's inferiority complex, and drank a mouthful of soup to show his respect, sighing, "It's most comfortable to drink hot food in the morning." He took out the corn tortillas that he prepared as today's rations from his pocket, and gave a piece of the tortilla to Appa. "This soup is delicious, and I give you a taste of my tortillas." Appa took a bite of the tortilla, and said with a smile, "The corn tortillas are also delicious, but it's a pity that the community canteen doesn't have vegetable cakes today. The vegetable cakes made by my aunt are delicious. I save a piece for you to try next time." "Okay." Susu smiled and responded, lowering his voice slightly, "You have been living in the labor zone since you were a child, so you should have heard about some things about Mattia, right?" "Forget it, I have been moving goods on the material platform for 4 years, and I occasionally hear Mattia citizens who come here mention some things." "What's wrong?" Appa tilted his head in confusion. After swallowing the food, Susu said, "Actually, I just came to Mattia, and I'm not very familiar with this place. In Mattia, he needs to pretend that he is still Susu, but after changing clothes and coming to the labor zone, he can speak more truth without burden." Appa exclaimed in sudden realization, afraid that his reaction would make Susu lose face, and hurriedly whispered, "No wonder you are different from them. Those citizens of Mattia came to the labor zone to vent their desires." Susu also had desires in his eyes, but unlike those people, what he wanted was very pure, just to earn points. Such a desire was so pure that even a laborer like him would be inferior to him. Although this didn't sound like a compliment, Susu could tell that Appa was kind, so he asked, "I'm just curious, why do people in Mattia support Uni Garden so much? What is it for? A garden?" Appa shook his head and said, "No. Although I haven't been there, people who come here say that Uni Garden is Mattia's mother, and every Mattia woman needs to work in Uni Garden when she is old enough to raise a child until she retires." When Susu saw the diary of Susu, he had some guesses, but he didn't expect that this Uni Garden was not a garden at all as he expected. "Why? Why?" Appa was stunned for a moment, and then he explained, "It is said that Uni Garden will select high-quality genes for continuation to ensure that Mattia's descendants are all high-quality genes." Sometimes he would comfort himself that the labor district provided Mattia with a lot of labor, allowing those high-quality genes to focus more on the future of mankind. From a certain perspective, it is also helping the continuation of high-quality genes. Susu, what if it's not? What is the criterion for high-quality genes? If the so-called high-quality genes are passed on, but the child born is not high-quality genes, what should be done? Appa shook his head. "I don't know about this." Susu finally understood why he always felt that Mattia was weird. Since the day he came to Mattia, he rarely saw women. The few who came were all older. The slightly younger one was the Captain Lydia. It turned out that they all worked in Uni Garden. There are always people who can't suppress their dirty desires, so there is a small incense tower. Susu looked towards Xioxianglu, and after a long while he said, "Do you think they are voluntary?" Appa followed Susu's gaze, not understanding why he suddenly mentioned Xioxianglu. They, and the women who were asked to work in Uni Garden. Susu's voice was a little heavy, and after listening carefully, it was a little confused. "Who knows, I'm not them." Appa's tone was not teasing, but the same confusion, because sometimes he would shamefully feel lucky for his gender. Susu took a bite of the biscuit, and swallowed it with a sigh. He took out the chemical notebook he found on Wei from the inner pocket of his coat, put it on the table, and tapped the hot stamp on the cover with his fingers. He had another purpose for coming to the labor zone this time, which was for this logo. Have you seen this logo? After completing the training goal last night, he did not return to the dormitory, but punched in today at the training base. There was no one else in the late-night training ground. He took the time to flip through the notebook again, but still couldn't figure out the trick. With his level, he could only start from the HOM sign. Appa looked at it carefully and shook his head. "I haven't seen it, but I'll keep an eye out for it if you need it." "Thank you." Susu expressed his gratitude, and then lowered his eyes to look at the soup in front of him that had been drunk, and thanked, "I was very satisfied with this meal. Next time, I will bring something back to return your meal coupon." Appa subconsciously wanted to say no, but Susu's usual style seemed to be like this, so he nodded and agreed without refusing. "Okay." Susu, who was full, leaned back in his chair comfortably, and checked the remaining contribution points displayed on the communicator. Appa had just transferred the share of yesterday's sales to him, and he was even more satisfied. He looked at the message he had just received, raised his eyebrows, and said, "I like the labor zone very much. It brings me good luck." Susu showed the communicator to Appa, which contained a text message from Meg about the next mission. Chapter 28. After taking the last flight back from the labor zone to Mattia, Susu still felt a little strange when he pushed the door and returned to his dormitory. Except for sleeping in the dormitory for one night on the first day, he later picked up odd jobs in Mattia, repaired small appliances in the labor zone, and spent 8 hours a day at the training base to complete the training goals. The way to the mission was his rare time to catch up on sleep. Now the canteen is closed and today's training is completed. Susu is still a little uncomfortable with the sudden idleness. If you don't have to rent a dormitory, this expense can be saved. Susu glanced at the garbage disposal station at the door and walked into the room. He paused when closing the door. I don't know if it was his illusion or something else. Just now, he felt that someone on the upper floor of the experimental center opposite the dormitory area was looking at him, and a strong sense of discomfort made his back cold. He didn't avoid it in fear. His eyes swept the experimental center as far as he could see, trying to find out who was peeping at him. But the strange feeling of being peeped quickly disappeared, and he could no longer find the source of the sight. Inside the experimental center, Professor Gabriel, wearing a white coat, put the copper telescope in his hand on the windowsill, turned around and looked at the person who occupied his seat, and said calmly, "He is very alert. Is the sample whereabouts?" Seeing Gabriel shaking his head, the man said, "Whether he will not disclose the contents of the sample as he said, but for the future of mankind, we must ensure that he will not have the opportunity to speak again." Gabriel lowered his head to show his respect. "You are right. The experimental center has made an indelible contribution to the continuation of human beings to this day. Gabriel, you are the biggest contributor." Hearing such high praise from the superior, Gabriel's eyes were hot, and he bowed lower, saying devoutly, "Everything is for the future of mankind. Either make him shut up forever, or, like Professor Gabriel, dedicate his life to Matthias." The superior slowly stood up and looked at the corner of the dormitory area. "Matthias is a supreme benevolent existence, always accepting lost children, but if the child continues to be disobedient, even if he is a god, he will punish him." The dormitory was dark, the curtains were tightly drawn, and the room was dim. Someone could be vaguely seen sitting by the bed. Susu was hardly sleepy, and was lost in thought as he stared at the electronic screen of the communicator in his hand. Whether in the past or now, he was used to being alone, but he didn't like to be idle like he was now, which was as boring as his life. When he was in the welfare house, the adopted children always saw him alone, always saying that he was too lonely, and not as likable as other children, and the director would protect him immediately. "Sir, I am very grateful that you are willing to take the children, who are temporarily living here home. Your kindness will always be remembered by the welfare house, but please allow the children to have their own personalities. Xiao Su is not a bad person by nature. Every adult here likes him very much. If you are willing to spend more time to get to know him slowly, you will find that he is actually a very good child." Susu's calm eyes rarely showed a trace of sadness, and he sighed. "Dean. If he could work harder, take on a few more jobs to earn money, and help the dean share some of the pressure, would she not be so depressed?" But Susu also understood that the dean was not unable to hold on, but the choice she made was the best solution at the time. He didn't catch up to see the dean for the last time. He guessed that the dean should have entrusted his younger brothers and sisters to him, but he failed to hold the baton tightly. Life is the most worthless thing for him. If he must give meaning to the future days, and let himself continue to live in this rotten world, it is to find the truth about the illness of his younger brothers and sisters. The goose will leave traces when it passes, and he will definitely find it. Susu didn't feel sleepy until the second half of the night. The reason for falling asleep was that he was worried that he would die sooner or later if he didn't sleep well, but he woke up after less than 3 hours of sleep. As usual, he went to the cafeteria to ask for 2 tortillas and prepared to set off for the flight platform. Suddenly, he remembered something and went back to spend a huge amount of money to buy more food. Meg had just stopped the ark when she saw Susu stride onto the boat and lie down in the last row to sleep. He was used to it, and he was not surprised that Patton and his team showed up at the last minute. The 10th Squadron of the Vanguard has arrived. This mission is to assist the Navigation Department's Research and Judgment Center in collecting sea conditions information. The 10 motor boats assigned by the Combat Readiness Center have been equipped. Really, it's another errand job with no contribution points. The team members were deeply resentful and wanted to take away Meg's rights as the captain and go to the dispatch office to take the task themselves. Seeing that Meg was still so nonchalant, his obvious disgust was like a punch on cotton. He turned around angrily and continued to curse his teammates in a low voice. "I met the people from the 18th team this morning, and they told me that the assessment originally scheduled for the end of the year has been brought forward to next month. I don't expect to be transferred to another position, but I hope the captains of other teams can help me get out of this difficult situation. We were still talking about this a few days ago, but I didn't expect it to be so early. I haven't prepared anything yet, so don't make any mistakes when the time comes. Patton, you are so capable, and you train the hardest, maybe you can get into the command center. If you do, don't forget me as your teammate. Patton curled his lips proudly, and before he could say that's for sure, he heard his former teammate running to Roger and wagging his tail, and his face suddenly turned livid and terrifying. Roger, what are your plans for this assessment? Roger secretly glanced at Patton's reaction, then turned his head slightly to look at Su in the back row, and said with a smile, after all, I don't have the experimental center to support me, so I can only rely on my own efforts in the assessment, but I am confident that I can get a good ranking. But before the assessment, he needs to find an opportunity to talk to Su about this matter. Just let Su know that all the Vanguard team members act alone during the assessment, and the guards as examiners will only prevent foreign alien creatures from disrupting the order of the examination, and will not interfere with any behavior in the examination room. Su offended Uni Garden before, and someone might come to retaliate at that time. The guards will not come forward to protect him. Even if he fails to come out of the examination room in the end, he will only explain it as incompetence. So if Su wants to survive, he must cooperate with him. He doesn't ask for much, just a higher ranking than Patton. Being better than the talents trained by the experimental center, he believes that he will definitely have a good place. Patton saw Roger's smug look and thought it was very funny. He knew clearly where Roger's previous achievements came from, but this was also the most vigilant point for him. Due to the previous multiple targeting, Su was definitely on the opposite side of him, and it was possible that he would help Roger get a good ranking for revenge. In this case, he didn't want to keep Su and Roger. Su, who was lying in the corner, quietly opened his eyes, without a trace of panic of being calculated, and calmly raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He was very curious, who would the unfired bullet fall on in the end? Chapter 29. Before submitting the navigation plan to the headquarters, the Research and Judgment Center needs to analyze the resources, risk factors and seawater samples collected by the Vanguard at sea to determine the approximate area that is most suitable for the future survival and development of Matthias. So this mission requires everyone to disperse and collect as much useful information as possible. The mission location this time is unknown waters. If you encounter danger, notify the Ark as soon as possible. The Combat Readiness Center has given us a total of 10 watercrafts, which can be distributed by ourselves. Meg rarely speaks at length, and the difficulty of the mission is obvious from then on. But most of the team members ignored his reminders and perfunctorily said impatiently, I know, what's the point of saying these? If you have the ability, don't take on this kind of hard work that other teams are unwilling to do, and now you are doing this kind of superficial work of hypocrisy. A series of teasing fell into Meg's ears. She was no longer surprised, but she noticed that Su, who was originally sleeping in the corner of the cabin, listened very seriously. No one listened to these in the past, and he stopped at the point and did not invest more energy. Now that he found that there were still people who would listen, he couldn't help but continue. Sea condition collection is different from other tasks. It does not require everyone to aim for contribution points. The assistant's task itself has a guaranteed contribution point. What everyone needs to do is to collect as many samples as possible under the premise of ensuring safety. The rewards for the samples being collected are also considerable. Seawater samples and biological samples must be handed in when the task is completed. The collection of resource conditions and risk factors requires diving to the seabed. You can decide whether to complete it. If you really have the courage, remember to raise the watertight cover and turn on the thruster before going into the sea, and don't forget to bring the dispersal device. If you don't remember how to operate the watercraft and dispersal equipment, you can look at the manuals hanging on the wall in the last row. Meg said, and pointed to the brand new instruction manual hanging behind Su. Most of the members of the Vanguard were selected from the underground city base. Mattia assumed that they should know everything, so he did not assign seniors to teach them personally. But Mattia also showed her greatest kindness and patience, and asked the Combat Readiness Center and the Joint Education Center to prepare these manuals. But most of the time, the Vanguard members would choose to go to the training base to directly explore, and these manuals were ignored. The people in the cabin felt a little annoyed listening to Meg's chattering. Who would listen to these? It's so noisy. Before the complaint was finished, the sound of flipping books came from the back row, and the team members turned their heads and looked at the back row in surprise. Su was looking through the manual intently, not noticing that he had become the focus of everyone in the cabin, and no one saw Meg's smile curled up silently in a corner where no one cared. Meg reserved 7 days for this mission, and it took the Ark 1 day to reach the destination, which was farther than the previous mission location. When Susu stood up and prepared to get off the ship, his waist and back were stiff. This feeling made him feel like he was back to the time when he had no money to travel far and could only take the green train. There were a total of 15 people in their team, and the Ark was equipped with 10 water boats for distribution. Susu and Meg were still not the companions of others, so they naturally got on a small boat and left first. Anyway, no one would read the manual, so Susu simply took it away and learned and used it when he encountered something he didn't know. Meg meant that this mission had no limits, and they would explore outward as much as possible with the Ark as the center. A coordinate position suddenly flashed through Susu's mind, and he glanced at the rations placed aside and silently adjusted the compass direction. He glanced at the back and saw that there seemed to be a figure following him from a distance, but he did not give any response, and drove the water boat forward steadily to explore. Roger rarely found someone to team up with for the mission, and when his teammates asked, he only said that he did not need assistance, so it would be better to give the manpower to those who needed it. Barton knew Roger's plan very well, and sneered as he watched him confidently operate the water boat to leave everyone's sight, and cursed inwardly, "You are a waste who slaps the fat man in the face." Roger drove the boat forward for a distance, and after confirming that no one was following behind, he quickly turned around and headed in the direction that Susu left. He followed from a distance, quietly observing Susu's every move, while collecting some samples that could be handed over. He was thinking that when Susu had collected almost all the samples, he would intercept them, so that he would not have to deal with them, and could get more contribution points. But strangely, Susu suddenly increased his speed in the middle of the journey, and he did not react in time and almost lost him. "Where is Susu going?" Seeing Susu's clear goal, Roger muttered in confusion. A thought flashed through his mind, and he was shocked to find that he might have discovered Susu's secret. If he caught this person's secret, he would be at his mercy in the future. Thinking of this, Roger slightly shortened the distance, but was afraid that Susu would find out and dared not speak out. Susu was not in a hurry to get rid of the tail behind him. He looked down at the electronic screen of the communicator. Excluding the loss of going back and forth to the thieves' camp, the time left for him to collect samples was a bit tight. He increased his speed, but did not completely shake off Roger until he saw with his own eyes that he had parked his watercraft outside the bandit camp. What is Susu trying to do? Could it be? The vanguard had just come not long ago, and the traps outside the camp were destroyed. Roger saw from a distance that Susu had entered the camp through the gap in the trap and disappeared between the houses on the bamboo raft. Roger hurried to keep up with Susu's pace, but he did not see anyone after turning around the camp for a few times. He muttered strange in a low voice and returned to his watercraft, ready to wait for Susu to come out of the camp by himself. "Woo! Don't make a sound." Wei Yu lowered his eyes and glanced at the hand covering his mouth. The last time they met, he was the one who restricted Susu's behavior. Now their positions have changed. This feels a bit subtle. He raised his eyebrows slightly, pinched Susu's wrist and took it away, and whispered in his ear, "I should be more worried about being discovered than you." Susu shrank his neck, covered his ears that were invaded by the heat, and stared at Wei Yu with a vigilant face. "Yes, I can indeed say that I found the remnants of the thieves' camp, and now I am here to arrest people, but I am afraid that you will drag me into the water, otherwise I will cut off your tongue first." Wei Yu lowered his eyes and looked at the leg that Susu was kneeling on his legs, and said with a smile, "Dear Vanguard, you look like this. It doesn't look like he's here to arrest people, it looks more like..." Before Wei Yu could finish his words, Susu pulled out a dagger and lifted his chin. "I'd better cut off your tongue." Wei Yu innocently argued, "Don't, you suddenly appeared and scared me." He covered his chest with his left hand, pretending to be frightened and pitiful, and suddenly hissed in pain, complaining, "Have pity on me, I'm still a wounded person." Susu couldn't help but clench his hand holding the dagger. He originally just wanted to provoke, but now, he really wanted to kill this man who was so dramatic. Chapter 30. Nougat's Food. Susu put down a small bag, and then said, "Including the 2 bottles of water last time you owe me 30 contribution points." How much did he earn from a sea mission? Even in the labor zone, he couldn't get so much back in one go. Wei Yu didn't need to think too much to know that the other party must have reported a little more. If I were so rich, would I still be reduced to being a thief? Susu's eyes suddenly froze, staring at Wei Yu, and said, "The thieves' camp also uses contribution points as a currency unit." "Who are you?" He did feel painful for the contribution points spent on Wei Yu, but since he decided to invest, he was going for the return. Wei Yu closed his eyes. Maybe this person was too flustered when they first met, so he couldn't remember clearly. But it is certain that the other party did not recognize him now. He smiled softly and replied, "The vanguards are suppressing us madly. Isn't it just to earn contribution points? But you are different, a kind-hearted lifesaver." Su Su unzipped his protective suit, took out the notebook from his inner pocket, and handed it to Wei Yu. "Since you are not dead, then I will return this to you, the chemist in the thieves' camp?" Wei Yu was slightly stunned for a moment, took the notebook and said with a smile, "My name is Wei Yu." Su Su. Su Su pulled a stool from the dining table and sat down in front of Wei Yu. With a bit of interrogation, "If you can't give contribution points, you can exchange it with something." "I am very poor." This was the first time Wei Yu heard someone talk about poverty so confidently. He leaned against the wall and calmly accepted the oppression from Su Su. "What do you want?" "I want you to tell the truth." Wei Yu pretended to be stupid and made jokes. The probability of the first 3 words coming true is higher. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the unceremonious click of a gun being loaded in front of him, and his expression instantly became honest. "I am indeed from the thieves' camp. At that time, I was collecting supplies at sea with my brothers. I didn't expect to be attacked by alien creatures and separated from my brothers. I wanted to come back for rescue, but your vanguard team came, so I had to hide first." "No, you are still lying." Su Su leaned forward. One foot stepped between Wei Yu's legs, and the gun in his hand was against his chin. "The protective suit on you has a manufacturing process, which cannot be made with the level of technological development here. Moreover, you did not mutate after being attacked by alien creatures. Should I praise your good physique or admire that you have the help of a master? There is indeed a small probability that you will not be infected after being attacked by alien creatures, but the probability is very small." Su Su has never been a lucky person, and he doesn't think he can see such a spectacle. Wei Yu was forced to raise his chin. Seeing his life being held in the hands of others, he told the truth in a panic. "To be honest, I used to work for Matthias, but I accidentally left the team during an outing. I couldn't catch up with the return arc and had to stay at sea. The protective suit is the old style of the vanguard. Have you just joined Matthias, so you haven't seen it?" This sounded half true and half false. Su Su didn't believe it completely, and didn't answer Wei Yu's question. Instead, he turned his eyes to the notebook and asked, "Where did you get this notebook? Your name is written on it." Wei Yu's eyes suddenly became more vigilant. This abnormal emotion flashed by, and was replaced by innocence and pity. "I picked it up. I kept it because it was of good quality." "Where did you find it?" "Mattia." "Yes, you can lie logically. You didn't say you found it in the sea. This is paper. It won't be so flat after being soaked in water." When he found it from Wei Yu, the notebook was well protected in a plastic bag. His attitude didn't seem to be as casual as if he was picking it up. Su Su continued to ask, "What does HOM on the cover mean? There is no department with this name on Mattia." So this is what he really wanted to ask. Wei Yu reacted very quickly. After secretly understanding, he still looked like an innocent person. "I don't know, I really found it. You are my savior. I can't repay you enough. How could I lie?" "Huh?" Su Su sneered. "Yes, I am your savior. You'd better not hide anything." Suspicion and inquiry were mixed in the air. The two did not shy away from looking at each other directly. Instead, they silently oppressed each other, and tried to seize the initiative in the silent game. Su Su didn't believe what Wei Yu said, and Wei Yu also knew that Su Su didn't completely trust him, so it was hard to tell who would win or lose in this game. Finally, Su Su retracted his gaze first, looked at the time on the communicator, and left a message before he stood up and left. "You're on your own." Although Wei Yu didn't say many truths, it should be true that the letter came from Matthias, but he had never seen this symbol on Matthias. Or was it because his citizen level was too low, and he couldn't get in touch with it at present? Originally, he had no interest in the upcoming assessment mentioned by Roger and others, but just wanted to take advantage of the opportunity for the vanguard to leave Matthias and look for more traces of the past on the sea. But if the clue is on Mattia, he can't miss the opportunity to climb up the ranking. Su Su pondered and quickly left the thieves' camp. He had already noticed that someone was hiding behind the reef in the distance, but he deliberately did not stop to greet Rogier, and drove the water boat back to the mission site at an accelerated speed. Wei Yu got up from the ground, covering the wound on his left hand, walked to the window, and watched the water boat gradually disappear into the sea level. His deep eyes were dark and rippled. A familiar round face suddenly appeared, blocking his sight, looking at him curiously. "Brother, you have seen the person, can you go back now?" Wei Yu did not respond, and whispered to himself, "He didn't recognize me, and didn't know the name Wei Yu. Although he could get the samples there, he didn't seem to know the situation. Otherwise he wouldn't ask what HOM is. He looked back at the cloth bag on the ground. Good skills, good character. Wei Yu paused, stroking the gauze texture of his arm with his thumb, thinking for a while before smiling and giving an evaluation. Actually not bad. He looked at Liang Zhan and gave a reply. I want to stay here for a while, and I won't go back for the time being. Please inform others in the institute for me. Finn. The director asked you where you were a long time ago, and I told him the truth. He said. Liang Zhan scratched his head, recalled the elder's words, and repeated them in a serious manner. He said that it is normal for children to have their own ideas when they grow up, but they should think about the consequences before doing things, and don't run away with others, or they won't give you a legitimate status. Wei Yu was helpless when he heard this. I have doubted more than once. How did this old man raise Dr. Liu, the old-fashioned boy? Liang Zhan lay on the windowsill and looked at the extra cloth bag in the room. Brother, do you think he will come back? Wei Yu nodded slightly. He had a strong premonition that Su Su would definitely come back. He picked up the notebook and stared at the cover for a long time. He seems to be very interested in HOM. Chapter 31. Since the bandit camp was inhabited, the resources nearby should have been searched long ago. Su Su started the collection mission after sailing a certain distance on the sea. According to Meg's reminder, he filled some seawater samples, opened the blue collection bucket, and put in a few small fish that had just been caught and were not aggressive for the time being. He moved quickly, as if he wanted to make up for the time lost in sneaking out. If Roger hadn't known that Su Su had only been in the vanguard for half a month, he would have thought he was a veteran. What is he doing? Roger observed from a distance, and saw Su Su suddenly put on an oxygen mask, and the water shield of the watercraft slowly rose up, and he was preparing to go into the water. Wouldn't it be possible to get more samples this way? Roger secretly rejoiced, and couldn't help laughing at Su Su for not noticing that he was following him. Everything he had worked so hard to find would eventually be his. But there were dangers lurking under the sea, and even he, who had joined the vanguard for some years, didn't dare to act alone. This place was a distance away from the Ark, and the location of other teams was not clear. If something happened after going into the water, it would be too late to call for support. Should I follow? Roger was struggling, thinking that if he didn't go into the water, if he lost Su Su, the loss would be even greater. After all, he had not been doing the task during the time Su Su wasted, so now he could only take a gamble. After preparing according to the instruction manual, Su Su methodically manipulated the joystick to approach the seabed. At first, he was still nervous about the quality of the waterproof cover, but as the outside world became darker, he was not so nervous. If he just wanted to complete the task, he could end it here. After all, his purpose of letting Roger find his handle had been achieved, and no matter how much he collected, it would not be his fault in the end. Because he and Appa agreed to bring something back. The visibility of the seawater outside the cabin is higher than that of the previous mission. The closer you go to the bottom of the sea, the clearer you can see the road ahead under the searchlight. Su Su turned to the location of the Ark and slowly explored forward. The Earth once carried more than 7 billion people. If you can determine the location of the land, it is not difficult to find a town. He recalled the bonefish he had seen before, and sailed against the drifting direction of the marine garbage that had not melted for 300 or 400 years, and indeed found a town. Su Su was not in a hurry to get out of the cabin. He filled his stomach calmly before putting on the mask and going into the water to explore this long-abandoned town. The signs along the street were soaked and broken, and the neon lights that should have emitted colorful lights were wrapped in the mud on the seabed. The attached green algae swayed in the water. Restaurants, drinks, and entertainment and leisure stores were everywhere, indicating that this was once a densely populated place, but there was no trace of life. Su Su casually entered a small supermarket. The store was in chaos, and the shelves were empty. Judging from the traces on the shelves, the looting must have happened before the sea flooded. Perhaps it was a cold that no one cared about before, or perhaps it was an unexpected tsunami. Only when the disaster really came, human fear was the most real. It was not surprising to be afraid. He had also experienced the period of hoarding water and food and wearing masks every day. At that time, it was a man-made disaster. What about now? Is it revenge from the sea? Su Su entered several stores with ease and picked some ornaments that might be novel to the end of the world. All the electrical appliances that could be repaired were put into the fishing net hanging behind the watercraft, and some things that might be useful to Matthias were brought in. I haven't done scientific research, but it's probably right to keep some samples of everything I see. He scraped the sludge off the glass and put it in a box, collected the collected samples, and moved closer to the city center. Susu only knew from the instructions that there were small boosters on the back waist and soles of the protective suit, which could allow him to move faster without having to move slowly on the seabed. But the boosters were powered by oxygen jets, so he had to use them sparingly. The high-rise buildings that once stood in the city center had long collapsed, leaving a big pit on the ground, and the surrounding shops and residential buildings were also affected. There was probably nothing worth taking away in the ruins, so Susu originally planned to change a route to continue exploring. When he turned around, his eyes swept across a sign pointing to an underground air raid shelter. There should be something in the air raid shelter. Before Susu figured it out, his feet took action first. He walked for a while according to the instructions, and finally found the entrance to the air raid shelter at the edge of the pit. The gate of the air raid shelter was half open, and the deep pit created by the building just happened to open a gap in the shelter that was originally well protected. Standing at the door and listening carefully, you can still vaguely hear the sound of water flowing in and out of the gap. Susu did not act rashly, but just wrote down the location coordinates, ready to wait for the reunion, or he or Roger to report the situation here to Meg. As for whether the dispatch office will assign subsequent search tasks, he has no control. Dong. Dong. Susu raised his head alertly when he heard the sound, and looked around in surprise. He didn't see anyone approaching, nor did he find the source of the abnormal sound. The sound that reverberated steadily outside the mask was like the breathing and heartbeat of another person. He couldn't find where it came from, but it felt everywhere. Until the abnormal sound gradually dissipated, he still didn't find out who made it. Was it Roger? Susu was confused, but his keen intuition told him that it was not. Was it the voice coming from inside, or was he hallucinating? Susu looked into the air raid shelter, and saw that behind the half-open gate were all white bones. Judging from the direction of their heads and feet, they seemed to want to escape from the shelter. But why did they want to escape? Because of insufficient supplies? Internal conflicts? Could it be that because of that gap, something came in from outside? The guards guarding the door stopped behind the crowd, as if they wanted to stop something from approaching. Their bones were scattered everywhere, and the broken ends were uneven, as if they had been torn and bitten by wild beasts before they died. Many years had passed since the disaster. Some people fled in vain and stayed halfway. Some people's clothes stuck to their bones before they died, supporting them to keep the posture of kneeling and begging before they died. Some lovers hugged each other tightly, facing the unknown deep in the secluded depths together. A child skeleton fell into eternal sleep on the way to the depths of the air raid shelter. What are they afraid of? What is hidden deep in the shelter? Wait, he can't go any further. Susu suddenly stopped, quickly regained his scattered reason, and retreated quickly, his eyes staring at the darkness in front of him vigilantly. He shouldn't have come here at all, and he didn't plan to come in at first. But just now, as if he was bewitched, his body inexplicably escaped from his control. If he hadn't been sober for a moment and realized that something was wrong, he would probably continue to go in. Something's wrong here. Susu evacuated to the gate of the air raid shelter, and when he passed the skeletons of the guards, he accidentally tripped over the weapons they left behind. He looked back at the gate not far away, leaned over and picked up 2 machine guns on the ground, and a small tranquilizer gun that had not been fired. Who? The mysterious breathing sound suddenly sounded in the dead silence, and Susu suddenly felt dizzy, and in a trance, he almost lost his mind again. He pinched himself hard, using the pain to regain his ability to think, and quickly retreated to the door, retreating outside in a few steps. It seemed that an invisible hand had turned his mind into chaos, and everything in front of him was constantly disintegrating, making up, disrupting, rebuilding, and collapsing. Even if he was just one step late, he would fall. Susu tightly grasped the gate handle, and his short nails pinched deep blood marks on his palms because of too much force. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to close the door. He vaguely saw the skeleton of the child lying on the road slowly standing up, and the unsupported skull hung on the spine and was shaky. It approached the door with a strange breathing sound, looking weird and terrifying. Who? Chapter 32. Click, click. The water was surging, and the skeleton that had long been eaten by fish seemed to be pushed forward by an invisible hand, making a sound similar to the jamming of mechanical clocks in the old world, which made people's teeth ache. Looking at the skeleton of the child floating alone in the corridor, Susu seemed to see the child in his life, who accidentally lost his parents in the panic before the shelter was flooded. He knelt in fear and watched the nightmare approach. Do you want to hug this poor child? This child who was abandoned by his parents like him. This routine, playing once or twice is enough. Susu gritted his teeth and pulled the gate with all his strength. At the moment when the special steel door was about to close, he saw a human face in the depths of the corridor. It was a face with delicate and beautiful features, but pale and bloodless, like an elf sealed in the dark water. A few more glances would make people drown with him. The waves pushed by him became more and more violent, approaching the door at a very fast speed. Bang! Due to his excessive demand for material things, beautiful things had almost no attraction to Susu. He closed the gate with a cold face, and used the 2 guns he had just picked up as bolts to prevent the things inside from opening the door again. Although he only glimpsed a corner, Susu did not let down his guard. He turned around and quickly turned on the propulsion equipment to approach the watercraft. Before Roger could see what was happening in the air raid shelter, he saw Susu running out as if he was escaping for his life. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to him, and grabbed the clothes on his shoulders, and dragged him back like a chicken. You? He wanted to ask Susu how he knew he was here, and how long he had been following him. In the end, he picked the question he wanted to ask the most: why are you pulling me? Bang! 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 Before Susu could answer him, the loud noise of the steel door of the air raid shelter being hit responded to him first, announcing the crisis behind the door. In just 3 hits, the half-meter-thick steel door was deformed by external force, and was knocked off the track and fell down with a bang, raising a huge wave on the seabed. The rolled-up silt was like a maze, making it even more difficult to see clearly in the already dim eyes. Roger couldn't help but tremble, swallowed his saliva, and looked up and asked, "What happened?" "Don't make a sound." Susu didn't slow down. The edge of the town was right in front of him, and his ship was not far from here. As long as that thing doesn't catch up. Roger was very uncomfortable being restrained. Just when he wanted to break free from Susu's hand, he saw something coming out of the chaos. Like a human? No, not a human. It was covered with black tentacles, and the 2 legs used by humans to walk were drooping on both sides like a burden, swaying with the waving of several tentacles. On the head hanging like a pendant, there was a strange pale face, and the slightly open eyes were empty, as if they saw the 2 uninvited guests on the seabed. Ah! Its scream was different from other alienated creatures on the seabed. Human ears can hear it clearly. The sharp sound waves impacted the reason, and if you are not careful, you will lose the power of self-control of the mind. Roger was shocked and widened his eyes. The trembling voice revealed his panic at the moment. What is that? The monster seemed to have the ability to hear. After catching Roger's voice, the tentacles under its body moved faster, and approached them at a speed visible to the naked eye. The tentacles that replaced its hands were covered with suction cups that contracted and stretched, and kept stretching out towards them. It was too slow to run with a person dragging. Susu put down Roger, who was in the way, frowned slightly with some disdain, and whispered, "I told you to stop talking, hurry up." Roger's legs and feet were weak, but seeing the monster getting closer and closer to them, he didn't care to think too much and turned around and ran in a hurry. Is that thing a person? How long has this city been submerged? Can we really escape from the alienated humans hundreds of years ago? Susu didn't start communicating with Roger. He could only see him talking non-stop, and he didn't have time to pay attention. His watercraft was parked in front of him, and he could drive away in just a few steps. Suddenly, a hand grabbed him and threw him back. Susu saw that Roger blocked his way domineeringly, and it seemed that he was going to rob his boat. "Let me go first. Otherwise, I will shoot you immediately." Roger held the electromagnetic gun tightly with both hands, trying to snatch the chance of survival. In order not to expose his whereabouts, his boat was still some distance away from here. If he didn't grab Susu's now, he couldn't escape at all with the speed of the monster. Susu heard Roger's threat as soon as he opened the communication. He didn't make any concessions. He dodged a shot, grabbed Roger's wrist, and said in a deep voice, "Then don't leave." He originally planned to get on the watercraft and drive the boat to attract the monster's attention to give Roger some time. But if there is no way out, he doesn't mind taking Roger to hell with him. You can say he is selfish or he hurts people, but he has never been a good person. Seeing the monster approaching, Susu held Roger's hand and fired a few shots at the monster through his hand. The bullet shot into the monster's flesh, only delaying its movement for a moment. Susu took out his gun and continued to attack while it was dodging, but saw Roger standing there motionless. "Don't stand there stupidly, help," Susu said coldly. Roger looked back at the water boat, and then at the monster that stood up to 2 people's height. His mind was blank. He subconsciously dismantled the dispersal device on his waist to save his life and kept retreating. The dispersal device not only failed to repel the giant monster, but angered it, and the scream almost penetrated their eardrums. Susu cursed unceremoniously, "You are incompetent. If you don't want to die, Don't pretend to be dead. He turned and ran in another direction, increasing the jet power of the booster, trying to distance himself from the monster and give Roger a chance to shoot. It should have been human. Perhaps it had been attacked by alien creatures, or it had experienced the Black Rain era that Su had heard about in the education center, so it had mutated and became what it is now. Now it still retains some human appearance features, but there is no trace of humanity and reason. It crawled slightly on the ground, hooked its tentacles on the street signs, and rushed forward for a while, or used the wall to help it, constantly closing the distance between it and its prey. Su's face was solemn. He waited for a long time before Roger took action, but the mask showed that the oxygen equipment was insufficient. If he used the booster, he would most likely suffocate to death at the bottom of the sea. As if noticing that its prey had slowed down, the monster extended its tentacles, violently dismantled the billboards along the street, and smashed them forward, blocking his way, and pounced forward the moment he paused. Chapter 33. Su dodged nimbly, intending to change his route and run to another narrower street. But he had just run 2 steps when several slippery black tentacles wrapped around his neck, waist and legs, pulling him back directly. Su reacted very quickly. He pulled out the dagger on the side of his thigh at the moment he was entangled, and stabbed the tentacle that bound his neck with force. The monster screamed in pain and reflexively withdrew the tentacle. Su wanted to stab again, but a tentacle suddenly wrapped around his hand holding the dagger. The soft suction cup had a very strong suction force, which made his arm numb. Su did not give up struggling, but in the face of absolute power, all resistance was useless. Is he really going to die here today? The tsunami before the crossing was an accident, and saving the child with his own life was forced by the situation at the time. This was the first time that Su faced the oppressive death directly in the true sense, and he didn't even have the ability to fight back. Who the tentacles tightened around Su, but did not continue to tighten, only using the suction cup to restrict his movements. This made Su feel that something seemed to be wrong. Death did not come as expected. Su opened his eyes, and saw the monster crawling on him. Except for the tentacles that bound him, the rest were stroking his body. The beautiful and deadly white face came close to him, as if observing. What was it looking at? Su did not find any murderous intent in it. This almost ambiguous posture seemed to be recognizing a friend who had not seen him for many years. But Su had no impression of either the monster or the face. Or was it just confirming whether he could eat it? But what is certain is that it has no signs of moving now. Su remained calm and did not want to sit and wait for death. He turned his head to look in the direction of Roger, and his eyes told him to shoot quickly. Roger was hinted by Su's eyes, and between running away immediately and shooting, he chose the latter. His relationship with Su was like this, so he would not risk his life to save him. He just saw with his own eyes how fast the monster moved. The sound of the water boat would definitely attract the monster's attention. It was similar to what Su said before. Even if he robbed the water boat, it was not certain whether he could run away. Bang! After a gunshot, the monster lying on Su screamed in pain, and the tentacles that were tightly bound to him suddenly tightened, and Su felt that his bones were about to break. In just a moment, the power that was restraining him suddenly disappeared. Su turned around and saw that the monster was moving forward at a very fast speed, and rushed to Roger in the blink of an eye. It wanted to kill people. Su seemed to be able to sense the monster's thoughts, but he didn't have time to think about it. It was difficult to move underwater. The oxygen in his equipment was running out, and he didn't have many legs, so he could only rely on his own legs to get closer to Roger. The sound of Roger's gunshots kept echoing on the seabed, but soon there was no sound, only a strange silence. Before Su ran over, he saw from a distance that the monster's tentacles were tightly wrapped around Roger, making his face purple, and he immediately raised his gun and fired 2 shots at the monster. Save me! The monster seemed angry, and did not let go of Roger even after being shot. Its beautiful face suddenly cracked in front of Roger's eyes, and the corners of its wide-open mouth cracked to the roots of its ears, and countless tentacles with barbs stretched out from it, slashing Roger's relatively weak neck side. Roger kept shrinking back in fear, but he could not retreat any further. Suddenly, he felt a strong suction force on his lower limbs. He looked down with difficulty and realized that the monster's mouth was in its abdomen and it was trying to swallow him. The tall monster stood like a giant tree under the sea, and its swaying tentacles looked like branches, which looked strange and magnificent. Su, who had rushed there at the fastest speed, held the dagger in his left hand and stabbed it into the trunk, climbing up in the slippery mucus. Roger felt that his breath was emitting a bloody smell, and his eyeballs were hot and swollen, almost exploding. In a trance, he finally saw Susu's figure. Susu saw that he was almost in the right position, so he stepped on a tentacle, turned over and jumped up, hooked the other tentacle with his foot, and was flush with the monster's mouthparts, and decisively fired 2 shots. Awed, the monster tightened its mouthparts in pain, and then let out a sharp and loud cry. The violent sound waves made Susu feel as if liquid was flowing out of his ears, and he could no longer hear any other sounds. Its blood was red and black, and Susu felt for a moment that it was still a person in essence, so that when he aimed his gun at the monster's head and was about to pull the trigger, he was a moment of dullness. The monster's empty eyes met Susu's gaze, and there was clearly no expression, but he felt that it seemed to be sad, as if begging him not to shoot. It should be the same as the previous illusion. He was bewitched by the monster. Susu pulled away in hesitation and prepared to shoot again. Bang! 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 Susu looked at the source of the gunshot and saw that it was Roger, who took the opportunity to escape when the monster's mouth was injured. Roger was not sure where to shoot to kill the monster, so he simply shot a few shots at the head and heart. The next moment, he aimed his gun at Susu. If it weren't for Susu, how could he have suffered such a punishment? The huge monster fell to the ground with a bang. Susu, who was hanging on the tentacles, jumped back nimbly to avoid being crushed by the monster. He turned around and found Roger's actions. Want to kill me? Susu looked at Roger's gun calmly. Roger wanted to take revenge on Susu, but if Susu died, what would happen to his assessment? It's my trophy. Roger said firmly, you must pay the price for today's account. Susu did not refute, and said quite sincerely, although it was not my subjective will to enter the air raid shelter, the monster was finally let out by me. It was you who fired the gun to solve this monster, so the credit should be yours. Seeing that he understood, Roger said again, I saw you return to the previous thieves' camp. If you don't want me to spread this matter to Mattia, next month's assessment. He didn't finish his words, and saw Susu's face suddenly turn cold, looking extremely reluctant. You know the price of colluding with the bandit camp, believe me or not. Shoo! Susu stopped Roger from saying anything else, and looked at the lonely and deserted city with caution. He lowered his voice and said, let's go. He heard breathing again, not just one breathing sound, and there must be no less than 5 monsters lurking in the dark. Even if he didn't like Susu, seeing him suddenly say this, Roger felt something was wrong, and immediately climbed onto Susu's water boat, put down the fishing net, and took the silent monster away. Susu didn't care about Roger's boat robbery anymore, and quickly found Roger's water boat, and boarded it to leave this strange city. Chapter 34. Did you hear any sound just now? Yes. Such a terrible cry. Could it be that someone encountered a monster? Where is Roger? He hasn't come back yet. Did he have an accident? Look! It's Roger's boat. Almost everyone was paying attention to Roger, and Susu's existence was completely ignored. Susu didn't mind, and moored the boat next to the Arkansas. While waiting for the mother boat to be recovered, he half leaned on the edge of the boat with his arms around his chest to watch the excitement. Roger's lost blood color eased a lot on the way back. Now that he was close to the Ark, his face looked even paler than before. When his teammates saw that he was injured, they were afraid that he would change in the next moment, so they didn't dare to get too close. But they were really curious about the movement just now, so they dared to go forward together, alert throughout the whole process, and ready to escape at any time. Roger was almost helped off the boat. Facing the curiosity of his teammates, who were disguised as caring, he raised his hand with difficulty and pointed at his boat. Someone boarded the boat curiously to check, and was surprised to find something hanging behind the watercraft. Is it a monster? He wanted to get closer to see it clearly, but he didn't dare to get too close, for fear that the monster would break free. Roger comforted him in a false voice. It's okay, I have killed this alienated human. The team members exclaimed after hearing the voice. What? Alienated human. Roger brought back a sample of an alienated human. Yes, it looks like a complete body from the degree of mutation. In order to study more advanced vaccines, the laboratory needs this kind of sample the most. So the movement in the sea just now was because of this monster? We were just about to go over to support it, and Roger was able to kill it by himself. You are worthy of it. But the wound on your face. Roger was flattered, but when he heard his teammates asking about his injury, he subconsciously touched the wound, but his voice was a little weak. It's just a small wound, accidentally rubbed. He was not sure whether he would be infected, but he wanted to go back. He must go back. It was not easy to get a chance to be seen by the top management. He couldn't miss it. Infection is a high probability, but not 100%. What if he is not infected? Patton's expression on the side was gloomy and scary, and his teammates didn't dare to provoke him, which made him look unusually deserted. He used to have no shortage of supporters around him, but he didn't expect that Roger, who he looked down on the most, would steal the limelight now. Patton looked at Roger's watercraft, and felt more and more jealous. He glanced at Su, who was looking at him, and couldn't help but sneered and said, "Why did Su come back with you?" Su thought that he had no part in the scene, but now Patton drew all the attention to him, and he had to work on the spot. He was about to speak when he met Roger's threatening eyes, and instantly understood. Roger's weak and fake appearance was not enough for Su. He looked at Roger earnestly with gratitude on his face. He changed his previous indifferent look and said hurriedly, "I was attacked by this monster when I was exploring the seabed. It was Roger who heard my call for help, and came to support me as soon as possible. Roger not only killed the monster, but also saved me. If it weren't for him, I would definitely not be able to come back this time. Roger is my benefactor." Even Roger, the person involved, was frightened by Su's pious appearance. Before he could tell whether it was true or not, he felt a little complacent in his heart. I didn't expect Su to be so tactful. That means he did have some secrets hidden in the bandit camp, and it seems that he can make good use of them. Barton still didn't think that Roger had the ability to kill alien creatures alone, but he didn't expect Su to join Roger's camp so openly. Did Barton gain much this time? Hearing Roger's superficial concern, which was actually a blatant provocation, Barton turned his head away without answering. "Roger, tell me how you caught this alien human." "Yes, this is an alien creature in an unknown area. Not only the experimental center, but also the navigation department will remember your merit. Maybe when the assessment results come out next month, you can be transferred to the navigation department, or even the command center." The compliments in the cabin made Meg's ears itch, but he was already used to it, but he didn't expect Su to make such a choice. Did Su really choose to be with Roger? Meg looked at Su inquiringly, and saw that after he was no longer being noticed by others, he still exuded the indifference of the past, and was completely different from the ardent believer just now. What exactly did he want to do? Meg secretly observed Su, and then followed Su's gaze to look at Roger and Barton. Suddenly, she figured out something, but just laughed softly, but did not intend to intervene. Until Roger finally showed off enough, he expressed his intention to return. "Let's go back. We have been out for so many days, and the food is almost consumed. If this place is not too far from Taoyuan base, I really want to treat everyone to a meal." Roger sighed regretfully, and suggested, "How about this? When we return to Mattia and settle the contribution points, I will treat everyone to juice. The canteen charges in Mattia is extremely unreasonable, which Su deeply understands. It is because the canteen is the only place in the lower cabin where you can buy food. If it were him, he would also raise the price. In the doomsday when water resources are scarce, the pure water that can be drunk directly on Mattia is even more expensive. So Roger's invitation to drink juice really needs to be spent, which is completely different from the consumption level of colleagues inviting milk tea in Su's memory. First let teammates see their abilities, then step on the once arrogant elite, and finally put on a completely different attitude to win people's hearts. Apart from anything else, Su thinks that Roger has a set of ways in the world. Yes, Roger is really amazing. After boarding the ship, Su continued to play the role of a follower, occasionally echoing a few compliments to Roger. However, his eyes were still on the sea, a little absent-minded. There was a question that he couldn't figure out. What exactly does alienation mean? Depriving creatures of their rationality, but allowing them to adapt to the current cruel environment, is it alienation or evolution? If the world itself accepted the mutation, then who is the real alien? The news that the 10th team captured the abnormal creatures was sent back to Mattia first, and Meg applied to the control tower to be ready to respond at any time. But when Arc 951 was about to land on the supply platform, there were only a few inspection team members waiting for inspection. It was not until the others on the supply platform found that Captain Meg, who had always been perfunctory, actually brought back something that they hurriedly called for help. Roger, who had been boasting on the Ark just now, refused to get off the ship until the inspection team personally boarded the ship to check, stared at the wound on his face for a long time, and just told him to get off the ship early. Just let me get off the boat? Roger was a little dumb for a moment, but after a while, he ran off the boat with a smile that could not be concealed. He said it. He has been so lucky recently that he can even get alienated humans. In the future, there will definitely be more good things waiting for him in the future. I heard that abnormal creatures were brought back from unknown seas. Su saw the researcher at the sample collection office hurriedly walking towards Arc 951, and continued to settle the supplies he brought back with the Materials and Energy Department. The staff of the Materials and Energy Department were curious, and wanted to join in the fun. He saw that Su had placed all flashy ornaments on the table, and said perfunctorily, "These things have no practical value to Mattia, not as good as a finger of the alienated human brought back by your teammates." He picked a few slightly usable ones, and put them in the basket behind him, hastily opened a settlement form for Su, and trotted to the sample area to take a look. Su collected the settlement form, and was already calculating how much money these ornaments and scrap small appliances could earn in the labor area. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure in the crowd. "Come on, some laborers, move the things." Hearing the call, the laborers who had been waiting in the corner swarmed over, and rushed to move the supplies brought back by the vanguard. A disheveled, skinny laborer was squeezed to the ground by others. He had freckles on his face, but his skin was white and tender, and he was out of place among the laborers. Gar. Su remembered that it was called this name. It was a member of the Uni Garden Guard, who took him to the dormitory area when he first came to Matthias. Chapter 35. Gar finally squeezed into the crowd, but just as he received the goods, they were snatched away by others. "Mine, I got it first." He was so anxious that his eyes were red, but he couldn't get the goods back from that person no matter how hard he tried. He looked at the Ministry of Materials and Energy indignantly, asking for justice from them, but what he got in response was the indifference of Matthias, who was leaning against him. Gar lowered his head in frustration and continued to queue up. When it was his turn again, the shelves were empty. How could he have a chance? In an instant, he felt dizzy and dark in front of his eyes, as if Matthias above him had fallen down, pressing him so hard that he couldn't breathe. He covered his face with his hands, and his shoulders trembled. He could vaguely hear sad sobs, but no one who passed by him cared. He just stood there and cried for a long time, and then returned to the corner to continue waiting, as if he had accepted his fate, as if this would happen countless times every day. However, when he passed by the vanguards, who had received the contribution point settlement slips, he couldn't help but slow down his pace and look at them enviously. He unexpectedly found Su's figure, and the other party had been looking in his direction, as if he had noticed him a long time ago. Su. Gar was stunned for a while, and the grievances and unwillingness that had accumulated for a long time gathered into hatred, almost bursting out of his chest. His eyes were red with anger, and he strode towards Su with his neck stiff, cursing with anger. "It's obviously you who did the wrong thing, and you are still alive. Why do you let me live a life worse than death? I am like this today, it's all your fault. Su, I'm going to kill you." But Gar had just stepped out of the labor transport channel when he was hit by a stick by the guard in charge of mobilizing laborers from the Ministry of Materials and Energy. The guard squinted at Gar and scolded him impatiently. "Don't you know that the laborers are not allowed to leave the transport channel?" Gar did not answer, but pointed at Su and said, "This man betrayed Matthias, and he is the one who should go to the labor zone." The guard followed Gar's pointing, and saw Su. He also recognized him, but rationally did not choose to find fault with the vanguard team that had just brought back the abnormal creatures from the unknown area. He hit Gar's back again and scolded him coldly. "First, you left the work area without permission and violated the rules. In addition, I asked you a question before, but you didn't answer. Deprive you of today's meal coupons and all points, and you are not allowed to work on the material platform in the next 5 days." As he said, he pointed to the suspension bridge leading to the labor zone. "You now, go back. Without meal coupons and points, I will starve to death. Matthias will not allow you to abuse citizens like this." Gar was unwilling to give in, and did not think he had done anything wrong. The guard sneered, "You are a laborer, not a citizen of Matthias." Gal was speechless, shaking his head and muttering, "I don't want to be a laborer, I don't want to." The guard ordered, "2 laborers come over, throw this guy back." Gal wanted to break free, but since he was driven to the laborer area, he had not eaten a full meal, and he didn't even have much strength to struggle, so he could only let himself be dragged to the suspension bridge. He stared at Su fiercely, wishing to skin him with his eyes, and shouted angrily with gnashing teeth, Su, you have done a lot of harm to others. You will be punished sooner or later." After seeing a laborer who offended a citizen of Matthias being driven away, everyone on the supply platform turned their attention to the other protagonist of the incident. Although Su sympathized with Gar's current situation, what Su did had nothing to do with him. He had been paying for Su's actions since he woke up, and he was still confused. He really had no time to feel too much guilt towards Gar. He was really heartless. If he had naively chosen to believe in Uni Garden and returned to the former guards, it would not be Gar in the labor zone today, but him. Su stood there calmly, and most of the eyes cast on him were disdainful and curious. But he was more indifferent than a running machine, and it was really hard to see why. People around him were not happy to look at him anymore. Or the alienated humans brought back by Rogier were more rare. In Su's eyes, most humans were no different from moths, willing to succumb to curiosity and rush to their own desires. Su raised his eyes, and found Appa among the laborers, and exchanged a glance with him silently. Appa nodded knowingly, and hid the thing Su brought back behind the trash can beside the suspension bridge. In order to bring back the sample, I was almost strangled to death by the monster's tentacles. Fortunately, I touched the gun in time and fired 3 shots at its mouthparts on the waist, bang bang bang. Rogier's voice was very high, and he wished that everyone on the material platform could hear it. Su also looked over after hearing the voice, and saw Rogier excitedly telling the researcher at the sample receiving station how he caught the monster. However, the researcher always looked uninterested in him. When Rogier finally got tired and finished talking, he asked, "What's your name?" Rogier was startled, and raised his voice to answer, "Rogier, my name is Rogier." Su couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. The experimental center hadn't heard Rogier speak from the beginning. Could it be that Rogier didn't hear it, or even thought they were repeating their confirmation? Several researchers didn't rush to bring the monster back immediately, but took a few samples, and sent them back to Mattia to seek Professor Gabriel's opinion. The fact was just as Su guessed. As soon as the researcher left, Rogier began to put his hands on his waist and be complacent. They will definitely tell Professor Gabriel about my achievements. Until the 10th team received the receipt, and returned to the dispatch office to settle the account, Rogier was still chattering. He kept repeating how he caught the alienated human. The team members next to him went from being surprised and appreciative at the beginning to being perfunctory now. After Su received the hush money transferred to him by Rogier, he was too lazy to even say anything, let alone join Rogier's dinner. He went to the dormitory area, saying that he was frightened by the monster, and had to go back to have a good rest. Su has never been a sociable person. If he came with others, they would not be able to adapt, so they wanted him to leave quickly. Although it is said that if you don't take advantage, you are a bastard, but it is better for Su not to take advantage of Rogier's advantage. He walked towards the dormitory area, went back to the room to change clothes, put on a mask and went out, walked straight to the cargo elevator of the Materials and Energy Department, returned to the Materials platform with ease, and walked to the labor area on the suspension bridge. Appa waited at the stall after work, and immediately stood up and waved when he saw Su's figure. Su saw that he was going to call someone, and immediately put his index finger in front of his lips to shush, because he found the gal, who was driven back to the labor area, was not far away. Given Gal's current situation, if he knew that he and Appa were working together, he would definitely expose this matter in order to return to Mattia. Gal curled up in a corner. Even if he returned to the labor zone, he had nowhere to go. He didn't belong here, and didn't want to stay here. He covered his rumbling stomach and stared at the hot pot in the community cafeteria with extreme desire, praying that there would be some leftovers today. Suddenly someone walked in front of him, and stared down at him. Chapter 36. Who are you? Gar looked up at the man in front of him. The man was wearing clothes from the old world and a mask, so he couldn't tell who he was, but he was tall, with an upright and relaxed figure, which made the simplest top and pants look good. Every step he took was very steady, and he must be a martial artist. Gar guessed that this man must be someone important, but why did he stop in front of him? Was he here to help him, or? Are you hungry? Su was wearing a mask, and his voice was already muffled, so he lowered his voice, deliberately not wanting to expose himself. Seeing that Gar nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, he said, "I treat you to a meal." He and Appa bought the meal ticket, and he came to Gar just to thank Gar for leading him on the way when he first came to Mattia. At that time, he did think for a moment that Gar was Su's only good friend in Mattia. Why? Gar asked timidly. He didn't know this person, but he also understood the purpose of this lunch. Do you want to eat? Yes. What's the point of talking nonsense? Su pursed his lips flatly, handed in a meal ticket, and exchanged it for a meal provided today, which he placed in front of Gar. He had no intention of sitting down, and he was going to leave after returning the favor. Thank you. Gar choked up. Su stamped his feet, turned back and sat down and asked, "Why were you driven here?" Gar had guessed that this person was Matthias's, and now it sounded like he probably knew him. The surging resentment hit his heart, making him speak incoherently, It's all Susu's fault. It's all his fault. Susu, the perpetrator, was sitting next to him, not saying anything, waiting for him to continue. He and I were in a patrol team. After he betrayed Uni Garden and absconded, I, as a teammate, was also targeted everywhere, and no matter what I did, I would be corrected. Since you know me, you should also be from the garden, and you must know that outsiders don't come here normally. That day I just took a nap accidentally. Who knew that the top management would suddenly visit? Susu raised his eyebrows slightly behind the mask, and asked, You said it was Susu who harmed you. Gar lowered his head, and said indignantly, Obviously, these were all small mistakes that could be ignored before, but now they are all fussing about them. I finally got into Uni Garden. If it weren't for Susu's trouble, I could have lived a peaceful life for the rest of my life. It was him who harmed me. As if he felt the slight disagreement shown by the other party, Gar raised his head, and continued to speak, trying to resonate with him. That day, during the storm repair, Susu quietly left the team. Later, he hurried back, and was chased by someone. He couldn't speak clearly, and kept muttering something. Eunice Garden, Experimental Center, what else did he say? He thought for a while before saying, Oh, I remember. Humans are not humans. Humans have been destroyed long ago. Escape. Escape from Matthias. Gar was disdainful. He must be crazy. Matthias is the safest place in the world. No wonder he was expelled from the Garden of Eunice. Susu whispered again, Humans are not humans. They have been destroyed long ago? Why are they fleeing from here? Did Susu accept to join the Vanguard because he wanted to escape? He remembered hearing his teammates mention that when the Vanguard was doing sampling missions, the team would be accompanied by a researcher, but later a researcher escaped. Did Susu want to follow suit? Susu did not come to a conclusion, because he always felt that there was still a layer of fog, and for a while, he could not see the full picture of the events that Susu had experienced. Thank you for the lunch. Can I know who you are? Gar's sudden question drew Susu's attention back, and he shook his head and refused. No, otherwise why would I wear a mask? After that, Susu got up and left, hiding in the passing crowd. Gar stared at the direction he left, always with an indescribable but familiar feeling. His hungry stomach cried out again. He lowered his head to look at the lunch in front of him, but did not move the fork for a long time. Appa was busy, but when Susu appeared, he immediately looked over and waved excitedly. It was not until Susu approached that he asked, Why didn't you let me call you just now? Because you knew me. Susu nodded, I guess so. An enemy is also an acquaintance in a sense, isn't it? Good business today? Susu found that the things he brought back had been sold out. Appa smiled happily. Yes, these paintings, ornaments, and dolls are of no use to Matthias, but in this era when the fate of mankind is about to end, even if you buy them back and put them on display, you will feel better just by looking at them. Susu looked at the customers in front of the stall indifferently. Most of them were wearing Matthias uniforms, and there were even a few faces that Susu had seen before. They not only supported Matthias' principles, but also sought human comfort in this corner abandoned by Matthias. He did not express his opinion, but sat down in the old position in the corner, concentrating on checking the newly brought home appliances. There was a man wearing a mask, and not speaking in the busy stall, skillfully repairing things from the old world. Many people looked at him curiously, and some approached to ask questions, but the man focused on working with his head down, and no one paid attention. When the time came, he left as soon as he said he would, and his speed was comparable to their clocking in at the training base. Appa said goodbye to Susu as usual. When others asked him, he would not reveal anything, just saying that he was also in the labor zone. Susu, who left the labor zone, took out the efficiency of rushing to the subway when he went to work before, and ran into the cafeteria to report in the fastest time. I'm here. Jeff glanced at the electronic clock on the wall. Wow, I'm 5 seconds late, 2 seconds earlier than last time. I'm making progress. He pointed to the garbage pile in the corner. I pick up today's supplies later. Throw away this pile of garbage first, and then come back to tidy up the cafeteria. Okay. Susu responded. Jeff was not idle either. He moved a chair and stood in front of the cabinet, picking up the upper layer that had not been used for a long time. If it weren't for your big assessment being brought forward, the canteen would have to be cleaned up for a few more months. But it's a good thing you're here. These few days, just help me clean up inside and out, and I take care of your meals a few more times. What's the relationship between the assessment and the canteen? Susu wondered. Does it mean that you can eat for free when you take the assessment? Jeff raised his chin and said, That's because you used to stay in Uni Garden, and your vision was too high. There are many people who want to pass the assessment and transfer to my canteen to help. Although the salary is not as high as other departments, I provide meals here. How about it? Do you want to come? I'm a little tempted. Susu nodded sincerely, and began to seriously think about whether he could become a formal worker in the canteen and stay in the vanguard to go on missions on the sea. Why are there still wanted orders from 5 years ago? How long have I not cleaned the upper cabinet? Jeff said, and turned to hand a stack of wanted orders to Susu, wanting him to take it. Unexpectedly, the chair was unstable, and he swayed to find balance, but ended up falling to the ground because of his clumsy body. Looking up, Susu caught the wanted order, but not him. He was so angry that his beard stood up high, and angrily said, "You kid, there is no food to eat today." Susu smiled and said, "Chef Jeff, I really didn't mean it." It was that the DNA that received the wanted order suddenly moved, and subconsciously wanted to take a look at the bounty. Jeff just cursed to make himself feel better. After all, what if he really hit Susu and injured this useful helper? Susu quickly pulled him up, and saw that he just snorted angrily, and didn't care about what happened just now, so he continued to do his own thing. He was about to put the wanted posters in the waste paper pile, but out of curiosity, he took a closer look. Unexpectedly, what was written on it was the experimenter escape incident that his teammate had mentioned before. Chapter 37. Senior Researcher at the Experimental Center, ID 1475963. This researcher defected on a light watercraft number 753 while assisting the 7th Squadron of the Vanguard to sail out. If anyone discovers his whereabouts, please report it immediately. Susu silently recited the words on the wanted order, and turned it over again to check, but he didn't see a single photo. When I received an online wanted order in the past, at least there would be a portrait that simulated the suspect's appearance, but this one in my hand, let alone a simulated portrait, there were only a few words about the description of the wanted person, and the few things that could be used were the number. The 7th Squadron of the Vanguard, sounds familiar? It seems to be the team of that female captain. Susu whispered. It seems you still remember me. Susu turned his head when he heard the voice, and was surprised to find that Captain Lydia had walked behind him at some point. Lydia saw the surprise on his face, bent down to take a wanted order from him, and sat down on the table next to him with a little jump. Her long golden hair moved, and it looked particularly bright in this huge ship without sunlight. She bit the Maltose lollipop in her mouth, and threw the stick accurately into the trash can 3 meters away. Lydia swung her legs, and the handmade doll on her waist also moved. I just came back from a mission, and happened to pass by. She briefly explained why she suddenly appeared. She was almost starving, and wanted to come to the cafeteria to see if there was anything to eat. Unexpectedly, she ran into Susu, who came here to work. Chef Jeff was notoriously bad-tempered, but she got along well with him. Lydia knew that Susu was not surprised by her sudden appearance, but by the wanted order, and smiled and said, "I've seen the light watercraft number 753, which used to belong to my man's team." Susu tilted his head, and widened his eyes. In other words, the captain of the previous 17 was not you, but your man? The word man is not strange. The reason why he felt strange was that after coming to Mattia, there seemed to be no concept of husband and wife here, and the reproductive rights of Mattia's citizens were fully controlled by Uni Garden. So the man in Captain Lydia's mouth was what he understood? Captain Lydia was very calm. After all, these things were not secrets in Mattia. I was selected to enter Mattia at the age of 18, and began to breed offspring for Uni Garden in the same year. I did not leave that place until I was 35. According to convention, women like me who no longer have the ability to breed will be sent back to the underground city base for preferential treatment until death. But I did not choose to leave, but chose to stay here. Before coming to Mattia, I studied medicine in the underground city base. Due to the shortage of medical resources, Mattia finally agreed to my request. Speaking of this, she gradually had a warm smile on her face, and lowered her head and said slowly, "It was during my later work that I met the man who did not care about my past, and was willing to accompany me for life. In those days, I spent the happiest days of the past 35 years. Every time he went out on a mission, I would wait on the flight platform, waiting for him to come back safely. Do you think I am a stupid woman obsessed with love?" Lydia looked down at Susu in front of the pile of debris. Susu shook his head and said truthfully, "I have no right to judge your happiness, but I am a little confused. Why did you join the Vanguard later? From Uni Garden to the medical center, and now the captain of the Vanguard, what has Lydia experienced?" Lydia's smile was bitter, and she unwrapped another Maltose lollipop. He and his teammates always came back with injuries, and some of them even mutated on the spot, and were shot to death on the flying platform. The medical center has endless patients every day, and most of the people injured at sea need amputation to save their lives. At that time, I could see blood when I closed my eyes, fearing that one day, he would not be able to come back. Later, one day, he came back very frustrated and said that his teammates had the opportunity to return to Mattia for treatment, but the journey was too far, and his teammates eventually died in midair. Lydia sighed with relief and turned to look at the Mattia citizens coming and going outside the cafeteria. At that time, I suddenly realized that, yes, the Vanguard used their lives to bring back resources for Matthias, but Matthias had always treated them as tools, replacing them with a new batch of tools after they were used up. But they are people, living people, they can get hurt, suffer, and die. The food and technology we eat and use in Matthias are all stained with the blood of the Vanguards. But how many people remember them? The Pasa Palace? That mysterious memorial service? Susu remained silent. Matthias used memorial services to complete the life of a Vanguard member. They were held once a month. The ceremony seemed grand, but he saw the indifference under the procedure. So I applied to Matthias again. I want to go out with the Vanguard team. The medical center doesn't need her, but it is really short of manpower. Matthias will continue to recruit from the underground city base, but there are almost no medical resources to treat the wounded at sea at that time. Susu said solemnly, "You are a great woman." Lydia refused this title. "No, I was very scared when I first arrived at sea. At that time, I had no training experience, let alone such a terrible scene. To be frank, I had the idea of retreating, but when I really rescued the wounded in the first time, I knew that my choice was not wrong. The reason why I became the captain." Lydia's face was gloomy, spinning the Maltose stick in her hand. Even with honey, she couldn't hide her sorrow. "But the ocean is too big, and the tiny human beings are not worth mentioning in front of it. 3 years ago, a huge tsunami swept away my man. The team searched for 3 days and 3 nights, begging Mattia to send people to help find him, but they couldn't find him. The team members thought that after he left, I would no longer stay in the Vanguard, but I finally chose to stay, in order to save more people, for Mattia, and for the future of mankind." She stroked the doll's head and sighed again, her eyes moving to the wanted order in her hand. "When I joined the Vanguard, this happened. My man said that in order to save time and improve sampling efficiency, each Vanguard team that went out would be equipped with an experimenter. It is very difficult to train a researcher with independent sampling, identification and identification capabilities, and who can perform surface missions. The one who escaped is a senior researcher, who can be regarded as one of Mattia's most cherished resources." "Why did he leave?" Susu believed that he had betrayed Mattia in the eyes of others, and he had no right to say that others had defected. Lydia shrugged, saying she didn't know. The reason why the senior researcher left is still a mystery, and the experimental center didn't reveal much to the public. This is also very strange. She leaned forward and said, "Your experience is quite similar to his." Chapter 38. Susu did not avoid Lydia's inquiring eyes, and bluntly exposed her thoughts. Would the captain think that I was inspired by him, or even that I knew the senior researcher, and escaped to find him? When everyone thought that one thing was right, and only he was an outlier, he didn't think it was a big deal. But now that he knew that there was actually another outlier, he felt an indescribable wonder in his heart. Lydia's stiff face suddenly relaxed, and she smiled and said, "I know you don't have the chance to meet him." Because she had been there, she knew better that Uni Garden was the most peaceful place on Mattia, a hotbed of human life, but once you enter, it is difficult to get out again. Lydia put the lollipop into her mouth and held it, moving her tongue to her cheek. "By the way, your team leader should have seen him. There was a joint operation before. In addition to several elite teams, your team leader also participated. The laboratory sent 3 researchers, including this person." She pointed at the wanted poster. "My husband was very impressed by the senior researcher. He said that he looked only about 26 or 27 years old, but he was extremely outstanding in both professionalism and aura. At this age, and with such a status, his future is limitless. It can be said that his existence itself is a miracle of mankind." Susu heard a familiar person in the words of team leader Lydia, and asked curiously, "Captain Meg can participate in the joint operation of the elite team?" In his impression, Meg has always been indifferent, often being ridiculed by teammates but not caring, and being targeted by other captains, but not minding at all, just like a worker who just goes to work to get by. Now he was told that this worker who muddled through life was actually an elite in the industry, and that he was just a slacker on the surface, but in reality he was a rollicker. Lydia was not surprised that Susu would ask this question, and laughed twice and said, "Don't think that your captain is a coward at ordinary times. He almost replaced Admiral Muller to lead the guards, and entered the center of the command tower. But later a small accident happened, and he voluntarily gave up the opportunity to climb up and chose to stay in the vanguard and wait for Matthias's orders. As for what happened, she was not willing to continue talking about it from her position. Susu heard that Captain Lydia was deliberately covering up, and wisely did not ask Meg why she gave up, but asked instead, "So Captain Meg is not incapable of getting a better mission?" Curious, but he was still very clear about what he could and could not ask. Captain Lydia shrugged and responded cleverly, "Someone has to take the responsibility for the missions that no one takes." Soon after that large-scale joint operation, this senior researcher betrayed Mattia. The top leaders had repeatedly ordered him to be tracked and rounded up, but he seemed to have disappeared, evaporated from the face of the earth. He may have been eaten by a monster, or he may have escaped to a place where Mattia could not track him. "Thank you for telling me this." Susu took the wanted order handed over by Captain Lydia, stacked it with other papers, and prepared to take it to the garbage disposal station to throw it away. On the way back, he would stop by the Ministry of Materials and Energy to pick up supplies for the canteen. Seeing that he was busy, Lydia took out a small package from her bag and threw it to Susu. "Go on." Susu was surprised and looked at the contents of the small bag. They were all emergency medical supplies, which might be very useful at a critical moment. "Although the Combat Readiness Center will provide each vanguard with supplies, my bag is more complete. I hope you don't need them one day, but I also hope that if there is such a day, they can help you." Lydia and Susu are not familiar with each other, but she has an inexplicable affection for him. Unlike her feelings for her man, Susu always gives her a premonition that one day he will make Matthias restless. "I wish you a smooth assessment." Lydia left a blessing and was about to leave. "Thank you." Susu thanked again and suddenly remembered something and ran after him. He lowered his voice. "Captain Lydia, is there a place called HOM on Matthias? Or have you seen it anywhere?" Almost everyone on Matthias disagreed with him, and he had no place to ask. Captain Lydia was one of the few people willing to lend him a helping hand, and she had been on Mattia for a long time, so he wanted to ask. Lydia shook her head after trying to recall. "I haven't heard of a department called this name, but I seem to have heard these 3 letters somewhere." "Don't worry, I tell you if I remember it." Susu was busy in the cafeteria all day, but fortunately, Chef Jeff gave him a full meal. After eating, his tired limbs regained strength, and he walked to the training base next door as soon as he left the cafeteria. "Boy, if you can really get good grades, the cafeteria will definitely give you priority." Jeff looked at Susu's back as he left, and promised with certainty. Apart from the pressure from the uni garden, he really thinks this kid is good, he can work, and is willing to endure hardships. Susu turned around and nodded. "If I can really get into the cafeteria, then the chef will not be able to get rid of me with a meal." Jeff is a good man who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He has been under a lot of pressure doing odd jobs in the cafeteria. Uni Garden will never let him pass the assessment and become a regular employee, so he still doesn't involve others. "You kid." Jeff pointed at Susu and laughed. As the assessment period approached, the Vanguard's missions outside the team were significantly reduced, and the number of people in the training base increased. Susu waited for a while before lining up to practice on the field. When he looked up, he met Patton's fierce eyes. Patton's face was covered with sweat, and the sandbag in front of him had been beaten to deformation by him. After catching Susu's figure, he strode forward without saying a word, like a carnivorous beast intending to collide. He punched the sandbag next to Susu with his bloody fist, and the sand that exploded flowed all over the ground and flowed to Susu's feet. Susu knew that no matter how much he hated Barton, he would not attack him on Mattia, so he stood there without dodging, which was a pity for a sandbag. "We have to queue up again." He really hated queuing. Barton was angry when he saw his nonchalant look, and gritted his teeth and said, "You don't know how much I have paid." The surging blood in his body made his eyes red, his whole body hot and swollen, and his tense reason almost broke. Susu remained silent, but he couldn't help muttering in his heart, of course he didn't know. Barton didn't care what Susu thought, the only idea in his mind was to vent his emotions, grabbing his shoulders and roaring in suppression. As for Roger, that talkative idiot, unless the remaining brain is dug out, he will never be favored by Professor Gabriel. Chapter 39. Kill him. As long as he is killed, everything will be back on track. Kill him. This idea kept turning around in Patton's mind. He wanted to strangle Susu's neck and kill him directly, so that there would be no trouble. However, Matthias did not allow fighting between citizens. This would be an act that Matthias would hate. It was not allowed. Patton's mind suddenly pulled out of the chaos. He was shocked to find that his hands had strangled Susu's neck without knowing when. He hurriedly withdrew his hands and stepped back. I didn't. Patton immediately looked at the eyes of the others around him, and found that everyone was staring at him. It was not the kind of envy he had before, but confusion and fear. He wanted to explain, but even he himself didn't know what happened. Why was it getting harder and harder to control himself? Barton gritted his teeth and approached Susu again, lowering his voice to coerce. I advise you not to do anything during the assessment, otherwise I will be rude to you. After that, he clenched his fists and walked away quickly, not even daring to turn his head, for fear of looking at those questioning eyes again. It shouldn't be like this. Susu looked at Barton's back meaningfully. His eyes slowly fell on the kettle that Barton left behind, and thoughtfully kindly put it away for him. As soon as Barton left the training base, the gate at the door triggered the alarm immediately. The training base reminds you that your training time today is less than 8 hours. Please return to the venue within 3 minutes, otherwise the training will be considered invalid. This training result is invalid. The training base reminds you that if the training time on that day is less than 8 hours, 3 contribution points will be deducted. Please pay attention to the training time. As the test was approaching, everyone was busy training. They only talked about Patton's abnormality and returned to their positions to continue practicing. They were eager to see the established person fail, which meant that there might be a position for them. Susu queued for a long time before finding a new position to practice. Almost everything here was new to him. In the past period of training, what he learned from the instruction manual was just the tip of the iceberg of the weapons, equipment, and traps in the base. In a trance, Susu found the urgency of the university exam week again. He came late, and was not familiar with too many things. He tried every weapon in turn. Unconsciously, the queue became shorter and shorter. Later, no one competed with him for a position, and then he found that he was the only one left in the venue. If you fail the university exam, you will fail. If you fail the assessment of the Vanguard. Susu thought after consideration, people should not fail. This was not the first time that he was the last one to leave the training base. Matthias, which was bustling with people coming and going during the day, was eerily quiet in the middle of the night. Susu's footsteps were light, but still echoed. The machinery driving the giant ship kept making jerky starting sounds, which made his teeth ache. Susu walked quickly towards the dormitory area, silently planning what to do next. But as soon as he approached the dormitory, he felt the strange chill on his back again. He quickly turned his head to look at the experimental center opposite, and caught a man in a white coat standing by the window on the second floor. It was this man who had been staring at him. Who is he? Susu was puzzled. Before he could see the other person's face clearly, the figure by the window slowly retreated back to the room. If the curtains on the second floor of the experimental center had not moved slightly, he would have thought that he was hallucinating due to lack of sleep. Susu lowered his eyebrows and looked at his pocket. He returned to the room and took out the kettle of Patton that he had brought back secretly. He was careful and hid the kettle first. He changed into black clothes, gently pushed open a crack in the door to see if anyone was watching him. After confirming that it was safe, he left a mark by the door and quietly merged into the dark night of Matthias. Even in the middle of the night, the top leaders of Matthias would keep a few lights on. The armored guards patrolled in an orderly manner, and the night lights reflected on the shoulder armor reflected a cold light. Susu, hiding in the dark, pressed against the wall to prevent the guards from discovering his whereabouts. After the patrol was over, he quickly sneaked into the next corridor. He had come to Matthias twice before when he was doing odd jobs at the dispatch office. He helped the archives to deliver materials, and helped the education center move things. After exiting the high-rise elevator, walk to the right to the education center. Going further along the corridor, you can see a large garden and a magnificent and holy building. That is the Uni Garden. Behind the garden is the archives. The archives is closest to the top of Matthias, and most of the time it can keep the archives dry, unless there is an unfortunate heavy rain. Susu had just come out of the archives. Before, he could only deliver the documents to the door. With his citizen level, he could not enter at all, so he could only sneak in to take a look when the guards in charge were lax in the middle of the night. The archives have a lot of information, which is stored by department and age. Matthias's navigation records, see conditions reports submitted regularly by the navigation department, regular inspection and maintenance reports by the engineering department, and citizen identity files of the upper and lower levels. There are only documents within the past 20 years here, and those before that are locked in the room and sealed. Susu faced the Matthias archives of 20 years, and he didn't know where to start. He searched all night for records that he thought might contain clues, but nothing came of it until dawn. He even rarely saw the 3 letters HOM appear at the same time, so he must come a few more times. 18. Susu put down the information in his hand. Every 15 minutes, a team of guards responsible for patrolling passed by the archives. The one that just passed was the 18th time, which means that dawn is almost here. Susu glanced at the guards who were still sleeping, and sneaked out of the archives without delay, avoiding the patrols of the guards all the way and approaching the elevator. He had never been to the left side of the elevator, but he heard that the Combat Readiness Center and the Command Center were both in that location. He took a peek from a distance and knew that the patrol defense there was impossible for him to break in alone with his skills. Susu lurked in the corner, waiting for the guards to pass by and looking for an opportunity to escape. Suddenly, someone behind him said, "Wait, there seems to be someone there." Not good, Susu thought to himself, and immediately prepared to run towards the elevator. If he ran faster, he might be able to get rid of these armored guards. "What's wrong?" A voice stopped the guard's actions. "Admiral." The guard saluted Muller respectfully, then pointed to the dark and said, "I just saw a figure there." Muller looked in the direction of his finger, frowned slightly, stared at the darkness, and said in a deep voice, "It's okay, continue patrolling. The captain will meet with the heads of Taiyuan Base and Santa Maria Base today. You go to the conference room to check." "But..." The guard pointed to the dark, but did not dare to disobey. "Yes, Admiral." Susu had escaped while they were talking, took the elevator back to the lower floor, and when he stepped on the floor tiles of the central square, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Admiral?" The Admiral should have seen him, but he didn't let anyone catch him. He couldn't figure it out. Chapter 40. For several days afterwards, Susu did not receive any news about the mission, and even the location that brought good luck before he went there was useless. Every morning, he took the elevator down from the supply platform, exchanged glances with Appa, who was working early, and then went to the old place. There were more than 1 stalls in the labor area, but he must have the best business recently. Appa had previously considered whether to rent a dormitory along the street to open a shop and build a small compartment for Susu so that he would not be disturbed. Unfortunately, the assessment was about to start, and the people from the Vanguard team rarely came recently. In addition, there were not many missions recently, so Susu could not go out and could not bring back anything. Appa's idea had to be put on hold for the time being. When Appa returned to the labor area, Susu was introducing the waste he had just brought back from the supply platform to the customer. He put the waste he had just brought back from the supply platform next to him, and sang the same tune with Susu, and soon sold an old keypad machine that could play small games. People in the old world must have lived a happy life, with so many things to use. After Appa sent the guests away, he couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the items on the stall in front of him. After hearing this, Susu raised his eyes silently, with a somewhat melancholy tone, not necessarily happy, but they were relatively free at that time, and there were no monsters. They should have thought that social development would get better and better, and technology would slowly improve the quality of life. They would never have thought that it would be like this 400 years later. It is the class that has been picked up again, the human life that is regarded as consumable, the reproductive rights that are completely controlled, and the polarized technology. In Appa's eyes, Susu always felt that he exuded a very cold and alienated person. At first, he thought that Susu didn't like the labor zone and cooperated with him just to earn points. But after getting along for a long time, he found that Susu's indifference was quite special. He couldn't put it into words. At least he finally found some human touch in Susu just now. Appa sorted out the things he just brought back and said, "By the way, the boy you took to dinner last time is not working at the material platform recently." "Huh?" Susu remembered that he had been here these days, but he didn't see Gao much. Appa said, "He is too weak and unwilling to endure hardships. He doesn't work well at the material platform. He shouts every day that he is a member of the Mariani Garden Guard, and is unwilling to listen to the orders of the supervisor. So the supervisor didn't let him go, saying it was a waste of opportunity." "What about him now?" Appa shook his head. "I don't know. The last time I saw him, he stole someone else's meal, and was beaten half to death. Maybe now? Maybe he has ended his life in some corner. This is how the labor zone works. Either you completely become Matthias materials, completely obey the labor dispatch, and do your best to fight for those points, or you give up yourself and become dependent on Matthias. They don't want to do that either, but what can they do? I won't go. Dad and Mom, I will work hard to earn points in the future, don't sell me. I beg you." Appa was attracted by the voice of resistance, and looked at the source of the quarrel, Xioxianglu, and sighed helplessly. Another one. Su saw his expression, and it seemed that this situation happened a lot, and he paid more attention to it. In front of Xioxianglu, a couple dragged a little girl, who looked only 15 or 16 years old. Seeing the little girl resisting, the man went up and slapped her. How many points can you earn from your daily sewing and mending? You might as well go to Xioxianglu and earn points as a citizen of Matthias, so that you can donate a job to your brother in the planting area as soon as possible, and at least your family won't starve to death. Yes, we raised you to this age. How come you don't know how to be grateful at all? If it weren't for the two of us, you would have starved to death long ago, and now you dare to talk back? The little girl covered her beaten face and cried, Dad and Mom, don't let me go to Xioxianglu. I can do anything. I can also move things at the material platform, and sew more clothes and wallets. I will try my best to repay you. Please don't sell me. The couple was determined to sell the little girl, and they didn't listen to her pleading at all, and kept pushing her into Xioxianglu. The woman who had been soliciting customers at the door just now watched for a long time, and the couple's words were like a knife, cutting into her heart one by one. She stepped forward and drove them away with a hoarse voice. What are you doing? What do you think this place is? Our Xioxianglu is not for everyone. The woman leaned over and pinched the little girl's face. After looking at her from left to right, she pushed her away with disdain and wiped her hands with a handkerchief in disgust. No one will like her with this look. Go away quickly, don't delay our business. If you are asked to pay, can you afford it? Her movements were artificial, and she glanced up and down at the couple with squinting eyes, her eyes full of contempt. The couple saw that she was going to call for help, and they had nowhere to vent their anger. They pushed the little girl hard and cursed. Fuck, waste, you are not even worthy of being sold. The little girl fell to the ground and cried out in pain. She had no time to check her wounds. She saw the eyes of everyone around her staring at her, curled up and buried her head, guarding her remaining little self-esteem. Seeing her trembling shoulders, the woman's eyes softened, and she squatted down in front of her gently, patting her back gently. It's okay, don't be afraid. The little girl raised her head slightly with tears on her face. The woman carefully wiped off the dust on her body, and tried to wipe away her tears with the handkerchief. The little girl subconsciously wanted to hide, biting her lower lip tightly, and not speaking. The woman opened her mouth and said sadly, This handkerchief is clean. I'm not. The little girl quickly denied it. She just didn't expect the sister to help her wipe her tears. As if to prove herself, she took the handkerchief and wiped it on her face, choking and saying, Thank you, sister. The woman nodded with tears in her eyes, gently stroked the girl's hair and said, If you don't want to come, don't come. In the future, bring the small things you sew to the door more often, and the sisters will help you sell them, okay? When the little girl heard this, she immediately wanted to kneel down to thank the woman. Thank you. The woman stopped her and said seriously, Sister, don't abandon yourself easily, don't belong here. Then this is for you. The little girl handed over the small bag she sewed with both hands, afraid that her sister would dislike it, and said timidly, It's the only thing I can show off now. The woman picked it up and admired it, and praised it without hesitation. It's so beautiful. Bring it back next time, and we will help you sell some. The other women who were soliciting customers on the side also nodded with emotion, indicating that they were willing to help. The little girl's eyes were full of brilliance, and she bowed deeply to the sisters. She left with a brisk pace, and frequently turned back to wave to the women. After watching the little girl walk away, the woman saw someone standing in a corner not far away staring at her. He realized that he was discovered and limped over. Gayer? Su recognized that the person walking towards the small incense building was Gayer, who had disappeared for several days. He was dressed in rags, covered in wounds, and walked with a weak step. He looked like he had been starving for a long time. Chapter 41. Su couldn't hear what Jar said. He just saw him pointing in the direction where the little girl left, and begged the woman for a long time. The woman shook her head and didn't agree, so he wanted to attack angrily. The thugs who had been waiting nearby immediately held him down, and didn't let this madman touch anyone else. Xiao Xianglo is willing to help her. Is she in trouble, or wants to make a living by relying on her skills? But you are different. You just want to share a piece of the pie. The woman must have heard what Jar said, and laughed. I don't care who you are. I kindly remind you that no matter what means you use, you can only rely on yourself to survive in the labor zone. Jair seemed to have lost his strength and stopped struggling. He buried his head and said something as if he accepted his fate, and the thug stopped holding him. The woman slightly raised her lips and invited, Okay, let's go. Su watched Jair's next move quietly. When he stood up and walked into the Zioxianglu, he shook his head in understanding and looked away silently. Susu was such a money-loving person. Last time, he exchanged points for meal coupons for him and himself. Now he kept staring at Zioxianglu. Appa thought that the man named Jiar might be Susu's friend. He wanted to say something to comfort him, but he was really tongue-tied and couldn't say a word for a long time. Until a passerby passed by their stall and mentioned the assessment, he was inspired and said to Susu, "I heard they said you were going to take the assessment. Is it difficult? Will it be dangerous?" Susu looked at Appa in a daze, then understood something and laughed dryly. "I have never participated." Jiar always felt that it was Susu who harmed him and made him be targeted everywhere, but Susu thought this matter had nothing to do with him, and when they first met, Jiar asked him questions on behalf of Uni Garden, and his only good impression was gone. Susu admitted that Gar had fallen to this point because of some influence from Susu, but the main reason was his own fault, and he could not blame anyone else. He felt that he owed Gar a favor, and had to repay it when he invited Gar to dinner. Just now, he watched Gar walk into the Zioxianglu, just thinking what would happen if he or Susu were trapped in this place for the rest of his life. Appa scratched his head. "I almost forgot that you were new here. I think you can do the assessment." Susu bowed slightly and thanked him, sitting back in the corner, looking for reparable things in the waste pile as usual. He turned his back to everyone and opened a broken and soaked oven. This thing was difficult to repair, and most people would not buy it, so it was left in the corner for a long time. The screws on the back panel were loose, and Susu opened it effortlessly. He silently put a silver-gray gun into his pocket. This was the purpose of his trip. This was the tranquilizer gun he picked up in the air raid shelter last time. He did not hand it in with other trophies, and originally planned to hide it in the dormitory. But after returning from the upper archives last time, he paid special attention to the fact that someone had sneaked into his dormitory while he was away, moving the mark he left. He didn't know where the other party came from, what his purpose was, whether he entered his dormitory to kill people or to find things, but it was clear that his dormitory was not safe. Later, Susu wanted to find another opportunity to go to the archives to check for clues, but when he arrived at the upper level, he found that the patrols of the guards were much lax, and he suspected that there was a fraud, so he didn't go again. The assessment day will be in a few days, and it's time to start preparing. Susu had a feeling that someone would come to trouble him in this assessment. "It's too late, hurry up. If you can't catch this boat, you miss the assessment." "Huh? Fortunately I caught up. What should I do? The assessment will start soon. I'm so nervous." Alas, if being nervous was useful, I would have been among the top. 3 whistles from the flight platform rang through the sky, warning that the deadline was about to end. As soon as the Vanguard team members, who arrived on time, stepped out of the hatch, they saw countless arcs detaching from the hatch of the Mattia War Preparation Center. The sun was shining brightly, and the sky was cloudless. The arcs circled in the sky like eagles, making sharp sounds of breaking through the air. After a whistle sounded, another longship sailed out of Mattia. All the arcs immediately stopped circling and followed the longship like a pilgrimage. Following the guidance of the pilot, they landed on the flight platform one by one. Susu saw the words navigation written on the longship, and knew that it was a ship of the navigation department. The dispatching office is the superior of the Vanguard, and the subordinate of the navigation department, so it is not surprising that the Vanguard's arcs would obey devoutly. The hatches of dozens of arcs opened at the same time, and the captains in charge of the posture went out of the cabin and waited at the door. The scene was extremely solemn and stern. Arc 951 was quite easy to find. It was at the end of the queue. Susu quickly found Meg waiting at the hatch. "Captain Meg." Susu greeted and prepared to go on board to catch up on sleep. Meg suddenly stopped Susu. "Wait." But he stared at Susu for a long time, and when he saw Patton and others coming over, he shook his head and said, "It's okay, be careful during the assessment." Susu heard Meg's brief reminder and said in a muffled voice, "Thank you." Meg pursed her lips solemnly, looked up at Matthias, and finally chose to protect herself. After all the Vanguard members waiting for the test on the flight platform entered the arc, the pilot captain blew a whistle. Matthias responded with a whistle, and then a huge ship sailed out from above their heads. The frigates that originally surrounded Matthias left the route and guarded around the ship, like resolute guards guarding the Supreme Majesty. "It's the command ship. Will we see the captain this time?" In the arc cabin, the team members tried to lower their voices, but they couldn't suppress their excitement at the moment. "Yes, we could only see the wise captain during the annual assessment." After the siren of the command ship's official sailing sounded, the pilot ship was summoned to sail out of the flight platform track, leading all the arcs to sail like fledglings under the command ship and frigates. The fleet in the sky sailed for half a day. The cabin that used to be full of laughter and chatter was silent today. Most of the team members looked solemn, and some were timid like Guan Jie, trembling with fear. Only Su Su slept soundly, because no one was making noise. When he woke up, the ark had already begun to land. The sudden feeling of falling made Su Su feel a little drowsy. He looked up and saw that everyone in the cabin, including Meg, stood up and bowed their heads devoutly to cover their hearts. Su Su was suspicious, but he still stood up from his seat and tried to blend in. A majestic voice came from above. "Loyal warriors, you have brought back the light of hope for the existing human beings, and you have pointed the way forward for Matthias at sea. Without your strength, I cannot imagine the future of Matthias. This assessment is only to improve your ability. Regardless of your ranking, you are the proudest children of Matthias and the people I trust the most. Matthias will always be your strongest backing. Everything we do is for the future of mankind." The ark was almost level with the sea surface, and Su Su could not see the face of the person speaking on the command ship even if he looked up. He was not excited about the annual meeting speech, but the others around him were like they were given a mission, their eyes shining and shouting loudly, "Everything is for the future of mankind." Chapter 42. The company has trained you for so many years. As your boss, I have seen your performance and have always admired your ability. The company plans to expand in the next year. It is a time when we need manpower. Several leaders are willing to promote you. Seize the opportunity and do a good job. It may be a bit hard recently, but everything is for the company. Come on! Su Su pulled the corner of his mouth and dreamed of the words that the leader said to him at the end of each year. The words were the same every year, and his salary was the same every year. He could recite the PUA over and over again. No matter how nice the words were, the position of the supervisor was either a direct descendant of the leadership, or a shrewd person who could say what the leader liked to hear and did not conflict with colleagues. He was neither of these. So he did not have any hope for the assessment from the beginning, and this assessment was probably more dangerous than utilitarian for him. He was more convinced of this when he heard the following rules. The man who was respected by everyone as the captain said this, and then walked into the cabin, leaving only the sound of the surging waves, telling the truth of this world. The frigate slowly descended, but it was not in the same position as the Vanguard Ark, looking down on their small boats on the sea. Several people in military uniforms walked out of the open hatch, and Su Su, the leader, felt that he looked familiar. Moeller? Su Su thought to himself that when he was about to leave the upper level that night, it was this Moeller who suddenly appeared, so he had a chance to escape. He didn't know whether the admiral did it intentionally or unintentionally, but judging from the changes in the upper level patrol later, it was probably intentional. Then the question came, was this deliberate good or evil? Su Su was more inclined to the latter. Mahler was wearing a military uniform, with a cape hanging on his shoulders dancing in the sea breeze. He stood upright on the deck, with a double-barreled gun on his waist. His right hand was always on the gun handle. He had no expression on his face, but he was intimidating without anger. His light blue eyes were as calm as dead water, looking down at the ark below. "Admiral, what are you looking at?" Mon saw that Admiral Mahler seemed to be looking for something, so he asked in a low voice. Mahler did not answer, but said, "Lieutenant General Mond, read out the content and rules of the exam." "Yes." Mond stepped out and solemnly announced, "This exam is an assessment of the ability of all members of the Vanguard team. Your performance will be evaluated in 4 aspects: physical fitness, practical experience, adaptability, and survival ability. The content of the exam is that all teammates, regardless of team, will set out in their own name to search for large underwater cities below, with a time limit of 6 hours. The final score will be based on the number of alienated creatures hunted and the number of resources marked as the evaluation criteria, and will be recorded in the practical experience score." Hearing this, Su Su realized what these small flag-like things they were asked to bring this time were, and they were used to count points. He looked at the small flags and glanced at the other people in the cabin. Although no one spoke, there was a hint of tension in the atmosphere. The person reading above them continued, "Please note that this assessment will only count individual scores. The results of teamwork will not be divided equally, and will be counted under the name of the team member who marked first. Once marked, the score will not be transferred unless it is cancelled subjectively. After the exam begins, in principle, everyone is responsible for their own safety. The guards will set up defenses on the periphery to limit the invasion of alien creatures." Su Su held the small flag in his hand, and instantly understood the meaning of the words just now. Although it is an individual assessment, in name, There is no restriction on team members to work together. It is just that how to calculate the score is up to the team members to discuss. The examiner only looks at the results. As for whether there will be uneven distribution, they will not care, and do not want to care. In addition, the mark that has been made unless the subjective will is cancelled will not be transferred, which is also very interesting. What does cancelling subjective will mean? Active concession, or death. Obviously, the guard's subsequent mention of personal safety is responsible for themselves, which has answered this question. Is this a normal assessment? Is it to evaluate the ability of the Vanguard members? Or is it screening and elimination? Is it really necessary? Admiral. Mon finished reading and turned to salute Mahler. Mahler returned the salute, then took a step forward and said indifferently, "The assessment begins." After his indifferent voice faded, the Ark sank to the surface of the water, and everyone was greeted by even colder sea water. It was not known whether it was a psychological effect or the real situation, but this time, they spent more time diving than usual. Barton and his companions, who used to be lazy and delayed their preparation until the last minute, put on their diving protective suits early and stood by, checking again and again whether they had brought all their equipment. The cabin was silent the whole time. Meg did not have much to say to them. After stopping the Ark, he stood up and opened the door of the buffer aisle. When Susu passed by him again, he said, "You can give up." Why give up? Susu probably guessed that Meg probably knew something, but he could not remind him openly. He knew that Meg was sticking to her position, but he kindly wanted to remind him, so he didn't let Meg continue to say too much. Susu sneered and said, "I said before that even if I gave in, they would not let me go. I think that during the time I joined the Vanguard, I have tried my best to get rid of the past, but isn't Captain Meg also very clear about what kind of results I will get? If he wants to find out more clues about HOM, he must go up, but the ruthless superior will not give him the opportunity to go up and cut off his retreat. There is only one way for him to break the deadlock, that is, to let the existence with a higher status than Unigarden notice him, so he must participate in this assessment. As for how to get the results under such restricted conditions, he has already made plans." Susu secretly calculated, and his eyes fell on Rogier in front of him. Rogier was still bragging about his excellent performance in the face of alien creatures, and his emotions were high to win the favor of his teammates. Even Guanjie could see his intention, which was to let others take the initiative to seek cooperation with him. The teammates looked at each other, and although they agreed, no one accepted Rogier's invitation. During the period when the assessment was approaching, Rogier also went to the training base every day. They tested his strength more than once, but he always hit it. After a while, they also noticed something was wrong. However, Susu now seems to listen to Rogier, and he might get some benefits by following them. But later, someone saw Susu being strangled by Patton, and had no ability to fight back, so of course they had no other ideas. "Rogier, you are really amazing. I really want to work with you. But I am afraid of holding you back, so I will not let you down. Yes, I believe that with your strength, it is no problem to hit the top 10. It would be a shame if we drag down your ranking. Rogier, we are all looking forward to your performance in the assessment. Come on." Rogier watched his teammates leave the cabin one after another. No one chose to team up with him. He was very depressed and stared at Patton's back angrily and unwillingly. One day, he will make others beg to team up with him. By the way, where is Susu? Rogier turned around and didn't see Susu's back. He realized that he had left long ago. Chapter 43. Susu strolled down the street, and people kept passing him and rushing to the city center. There must be good stuff in the city center. Let's go! If we go too late, we won't be able to grab it. Looking at the depth of the dive, and the development of the city, this should be a former first-tier coastal city. The wide and clean streets are no longer there, and the various shops along the streets have long been dilapidated. The traces of human beings left here were eventually submerged by the sea. Susu did not keep up with the pace of others heading to the center, but stopped at the 3rd and 4th ring roads. The city center is mostly commercial buildings, rich areas, and city landmarks. After the disaster, the rich ran the fastest, while the enslaved workers could not get rid of their jobs, and were mostly quarantined at home. The office buildings and hospitals in the city center have equipment worth tens of millions of dollars, but after being soaked for hundreds of years, they are probably all buoyant. This is it. Susu found a slightly larger community, quietly tilted his head to look back, and quickened his pace to rush in. There probably wouldn't be any important supplies that Matthias needed in the residential area, but this place was suitable for him to hide, and help him get rid of the followers behind him. The target that was originally locked on suddenly disappeared from sight, and several people hurried to the place where Su disappeared last, and looked around but didn't see any figure. Could it be that I saw it wrong? Someone immediately denied, impossible, I just saw him coming here. Has he already gone in? Should we go in and look for him? Several people looked into the community, and half of them hesitated. We don't know the situation inside yet, so it's not good to go in rashly. Then let's split up and search for him first, and gradually move into the community. The garden promised us that as long as we kill this guy named Su, everyone will get an extra 20 points. And if you perform well, maybe you can work in the garden after the assessment. I heard that the team members had different expressions, but in summary, they were all greedy. Su must have gone in this direction. Roger searched all the way here and found that he had lost the person. When he was about to get upset, he was suddenly pulled into the security booth next to him by a force. Help! Roger screamed, but the expected danger did not come, and he was just knocked on the mask. Su extended his index finger to make a shushing gesture, pointed to the Vanguard team that was searching outside, and signaled Roger to open the connection. Just now, he was a distance away from the group of people, and he couldn't hear their words clearly through the mask, but he understood the general meaning. It turned out that Unigarden hired someone to silence them. Who are they? Roger hid under the table like Su did, and peeked out furtively. He also guessed the origins of those people, from Unigarden? But that's not right. How could the Vanguard obey the orders of Unigarden? It was not easy for Roger to guess that these people were following the orders of Unigarden to hunt him down. Su didn't expect him to know much. Didn't you want me to cooperate with you before? Now is a good opportunity for cooperation. Su smiled earnestly and patted Roger's shoulder with high hopes. But when Roger saw Su's smile, his back felt cold. He saw his calculation at a glance and refused. I don't think so. He was about to get out from under the table and sneak away, but just as he moved, Su's hand on his shoulder held him down. You? Roger was about to scold him in dissatisfaction, but when he saw Su's finger pointing behind him, he immediately understood and stopped talking. A man stopped when he passed the security booth, slowly opened the window, and looked inside. In the small room, there were only a few TVs with broken screens and 2 tables against the wall. He reached out and touched the mud on the table. It doesn't look like anyone has been here. Roger's hair stood on end when he heard the sound of leather gloves sliding across the tabletop. He didn't say until he confirmed that the footsteps outside the security booth were getting farther and farther away. He said anxiously, Su, let me go. They are here to kill you. Why am I joining in the fun? Seeing that Roger was angry, Su also became anxious and took the initiative to say, Roger, as long as you help me, I am willing to give you all the materials I collect next. He held Roger's protective suit tightly, and his eyes could no longer see the previous calculations, only helplessness. I know it's impossible for me to be promoted. I can stay in the Vanguard, at least I have a life. I don't need results, so I can help you as much as possible. Su looked outside. Those people who were praising you before didn't come here, right? Hearing Roger's cold snort, Su's inducement was not over. He continued to follow Roger's hard knot and said, it must be Patton's instigation. Don't you want to step on him and prove yourself? Roger opened his mouth and changed his words. But I don't want to stand on the opposite side of Unigarden. It's not good for me. Kill them all, won't no one know? Su said with a smile. His voice was particularly cold. No one knows what happened here. They only see that Roger got a good ranking by his own strength and was transferred to a senior position. Or do you want to continue to stay in the Vanguard and be looked down upon by Patton? Oh no. Su smiled. Patton has always been valued by the experimental center. If he gets a good score in this assessment, he will definitely not stay in the Vanguard. Roger, are you willing? Roger, who had stepped on the pain point, couldn't speak for a long time, and his chest was rising and falling in response to Su's unwillingness at the moment. Peace Garden. The waves of the water where dozens of people passed by washed the big stone with the name of the community engraved at the door. After hundreds of years, they finally saw the name of this community that was once full of human life. The leader made a gesture while speaking, and all the people in the team dispersed in response, intending to surround the community from all sides and catch the target hidden inside. The only sounds on the silent seabed were the sound of water and his own breathing, and the turbid vision made other senses more acute. The Vanguard holding the electromagnetic gun vaguely saw a figure running from the front, and immediately caught up. He just opened the call interface, wanting to inform other teammates that he had found the target. Suddenly, a large red alarm popped up on the mask in front of him, blocking his communication interface, and he could see the word's oxygen system is damaged. The flashing red in front of him kept urging his heart rate. He turned back to check his oxygen backpack and found that the pipeline had been cut off. Suddenly he saw something, and his horrified eyes slowly raised up, and he was horrified to find that Su, who they regarded as prey, had come behind him at some point, and was playing with the knife in his hand calmly. "It's you?" The Vanguard grabbed the cut pipeline to prevent seawater from pouring into the protection system, and immediately called teammates for support. But before he could send the message, he saw Su rushing over quickly without giving him any chance. He wanted to run away, but he couldn't escape Su's pursuit. He saw the other party jump up and stab him in the face with a tightly grasped knife. The mask warning was still flashing, and he saw blood red in front of him, real blood red. "I don't want to kill people, but you won't let me live." Su's hand holding the knife couldn't help shaking, and he stepped on the noisy mask on the ground and cracked it. Chapter 44. No one is here. I don't have one either. I didn't find him. Listening to the replies from his teammates, the leading Vanguard team member thought for a moment and asked, "Are there 3 people who haven't replied yet? If you haven't found him, please make a sound. If you get it, please reply." Suddenly, a sharp noise pierced the eardrums. They were now at the bottom of the sea, and couldn't take off their masks. They could only lower the volume of the call reception. Whose voice? What's going on? Something seems wrong. A teammate raised doubts. The leading team member immediately said, "Everyone, go to the community fitness activity area for an emergency gathering." Got it. After everyone rushed to the activity area as quickly as possible, they were shocked to find that another person was missing, and they couldn't contact him. Someone asked, "Could it be Su? Didn't the intelligence say that he was average? How could he stop our 4 team members?" "Look! What is that?" The blood color not far away rose with the waves, like gorgeous smoke, adding a touch of weird color to the dark and chaotic seabed. One of the missing teammates suddenly joined the call, but the tone sounded a little distorted with the sound of undercurrents. "Activity zone?" Got it. Everyone saw the blood color getting closer and closer to them, until they saw someone dragging a lifeless corpse with one hand and holding a mask with the other hand, walking out of the blood mist. Found it. Su threw away the mask and threw the team member in front of the others. Looking at the teammates who died in fear, everyone subconsciously took 2 steps back in fear. Needless to say, the other 3 teammates, who had no news, probably also encountered an accident. Someone pointed at Su tremblingly. "Monster, he is a monster." "Monster?" Su tilted his head and pointed at himself. "Me?" His eyes were full of murderous intent, as if inspired, grinning and saying, "Yes, monster. It is the monster that is going to kill people. It is the monster who is killing people, and he is still the coward who is suppressed by his teammates, but unable to resist. After all, no one will believe what happens next even if it is spread." Realizing that Su is going to silence them, some people immediately turned around and tried to escape. Whenever someone was left alone, the guns hiding in the dark were aimed at their thighs. "Do you have an accomplice?" The leading team member questioned, quietly trying to send a message to the captain of the guard of Uni Garden. Su did not answer, and simply pointed the gun at the other party. After firing 2 shots and missing, he directly switched to cold weapons. The fact that Uni Garden could send these people here shows that they are not an ordinary team. Su did not expect to solve them with 2 frontal shots. Seeing that they still had the strength to resist, the remaining few people united and wanted to find Su to settle accounts. But where could they see the figure of Su who had just attacked with a knife? Where is he? He must be hiding in the dark and preparing for a sneak attack. "Don't disperse. Be careful of being ambushed," the leading team member reminded. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a dark mass approaching in the distance. Just as he was about to issue a warning, he suddenly felt weak all over and watched the school of fish fall like a rainstorm. Some people thought about escaping, but several team members stood still and hesitated, delaying the opportunity to escape. When they wanted to get away again, they were surrounded by the school of bonefish that smelled the food. "These bonefish?" Roger was stunned. Su explained simply, "I have observed that they have strong reproductive capacity and like to travel in groups. Finding one is equivalent to notifying all the pufferfish in this area. It's okay, they will leave after they finish eating." Listening to Su's light speech, Roger swallowed his saliva and asked again, "Why are they standing there and not running?" Su silently put away the anesthetic gun and smiled. "Oh, it seems that you are shocked. The protective suit is too thick, and the needle can't penetrate it at all." Fortunately, the man asked his team members to stay together and not move, so he could aim at the oxygen pipeline. The dose of anesthetic diffused is definitely not as good as piercing the flesh, but it is enough. No! Rogier's face was pale, watching the fresh life being bitten by the monster. They followed the order of Uni Garden to kill Su Su, so what about him? He had repeatedly targeted and exploited Su Su. Would these people be his fate? Su Su saw that Rogier might be a little scared, so he took the initiative to hand over his handle. Rogier, now you are the only one here who knows what happened. Amid the screams of others, Su Su randomly chose a building and said, "Let's go, Rogier, I'm going to work for you." He didn't care about his life or death. He didn't care if the world was really destroyed, but if someone dared to dictate his life, he didn't mind being a monster. Now it's no longer a harmonious society, so why should he be a good citizen? Go this way. Su Su found the door of the building quite easily. Rogier, who was following behind, was still a little nervous. Seeing that Su Su was so familiar with the place, he asked, "Have you been here?" "No," Su Su denied. He had truly lived in the human society of the old times, and in order to make quick money, he ran takeout for a long time. The neighborhoods were all similar, and the biggest variable was the attitude of the security guards, but there were no security guards here. Walking into the first floor, Su Su did not stop at the elevator room. The elevator can't go up, try the safety passage. He tried to open the safety door several times, but to no avail. Is there something behind the door? I go up and take a look. After saying that, Rogier saw Su Su's figure swiftly flip out of the window next to the elevator room and jump to the second floor. Safe, come up. Rogier did not quite believe the safety Su Su said, and he also retained his trust in this cooperation, but he was even more scared to stay there alone. After hesitating, he chose to follow. After jumping to the second floor, he saw Su Su leaning against the door of the safety passage with a solemn face, looking at something. He walked closer to find out, and after seeing it clearly, he couldn't help but sigh. They want to escape. Behind the locked door of the safety passage are piles of bones. Perhaps something happened in this building. The elevator stopped running. Everyone wanted to go out through the safety passage, but the door was locked and they couldn't get out. The safety passage is not safe. Su Su snorted coldly, "Let's go and look somewhere else." He walked for a while, and found that Rogier was still there. Rogier stared at the human skeletons behind the door, and the greed in his eyes flickered. Let's look for supplies on these people. After all, when we escape, we must take the most valuable things with us. Aren't you afraid of being attacked by monsters? Su Su remembered that when the air raid shelter was attacked by alienated humans last time, Rogier was scratched, and was scared to death all the way. Roger said confidently, "These alien creatures can't hurt me." After being attacked by alien creatures, one is not 100% infected, but as far as he knows, no one can survive the observation period, but he did it. He originally thought that as long as he could hold on until Matthias, such a small wound might be treated by the medical center, but he didn't expect that the inspection team, who would rather kill the wrong person than let him go, didn't notice his wound at all. He must have some kind of antibody in his body that can be immune to the virus. Isn't the last injury the best proof? Chapter 45. Rogier didn't have time to think too much. He turned on the searchlight and went in. He kicked the skeletons blocking the way without fear and bent down to search for useful supplies. He saw Su Su moved a stone to block the door to prevent it from closing. He came in slowly and said, "If you hadn't run around, we should have gone to the city center. Anything we picked up would be enough to guarantee the bottom line. You have to make up for my losses. Hurry up." "Oh," Su Su simply responded. Going to the city center, even if he really found something valuable as Rogier dreamed, would he be able to guarantee that his subjective will would not disappear? Su Su squatted down and gently picked up the broken bones on the stairs. There were many broken bones near the broken bones, and some skulls were also broken. It seemed that there had been a serious trampling here. Why were they in such a hurry to run out? Su Su used the light to search around with suspicion. There was an indescribable depression here. Su Su was always so perfunctory, and Rogier was too lazy to argue with him. He bent down and searched for it step by step, slowly approaching the security door downstairs. Electronic watches, mechanical watches, take them back and see if they can be used. There is a mobile phone here, and there is one here. Rogier put all these light supplies in the bag, so that he would not have to go back to get them later, and he was happy to go deeper and deeper into the chaos. He bent down and lowered his head. His blood pressure was a little high, and he didn't care about his dizzy vision. He only saw the supplies in the pile of bones. Pistols. Several pistols. These guns looked intact, but the magazines were empty. Taking them back to the Combat Readiness Center for renovation would also give them a lot of contribution points. After so many years, I can still find a few bags of compressed biscuits. Even fish don't like to eat this stuff? Holding a bag of supplies, Roger felt a little proud and was in the mood to joke with Susu. Even if Susu didn't respond, Roger's high spirits didn't diminish much. Another mobile phone was found. This person is wearing a gold watch. Roger saw the golden light covered by the flesh and dirt with his sharp eyes, and crawled over obsessively, grabbing the bone and pulling it out. Roger wiped the mud off the surface of the watch with care. Even if I don't hand it in, it will look good if I keep it for myself. Unfortunately, the protective gloves are too big and can't be worn now. He can only put them on his wrist to gesture. Suddenly, a hand was placed on his arm. Roger's good mood was suddenly destroyed, and he said impatiently, "Susu, I found the watch, these are all mine." The hand did not move away, and even slowly grabbed his arm. Roger suddenly held his breath, not daring to move. His heartbeat accelerated, almost bursting out of his throat, and turning into a scream. This hand had no protective gloves, and the skin was gray, like someone who had been dead for a long time. Roger raised his head stiffly, and saw a person crawling out from under the stairs in the light of the lamp. His limbs were swollen and black, his chest and abdomen were white and bulging, and 3 cracks were visible on the side of his neck, opening and closing in an orderly manner like fish gills, and the sac in his abdomen grew and shrank with breathing. He should have run away immediately, but the fear was mixed with a deadly surprise, and he couldn't help but want to see the strangeness in front of him clearly. I saw a fish face reflecting strange scales under the light approaching Roger's eyes, and the bubbles exhaled from the gills sprayed on the mask, leaving a pool of pus green. "Why are you standing there? Are you waiting for a meal?" Susu's voice woke up the dazed Roger like a warning bell. He picked up the cloth bag full of supplies and put it on his shoulder, trying to free one hand to touch the gun. But the monster didn't give him any chance, and stretched out its hands to grab this long-lost meal. Bang! Susu stepped on the handrail of the stairs and appeared. He shot at the monster with one hand, and with the other hand, he held Roger back and grabbed the leather bag on his shoulder and smashed it towards the disgusting fish face. The action was done in one go. While the monster didn't react, Susu picked up Roger and ran out. My supplies? As soon as he got out of the safe passage, Susu let go of Roger, who wanted to turn back, and scolded him. "Do you have a brain? If you don't run, you will become the monster's supplies." Roger didn't give up, "But I haven't marked those supplies yet." Susu sneered, "Respect your fate." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped on the wall and swam in the water for a while. "No, I mean." Roger wanted to threaten Susu to go down and get it for him. It was on the tip of his tongue. I don't know if Susu had guessed that he would say this, or was afraid of the monster below, so he ran so fast. Who the monster's breathing sound echoed in the stairwell, getting closer and closer to the door. Roger didn't care about so much, and ran in the direction where Susu left. He couldn't deal with this monster alone. Could it be a Type 2? Why are Type 2 alien creatures appearing more and more frequently recently? It has a fish head and a human body. It looks so big, how can it swim so fast? Roger swam for a distance before he remembered to turn on the booster. He was so flustered that he almost clicked the wrong direction. Where's Susu? Roger was so anxious that he looked back every few steps, fearing that the monster behind him would catch up. He accidentally bumped into something. It was not a hard wall, but felt soft and slippery, like a cushion. What is it? Roger turned his head and looked forward, and saw an upside-down human head. After he bumped into it, the human head broke away from the skeleton, but it did not drift too far. Roger then found that there seemed to be something unclear pulling the human skeleton, and it was this soft thing. Roger got closer to take a closer look, and finally recognized that the skeleton was wrapped with thin threads like hair, like human arteries and veins, wrapped around the upside-down body, and grew from its limbs and bones, tying him into a ball. And there are many such upside-down people in the aisle. The searchlight on Roger's shoulder was the only light in the dark corridor. Countless human bones were hanging upside down, swaying gently in the water waves. They were like cocoons waiting to be broken, as if they would come alive in the next moment. The breathing sound of the fish monster behind him was getting closer, and the undercurrents around him made Roger a little unstable. Roger couldn't touch his forehead, so he could only pat his mask, annoyed that he suddenly got distracted and stopped to look at these insignificant things. He turned sideways to avoid the obstacle, but he couldn't even lift his legs. He lowered his head and looked, and his back instantly felt cold. Only then did he realize that the hair wrapped around the bones had spread to his body at some point. These silk threads seemed soft and slippery, but he couldn't break free. Who, seeing that the food was no longer moving, the monster with a fish head gradually slowed down. The swollen human being with 4 limbs on the ground walked slowly in the water, with a playful meaning. Its snout slowly opened wider and wider until its entire head was split in half, with almost no other human features except for its strangely twisted limbs. Seeing the monster approaching with its mouth wide open, only a few steps away from him, and now unable to move, Rogier was so scared that his legs went weak, and he shouted desperately, "Sushiu! Sushiu! Sushiu!" Chapter 46. Behind him was a monster approaching with its mouth wide open, and in front of him was a strange unknown object that was constantly entangled and tightened. Rogier held the gun tightly in his hand, and his hand was restrained, and it was difficult to find the aim. He could only shout desperately, "Su, help!" But he waited for a long time for no one to come to rescue him, and his panicked heart sank halfway. Could it be that Su deliberately abandoned him and wanted to silence him? Even if he had a premonition, Rogier couldn't help but curse. Su, Patton is right. You are a troublemaker. Whoever gets close to you will be unlucky. You are a heartless guy. You agreed to cooperate, but you ran away after using people. Su, you liar. Trash. I curse you to die. Rogier shouted with all his strength. A wave of water rushed towards him, and the silver blade that suddenly appeared reflected the light of the searchlight, which made him subconsciously close his eyes. Before he could adjust to the light and open his eyes, a force grabbed his protective suit and pulled him forward. He was taken into a room with an intact door before he could even react. Calm, safe, and the expected danger did not happen, which made Rogier a little dazed, looking at the other person in the room woodenly. Thinking that he was cursing in the last second and was rescued by Su in the next second, he was a little embarrassed for a moment. He said angrily, "I called you for a long time. Why did you come so late?" Su glanced at the door and said coldly, "If you call again, that thing will come." He just turned around quickly. This room is the only one with a door on this floor, suitable for them to hide for a while. Rogier restrained himself a lot after hearing what he said. He looked down and saw that he had brought in a few things like silk threads on his body, and quickly said, "What is this thing?" Su was observing the room, and looked over when he heard the words. When he rescued Rogier just now, he easily cut them off with a dagger. Kai, many people ate it in the old days. Just because it sounds like get rich, it was put on the list of key protected foods. At that time, there were many more people obsessed with money than him. The sound of water waves outside the door did not stop. From time to time, the sound of monsters hitting the door and the wall could be heard, and it could be heard that there was a bit of anger. Rogier shrank his neck and asked again, "Where is that monster?" Su paused while rummaging through the cabinet, took a deep breath, and said patiently, "How should I know? You have time to ask questions, and are not anxious about your scores?" "Oh yes, it's being assessed now." Rogier's attitude changed, and the next moment he began to order, "If you hadn't thrown my bag out, I would have a lot of points now. You find it quickly, and you must return my points." Without Su's response, Rogier pouted unhappily and began to search for supplies slowly. "Oh my God!" Rogier screamed again. The monsters searching outside the door seemed to have heard the noise, and were approaching their position. Rogier quickly closed his mouth and held his breath for a long time. He had just escaped death, and didn't look carefully at the situation in the house. Now he noticed that there seemed to be something written densely on the wall. He leaned in to take a closer look. The words had been washed away by the seawater. He could vaguely see the words Lord, God, Jehovah. Rogier wanted to ask a question, but held it back. No, why does he feel like he is afraid of Su? He is the one who holds the handle. Su should be afraid of him. It's the Bible. Su saw his doubts, and answered proactively. Standing in front of the Bibles on the wall, staring at the only body in the room. Prayers were written all over the walls, but no God came to save this believer. This man ended his life with the knife at hand in the most unpopular way for Christians. He should have been resentful before committing suicide, but he still kept the kneeling posture before his death, worshipping the Bible in front of him devoutly. The Bible, it's something from the old times, not as good as Matthias's Oracle of Pasha. Rogier stood away from the wall, with little awe in his eyes. He pointed to the electrical appliances in the room and said, "These computers, tablets, mobile phones, TVs on the wall, and those in the kitchen, are all sorted out, and I will mark them. Although they are soaked in water, I can take them back to see if there are any recyclable parts." "Yeah." Su responded and piled the usable materials on the open space to facilitate settlement after the assessment. Rogier took out a small flag from his waist bag, to mark the score. He looked at the real-time score on the mask. His position was rising. Roger squinted his eyes in satisfaction and breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at Su, who was doing his job honestly, and asked curiously, "By the way, what are you doing in the thieves' camp?" Su covered his hands to see the world. "What world can you see in the thieves' camp?" Roger sneered. Su really didn't know what was good for him. He didn't stay in the uni garden and came to the Vanguard to work for him. Now he wants to go to a poor and remote place like the thieves' camp to see the world. Even if he wants to betray Matthias, he should choose a good place. Su calmly pulled out Roger's mark, and it really couldn't be pulled off. "So what do you think I'm going to do there?" He didn't answer, but instead asked a question. Roger sneered. "You can't be like Tom from Team 13 and make an appointment with other teams to have a tryst there. You don't look like that." All their actions on Mattia were watched by the gods of the Pasa Palace. Human love was the most useless. The female citizens of Mattia were fully controlled by the Eunice Garden. In addition to the underground city base and the small incense building in the labor area, these men had other ways to relieve boredom in private. Trysts were not uncommon, but he got goosebumps just by imagining it happening to Su. Su was indeed very good-looking. It could be said that he had never seen a few people on Mattia who looked better than Su, but this man was covered with thorns and really pricked people. Who would like this? "No, I'm asking you," Roger reacted. Su lowered his voice. "Shh, there's a sound outside." While Roger was looking at the door, Su's hand that had been covering up moved quickly, and he quickly regained his composure. Roger was nervous and stared at the door panel with high alert, but he didn't hear any sound. It seemed that the monster outside the door should have gone far away. He said angrily, "Are you fooling me?" Su shrugged innocently. "It's probably an auditory hallucination. Let's go, change to the next room." "So where are you going, and what are you doing?" Roger asked relentlessly. "If you make a sound again to attract the monster, I throw you out as bait." "Oh!" Sea camp. A submarine slowly floated to the surface of the sea, and a man in a special protective suit walked out from under the flipped hatch and walked to a room in the corner of the camp according to the instructions. He needed to lower his head and lean against the door frame, with his hands folded on his chest, and his eyes meaningfully looked at Wei Yu, who was reading documents in the room. "Hey, respected boss Wei, long time no see." Chapter 47. Wei Yu raised his head from the pile of experimental reports in front of him and cast his eyes towards the door. The person was facing away from the outside light, so his face was not clear, but as soon as the footsteps appeared, he guessed who was coming. "Oliver, why are you here this time?" Wei Yu took off his glasses on the bridge of his nose and rubbed his aching eyebrows. The man called Oliver was tall and almost blocked the light in the room. Liang Zhan went to the number 28 particle accelerator for maintenance. Before leaving, he asked me to send some food here, fearing that you would starve to death here. As he spoke, he raised the cloth bag in his hand and shook it, but his eyes were fixed on the bag on the table in the room. He said with interest, "I said you disappeared for almost a month, but there was no news of your death. It turned out that you had rations. Did that person give it to you?" Wei Yu turned his head to look at the bag, and actually saw the shadow of Su in a bag of food. "You owe me 30 contribution points." Thinking of Su's reluctant expression and the frustrated look of gritting his teeth to throw the things to him, Wei Yu's mouth corner slightly raised, and said with a smile, "It's him." Oliver put the things he brought on the cabinet next to him, moved a chair, and sat down casually, and saw Wei Yu still staring at the bag in a daze. "He is quite special." His words are more of a compliment. Matthias's people will not rescue refugees at sea, and they risked bringing so much food and drink. Wei Yu nodded, which was considered to agree with what Oliver said just now. He raised his hand and waved, saying, "Sit aside, you are blocking my light." Oliver moved aside very obediently, and then started to talk about business. Lu Bo wanted the sample at 20 degrees north latitude and 15 degrees east longitude. I brought it back a while ago. He and Director Finn have been studying it in seclusion for more than half a month. Do you know about this? Wei Yu nodded. I know, I participated remotely, and the results are out? Although he had to wait for someone, the ocean situation was unpredictable, and Matthias was watching him from above, so he couldn't just sit there and wait. Oliver took out a stack of reports from his arms, and handed them to Wei Yu. I just came out this morning, and Lu Bo asked me to bring it to you. With the ones brought back this time, the Institute has collected human samples from the 7 continents of the Black Rain era. Thank you for your hard work. Wei Yu had heard about the samples a long time ago, and he was more willing to thank Oliver in person. They inferred the contour lines before the land was submerged through the underwater mountains, and then judged the approximate period of the area being submerged based on the height of the seawater spread. Alienated humans are different from alienated marine creatures. The former are smaller in size, and not physically fit enough to move on the seabed for a long time. Therefore, the range of activities of alienated humans is not large, but in order to ensure the accuracy of the data, multiple samples still need to be collected. Oliver has rich experience at sea, and is considered half of Liangzhan's master. If there is a need for long-distance voyages, he is almost always the one who leads the team. It's been so long since we last met, we are so unfamiliar, Oliver said, wanting to look through the bag next to Wei Yu to see if there is anything delicious, but as soon as he touched the bag, he was slapped on the back of his hand. He took a piece of bread from the bag he brought and ate it in boredom. Wei Yu withdrew his hand and slowly flipped through the experimental report in front of him, his face becoming more and more serious. Oliver asked, "Is it not okay to use samples?" Wei Yu shook his head and said, "No, the results of this sample research are the same as we expected. The double helix structure of human gene DNA in the Black Rain era still retains its original characteristics, and it is not a genetic mutation." I don't quite understand. Oliver has always had a headache when reading. He used to be not interested in chemical research, but now he has to avoid Dr. Liu and his friends every day to avoid being contaminated by profound knowledge. Wei Yu put down the research report and said seriously, "For a long time in the past, the Institute has focused on the mutation of marine organisms. According to existing research results, the RNA of marine organisms in the Black Rain era has different degrees of base pair mutation. Take whales as an example. The genome of whales has 2.8 to 3.2 gigabases, which is very close to the size of human genomes. From the fall of the Far Sea in 2068 to the arrival of the Black Rain crisis, there were only a few years in between. It stands to reason that the genetic mutation of organisms should be close to synchronization," he said, pointing his finger at the experimental report brought by Oliver. Even though Wei Yu used two pens as references to explain to him, Oliver still only understood half of what he heard and asked, "Can you give me the conclusion directly?" Wei Yu nodded in understanding and said directly, "Mattia has always claimed that it is the alienation of marine life that accelerates global warming and leads to the Black Rain crisis. It is the rain-carrying bacteria and viruses that subtly changes human genes, and a large number of alienated humans appear. But from our current research progress, human genes should have changed after the Black Rain era." The black pen was put down after turning a circle on his slender fingers. He said in a deep voice, "But what happened after the Black Rain era that caused the genetic mutation of humans on 7 continents? Wait." Oliver scratched his head and tried hard to understand Wei Yu's words. In other words, there are actually 2 types of alienated humans. One is infected by bacteria and viruses during the Black Rain crisis, and the other is genetic mutation that occurs at an unknown time. "Yes, very smart today," Wei Yu praised generously, and added, "We have brought back several samples before. Studies have shown that the latter are not contagious, and will regain wisdom in the continuous evolution of survival under the sea. As for why there are 2 kinds of alienated humans, and why the later people have genetic mutations, I am afraid that only that place can find the answer." Wei Yu pondered and turned his head to look at the distant sky outside the house. Speaking of this, Oliver suddenly remembered something and said, "We almost ran into Matthias' team on the way to collect samples. We overheard them saying that the assessment of the Vanguard team this year was advanced, and it seems to be these few days." Wei Yu was not surprised. Their Vanguard team has frequent exploration missions recently, and Matthias is probably preparing to change places. After eating the bread, Oliver was not full, but his appetite was whetted. He picked another piece of cake and chewed it. "So what do you say? Should we go find trouble, or sneak in and help that guy?" Wei Yu paused, smiled and shook his head, saying, "No, he will handle it himself. We don't have to do anything for this Mattia assessment. If you have time, go help Liangzhan. There are many alien creatures near the number 28 accelerator, and the camp there may not be enough people." "Okay, as long as you have a plan." Oliver swallowed the last bite of the biscuit, and didn't dare to stay any longer. If he sat like this, he would eat up the rations for Wei Yu sooner or later. If Director Finn knew, he would definitely poke his head off. Just thinking about it, Oliver felt a dull pain in his eyebrows. He strode to the door and suddenly turned back. After hesitating again and again, he couldn't help asking Wei Yu, "It is very dangerous to cooperate with someone who is still working in Mattia. Are you sure that person can be trusted? What if Mattia gets our whereabouts through him? What will the Institute do?" Wei Yu raised his eyes slightly upon hearing this, and they fell on the bag at hand. He sighed before responding to Oliver's question. To be honest, I don't know, so I'm waiting here. If nothing unexpected happens, he will come again after this assessment is over. The reason is not clear yet. Susu seemed to have forgotten about the test tube and didn't remember him. Instead, he asked about HOM. He couldn't see through Susu for a while. Did he find something or really forget it? Susu's calm eyes suddenly flashed through Wei Yu's mind. His pupils were light brown and transparent like glass beads. At other times, they were as calm as a dead water. Only when the contribution points were mentioned, they were sparkling. But this Susu who almost didn't give people emotions was very different from the first time he met him. At that time, Susu would be urgent, begging, painful, sad, and could see desire through his eyes. But the Susu he met later gave him a completely different feeling, like a different person. Wei Yu admitted that he couldn't see through Susu, but he was sure that since he took away the precious experimental samples from Uni Garden, even if Susu got good grades in the assessment, Matthias would not allow him to be transferred up. So if he wanted to know the clues about HOM, Susu would definitely come to him again. He also wanted to get something very important through Susu. Since he didn't remember that they had ever met, he would create a bond. After all, Matthias wouldn't have another person to send food to the thief. Examination room, Ping'an community. The community was silent, as if no one had ever been there, but if you listened carefully, you could hear the sound of undercurrents in the corridor. After they left the previous room, Susu pointed to the room at the end of the corridor. There are 6 rooms on the first floor of this building. He just saw the monster go in. They can take this opportunity to go upstairs from the safe passage. Roger nodded and approached the stairs carefully, avoiding the things called foci in the corridor, for fear of attracting the fish monster again. It was not until he followed Susu upstairs and entered a new room that he breathed a sigh of relief and gasped loudly while holding his chest. Should we find a way to get rid of the monster? It's too troublesome to find things like this. When Patton went on a mission with the Vanguard, he would gather people to get rid of the monster before collecting supplies. That was a pleasure. Roger cursed himself for being useless, but he really felt constrained. Susu observed the room. The door was chopped to pieces. The person lying behind the door held an axe in his hand, but the skeleton was not complete. Half of it was outside the door. It seemed that he broke in and was dragged out by something. He calmly replied to Roger. Patton was able to clear the field because of his superior numbers. Now it's just you and me, and we don't know if there are other monsters in this building. Are you sure you want to do it? His thoughts were seen through by Susu, and Roger curled his lips with some jealousy. One day, I will surpass Patton and make them follow me willingly. He just couldn't accept it. Why can a person who started with the same starting point as him be favored by the top management and rise all the way? Obviously he worked very hard. Why is there only Patton in everyone's eyes? Perhaps he just needs an opportunity for the top management to see him. As long as he is chosen, they will find that he has actually been retaining his strength and doing better than Patton. Susu pretended not to hear, and walked along the cracks in the floor with light steps to the bedroom door. He turned on the infrared device of the mask to confirm that there was no other life in the room with unclear vision. This room was much more turbid than outside, and even the small fish in the water were fatter. Susu walked in cautiously, as if he kicked something, and heard the sound of iron cans. There are a lot of cans here. The small room was full of cans, and human bones were scattered all over the floor, as if they were bitten and torn by the monsters attracted. Susu looked back at the door, guessing that this person must have hoarded a lot of supplies during the Doomsday period, and someone wanted to break in and rob them, and the sound of the axe splitting the door attracted the monster. The person who intended to break in could not get in, and the person guarding these Doomsday supplies finally gave the small fish rations. Cans! Hearing the sound, Rogier ran into the room excitedly, accidentally stepped on the cracked floor, and made a strange sound in the dead water. These cans can't be eaten, but if you take them back to make fertilizer, the Ministry of Materials and Energy will give you a lot of points. In the past, he would not bother to take away only 1 or 2 cans when completing tasks, but there are at least hundreds of cans in this room. If he settles them all at once, he will make a fortune. Susu saw him extremely excited to put up the mark, but he stared at the wooden board that was just broken by Rogier, and muttered silently, "It shouldn't be." Hearing the familiar breathing sound again, Susu immediately had a bad premonition, and quickly dragged Rogier, who was overjoyed, to get under the bed, and shushed him before he could make a sound. There was almost no sound of footsteps when moving in the water, and the sound of Fishgill's breathing was getting closer and closer, making the small space under the bed even more depressing, making people dare not breathe. Su looked up and stared at the outside of the bed, silently pulling out the electromagnetic gun from his waist, ready to fight at any time. The sound of swimming and breathing surrounded the bed. Su thought it had discovered their presence after stopping several times, but it turned around the room several times like a patrolling guard, and then left stiffly. Su felt something strange, and after crawling out from under the bed, he looked at the monster circling in the corridor with hesitation. They were all alienated humans, but the one he saw before gave him a completely different feeling. The former's reaction was closer to beast, and the tracking of them was more like hunting, while the latter had obvious thinking ability. Was it the different time of alienation that led to different degrees of enlightenment, or was there another reason? Su frowned in thought, and was disturbed by Rogier, who suddenly appeared in front of him. Why did you suddenly jump out? Su silently took a step back and distanced himself from Rogier. Rogier pointed in the direction of the monster, feeling a little guilty. Aren't you afraid of attracting the guy again? Since they were not going to take action, they could not move on this floor. He pointed to the stairwell and lowered his voice and said, "Should we go upstairs?" Seeing Su nod in response, Rogier bent his waist and tiptoed towards the stairwell, taking every step carefully, fearing that something might go wrong. He had no doubt that if there was another accident, Su would really abandon him, or even stuff him directly into the mouth of the fish monster. He was not afraid of Su. This was the appropriate forbearance before success. Isn't there a saying that a little intolerance will ruin a big plan, and he is now. Rogier comforted himself in his heart, and his depressed mood instantly became much better, and his back straightened when Su went upstairs. Su had no idea that Rogier was so full of thoughts. He was completely focused on the dim corridor, always on guard against the appearance of foreign objects. Every undercurrent in the water could alert him. The staircase exit on the third floor had no obstruction, and the door to the safety passage had been knocked to the ground. Su walked sideways to the door, and with the help of the shoulder light and infrared sensor, he confirmed that this floor was safe before he stepped into the corridor. Rogier stood on the stairs, looking up at Su's back, and his relief was instantly tightened by a pair of invisible hands. It was only a few steps away, only 2 or 3 meters away, but his feet were so heavy that he couldn't lift them. Even if he kept finding excuses for himself, it was still difficult to ignore the gap between them, which was a chasm that was even more difficult to compare than Patton. Why is this so? When Su first joined the Vanguard, he didn't even know how to use his gun. But after more than a month and just a few missions, he had the qualities of an excellent soldier, as if he was born to belong to this endless ocean. After surpassing Patton, he must find a way to get rid of Su, otherwise there will be trouble. Thinking of this, Roger touched the gun on his waist, and a bit of anger flashed in his eyes. Su stopped in front of a door covered with notices. The words on the paper were no longer clear, but there were no notices on other doors. It should not be official documents or advertisements, but some kind of warning. The door lock had been broken and swayed slightly as they approached the water. Su gently pushed open the door, and after seeing the situation inside the house, he was about to close the door reluctantly. This floor is safe, don't dawdle, search quickly. When the monsters downstairs come up, we have to change places again, Rogier said, and directly pushed open the door in front of Su. What caught his eyes were 2 bodies hugging each other tightly, but there were traces of being bitten off by a giant beast above the sternum, and the swaddling clothes they were tightly protecting were only a pile of broken bones. Even after hundreds of years, looking at this scene again still feels cruel. Rogier didn't care about these. He saw the refrigerator in the kitchen at a glance and said excitedly, "This old-fashioned electrical appliances are all new, and the probability of recycling is very high. Su, come and dismantle it." He was not sure how long Su would obey. Before everything got out of control, he had to achieve his goal first. The door handle that was originally in his hand was forcibly pulled out. Su lowered his eyes and lowered his brows, and was also trying his best to suppress his annoyance with Rogier. He stood by the door for a long time until Rogier urged him twice again before entering the door. The room was not big, and could even be said to be crowded, but from the small ornaments at the entrance to the warm pillows on the sofa, it can be seen that the people who once lived here decorated their small home very seriously. In the dark room, the cradle in the corner swayed gently in the undercurrent, and Su even vaguely heard the baby's cry and the mother's gentle singing. In a trance, he saw the figure of the dean taking care of his younger brothers and sisters again, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Under Rogier's urging, Su calmly dismantled the furniture and appliances that once carried the new hope of a small family. As a bystander, he watched Rogier greedily mark one by one, standing still without moving. He glanced at the ranking indifferently, and saw with his own eyes that Rogier's score continued to rise, and his ranking was about to surpass Patton in the front row. Just 5 points. Rogier's tone was high, and he was extremely excited. Just when he was about to put down the last mark, and was ready to witness the moment when he finally surpassed Patton, the score he was staring at rose rapidly and instantly pulled away from him. It was obvious that Patton reacted and started to compete with him. Rogier stood up impatiently and subconsciously wanted to vent his anger by smashing things, but after receiving Susu's warning eyes, he put down the things in his hand angrily. A ball of fire was burning in his chest, with nowhere to relieve it and unwilling to bear it. He didn't bother to call Susu, and rushed out the door first, and went straight to the next room to collect supplies. Susu was not surprised by Rogier's impulse. He wanted such a situation of snipe and clam fighting. When he left the room, he closed the door. From now on, it was his turn to follow Rogier's pace. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Damn it! Rogier always pays attention to the changes in the rankings. If he is not satisfied with anything, he will speed up his movements. Seeing the gap between him and Patton widen again, Rogier turned his head and looked at Susu with gritted teeth, threatening him harshly. Susu, you are too slow. If you drag down my ranking, I will expose you after the assessment. Susu bent down and picked up the photo frame on the ground. After hearing Rogier's threat, he nodded sincerely. Well, I will try my best. Now this room and the opposite door are two extremes. The room is empty. There is only a piece of clothing and 2 cans in the closet in the corner. There is nothing worth taking away. Why is it all garbage? What a waste of time. Rogier walked around the room without any results, and immediately changed rooms to search with a curse. The body of the owner of the room was next to the bed, and it seemed that he had passed away peacefully. The photo frame that Susu had just picked up still vaguely showed a black and white portrait of an old man. After gently wiping off the mud on the surface, he leaned over and put the photo frame back next to the owner of the room. As Susu went out, he saw Rogier walking quickly towards the stairs and asked, Are you not going to continue searching? Rogier's tone was extremely irritable. I have checked other rooms, and there is nothing. These people are really brainless. It's the end of the world, but they don't know how to store supplies. No wonder they all died here. He was very rude in his harsh words. If he was not afraid of attracting monsters, he would have bombarded this place right now. No, we must find a supply point immediately. The gap is getting bigger and bigger, Rogier said anxiously, no longer shrinking like before, and strode into the dark stairwell. Before Susu could catch up, Rogier went downstairs and turned back. He anxiously pulled at the window in the corridor. When he found that the window frame had been welded shut, he angrily punched the sea in front of him to vent his anger. I want to go up. How do I get up? Susu went upstairs and took a look. The safety passage on the 4th floor was welded shut with iron plates. It couldn't be opened without tools. It seemed to prevent something from running out. Rogier's eyes turned red with anxiety, but the windows of every room on this floor were welded shut. There seemed to be only one way in front of him, that is, to go back to the 2nd floor and go out through the rotten window. But there was a monster downstairs. Rogier's panicked eyes fell on the slightly open elevator door. Yes, go up from the elevator shaft. There is a ladder in the elevator shaft. When Susu returned to the 3rd floor, he saw that half of Rogier's body had been stuck in the elevator shaft, and he immediately reminded him, It's best not to go to the 4th floor. Rogier, who was in a state of rage, turned a deaf ear to him and found the ladder with the help of the shoulder lamp. He stepped up without thinking, but he just climbed up 2 steps and saw the wall illuminated by the light, and he dared not move again. Susu heard that there was no movement in the elevator shaft and asked, Rogier? Help, help. His weak and trembling voice came out of the voice communication. Susu wanted to hold back the swear words that were about to come out of his mouth, but he was really angry, and he gritted his teeth and cursed, Stupid X. The elevator shaft was claustrophobic and dark. The old elevator on the top was shaking slightly in the water flow, making a creaking noise. A beam of light came in from the narrow gap of the elevator door, breaking the dead silence of the darkness. Susu did not rush in rashly, but twisted off a glow stick and threw it into the darkness. The faint red light slowly fell in the water, illuminating countless aliens dormant on the wall. The light was weak, the vision was blurred, and only a rough outline could be seen. They looked like bats but not bats. Several crab-legged limbs were covered with long black hair, as if this long and deep well was hung with banners, which looked weird and mysterious in the red light. Susu thought it was not good, took off the shoulder lamp, and shone the light on Roger hanging on the ladder. If Roger had the mind to look at Susu now, he would definitely find that his face was full of disgust and speechlessness at this moment. Come down from here. Susu used the light to point Roger to a retreat. But Roger didn't appreciate it. I want to go up, there's no time. With Susu's illumination, he suddenly became bolder and started to climb upstairs. The elevator door on the 4th floor was open, and he would be safe if he just climbed up. No time, I want to win, I don't want to be looked down upon. Roger kept muttering, completely unaware of Susu's repeated attempts to stop him. He was also selected from the underground city base to join Mattia, and the commander asked everyone about their future wishes before they joined the team. I want to enter the command center and guide the remaining humans, he said at the time. But he was disqualified for the first test because he was late, and became the bottom of the team. The bold words he made at the time became a joke. And Barton, who was the first place, had supporters from then on, and they led people to laugh at his arrogance again and again, until Guanjia joined their team, and he was finally no longer the object of everyone's ridicule. He secretly promised that one day, he would beat Barton, and let Barton taste the taste of being ridiculed and belittled. And just now, he was only a little bit away from Barton's ranking, and he could surpass him as long as he got a few more points. Doesn't this mean that he can really do it? He only needs to take down a few more supply points, and he can make Patton beg for mercy like a dog. I must win. Susu found that he seemed to have overestimated the rationality that Roger should have as a human being. Since the progress of things was about to go beyond the original plan, there was no need to continue playing role-playing. Roger was about to climb to the next level, and the light shining on him suddenly disappeared. The fear in his heart suddenly rose. He froze in place again, and dared not move. He could only call Susu's name over and over again in the communication. Susu, where are you? If you don't come up, I will make you look good when I get out. Susu, Susu. You're not leaving, are you? No one responded. The ugly monsters were so close that Roger would wake them up if he made a mistake. But now, he couldn't go up or back down. His hands holding the ladder began to tremble uncontrollably. His arrogant tone became a plea. Susu, you probably don't have many points. As long as you are willing to help me, I will definitely give you some points when I surpass Patton and help you transfer out the Vanguard. How about that? Susu, I thought about it again. If you are willing to help, I am willing to give you some points now. Don't let me die here. Susu. Susu. Susu walked into the stairwell indifferently, and directly moved up the original plan to the step of searching in another residential building. There were only 2 hours left before the end of the assessment. Roger couldn't hold on for too long, and the result he wanted would still appear. Boom. Boom, another abrupt heartbeat. Susu immediately drew his gun for defense, and did not see any monsters around. He had heard such heartbeats in the air raid shelter last time, and the feeling of losing control of his body still made him palpitate. Something was wrong, he had to leave here quickly. Susu walked down a few steps, and saw from the corner of his eye that the fish-headed monster had walked into the stairwell, and was walking upstairs, as if it had sensed the call. He had to retreat to the elevator door again. Susu, help, they are awake. Susu turned his head to look into the elevator shaft, and with the light of the shoulder lamp, he saw that the sleeping monsters were all moving. There was a sound of shells crawling approaching, and it seemed that a monster had discovered him. Should I go downstairs now, and get rid of the fish monster before all the monsters in the elevator shaft rush out, or should I go to the 4th floor and hide before the monsters in the elevator shaft fully wake up? But what is on the 4th floor? What should I do? Roger was so scared that he was about to cry. Suddenly a bright light broke into the darkness, and a familiar figure passed by him. He immediately let go of the hand holding the ladder, and grabbed Susu's legs tightly. Let's go! Susu used the searchlight to scan the ladder up and down, and quickly memorized the climbing path. After being grabbed by Roger's legs, he couldn't get rid of him no matter what. He could only grab the clothes on the back of his neck and pull him up, and swim quickly to the elevator entrance on the 4th floor with him. Most of the monsters woke up early because of the sudden water waves, screaming and climbing up, intending to tear the uninvited guests above to pieces. When the monster was about to catch up with them, Susu found the right time to kick its shell hard, and rushed to the elevator entrance. At the moment of leaving the deep and deep, he quickly drew his gun and fired 3 shots at the shaky elevator on the top. The long-dead elevator was suspended by several ropes until now. After being hit hard, the old ropes could no longer support the gravity of the elevator, and broke one after another. The hollow steel without traction sank rapidly, and the monsters sticking to the elevator shaft had nowhere to hide, like damp moss being scraped down violently. Rogier, who was almost hit by the elevator, was so scared that he trembled all over and lay weakly at the elevator door. Hearing the sharp wailing of the monsters coming from downstairs, he suddenly thought of something, and had the courage to crawl towards the elevator shaft. He stared at the endless darkness, the corners of his mouth raised uncontrollably, and laughed like a madman and said, "So many monsters have been taken down. I will mark them on the first floor later. The score will definitely exceed Patton. I will win." Rogier's laughter didn't last long. The fish-headed monster and the remaining aliens that had avoided the falling elevator quickly climbed back to the 4th floor and were approaching the two step by step. Susu retreated while observing the situation. When he was investigating earlier, he noticed that the elevator was shaking all the time, and the water ripples on the 4th floor were the most obvious, which should be somewhere leading to the outside world. Although it was not clear what dangers were hidden on the 4th floor, as long as he could escape, the chances of getting away would be greater. Rogier was very excited. He faced the approaching monsters head-on, with his gun in both hands. He even wanted to call Susu to fight together. "Susu, let's deal with these monsters and go downstairs early. Killing so many alienated creatures, plus an alienated human, let alone surpassing Patton, we might be able to get the top few." Seeing Susu indifferent, Rogier pointed the gun at him and said firmly, "I know you want to run, but I won't allow it." Then he threatened, "If I don't fulfill your wish, I will take you with me." Susu stared at Rogier coldly, regretting why he didn't kick this brainless guy down just now. "Now, kill them immediately." Rogier fired a warning shot fiercely, intending to intimidate Susu. He was full of utilitarianism, but he didn't expect that the shot he fired at Susu's feet would anger the monsters in front of him, and they all flew towards them. Susu cursed, raised his leg and kicked Rogier without hesitation, then turned around, drew his gun and aimed at the attacking monsters, pulling the trigger. The dirty blood flowing from their wounds made the water in front of him even more turbid. The monsters howled in pain, but did not intend to fight back against Susu. Instead, they stared at Rogier, who was hiding in the corner. "Why me?" Rogier realized that something was wrong, and he had no time to threaten Susu to block it for him. He hurriedly fled from the corner, and ran to the other side of the corridor. Susu was also puzzled. It was not the first time that monsters and alienated humans had no intention of attacking him. Once or twice was accidental, but now so many monsters gave up fighting back and shooting him. What was the reason? But now was not the time to find the answer to the question. Susu looked at the other end of the corridor and didn't hear any movement from Rogier. He glanced at the current score ranking and raised his eyebrows slightly in doubt. Susu was not in a hurry to find Rogier's whereabouts, but to find the source of the water fluctuations to leave himself a way out first. He stopped in front of a wide-open door. The degree of damage in this room was very high. The windows that should have been welded shut and covered with black cloth like other rooms were also open. Boom! Boom! Susu looked around quickly, but still couldn't find the source of the heartbeat that sounded again. When he turned his head and looked at the window again, he actually saw the past of the building being occupied by the community. The residents who were drenched by the black rain secretly returned home. After being discovered by the patrolling security guard, they shouted without regret that everyone should die with him. "Why am I the only one waiting to die? Let's die together." The doctor who came to help with the vaccination was beaten by the angry residents because he came a little late. "Why are you so late? Aren't you a doctor? You should serve the people." The supplies issued by the government were delivered to the residential building, but they were intercepted on the ground floor before they were distributed. If you want food and water, you have to exchange valuable things with him. Whatever is delivered to my doorstep is mine. You're not convinced? Fine. I won't give you anything, just wait to starve to death. The black rain brought bacteria and viruses, countless businesses closed down, and most people had lost their savings. Where could they exchange anything? Some people tried to beg, but the people who occupied the supplies were unwilling to open the door. People will go crazy when they are pushed into a corner. This fucking world should be destroyed sooner. The owner of the room took the initiative to open the window, and spread his arms to welcome the black rain that he had avoided. The abnormality gradually spread in the building until every breath was filled with the stench of blood. The once peaceful corridor was full of monsters who had lost their humanity. Before the sea flooded, Pingan community had lost its tranquility. Susu suddenly felt his hands and feet cold, and his scattered mind returned instantly. He gasped in shock and realized that he had come to the other end of the corridor without knowing when. He clenched his fists, wondering why he lost control again. It's like this again. Rogier? Susu noticed Rogier's back not far away. He seemed to be in a hallucination, and was walking forward unconsciously. He tried to call out softly, and looked around, and didn't see the shadows of those monsters. Following the illumination of the shoulder lamp, he vaguely saw something moving slowly at the end of the corridor, and Rogier was heading towards it. Susu walked closer quietly, and saw a pile of indescribable, constantly expanding gelatinous liquid in the darkness at the end, which was constantly spitting out deformed flesh and blood. After leaving the mother, those flesh and blood gradually grew into the appearance of monsters, but were pulled back by the gelatin, swallowed and spit out again, over and over again. Rogier calmly approached the gelatinous substance, and a twisted tentacle stretched out from it and stuck to him. The pain of being swallowed made Rogier regain consciousness. Seeing Susu nearby, he had no time to find out why they were here. He could only wail in pain for help. Susu, save me. Save me. Susu was about to reach out his hand but took it back, took a step back coldly, and pulled away. Save me. I promise not to let others know about the camp. Half of Rogier's body was melted into mud. He tried his best to crawl out, but still couldn't break free. Susu laughed. If I kill you, no one will know. Even if there was no such monster, he didn't intend to keep Rogier alive from the beginning. Mattia does not allow citizens to kill each other. Rogier's consciousness began to dissipate, and he watched his rank begin to fade with his own eyes. Susu looked down at Rogier. I don't want to kill you. I'm helping you get rid of it. Previous movies and TV shows love to say this, but I don't like such high-sounding words. I'm going to kill you now, Rogier. The initial concession was to ensure that he could continue to follow the vanguard on missions. Later, Rogier took away the spoils, which was also planned by him long ago. He calculated that Rogier would compete with Patton, and he would benefit from it, and in turn use Rogier, who was too competitive, to get enough points. Now, it's time to settle. Bang. Chapter 48. Even if I die, I won't let you go. Seeing Rogier's pupils dim, Susu calmly put down the gun, as if he had rehearsed this scene countless times when he was planning. His dead eyes moved to the surging glue on the side. For safety reasons, he did not move forward, and still kept a long distance from it, asking it, the heartbeat I heard is yours? Susu himself found it funny when he said this. He didn't see the existence of this pool of glue in the infrared sensor of the mask. It was not a living thing. Besides, could this thing understand what he said? Susu raised his gun again and pointed it at the indescribable. If I hadn't woken up just now, Rogier would have ended up like me? This thing had no intention of attacking him now, but he was suddenly bewitched just now, and woke up inexplicably, and almost followed Rogier's footsteps. He hated this feeling of being out of control. The indescribable seemed to sense Susu's anger, and shrank back to the corner, as if denying the question just now. The flesh balls decomposed from its body also avoided Susu, as if Susu was the monster. What are you? Susu didn't get an answer, and it suddenly vomited a sticky mass of flesh at him. He dodged immediately, and when he was about to shoot back, the indescribable mass had long disappeared from the corner. Only Rogier's half-body, and the monster gradually taking shape at his feet were left, telling Susu that everything that had just happened was real. Seeing Rogier's name gradually fade away, Patton thought he had finally been thrown off by him, and was secretly mocking him for overestimating his abilities, but he could no longer find Rogier's name in the ranking. He was wondering, when an unexpected name suddenly appeared, and was being ranked forward at an extremely exaggerated speed. Not only Patton, but everyone who cared about the ranking noticed that name. Susu, this name sounds familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere. I remember the one who betrayed Uni Garden. It was him. Yes, that's the name. Didn't he say that he was incompetent, and was always at the bottom of the team in every mission? Yes, he got 50 points at once, and the score is still rising. Look, it's increased by 20 points. How did he do it? In the crowd, there was a man with a gloomy face, staring at the ranking, full of disbelief. There was only 1 hour left before the end of the assessment. He hadn't seen Susu's name appear before, and thought it was a sure thing. But now Susu's ranking has been moving forward, and the team he secretly said has disappeared since entering the venue. From the current point of view, it is very likely that they have met with an accident. Susu. He growled with gnashing teeth, wishing that what he was biting was Susu's flesh and blood. Uni Garden did not participate in the assessment of the vanguard, but the captain of the guard quietly appeared on the logistics ship. Gabriel, who was watching him, withdrew his gaze thoughtfully, and continued to stare at the name that he had been concerned about for a long time. Susu was more interesting than he thought. After Rogier's subjective will dissipated in the deep sea, all the marks he made were invalid, and the marks made in some inconspicuous corner quickly took over the score of these materials. Su dived to the next floor and opened the closed elevator door a crack. After making the mark, he did not rush to search for the next building, but returned to the 4th floor and swam to the top floor of this residential building through the wide open window. He was not in the center of the city, nor was he at the highest point, but it was enough for him to see a lot. The city sleeping in the sea was awakened again by humans, and the screams and screams of monsters came one after another, and the sound and frequency overlapped. The bright red blood and the rotten filth mixed together, permeating the sky above the city, surging and gathering, like a strange dark cloud that was about to rain red rain. Su looked up at this turbid sea of blood, but his thoughts gradually became clear. The so-called assessment is actually to take the lives of the Vanguard team members to explore the way, and use the illusory rewards to gather enough people at the same time, so that they can search an entire abandoned city efficiently in a short time without regrets, and take this opportunity to eliminate those incompetent team members. Shells. Everyone here is a shell. The closer to the end of the assessment, the more frequent the changes in the real-time ranking. Some people choose to mark the last time node to prevent competitors from catching up. Only when the countdown returns to 0, everything is settled. After the sudden abnormality, Su's score has not changed, but because his score rose too fast before, even if the ranking changed, his ranking is still in the front. Meg, it seems that your team members are not very honest. The captain of the 6th team was just at the other end of the arc suspension platform, and now he appeared in front of Meg. Meg did not express her opinion or respond, as if she had not heard anything, and completely ignored the existence of the captain of the 6th team. The captain of the 6th team was no longer polite, and said with a sarcasm, "Killing teammates to pick up leaks is just transferring supplies from one hand to another. How come the good results are all from your 10th team? Did you, the captain, teach that?" He glanced at the logistics ship, and obviously noticed the captain of the garden guard hiding in the crowd, and said loudly, "I can understand that you want to cultivate a confidant, but who else can you choose, Su? Don't you know where he comes from? If he really taught you this, what are you thinking?" His words were groundless, but he put a high hat on the other party invisibly. Others did not participate in the discussion, but there were many eyes around secretly staring at Meg. Everyone knows that Su betrayed Uni Garden. If it was other smarter captains, they would have secretly tripped him up and let him die at sea, giving Uni Garden a face, but Meg kept him for so long, which was indeed not right. But now Su's name is indeed at the front. If he participates in the criticism now, wouldn't it be embarrassing if he gets promoted in the future? Meg calmly turned his head to look at the captain of the 6th team, and said only one sentence, "It seems that you pay more attention to him than I do." For him, Su's life and death will not have any benefit or harm to him, so why should he get a life on his hands? When asked by Meg, the captain of the 6th team was speechless. "Me? Don't talk nonsense." He wanted to refute and express his position, but the sound of the earthquake above his head covered his words. The 3 whistles of the frigate announced the official end of the assessment. Countless Vanguard members, who completed the test, swam out of the water from the bottom of the sea and waited for the inspection team in the buffer zone. Barton noticed Professor Gabriel among the experimental personnel as soon as he landed, and immediately ran up to greet him. "Professor, I didn't expect you to come even though you're so busy." The buffer zone was full of team members waiting to be examined. If they were found to have any injuries, they would be immediately taken to the secret room in the corner for isolation. That special room was only for entry but not exit, and no sound could be heard from inside. Most of the Vanguards dared not breathe before they passed the inspection, fearing that they would be injured without knowing it. Someone whispered, "This inspection is so strict, it feels like all the inspection team members are here." Yes, look at the one in front. He alone has been inspecting for almost half an hour, and 3 waves of inspection team members have been replaced. Su, who was being talked about by the people in the queue behind him, was also helpless. From the moment he stood on the inspection table, the inspection team checked his language and demeanor, his reaction to the conversation, and his body and blood. These items that can be checked were all checked. It seems that they are not worried about him getting injured, but they are eager to find that he is infected. Turn around again. Su resigned himself to the fate, and turned left again, according to the instructions. From a distance, he saw Patton talking to a researcher in a white coat awkwardly. He looked quite humble and respectful, and there was no trace of his usual arrogance. He lowered his eyes, and thought for a while, guessing that the person in front of Patton should be Professor Gabriel of the Experimental Center. As if sensing Su's gaze, the researcher turned around and looked at him, smiling intriguingly and nodding. It was a warm smile, but Su felt a chill on his back, and his hair stood up. He always felt that the other person's gaze was somewhat familiar. When all the team members on the platform were inspected, the sky had begun to darken. The strong sea breeze was mixed with a foul smell, and the crisis hidden under the sea surface became increasingly difficult to see. All departments accelerated their preparations and left the sea before it was completely dark. Su sat in the corner without saying a word, ignoring the intentional or unintentional gazes of his teammates, and quickly glanced at the other people in the Ark, and found that in addition to Rogier, there were 2 other team members who did not return with him. Guanjie, who had always been belittled, returned safely, but he was still huddled in a corner in shock. He didn't respond to anyone calling him, and looked like he was scared silly. The shocking whistle sounded again in the sky. Su looked out the window, and saw the frigate passing over their heads, like an eagle, and stopped under the Central Command ship. Muller strode onto the deck, raised his head, and reported loudly, "Captain, this assessment is over. The recovered materials and hunted monsters have been loaded, and all the arcs have returned smoothly." A total of 562 people from the Vanguard team participated in the assessment, and 427 returned. Among them, 16 showed symptoms of infection and have been treated. The above is the result of this assessment, and the report is completed. Nearly 100 people were lost in this trip. Su looked calm, but he was worried in his heart. Will Matthias settle this matter? He should not have left any unfavorable evidence. Even if he was really discovered, he would definitely drag Uni Garden into the water without hesitation. He was questioned again and again by the inspection team before he walked onto the Ark's pause platform. As soon as he stood still, he ran into the captain of the guard of Uni Garden rushing towards him. Su, it's all because of you." The captain of the guard left without a word, leaving Su confused. Su had never waited so eagerly for his superiors to speak, but the only response to Admiral Muller and him was the whistle of the command ship, nothing else. Su breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly felt a little funny. Is human life important to Matthias? They regarded the cage that imprisoned and restricted women's freedom as a garden, but they didn't care about the life and death of Matthias' people. The so-called continuation of life is at the cost of burning life. The Vanguard assessment is held every year, and Meg has long been accustomed to it. His calmness at this moment seems particularly indifferent. After the assessment, rest for 2 days, no missions and no training. He also cared about the stay or departure of people around him, but he gradually found that his wishes had no effect, so he didn't think about anything. Chapter 49. The suspension of outbound missions and daily training is not a regulation of the navigation department for the Vanguard, but because after such an assessment, the materials and sample information of the entire large city were brought back to Mattia. The work of each department was saturated in a short period of time. In addition, almost every Vanguard team suffered losses. Therefore, the dispatch office will not require the captains of each team to complete the task in the near future. Going on a mission in the Vanguard is also a kind of work. Su had already inquired about the welfare benefits, and was not surprised about the holiday. Some teams usually have a high degree of mission completion, and no worries about contribution points. They can rest for half a month after the assessment. There are not many captains like Meg who only let them rest for 2 days. No wonder the team members complained about him. Su did not have a high desire for vacation. Instead, he looked forward to doing more tasks, and earning more contribution points. He became one of the few people in the Ark cabin who did not complain about Meg. Since they were carefully inspected by the inspection team when they went ashore, they only needed to pass the disinfection device when they returned to Mattia. As soon as Su passed the gate, he heard someone calling his name. He looked up and found that it was Chef Jeff standing at the entrance of the cafeteria with a big spoon. Su. So it's him. People on the side whispered. Because of the incident at Uni Garden, the name Su was already well known. Later, no one heard about him, and everyone gradually forgot about him. As a result, his name suddenly popped up in this assessment, and everyone's focus was once again on Su. But what did the cafeteria manager call him over for? Although the final settlement results will not be known until the laboratory, the Department of Materials and Energy, the Engineering Department, and the Navigation Department jointly determine, but as soon as the annual assessment ranking comes out, each department has already begun to recruit people. Chef Jeff is not thinking. No way, this Su was kicked out of the garden. What if? The cafeteria is a good place. Su was about to go to the cafeteria when he heard the voice, but someone ran to Jeff before him. Mr. Jeff, I couldn't hear you clearly because I was a little far away. Did you call me again? Chef, you are calling me. Jeff looked at the people in front of him and asked in confusion, "Do you also want to do odd jobs?" After that, he shook his head and refused. "I have to pay contribution points to you, it's not worth it." The few people looked at each other, and suddenly realized that Jeff called Susu to be a helper, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Susu walking slowly with his hands in his pockets, Jeff impatiently threw his apron at him and cursed, "If you keep dawdling, today's reward will only be corn tortillas." "I'm afraid of disturbing others who volunteered," Susu joked, but didn't even look at those people. He rolled up his sleeves and walked straight into the canteen kitchen. "It seems that there is a lot of work today. Even if it's only corn tortillas, you have to give me more. Get to work first." Jeff clicked his tongue, took a big spoon back to the kitchen, and instructed Susu to help with the ingredients. Susu's movements were quite skillful. He picked, washed and cut vegetables, then turned around to wash the used dishes, and took the freshly cooked dishes to the front serving port. The originally busy kitchen quickly became relaxed and orderly after Susu arrived. Jeff was cooking and frying the mushrooms in the pan. He glanced at Susu, who was chopping meat skillfully, and asked, "I heard you got a good grade this time?" Susu didn't stop his movements. He took another piece of beef and put it on the chopping board, slicing it and chopping it into mincemeat. "You've only heard about this?" Jeff knew that Susu was talking about the abnormal ranking, and snorted, "The training base is right next to it, and I don't know how many people there are." He poured the cooked mushrooms into a plate and asked someone to bring it to the front to serve the dishes, then heated the pan even hotter and started to stir-fry the mincemeat. "But it seems that you really can't be transferred to the cafeteria. Although he has been staying in the lower level, he has been in Mattia for so many years. And what kind of people have he not seen? Those people would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Since everyone thinks that Susu's score is abnormal, no matter what the reason is, his final result is estimated to be not very good." Susu never expected to ascend through the assessment, and using Rogier to instantly raise his ranking and attract some people's attention, his goal has been achieved. He wants to go to a higher position, get in touch with more information, and find clues about HOM more conveniently. The assessment path is not suitable for him at first glance, so he has to find another way, and use a more violent way to make his existence seen by more people. Susu said in a relaxed tone, "You can find me if there is work in the canteen in the future. I will accomplish my mission and provide meals." Jeff responded readily, "Okay, but if you recruit 2 more people, the canteen will have to find part-time workers. Don't you feel wronged?" "I will have to protest." He glanced at the time, wiped his hands on his apron, handed his work card to Susu, and said, "I have said hello to the people in the logistics department. Go there early today to pick up the things. You vanguards will all eat in the canteen when you are not on a mission. The food prepared before is not enough." Susu immediately washed his hands and took the work card. "Okay. Remember to go early and come back early," Jeff reminded. "Got it." Susu trotted out of the cafeteria. There were a lot of people on Matthias today. In order to mourn the Vanguard members who died in the assessment, the Pajuo Hall lit nearly 100 eternal lights in the central square. The main roads on both sides of the square were crowded with onlookers, and Susu had to take a detour from the dormitory area to the Ministry of Materials and Energy. "Meg, how are you doing recently?" Hearing a woman's voice suddenly coming from the corner of the dormitory area, calling a name that he was very familiar with, Susu slowed down his pace in confusion and found that there were 2 people standing behind the corner talking face to face, one of whom was his captain Meg. The woman's eyes were filled with love, and she stroked Meg's face with heartache. Are they still suppressing you?" "It's all because of me." "Meg, you suffered." "Sally." Meg looked down at the woman and had something to say, but she noticed a sound approaching and immediately distanced the 2 of them, lowering her voice and saying, "Someone is coming, you go first." He turned his head with a cold face and saw someone dragging a cargo cart passing by. It was his team member Susu. With Susu's pace and speed, he must have heard their conversation just now, but he didn't stop to ask more, as if he hadn't noticed anything. Susu didn't mean to disturb them, and left silently with understanding. He was definitely curious, but everyone had their own secrets, and Meg was no exception. Since it was a secret, why should he ask more? Susu dragged the cart out of the alley and headed towards the Ministry of Materials and Energy. He saw several people sneaking into the freight elevator, secretly thinking that he had to find time to go to the labor area. He suddenly heard a prompt from the communicator, took it out, and saw that it was a message from Captain Lydia. "Come to the training base." Susu was a little confused at first, but then he thought of something, and accelerated the speed of loading the supplies onto the car, rushing back to the cafeteria in the shortest time. "So fast?" Jeff was surprised. He knew that Mattia was very lively today, so he asked Susu to leave early, but he didn't expect that he would come back much faster than he expected. Susu returned his work card to Jeff and said quickly, "Chef, I have to leave for a while, and we'll be back soon." "Oh, okay." As soon as Jeff answered, Susu ran away. Susu observed outside the training base for a while, and quickly entered the door after confirming that no one was paying attention. The training ground that was crowded before the assessment was empty today. Following the ballad that someone was humming, Susu saw Captain Lydia sitting by the simulated hatch of the combat ark, shaking her calves slightly, playing with a small puppet that was often pinned to her waist. Seeing Susu coming, she waved at him, stood up and entered the simulation cabin, come in and closed the hatch. The simulation cabin at the training base is very similar to the 3D experience machine in the game city where he worked before, both of which simulate some scenes and dodge attacks and launch attacks by controlling the console. Because it doesn't consume much physical energy, there are usually a lot of people queuing here. Susu thinks queuing is a waste of time and goes to practice other projects, so this is his first time coming in. Susu leaned over to enter the hatch, and once again confirmed the situation outside the cabin before closing the door, very cautiously. "It seems that you know what I'm going to say to you." Lydia sat in the co-pilot seat, and pointed to the seat next to Susu. Susu nodded, sat down and asked, "Captain Lydia, did you remember about HOM?" Lydia nodded. "When my husband was still alive, he mentioned to me that several members of their team accepted the arrangement of the experimental center and drank physical supplements. In fact, the experimental center had also found him before. After he tried to drink it once, he always felt that something was wrong with his body, so he didn't dare to touch it again. Later, the abilities of those members who drank supplements improved visibly, and they were promoted one after another. But the strange thing is that not long after they entered the elite team, they had accidents for various reasons, and they all died in less than half a year." When mentioning the past, Lydia always couldn't help sighing, lowering her head, and staring at the puppet on her waist. "Supplements, experimental center?" Susu asked in confusion, "What is the relationship with HOM?" He had seen the supplements in the experimental center, the one that Barton often drank. Lydia took out half a piece of waste paper from her waist bag and handed it to Susu. "After hearing you mention it last time we met, I always felt like I had seen or heard of HOM somewhere. I took advantage of the holiday to sort out my lover's old things and found this." Susu took the yellow and hairy crease of the paper. Half of the paper was torn off, so only the second half of the content was left. He noticed at a glance that one of the lines read, "Do you agree to participate in the HOM Strong Soldier Plan, cooperate with the Experimental Center to adjust the training content, and become the best soldier of the Matthias Ark? HOM Strong Soldier Plan?" Susu muttered in a low voice, his brows gradually tightened. Lydia looked at the name on the consent form with nostalgia. "I was originally going to throw this paper away, but because my wife signed half of her name on it, I wanted to keep it as a souvenir. But I don't know what this Strong Soldier Plan is. After I took over the 7th Squadron, it was mainly responsible for maritime rescue and had basically no intersection with the Experimental Center. That's all I know. I hope it helps you." After she finished speaking, she opened a piece of maltose and held it in her mouth, trying to dilute the bitterness in her heart. Susu repeatedly checked the contents of this half-page, staring at the words HOM Strong Soldier Plan for a long time before returning the page to Lydia. "Thank you for helping me." Lydia put the paper away, pursed her lips and said, "I know what you are thinking, but I advise you to think carefully." Chapter 50. The Experimental Center. Susu leaned against the back of the driver's seat, his slender fingers resting on the joystick, tapping it intermittently, lowering his head and chuckling, "I can't go there just because I want to." The Experimental Center was just opposite his dormitory area, but on weekdays, except for the researchers at the sample receiving office, the gate was closed at other times, and there were guards outside. Not to mention going in. Even approaching would be stared at by the group of armored big guys. Ask Patton what this plan to strengthen the army is about? Forget it, the possibility of Patton talking to him nicely is almost zero, and there is even a high probability that when he knows that he wants to inquire about the experimental center, he will report him. The simulation cabin suddenly fell into silence, with only the sound of candy being crushed. Except for the dean, the nursing sister, and the sisters in the welfare home, he hardly talked to the girls, and didn't know how to ease the atmosphere for a while. Susu pursed her lips in embarrassment and asked, "What kind of person is your lover?" "You love him very much." Click. Lydia broke another piece of candy. "He is just a big fool. He only has Matthias' mission in his eyes." He talks about loyalty and faith all the time. He is not smart enough and can't understand my hints at all. He is really boring. Why do I like him? She smiled bitterly and turned to Su and said, "Boy, if you don't know how to find a topic, you can choose to tell me the truth about why you want to find a HOM, otherwise shut your pretty mouth." Su rubbed his nose with his fingers and said apologetically, "Please forgive me for not being able to speak frankly about this." Lydia had guessed that he would not tell the truth. "If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me." She stood up and walked towards the cabin door. Before leaving, she turned her head slightly and said, "I said before that if you have any difficulties, come to me." This sentence is still valid. Su watched Lydia leave the cabin, and then watched her leave the training base from the side window, full of doubts. He always believed that humans are concerned about interests, but why did Captain Lydia show him kindness? Oh no! Su took a breath and ran back to the canteen kitchen. As soon as he entered the door, he heard the deafening roar of Chef Jeff. Su, you stinky boy, you still know to come back." Su shrank his neck and stayed in the kitchen to help honestly until the canteen closed, and then he had time to rest. Jeff brought a bowl of hot noodle soup and put it on the table. "You vanguards don't have food on weekdays?" As soon as the assessment was over, everyone rushed in. My hands were almost broken from swinging the spoon. "These are the only ingredients left. Let's make do with them," he said, and handed Su a bowl. Su was busy all day, and was so hungry that he didn't feel anything. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of soup, he said, "We all escape death. There are things we want to do, but don't dare to do on weekdays. I guess we don't have so much rationality now." Jeff looked at Su and asked, What do you want to do?" Su stared at the meat in the bowl and said, "Can you give me this piece of meat?" "You kid. The cafeteria will be busy for a few more days." Jeff felt very sorry when he heard Su said that he only had 2 days of vacation. He urged him to come early tomorrow, so that the cafeteria can squeeze him for another day. When returning to the dormitory area, Su stood in front of the door and stared at the experimental center thoughtfully, as if he wanted to peek into the secrets hidden behind the tightly drawn curtains. He stayed there for a long time before walking into the room. As soon as Su's dormitory door was closed, the curtains on the second floor of the experimental center slowly opened. A man stood by the window and stared at the closed door. After a long time, he said, he took away Patton's water cup. "We sent people to look for it last time, but there was no result for the time being." "What do you think he meant?" Another person in the room spoke. The man by the window fell into deep thought, and then smiled respectfully and said, "Captain, Matthias's people can only support Matthias. No matter what his intentions are, the experimental center will point him in the right direction. Gabriel, you never let me down. Deal with it as soon as possible. It's been delayed for long enough." After the man finished speaking, he stood up and walked away slowly. "Yes, Captain, take care." Gabriel bowed his head and sent the superior away. When he returned to the window, the door was still closed, as if the person inside the door had fallen asleep. He slightly raised his head and glimpsed the dormitory area. The greedy desire exposed in the dead of night swallowed up the warmth shown in the daytime. He slightly turned his head and called someone to come in. "Keep watching Su for me. His ability may be more suitable for my work than Barton." The person standing outside the door lowered his head from beginning to end, and his face could not be seen clearly. After hearing Professor Gabriel's order, he knelt down and bowed his head to obey. Yes. Su, who should have slept in the dormitory, had already taken the freight elevator to the supply platform at this moment. He put on a mask to hide his identity while walking, and walked quickly across the suspension bridge to enter the labor area. "The people in the experimental center can't really be voyeurs," Su muttered. He confirmed before entering the door that the curtains on the upper floor of the experimental center opposite were clearly drawn. When he went out to catch the last freight elevator to the supply platform, he found that the curtains were drawn again, as if someone was deliberately avoiding him. So he left the dormitory door immediately before the other party showed up. Su went into the bottom floor of the labor area with ease, and then deliberately climbed up to the second floor and walked a distance before changing the route. People who were not familiar with the labor area and had average skills could not keep up with his actions at all. The labor area market that was deserted a few days ago was crowded tonight. The most lively one was Xioxianglu, where guests were busy welcoming and seeing off. Su hid in the crowd and approached Appa's stall. Suddenly, he was intercepted. He looked up and saw that the person in front of him was Gar, who had regained some color. "Benefactor, you finally showed up." Gar's eyes were bright, and he lowered his head a little awkwardly, grabbing the corner of his clothes nervously, I waited for a day, but you didn't show up. I was afraid that you might have an accident. I hope you are okay and come back safely. Most of the guests in Xioxianglo were from the Vanguard. During the assessment period in the past few days, the person he was waiting for didn't show up, so he guessed that he might have gone to participate in the assessment. He waited at the door for a whole day. The sister of Xioxianglo urged him several times, but he did not receive any guests, just to see the benefactor appear with his own eyes. Susu's expression hidden under the mask was complicated. He was silent for a long time before saying, "I'm fine, thank you." The other party's indifference made Jiar a little sad. He lowered his head and laughed at himself in disappointment, and said sadly, "You're welcome, I volunteered." After that, he turned around and walked back to the door of Xioxianglo, greeted the guest who had been looking at him for a long time, and led him into the building with a smile. Before entering the door, he looked back in the direction of the benefactor, but he didn't see the figure anymore. Susu came to Appa's stall, and just as he was about to sit down, he heard the other party teasing jealously. "I thought you wanted to go in and have fun after the assessment." Susu picked up a scrap appliance from the corner and sat in his old seat, saying helplessly, "He means well. One thing for one thing, no matter whether Gal had calculated against him before, he did mean well just now, but he couldn't accept it." Appa curled his lips and muttered, "I've been waiting for a day." Susu smiled softly and said to him, "Thank you." Appa smiled instantly and said naggingly, "Today I picked up a bunch of things from the material platform. I have been busy during this period. I earned this amount today alone." He gestured 4 with his fingers and circled a 0 with his thumb and index finger. It was getting late now. Most of the guests who came here had a place to stay, so there were fewer people coming to the stall. When there was no one in front of the stall, he retreated to a corner and said in a low voice beside Susu, "Someone has been secretly asking about your whereabouts in the labor zone these 2 days. You better not come here recently. There is no rush to repair these scrapped appliances. I will wait until I rent a shop." Susu was not surprised to learn that someone was spying on him. Uni Garden set limits for him everywhere, but he was able to earn contribution points and survive until now. People must think that he has other ways. Gayer's words just now also reminded him that, as a member of the Vanguard team, who often comes to the labor zone, he rarely comes during the probation period. During this period, his frequency of appearance also decreased, and his identity information was invisibly narrowed. When he entered the labor zone, he deliberately took a detour to try to get rid of those who might have been eyeing him, but this was not a long-term solution. "I will pay attention." Susu frowned, thinking that Uni Garden was really a plaster that could not be thrown away. Maybe it's time for him to find out what Susu took away, and find out what Uni Garden is afraid of him exposing. Hearing this, Appa's expression suddenly dimmed, and he said in a muffled voice, "The last person who told me this has not appeared for a long time." Susu was slightly surprised. "The last one?" Appa nodded, pursed his lips, and said, "It was a few years ago. At that time, I was not old enough to work on the material platform. One day, I suddenly met a strange person who asked me if I could exchange a piece of meat pie for a tube of blood. You agreed?" Susu was a little confused. Why would someone ask children in the labor area to draw blood? Appa gestured with his hands. "Such a piece of meat pie, of course I agreed. Not only me, but also several children. When that person gave us meat pies, he also told us not to tell anyone. Later, he often came to the labor area, but he didn't ask us for blood again. He didn't do anything, just kept looking at us kids. He was very strange." Susu said. Appa nodded. "Yes, he is really strange. So one day I secretly followed him and found that every time he left the labor area, he would go to the ventilation vent in the bottom warehouse to stay for a while, and he looked worried. He held his cheeks with both hands. The scorching sun tanned his skin black, but from his behavior, it can be seen that he still retained his innocence. I don't have meat patties, only vegetable patties made by the aunt in the community cafeteria, and I gave him half. I told him that after he took a tube of our blood, people often came to ask about his whereabouts." Appa looked at Susu. He also said that he would pay attention, but after that day, I never saw him again. "Will you leave too?" Susu was slightly startled, and reached out to touch Appa's head. "I brought back so many things from the assessment, and I can see that there are many points to earn. I will not disappear." The concern shown by Appa is different from that of Gal. He is more like a sensible, and afraid of losing younger brother. After hearing what he said, Appa trotted over and took out a vegetable cake from the cabinet under the stall, and handed it to Susu with a smile. "I told you I wanted to try it before, here it is." Chapter 51. There is no sunlight in the lower cabin of the labor area, and no time changes can be seen. The way to tell time here is by the mechanical clock on the deck. The clock strikes 3 times in a row to represent the arrival of a new day, and it will strike once every hour thereafter, urging the laborers to hurry up and get to work. Appa moved things on the material platform for a day. There were too many materials brought back from this assessment, and he had to go the next day. He couldn't hold on in the second half of the night, and fell asleep on the stall. The 4th bell of the second day woke him up. He woke up in a daze, and found that Susu was still busy wiring, with several repaired electrical appliances at his feet. Susu also heard the bell, skillfully connected the line and debugged it, then covered the exposed line with insulating tape and placed it in the area for sale. He turned around and saw that Appa had woken up, and said, "I go back first, I have something to do during the day." "Is it really okay for you to stay up all night?" Appa asked worriedly. Susu looked through the battle records of the place, and said energetically, "I am not sleepy at all when I think that I will get points by selling these things." Appa gave Susu a thumbs up in admiration and watched him leave first. When Susu took the earliest return flight back to Matthias, there was no one in the dispatch hall, and the cafeteria was not open yet. When passing the central square, he saw someone holding a long burning lamp in both hands and going back and forth, as if praying for someone. In front of the gate of the Pajuo Hall stood a believer in a golden robe. The hood covered the man's face, but Susu felt his gaze on him. He had no religious beliefs, and didn't care whether others had them or not, but the believer's gaze made him feel a little uncomfortable, so he quickened his pace to leave the central square. Susu looked down at the contribution point balance displayed on the communicator. He planned to go back to the dormitory to wash up, and then go to the canteen to help. He vaguely heard the sound of the door opening and closing from the experimental center, and immediately looked for a cover to hide and spy. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Matthias did not turn on the main light, and the visibility was a bit poor. Susu squinted his eyes, and saw someone standing at the door of the experimental center, as if waiting for someone. It was a woman. Susu even felt that this person looked familiar. He recalled carefully, and suddenly remembered that this was the woman he accidentally bumped into in the corner of the dormitory area yesterday talking to Captain Meg. He remembered that the woman's name was Sally, and she was actually from the experimental center. Who was she waiting for? Captain Meg. Susu hugged his chest and leaned against the wall. He didn't want to peek, but it would be a bit embarrassing if he caught the young couple dating for the second time. He glanced at the time and prepared to take a small road back to his dormitory, but as soon as he turned around, he heard an extremely familiar voice. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Susu immediately retreated to the corner and stuck his head out to see that the person who was invited was Barton. Experimental Center, Strong Army Plan, Barton, female researcher, Captain Meg. Captain Lydia's hint and his experience were like fragments trying to piece together in his mind, but they could not be complete no matter what, and it was really difficult to see the whole truth. Sally didn't say much, and after a slight nod, she led the excited Barton into the experimental center, and the door returned to the silence that should have been there at 4 o'clock in the morning. The cafeteria was still busy today. Susu ran to the Ministry of Materials and Energy 3 times in a row, but he didn't see the door of the experimental center open again. Did he miss it? Susu felt a little annoyed. He had planned to stay in the dormitory today to watch over the place. However, since his dormitory was close to the garbage disposal station and the Ministry of Materials and Energy, Chef Jeff knocked on the door and called him several times when he passed by, so he had to go to the cafeteria to help out. As a result, he was busy until the cafeteria closed. Susu didn't have time to eat, so he took a few tortillas and rushed to the dormitory area. He had a hunch that Barton should not have left yet. There were people coming and going on Mattia recently. They chose to meet in the early morning to avoid the crowd. In this case, if they wanted to leave, they would wait until everyone returned to the dormitory, and no one cared about the movement outside the experimental center before coming out. Susu hid in the dark and waited for the opportunity. At nearly midnight, the door of the experimental center was opened again. Sally walked out quickly, looked around the door to confirm the situation, and waved behind her. Susu held his breath and lowered his chassis to ensure that he would not expose his presence at this time. Susu saw 2 people hurriedly carrying an unconscious person out of the main gate of the experimental center in the dim night, and quickly entering the dormitory area opposite. If he was not mistaken, the person being carried seemed to be Patton. Susu remembered that he had seen Patton almost fainting at the training base before. Was it because he also went to the experimental center that day? Ding ding. The communicator in his pocket rang at an inopportune time. Susu subconsciously covered his pocket tightly, and quickly left from the corner. Sally was alerted immediately after hearing the sound and called the guards to check. It seems that there is a rat spying. Catch him. She was not sure what the other party saw, but if Patton's story was spread out, Professor Gabriel would definitely be unhappy. But the guard walked around the dormitory area for a few times, and found no other suspicious figures except for a person who was brushing his teeth in the wash area. Strange people? Susu's hair was half wet. After hearing the guard's question, he looked him up and down. You are quite strange. The guard looked at the man who was washing his hair and asked, Why are you washing your hair at this time? Susu pretended to be helpless and said, Sir, do you know how many people live in the dormitory area these 2 days? I have to queue for half a day to use the faucet. If I wasn't afraid of being beaten, I would want to be a scalper. He said it frankly, and Matthias's situation was indeed like this in the past 2 days, so the guard did not continue to interrogate him and returned to the experimental center to report the situation. Did I hear it wrong? Siley was confused, but she still reminded the guard, keep an eye on it recently. If there are any rumors that are not conducive to the experimental center, block the news immediately. The guard was respectful to her in time, nodded and bowed, saying, Okay, Dr. Siley. After confirming that the guard had left, Susu wiped off the water stains on his face, raised his eyes, and stared at himself in the mirror. His trembling eyelashes revealed his uneasiness at the moment. He took a long breath, put his hair behind his head, leaned against the pool with some fatigue to check the communicator information, and saw that it was from Meg. Gather at the flight platform at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to set off. Really just rest for 2 days. Susu snorted lightly, turned his head, and looked in the direction of the experimental center, and suddenly had an absurd idea. Oh my god, Meg couldn't have done it on purpose. It was just a complaint. In the absence of evidence, Susu did not make a final conclusion on this matter, but became more and more curious about the relationship between Meg and this female researcher named Siley. Barton's dormitory was not far from the wash area and the exit, and was much better than Susu's. Susu stared at Barton's dormitory in silence until the ice water dripped down his hair into his neck, freezing him, and then he came to his senses and walked towards his dormitory. The next day, Meg was not surprised that Susu fell asleep as soon as he got on the ship, but she was a little puzzled as to why he came from the labor area, but she didn't ask much. Susu worked in the labor area for another night, and fell into a sweet dream with his communicator in his hand. If there was no noise from getting on the ship, he would sleep more soundly. Really, other teams rest for 10 days or 8 days, but we do. Yeah, you are so diligent. What have you been doing before? It would be great if we could change teams. Speaking of this, have you received the dispatch notice? Someone has received the news this morning. Susu's consciousness was slightly awake, and he listened to their talk silently. The teammate who was asked denied it. No, it's impossible with our results. But some people, although they are at the top, are still staying here like us. I don't know how they can sleep. Susu, who was being cricket, rested his forehead on his arms. His face in the shadow did not have the slightest shame that they thought it should have, but frowned slightly in thought. In other words, the members of the Vanguard who were clearly scheduled for promotion had received the notice today. So what about Patton? Although the possibility of Patton contacting the experimental center is almost zero, he is currently the easiest person to contact clues about the strong army plan. This person is not much smarter than Roger. As long as he spends some time to lay the groundwork, he can still get some useful information. If Patton just left like this, it would be a pity for him. Susu raised his head slightly and peeked. He didn't see Patton in the cabin, but he noticed that Guanjia seemed to have been staring at him just now. What was he looking at? Susu glanced at Guanjia and saw that he had moved his eyes away and was looking out the window. Suddenly Guanjia said in surprise, Patton is here. Almost everyone in the cabin was attracted by this voice, and they all looked at the cabin door. Sure enough, Patton got on the ship when it was about to set sail. I'm here. Patton spoke with an obvious smile, especially when he saw Susu was also on the ship. His tone rose a few points. The team members looked at each other, and no one dared to be the first to ask Patton about the result of his transfer. He was usually so proud, but now he unexpectedly stayed in the original team. He looked like he didn't care, and he must be very angry. Finding that everyone was staring at him with strange eyes, Barton proudly said, Professor Gabriel said that my destination will be decided by the top management after personal discussion, maybe. He sat in his original position, crossed his legs and swayed slightly. Maybe, this is the last time I will do a mission with you. Really? You are worthy of you, Barton. Do you know where I will be transferred to? But since Professor Gabriel said so, It must be a good place. Don't forget us in the future. The sudden noise made Su, who was pretending to be asleep, lose the conditions for acting. He raised his head and leaned against the back of the chair quietly, his hazy eyes squinting, covering up the doubtful eyes. The Barton in front of him was completely different from the one who was carried back to the dormitory last night. Today, he did not look tired at all, but was too energetic. What did Barton experience in the experimental center yesterday? Was it related to the strong soldier plan? Su was full of doubts, but could not get an answer for a while. Almost everyone surrounded Barton and asked him questions, intending to leave a better impression in front of this future senior executive. No one cared that there were 3 fewer people on the trip today than before. The command center reminds everyone to pay attention to mission safety. Matthias is always behind you. The excitement in the cabin overshadowed the command of the dispatch office. With the unchanged farewell sound from the control tower, their ark once again left the flight platform. Chapter 52. Patton, when you were tested against the pseudotype 2 tortoiseshell spider crab last time, we were all stunned. It is no exaggeration to say that you are the most capable among this group of vanguards. Those people in the elite team probably bribe the examiner on weekdays. That's right. Those people in the elite team don't do their tasks on weekdays and are sloppy in training. How can they compare to our Patton? These flattering words were repeated over and over again, and they kept appearing in combinations. Su was almost sleepy again. He looked out the window and then asked Meg, who was in charge of steering the front row, "Captain Meg, what is the mission this time?" Meg turned her head slightly and said coldly, "A small clearing mission. It will be here soon." Patton usually turned a deaf ear to it, but now he was in high spirits because of his teammates' praise. It was a good time to show his skills. When he heard Meg say it was just a small mission, he felt very boring. He criticized, "This sea area is within the exploration range of Madia's current stop, and other vanguards must have explored it long ago. It was not enough to find tasks with little contribution points before, and now you want us to do repetitive tasks for nothing?" Patton's words aroused the emotions of other people in the cabin, and they all criticized Meg for her dereliction of duty as the captain, and they wanted to pull him down immediately and support Patton as the new captain. Meg was not irritated by Patton's sarcasm and replied, "I haven't searched it." Guanjia was not very good at speaking, so he couldn't squeeze into the queue of people offering their courtesy, and could only lie alone by the window to entertain himself. He suddenly saw something, widened his eyes, pointed at the sea and said anxiously, "Look, there is a thief camp below." Su turned his head and looked down. On the pus-green and turbid sea, there was indeed a group of people living on a row of bamboo rafts. However, he stared at it for a while, and didn't see a single living person. "It's just an abandoned bandit camp. What's the big deal?" His teammate glanced at Guanjia with disdain. Guanjia timidly shrank his neck and lowered his head, not daring to speak too loudly. I just wondered if it was because there was a bandit camp nearby that the team collecting sea conditions was intercepted and harassed, so the mission location was missed." Hearing what he said, the teammate who had just been arguing with him was speechless, and said stubbornly, "Do you need to say such an obvious thing? We knew it a long time ago." "Oh!" Guanjia held his mouth and said nothing, and continued to shrink back into the corner. He noticed Su's gaze, and after meeting his gaze, the other party didn't feel embarrassed at all, just stared at him so openly, which inexplicably made him feel guilty that he was seen through. Reached the target location, ready to land. Meg reported the situation to the control tower, and no one responded as expected. Recently, there have been no Vanguard missions, and the control tower at the command center has also defaulted to a short vacation. Even if there are people on duty now, they are probably sitting with their legs propped up, drinking tea and chatting. The ark sank gently to the bottom of the sea. I don't know if it was Su's illusion, but the visibility in this sea area seems to be higher than other places. Prepare to leave the cabin. After Meg stopped the ark steadily, she stood up and quickly glanced at Su in the corner. Su, who was already prepared, was checking that the equipment was complete. He seemed not to notice the targeting in Meg's eyes, but in fact, he had already seen the other party's abnormality. Meg left the cabin a little faster today than before, as if she was in a hurry to do something. And Su had already guessed what he cared about. He didn't say anything, and followed the team out of the cabin as usual. After walking for a while, he finally saw their destination, an abandoned school. Everyone goes separately, and keep in touch. After saying that, Meg walked straight into the school gate without waiting for others. Su knew that no one would team up with him, so he went in alone. He wanted to finish the task as soon as possible, as he had other things to do. The school that Su attended before had an electric sliding door at the door, and the security guard and the director of the academic affairs office stood by the door to supervise. Because the welfare home was a little far away, in order to save some transportation fees, he ran to school every day, and was considered a latecomer by the director of the academic affairs office. But the school gate in front of him had been replaced with a 20-centimeter thick steel door, and obstacles and traps were set up in front of and behind the door, but they were basically scrapped. Su randomly found a classroom and went in. As expected, there were no supplies. The classroom was empty, with only messy desks and chairs. He didn't see any alien creatures or humans. He was relieved unconsciously. When he turned to leave, Su noticed today's class schedule on the blackboard. He got closer and saw the words written under the mud. Doomsday Survival Practice class was crossed out, and mathematics was written next to it. Su couldn't help laughing. He leaned on the podium and looked down, sighing and shaking his head. It's the end of the world, and we still have to study theoretical classes. It's too miserable. He found several classrooms in a row, but they were all empty. If it weren't for the fierce fighting between teammates and the communication, he would have thought that this mission was really an easy job. Come and help. The monster's mucus is corrosive. It's over. My gun is running out of energy. Patton, save me. Damn. Why is there another one? Su lowered his brows and pondered for a moment, then suddenly sped up, trying to verify his thoughts. He held the door handle with one hand, pulled out the gun from his waist with one hand, skillfully raised his heel to load the gun, and raised the gun the moment he pushed open the door. In the light of the shoulder lamp, undercurrents appeared in the dark depths of chaos. Su was highly alert and kept an eye on his surroundings. He had no interest in hunting, but just wanted to know whether he was so unlucky that he didn't even get anything from the Doomsday mission, or whether these monsters were deliberately avoiding him. Suddenly, a half-human-high monster jumped out of the dark, and Su quickly turned the direction of the muzzle. Under the dim light, he was pointing his gun at a cat with a scorpion tail. The monster bared its teeth fiercely, claws scratched the floor, and roared in an attacking posture. Su was ready for battle, but the monster suddenly withdrew its hostility and slowly approached him. What's going on? Su was stunned. Could it be that the alien creatures had evolved to the point of using the tactic of feigning surrender? But this monster looked only a pseudotype 2, not yet fully intelligent, and should not have the ability to think like this. The other monsters in the room were also staring at him, and seemed to have listened to the most intelligent scorpion-tailed cat here, and did not take the initiative to attack Su, the outsider. Bang! After a loud noise, a line of water suddenly passed through the monster's head in front of him, stained with dirty blood. Su saw with his own eyes that the monster's scorpion tail drooped weakly, and the other alien creatures that were still watching were instantly dispersed and frantically attacked the shooter. The waterways around him suddenly surged, and the sharp weapons scraped against his mask, making a sharp and piercing noise, which hurt Su's eardrums. He looked back along the water flow and saw that Meg had already been in a fierce battle with the alien creature. Su pulled his mouth helplessly, and immediately joined the fierce battle, sharing half of the burden for Meg. Most of the remaining monsters were Type 3. Without the deterrence of their higher-level counterparts, they were like frightened young animals, biting all enemies indiscriminately and madly. The bone pufferfish he encountered before also attacked according to its nature, but the monsters he encountered later in the air raid shelter and abandoned city, as well as the scorpion-tailed cat just now, seemed to be observing him, even avoiding him, fearing him. Why was he afraid of him? It seemed that he was the only one he was afraid of. Su saw the monster's sickle-like limbs slashing at Meg's back, and immediately grabbed the clothes on his shoulders and pulled them to his side, raised his gun and aimed at the monster's head and shot twice. He quickly dealt with the other monsters in the room before letting Meg go. You really love to tear people's clothes off. Meg smoothed her protective suit and added, thank you. Su smiled properly and said, didn't you want to save me just now? He was quite clear about Meg's intentions, but after what happened just now, he was a little confused. Was Meg here to silence him? Yeah, Meg simply responded. Su saw that he was silent and looked like he had something to say, so he took out his bargaining skills and said, nothing else. I go somewhere else to have a look. Wait. Meg confirmed that Barton and the others couldn't leave now, so he quickly looked around, closed the main communication, and applied for a private chat with Su. Seeing this, Su raised his eyebrows slightly, accepted Meg's call, and asked, Captain Meg, do you want to say something? If he hadn't helped Meg just now, he probably wouldn't have talked so nicely. Meg nodded, and after hesitating, she chose to explain, That woman is my compatriot in the underground base. She asked about my recent situation that day, that's all. Susu pretended to be stunned and asked back, Woman? What woman? I haven't contacted Uni Garden for a long time. Susu is a smart man. He must know what he meant just now. But Susu pretended to be stupid and pretended not to know. Isn't it a kind of answer? Meg thought to herself. It's okay. Since Susu knew what was going on, Meg went downhill. Continue the mission. Meg had just walked forward for a while, and suddenly stopped again, standing in place and looking back at Susu. Their call was not disconnected yet, and Susu heard Meg's voice again. Because the Vanguard is somewhat dangerous when performing tasks, each member will leave a suicide note before officially joining, telling the most important person about their affairs, in case they really can't come back one day. You can also leave a copy. Susu pondered Meg's words over and over again, and understood his hint. It seems that in the near future, a certain task taken by the Vanguard may be extremely dangerous or even life-threatening. Captain Meg, he said, taking a step forward and throwing out his own experience. Yesterday, I saw Barton enter the experimental center, and when he came out, he was carried by someone. He concealed the fact that he saw Sally, trying to test Meg's reaction. Meg's face darkened when she heard this, and she said in a deep voice, If you want to learn from him to work for the experimental center, you should follow him closely like Roger did before. But if you just want to stay in the Vanguard, it's best not to ask anything, he said, striding away decisively, breaking off contact with Susu. Susu crossed his arms over his chest, looking at Meg's back thoughtfully. He had previously suspected that Meg had some kind of relationship with the experimental center because of that woman named Sally, but now it seems that this is not the case. Moreover, from Meg's tone just now, it seems that she wants to draw a clear line with the experimental center. This honest and cowardly captain seems to be hiding many secrets. Chapter 53. The cries for help continued in the communicator. Susu listened silently and wondered, is this really just a simple small mission? But for him, it was indeed quite leisurely. So leisurely that he felt a little guilty. Susu walked around the teaching building and didn't see many alien creatures. If he continued like this, he would not be able to get the contribution points for this mission. Since the monsters were avoiding him, he didn't want to cause trouble for himself, so he simply found other things to earn points. Susu found the information classroom with familiarity, looking at dozens of computers. He took out the net bag he carried with him, and turned a clearing mission into a material collection. These computers soaked in water can't be used, but the hardware accessories can still be used after being disassembled. Mattia's industrial level is not low, but except for the engineering department, he didn't see any other industrial-related departments in Mattia. A small engineering department, can it have such a great ability to supply the needs of the War Preparedness Center? Not only war preparedness, but also the resource problem is something that Susu has always been curious about. Where does the water on Mattia come from? Just like the Vanguard of Cattle and Horses has no water supply work, he has not seen any water purifier equipment on the mechanical ship. It's like there is a reservoir hidden on Mattia for the citizens on the ship to use. There are too many things on the big ship in the sky that make people's backs numb when they think about it, and these details make Susu feel more and more that the Ark of Mattia is likely to hide secrets. When we find the clues, we will leave there as soon as possible. At worst, we can be pirates, Susu murmured, and while putting the keyboard on the table into his pocket, he looked out the window, and vaguely saw something strange, and lowered his brows in confusion. Susu listened to the movements of Patton and the others again. The battle situation was easier than before, and it would probably be resolved soon. He couldn't take the shortcut through the window with his net bag, so he had to go out through the gate, first bring the supplies to the side of the Ark, and wait for a while to load and take away. He was not sure if anyone noticed his whereabouts, but he still hid behind the Ark and turned off his shoulder light, hiding in the chaos. They didn't have GPS positioning, and the Vanguard team didn't worry about the team members escaping at all. Where could they escape to? The oxygen resources on their bodies were not enough to support them for too long. Perhaps before the oxygen ran out, the monsters would solve their worries first, so that they didn't have to breathe anymore. Besides, the disappearance of a Vanguard member was nothing to Mattia. So how valuable was the researcher who escaped from Mattia and was wanted? Susu turned on the booster and swam in the dark to the vicinity of the thieves' camp just discovered in the sky. It was not until he got close to here that he was sure that his idea when he went into the sea was not an illusion. The view here is much clearer than other places, especially the open space directly below the thieves' camp. This is the open space he saw in the information classroom. It should have been cleared by humans. Judging from the size and scope, it seems that something was once placed there. Why is it under the thieves' camp? Susu looked up, frowning and thinking. Finally out. It's a pity that OM's arm was bitten off by the monster. He will definitely be infected and can't return to Mattia. Fortunately, you helped him get rid of it. He will definitely be grateful to you, Barton. Barton led the others out of the teaching building and walked towards the Ark docking point. His face looked a little ugly, and he said in a muffled voice, "Yes, not everyone has Rogier's good luck, who can get away from the inspection team even if he is injured." When Barton took the initiative to mention Rogier, he was still talking about the fact that Rogier was injured and brought back alienated humans during the previous mission. It seems that even though he is no longer there, this incident still hit Barton hard, and he is still brooding about it. When Rogier was mentioned, Barton immediately thought of another person. By the way, where is Susu? All the team members looked around. Except for the piles of computers and parts next to the Ark, there was no sign of Susu. Until Meg came back with 2 dead monsters, Susu still did not appear. Barton sneered, "Dead? Or ran away?" No way. Guanjia looked at the school from afar. The monsters inside had been almost cleared by them, and there was a thick silence at the moment. He looked carefully and found that someone was dragging a large bag of things slowly approaching them in the thick fog. "It's Susu. Sorry, there are too many things, so I'm late." Susu came back from the thieves' camp and searched the school again, bringing back a bunch of teaching aids. The education center would most likely accept these things. At least his basic contribution points for this mission were saved. He also went to the student dormitory on the way and collected some things for Appa to take back. Guanjia looked at Susu's net bag in surprise and kindly reminded him, "Today is a clearing task, not a collection." Susu sighed helplessly. "I can't beat them, so collecting junk is more suitable for me." Suddenly, the bodies of 2 monsters were thrown at his feet, almost scaring him. Susu stared at the bodies and looked up at the instigator. "What is this?" "You killed him," Meg said, and entered the hatch of the Ark without any explanation. Susu stared at the body on the ground in a daze. It was indeed him who shot and killed him in the classroom office, but what did Meg mean? Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and his eyebrows opened. So Meg was secretly happy that he would rather take these rags that were of little value to Mattia back to report, and did not choose to follow Patton? What an awkward and strange guy. The other team members looked at Susu and Meg with doubts on their faces. The captain, who had always been very distant from them, actually tried to smooth things over for Susu. "What are you still standing there for? Do you still expect us to collect these rags of yours?" Patton said in a vicious voice. He didn't like Meg, and he hated Susu even more. Now the 2 people he disliked the most were together, which really made him sick. Seeing that Susu ignored Patton, he did load the collected materials into the bottom cabin of the Ark on his own initiative, and didn't let them go over to help. A team member walked up to Patton with a smile and tried to change the topic. "Patton, let's ignore him. Let's go to Taoyuan base to relax when we return." Patton snorted coldly, with a sarcastic tone in his words. "What's the point of telling me? Captain Meg is in charge of the 10th team. She lied to us that this was a small mission, and what happened? It can't be that Meg said this on purpose to make them take it lightly? What does he want?" "Okay." Everyone was stunned, not realizing what Meg meant by okay. Meg added, "If you want, you can go to Taoyuan underground base to rest for a night and return early tomorrow." Susu tied one end of the net bag rope to the pulley in the bottom cabin, and used the force to transport the supplies into the cabin. The bottom cabin is not completely enclosed, and there is a mesh drainage port at the bottom. After the Ark leaves the seawater in the cabin will flow out from the outlet, and there is no need to drain manually. He was not surprised at all when he heard Meg agree to go to the underground city base. When the Ark set sail, the control tower asked Meg about the mission time. At that time, the cabin was noisy, and no one noticed that he had reserved 3 days for the mission. At that time, Susu guessed that this mission would require a long distance or a certain degree of difficulty. If it was contrary to his original plan, he had to make plans early, so he took the initiative to ask Meg about the content of the mission later. It only took them about half a day to go back and forth to the mission location. The difficulty this time was indeed beyond expectations, but it was likely that Meg deliberately led all the monsters to Barton and others in order to talk to him alone. The overall difficulty was indeed not high, so the 3 days Meg applied for were not for the mission itself. In addition, he mentioned the suicide note for no reason before. Susu was sure that Meg had something in her mind. If the remaining time was not of great use, it would definitely be a price. Go to the underground city base. Susu whispered and thought. "Let me help you." A pair of hands grasped the rope and helped to share some of the weight. Su Su looked up along the hands and found that the person who helped him was Guanjia. He politely expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Guanjia looked at his sincere eyes, lowered his head embarrassedly, and avoided his gaze. They are anxious to go to the underground city base, saying that you are too slow, so I came to urge you. Su Su responded, connected the rope of the last bag to the pulley, and said while moving, it will be done soon, you go into the cabin first. He grabbed the rope and pulled hard, sending the net bag into the bottom cabin. When he was about to close the hatch, he glanced at Guanjia's back. He opened the hatch again, while no one was paying attention. What should I leave? Why hasn't Su Su come yet? Guanjia, you can't even urge people, what's the use? The team members were ridiculing Guanjia, and when they saw that Su Su was finally willing to come back, they immediately changed the target of ridicule to him. But Su Su still looked indifferent, which made Patton angry. However, his dissatisfaction was soon diluted by the flattery of his teammates, and he was full of thoughts about the underground city base. The water level around them slowly dropped, and after the sewage in the aisle was emptied, the disinfection system automatically started. In the disinfected mist, Meg stared at the dim reflections of the team members on the glass window with deep eyes, and walked straight to the driver's seat when the inner hatch was opened. Before everyone sat down, Meg started the arc to rise. Su Su quickly grabbed the handrail, steadied himself and sat down. When he looked out the window, they had already risen to a high altitude. Meg, who always did things in a methodical manner, seemed to be in a hurry to get to the underground city like Patton and the others. Patton, who was addicted to the support of his teammates, felt something was wrong even if he was slow. He observed Meg's reaction with hesitation, but did not find anything unusual. He thought to himself that he might have thought too much, so he continued to discuss with others around him where to go for fun. When the ark approached the airspace of the underground city, the sky was already dark. They circled over the lighthouse until they received a landing signal and slowly fell down. The lighthouse number 12 of Taoyuan Base detected the landing of a light long-distance ark, numbered Arc 951. Carrying alien biological samples, activate the second-level alert. The vehicle is undamaged, and the resource supply cabin is ready. Please leave the cabin immediately for inspection. As soon as the door of the ark opened, a team of guards immediately blocked the way of the front guard. The leading guard said respectfully, Commanders, please cooperate with the inspection to ensure the safety of the base. Su Su felt the guards in front of him looking him up and down. He remembered that it had been more than a month since he last came here. Why did he feel like he was in another world? Barton was about to say something, wanting Su Su to suffer a little like last time. But Meg said first, no one in the returning team was injured. Let them into the base. The deep voice did not need amplification, enough to attract the attention of everyone on the platform. Meg's eyes lit up when she heard the familiar voice. A smile instantly appeared on her cold face. She turned around and called out, General. Chapter 54. Someone in the front guard recognized the newcomer and said excitedly, General Huafeng, he is General Huafeng. But most people had never heard of this name. As he was not far away, they could only ask in a low voice, who is this general? Why are you so excited? Even Patton looked at Huafeng with respect and took the initiative to introduce him. He is the general commander of the Taoyuan Base Lighthouse Defense Military. Taoyuan Base has been attacked continuously over the years, and it was General Huafeng who commanded the resistance. And the disaster 20 years ago was the closest time for the base to fall. At that time, the alien creatures were in the breeding period and were madly eager to enter the human territory to obtain nutrition. During that period, the defense of the lighthouse was already severe. No one expected that a Type 1 alien creature would sneak attack the lighthouse and open a passage for other monsters. That was the guards of an entire lighthouse. In the moment of the invasion, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and blood flowed from the tower into the sea, attracting more monsters. The bottom of the lighthouse is connected to the entrance of the underground city base. Just one step away, all the remaining humans in the base will become food for the monsters to breed. Patton's speech speed is getting faster and faster, and the heartbeat of the listeners is also accelerating. They can't help but take a breath, and when they look at the lighthouse under their feet, their expression becomes complicated. Patton is very satisfied with the heart-touching effect, and then proudly said, it was General Huafeng who discovered the abnormality in time and led 16 guards to defend the entrance gate that was about to be breached until the rescue of the other lighthouses arrived. It can be said that the reason why Taoyuan Base has been preserved until now is all due to General Huafeng's credit. Huafeng approached them and glanced at Patton. He obviously heard what he said, but surprisingly did not show the joy of being praised. When he looked at Meg, he smiled and said, long time no see, Meg. Meg was flattered and bowed her head. It's been a long time since I last saw you. He turned his head to look at the team members behind him, and said, we just finished the mission, and came to the base for a walk. Huafeng understood, and gestured to Meg to walk while saying, I heard that Matthias's assessment is over. It should be very busy next. The last time he came, Su Su stayed in the observation room for a whole night, so this was his first time walking to the bottom of the lighthouse. Huafeng and Meg were talking in front. Patton and his people were rare, and did not chatter. Su Su was a little far away, but could still hear Huafeng's full voice. The assessment was over, and the Vanguard team had a difficult mission. Is there any inevitable connection between the two? Su Su thought secretly. In front of Huafeng, Meg did not hide anything. He said, yes, there will be a new mission coming soon. We need to go to the Sea of Bengal. Sea of Bengal? Huafeng's face changed when he heard this, and he instantly understood the intention of Meg bringing people to the underground city base. Seeing that his team members were following behind, he did not continue to ask about this matter. Their conversation fell into the ears of all the team members, but because it was said obscurely, they did not quite understand what Meg meant. But judging from the tasks that this captain always took, it must be a troublesome job. Su Su at the end of the team thought more. It seemed that the price that Meg had planned long ago was for the upcoming mission. The lighthouse has an elevator to go up and down, but Huafeng and Meg wanted to say a few more words, so they had to walk down the circular staircase. Is there anything I can do later? I have something to ask you, Huafeng said. Meg was interrupted just as she was about to speak. Patton took advantage of the opportunity to move forward, wanting to show off in front of General Huafeng, and said eagerly, General, I also know a lot about Matthias's arrangements. If you need it, I may be able to help. Huafeng stopped, and the sound of his hard boot heels echoed in the staircase that ran up and down. The furrow between his eyebrows deepened, and he turned his head to stare at Patton and asked coldly, Who are you? Patton had been speaking in a good tone when he watched General Huafeng and Captain Meg talking just now. He thought that General Huafeng was different from the rumors, and was actually a very easygoing person. Why did he get a cold face when he spoke to him? The invisible pressure made him want to retreat, but his teammates, who had always been flattering him, now blocked his retreat, forcing him to face General Huafeng's questioning directly. My name is Patton. I am still a member of the Vanguard for the time being. It's just temporary. I will be. Huafeng interrupted Patton's self-introduction with an indifferent snort. It was unclear whether he was scolding Patton for his rudeness or signaling Meg. He said bluntly, Mattia's management is getting looser and looser. If he were in my army, I would smash anyone's mouth if he dared to interrupt his superiors when they were speaking. Patton was frightened and turned pale. He subconsciously looked at Meg, hoping that he could help say a few words. Meg sighed softly and added the introduction of Patton. General, he was selected by Professor Gabriel and is currently cooperating with the Strong Soldier Plan experiment. Patton's life and death had nothing to do with him, but the experimental center behind Patton had to give way even to the commander of the lighthouse military. Su Su silently noted the relationship, and noticed that General Huafeng still had obvious disgust in his eyes when he looked at Patton, but he did restrain himself a lot, and simply ignored Patton. Seeing General Huafeng finally turned around, Patton's legs weakened, and he almost knelt down in front of everyone. Fortunately, he grabbed the handrail of the stairs in time, and did not really make a fool of himself. He was trembling and panting with lingering fear. The teammates' eyes lingered between General Huafeng and Patton for a while, and then they came up attentively and comforted him. Patton is worthy of being valued by the experimental center. Even the lighthouse has to give way to you. Yes, the underground city base is the one who is not properly disciplined. Dare to talk to the citizens of Matthias like this. But they didn't dare to say these too loudly, for fear that General Huafeng would really hear it. Meg took the initiative to ask questions, trying to divert Huafeng's irritable mood. General, what did you want to ask just now? Huafeng came back to his senses and said, recently, the activities of alien creatures have become more and more frequent. Some time ago, the heads of the 2 underground city bases were summoned to Mattia to participate in a meeting. I reported this at the time. The captain said that there would be arrangements in the future, but the base did not receive further instructions. Did you hear any rumors when you were working in Mattia? Patton adjusted his state in the truth of his teammates, and when he caught up with the pace, he heard General Huafeng's polite words to Meg, and couldn't help but muttering sourly, What can Meg, a captain of the Vanguard, know? He thought his voice was not loud, but he didn't expect to be glared at by General Huafeng. Meg had long been accustomed to Barton's targeting, so she ignored him, and shook her head to answer Huafeng's question. The superiors haven't given any instructions yet, But the recent missions are indeed much more dangerous than before. More and more monsters have the ability to think, and the speed of evolution has exceeded Matthias's expectations. If this continues, he sighed worriedly. If this continues, humans will be surpassed by these monsters sooner or later. Will they really have the ability to resist by then? Can everything the experimental center does really cope with the next disaster? Meg pondered, turned her head and stared at Patton, trying to see through him what the experimental center was going to do next. Huafeng followed his gaze, and cast his eyes at Patton again, gritted his teeth, and said in a muffled voice, Taoyuan Base is different from Santa Maria Base in America. We still do not agree with the experimental center's plan to strengthen its troops. Even if Mattia postpones all applications for the base, we will not consider it for the time being. Meg opened her mouth, hesitating to speak, and finally said, General, please rest assured that Mattia is related to the continuation of human life, and will not allow alienated creatures to continue to evolve. I will convey any notification to you as soon as possible. Thank you. Huafeng nodded and patted Meg's shoulder, squeezing it hard. Then he glanced at Patton, and suddenly started to reminisce with Meg. You and I were originally comrades in arms. If you hadn't received my signal, and led people to fight a bloody way to support us, we might not have been able to defend the base gate. You beat me in this election, and went to Mattia, while I stayed in the underground city base. In terms of ability, I am convinced by you. The old general, and I both think you should have a bright future. Even if you compete with Admiral Mahler, you will not lose. I just didn't expect you to give up. Su remembered that Captain Lydia once mentioned that Meg had participated in the joint operation of the elite team, and almost replaced Admiral Mahler to lead the guards, and enter the center of the command tower, but gave up because of a small accident. Are Captain Lydia and General Huafeng talking about the same thing? But what did Meg give up? When he heard General Huafeng compare himself with Admiral Mahler, he quickly stopped him. The Admiral's ability is obvious to all citizens of Mattia, and I still can't compare. He shook his head with emotion and said, Let's not talk about the past. I will retire from the Vanguard soon. If I am lucky enough to hold on until then, I will apply to return to the base. I hope that the lighthouse will still have a place for me at that time. There has always been a place for you. Huafeng's tone was firm, but he frowned again, with worry about the second half of Meg's words. As the military commander of one of the two existing underground city bases in the human race, the worries in his heart left deep grooves between his eyebrows. Suddenly learning that Meg was going to leave the Vanguard, many of the team members on the scene exclaimed in surprise. They have always been dissatisfied with Meg as the captain, but they didn't expect that he would leave the Vanguard first. Barton, who always disliked Meg, was quite calm when he heard the news, as if he had known it for a long time. Su slowly followed the end of the team down the stairs, calmly observing the state of everyone, and suddenly met General Huafeng's eyes, and nodded politely in response without panic. Although Patton's introduction to Huafeng was somewhat exaggerated, it should be roughly the same. He admitted that he had some hatred for the rich and hated class division, but as long as it did not threaten his own interests, he still maintained the most basic respect for capable superiors. Huafeng keenly sensed the scrutiny from behind, and slightly raised his head to look back at the upper steps. He saw that the owner of that gaze was also wearing the uniform of the Vanguard, but there was no fawning of Patton in the man's eyes when he looked at him, nor was there any restraint, just watching everything calmly. It was not a deliberate rejection and alienation. He could not see the emotions in this man's eyes, like the calm and bottomless seawater, as if everything that happened here had nothing to do with him. Who is he? Huafeng asked in a low voice. Meg turned around when she heard the voice. Even though Huafeng didn't specify who he was asking about, he knew who could attract Huafeng's attention. His name is Su, and he is. He continued to walk forward and passed through the gate at the entrance of the underground city base. Then he thought of how to describe him. He is a special case on Mattia, in every sense. Chapter 55. Seeing that it was the people from the Matthias Vanguard, even General Huafeng came to greet them in person. The guard quickly opened the gate to let them in, straightened his back and saluted the visitors, saying, Hello, General. Hello, officers. Hearing the movement at the door, many passers-by cast their eyes, recognized the people wearing Matthias clothes, and spontaneously lined up to greet them warmly. Su felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by so many people all of a sudden, and silently pulled up the zipper of his clothes to cover half of his face. Patton and his friends in front of him enjoyed the feeling of being sought after very much, and greeted the residents of the base while walking, which was more exaggerated than the fan meeting of celebrities that Su had seen in the news before. Huafeng and Meg walked side by side, concentrating on talking about the recent situation of the lighthouse, and just nodded in response to the enthusiasm of the residents. Some team members couldn't help but whisper, "So how long do we have to follow?" General Huafeng obviously didn't like anyone except Captain Meg. Why should they look at the face of someone from the underground base here? Huafeng realized that he had indeed talked to Meg for a long time. He slowed down and said goodbye to Meg. "Today's patrol mission is not over yet. I can't leave the sea lighthouse for too long. What about you?" Meg pointed in the direction of the residential area. "Go back home and take a look. I will leave early tomorrow morning." Huafeng nodded in understanding, stretched out his hand and patted Meg's shoulder, and said earnestly, "Meg, I wait for you to come back." Meg pursed her lips tightly, and just nodded silently, without the confidence to give a positive answer. When Patton heard General Huafeng say that he was going back to the lighthouse, he followed and walked a few more steps. But seeing that the person he admired so much was unwilling to even look at him, and continued to walk forward without looking back, his enthusiasm was extinguished a lot, and he consciously took his teammates to change the route to the commercial district. Meg saw that everyone else had left, and Su was still standing there. Before leaving, she gestured to him to look at the sign on the street and said, "There is a guest house for the Vanguard members to rest in the underground base. You can go there to rest for a night." After that, he did not delay any more and walked towards his destination with familiarity. "Thank you." Even though Meg did not care, Su still habitually said thank you. He walked slowly to the sign, and only then did he realize that the underground base was so big. Is it really okay to hollow out so much underground? Su couldn't help but sigh, and after writing down the content of the sign, he raised his eyes and observed this strange and familiar scene with his naked eyes. He had never been to the underground city. The area here was more than 4 times that of the lower level of Matthias, and the population was more dense. This kind of lively atmosphere was what the human world should look like. Next to the entrance, at the bottom of Lighthouse number 12, was the commercial district. Because most of the shops were small, they put a lot of effort into the billboards. The electronic billboards were colorful and well arranged, and the colorful lights kept flashing like fireworks blooming underground. This included eating, drinking, and having fun. Su saw other teams when he passed by. He knew that he had also been noticed by others, but the Vanguard members, who came here tacitly pretended not to notice. But Su did not stay in the commercial district, and continued to stroll on the main road of the base. Behind the commercial area is the residential area, which has single-family houses and townhouses, and some are embedded in the wall like a honeycomb. The guest house Meg mentioned is nearby. The base has reserved a whole floor of the townhouse for the Vanguard to rest. Su glanced at the special single-family houses. They even have a small courtyard in this crowded underground city. There are 4 or 5 bodyguards at the door, and the guard dogs they lead are majestic. It can be seen that the rich or powerful people live inside. He looked up at the rooms densely packed like niches on the wall, and once again felt the class difference. Seeing that many people were walking back in the aisle on the wall, he continued to move forward in the opposite direction of the population. Behind the residential area is another place for entertainment, but it is smaller than the commercial area in front, but there are many people coming here. Su observed silently for a while, and found that most of them are residents of the underground city base. This commercial street separates the breeding area on the left and the industrial area on the right. It seems that this place exists for the convenience of residents after work. The area of the breeding area is not large, but the scale is larger than that of Matthias. Fluorescent lamps simulate sunlight, and intelligent irrigation almost replaces manual watering. The vegetables and fruits planted in the greenhouse include some that Su has seen before, and some that he has not seen before. The animals in the shed next to it are also being cultivated to be fat and strong. Su was about to say that the supplies here are much richer than those in Matthias, when he saw several loaders parked on both sides of the road, with the logo of Matthias Materials and Energy Department. "So the underground city base will deliver supplies to Matthias?" he whispered. However, when he worked in the cafeteria, he had never seen so many ingredients. The lower-class citizens ate potatoes, corn, mushrooms, and bean sprouts every day. Chef Jeff complained more than once that he could not cook without rice. So where are these supplies? Su quickly thought of where they went, and couldn't help but sneer. He did not go to explore the industrial area, but just looked at it from a distance. The area was not big. It was time to get off work, and there were few workers left. Only the machines were running continuously. There were pipes everywhere, which were finally connected to the sewage treatment plant in the center of the area, and discharged from the pipes on the top. Su retracted his gaze, and continued to move forward. There was a place he wanted to go in this unfamiliar underground city base. He wanted to find an answer there. He remembered that Captain Lydia had briefly mentioned that women who completed the breeding task in Uni Garden would be sent back to the underground city base for preferential treatment. Just now, he saw the only building location with the Matthias logo on the sign, which was Chunaway Hall near the entrance of the abandoned lighthouse number 24. 24. Su wiped off the dust on the sign and confirmed the number on it. It's here. Because the lighthouse fell, this place has been abandoned for a long time, and thick concrete has been poured at the entrance and exit to prevent things from outside from coming in. After walking across a narrow wooden bridge, he saw a pile of broken tiles in front of him, which made a crackling sound when he stepped on them. Su walked a little further before he found a place called Chunaway Hall behind a pile of dead trees that had not been dealt with yet. There was also a flower bed in front of the building, but no one took care of it, and it was completely lifeless. Knock, knock, knock. Almost no one would come here. When Tina, who came to open the door, saw a young man in a Vanguard uniform outside the door, she showed a look of surprise on her face. Excuse me, who are you? Su's nonsense came out of his mouth. Sister, I want to find someone. I heard that my mother was sent here for recuperation. I happened to pass by after completing this mission and wanted to visit her. Tina looked at the person in front of her hesitantly, but still turned sideways to let him in. Come in. The scene in front of the door was dilapidated, and the door was rusty. Su could explain all this by saying appearance cannot determine substance, but when he lowered his head and entered Chunaway Hall, he felt uncomfortable with the desolate and dilapidated scene. Chunaway Hall was in an abandoned residential building. All the doors of the rooms were closed. Only the lights in the safety passage were on in the corridor. It was filled with a heavy dead air. However, if it wasn't for the occasional sound coming from the room, Su would have thought that there was no one here. Are there many people living here? It's very quiet here. Su spoke softly. Tina was worried about disturbing others, so she took Su to the former property management office of the building, closed the door, and said, Every room you pass by has at least one woman living in it. This building has 7 floors, and they were all sent here by Mattia. She saw the shock on the man's face and said calmly, These women started working in Uni Garden at the age of 18 and left at the age of 35. After the embryos are successfully implanted, they will be taken out for in vitro cultivation. Because the women did not complete their pregnancy, they will continue to be assigned tasks after a period of rest until their bodies age, and the disordered hormones in their bodies cannot cultivate the superior genes that the garden expects. Her eyes were lifeless, and her withered and thin body stood by the door, like the dead trees at the door. 35 years old is not the kindness of Uni Garden, but the bottom line of their value. Each of them is the mother of countless children, but the garden will not keep records of the relationship between the mother and the embryo. So how did you know about the whereabouts of your mother? Su's breath stagnated when he heard that. He saw that the woman's hand had already pressed the alarm button by the door. If he said anything wrong, she would immediately sound the alarm. Who are you? Tina asked. The garden didn't care about their life or death, but it cared about their dignity, and it would definitely arrive soon. Su then understood why the woman brought him here and closed the door. This was to trap him alone to prevent him from hurting others. He said sincerely, I have no ill intentions. As you said, each of them is the mother of the existing human beings. I really came to visit my mother. Ever since he woke up in this world, Uni Garden has been entangled with him like a spell. Everyone regards it as sacred and regards him as an alien and a traitor. He also questioned Su's approach, but now it seems that the hole blown out of the wall of Uni Garden is still too small. Tina stared at the other person for a long time, trying to find malice and ridicule in his eyes, so as to take the opportunity to drive him out as soon as possible, but his eyes were clear and pure, and he could not see much pity and sympathy that outsiders often had. He was too calm, like a deep water that would quickly return to calm even if it was stirred up. Nothing was a problem, which made her feel the long-lost equality. Sit down. Tina withdrew her hand and pointed to the chair in the room. Su realized that she had let down her guard against him and thanked her. Thank you. Tina walked slowly to the opposite side and sat down, holding the armrest with one hand and holding her belly with the other hand, and sat down tremblingly. She saw the eyes from the opposite side and smiled and said, I am also one of the mothers who retired from Mattia. My belly is sorry to make fun of me. She did not elaborate, but her bitter smile had already explained the answer. Su didn't think it was funny, but he really didn't know how to comfort people. He had tried hard before, but Captain Lydia couldn't stand it, so he decided not to provoke people at this time. So he stood up and poured her a glass of water, saying seriously, You have worked hard. It was getting late at night, and Su Su was a man after all. Whether out of courtesy, or from the perspective of the residents of Chunaway Hall, he was not suitable to bother too long. After leaving that secluded corner, Su Su did not go to the guest house to rest, but returned to the landing platform at the top of the lighthouse, looking up at the sky and sitting quietly all night. Chapter 56. Sir, the sea is too rough tonight. Are you sure you want to wait here? The guard came forward respectfully to greet him. This officer was obviously excluded by the team last time. He had nowhere to go, so he sat here all night. But this time, he has his captain to back him up. Why did he come here to enjoy the sea breeze in the middle of the night? Recently, the frequency of monsters in the sea invading the base has increased. The patrolmen have no time to rest. It's really a drought or flood. Next time Matthias recruits, he must sign up again. If it interferes with your patrol route, I change places. Su Su had no intention of leaving. He stared at the surging sea, and indifferently moved his eyes to the guard, who asked him. The guard shook his head and said, No, please continue. If you need any help from the lighthouse, please let us know at any time. Su Su suddenly thought of something, and stopped the guard, who was about to leave, and asked, What is the current wind force on the sea? If there is a lighthouse patrol team at sea, is there a place to temporarily avoid the wind and waves? If they can't return to the sky immediately, their ark can quickly dive into the deep sea to avoid the big waves. But what if they don't have such fast movement capabilities? The guard didn't know why he suddenly asked this, but he still answered truthfully. The notice just now said that the strongest wind force on the sea is now between 14 and 15. The sea patrol team returned as soon as they received the forecast. In order to prevent those pirates from plundering resources, we generally don't set up shelters. Got it, thank you. Su Su thanked him and thought to himself, that camp looks pretty solid, hiding inside shouldn't be a problem. He thought so, but he couldn't help but murmured repeatedly, It won't be a problem, right? The sea surface was calm in the evening, but suddenly there were strong winds and huge waves. Human perception was much inferior to that of marine creatures at this time. Liang Zhan thought he had reacted immediately, but before the trap was fully set up, a monster took advantage of the wind and waves to attack. Except for the children, who had no combat ability in the camp, both men and women took up weapons to fight the enemy. The monster's terrifying roar, and the humans' desperate shouts intertwined in the rainstorm. The hot blood sprayed on his face, and the next moment, it was washed away by the cold rain, but it couldn't drive away the thick bloody smell in the air. Captain, there are more and more monsters. We can't go on like this. The soldier who was blocking the front of the camp residence began to feel a little tired. When he turned his head to talk, a giant lizard rushed out from the bottom of the sea, and was only a millimeter away from biting off his head. Ah! A laser flashed in front of his eyes, instantly cutting off the head of the giant lizard. Captain Oliver appeared in front of him, and said to him, Focus a little, I can't save you every time. The soldier lowered his head, and replied with a guilty conscience, Yes. He quickly adjusted his state, and focused on the monsters that kept climbing up the bamboo rafts of the camp from the sea. A bright light suddenly lit up above their heads, like a meteorite falling into the sea, exploding layers of water and repelling some monsters. Liang Zhan jumped to the roof next to him with a short hand cannon, looking down at Oliver and others, and said, Hold on, I'm calling for support. After that, Liang Zhan charged the hand cannon again, and fired another shot at the place where the battle was a little difficult. He was thin, and carried a weapon that was nearly half his height. He jumped back and forth on the roof of the camp very nimbly. He was not very old, but he was the main force in the battle at the moment, relieving most of the pressure for the frontline soldiers. Seeing more and more camp residents injured, Oliver swung the laser-long knife, cut off the tentacles that entangled his companions, and asked Liang Zhan on the roof loudly, When will the support come? It's coming. Suddenly, a man rushed out from the bottom of the sea, turned over and jumped onto the bamboo raft, and fired 3 shots at the monster on the edge. After landing, he immediately drew his pistol and pierced its abdomen, raised his leg and kicked it away, pulled back the weapon, and smashed several monsters that were about to climb ashore. The man was wearing a protective mask, and his appearance was not clear in the rainy night, but someone recognized him as soon as he appeared. It's Wei Suo. Liang Zhan jumped to the rooftop nearby and greeted Wei Yu, who came to support him. Brother, you're here. Yeah. Wei Yu quickly took control of the situation and issued instructions. Oliver, let your team be divided into 5 teams. 4 teams will lead the residents to form small teams. You lead 1 team to be responsible for guerrilla support with me. Liang Zhan, you cover us with firepower. Yes. No problem. Wei Yu's crosshairs were aimed at another giant lizard that climbed ashore. After firing a few shots, he saw that the reserve bullet showed insufficient energy, so he immediately switched to the spare pistol and led the rhythm of resistance without stopping. Don't be afraid, everyone, I have increased the intensity of the dispersal device, and it will take effect soon. With Wei Yu's help, Oliver originally planned to fight to the death, but now the pressure was relieved a lot, and he said with understanding, "No wonder you came up from the sea, but aren't you recovering from your injuries?" Wei Yu glanced at the weather vane on the roof of the camp, and saw that the intensity of the hurricane had slowed down a lot. I was thinking that if someone got angry and died with these monsters, it didn't matter. If he took the old director's most precious child with him to die, he would come to my house in person to twist off my head and offer it to Liang Zhan. Oliver's mouth twitched slightly, and he agreed, that makes sense. He could imagine that if he didn't protect Liang Zhan well, Director Finn would definitely order Lu Fangqing to drag him to make slices. What are you talking about? The wind is too strong, and I can't hear it. In order to block the sound of the bombardment, Liang Zhan's protective mask has an extra layer of earmuffs. In the fierce wind and rain, he could hardly hear the two people talking. Wei Yu smiled softly, stretched out his hand to pull the iron chain that stopped the boat, and then jumped onto the back of the giant lizard. He easily wrapped the iron chain around its neck and pulled it tight. Before it was about to turn over and throw him off, he aimed at the back of its head without blinking and pulled the trigger. The huge waves almost overturned the camp floating on the sea, until the hurricane passed, and the gunshots that had been ringing all night finally stopped. The survivors did not dare to stop for a moment, and quickly began to clean up the monster corpses in the camp, and promptly disinfected all areas including corners to prevent the spread of infection. You guys should take these injured back to the institute for treatment immediately. As long as there is a little hope, don't give up. Oliver urged his teammates to board the returning ship, watch them go away, and then turn back to look at Wei Yu, who was being bandaged. Injured again? Wei Yu simply cleaned the wound and wrapped it with clean gauze. The previous wound was accidentally torn open. It's okay. Hearing what he said, Liang Zhan obediently put the blocking agent in his hand back into his waist bag, muttering, "Fortunately, I was not injured by the monster. The last time Dr. Lu heard that you were injured, he said that if you like injections so much, he would lock you up in the laboratory as a human guinea pig. Lu Fangqing, that old-fashioned little guy, can't say such things. It must be the old director who taught him." Wei Yu's mind was like a mirror. Oliver nodded and agreed, disrespectful to the elderly. When Liang Zhan heard this, he pointed at Oliver and said angrily, "You said bad things about the old director, I will tell on you." "You?" Oliver immediately pulled Wei Yu down with him. "Didn't he say that too?" Liang Zhan curled his lips and said angrily, "Can you be the same as Brother Wei?" "Okay, no more quarreling." Seeing that the two started to quarrel again, Wei Yu slightly raised his mouth as usual and changed the topic to talk about business. The degree of alienation and evolution of marine life is much higher than expected. This is not the first camp to be attacked. Raising the gear of the dispersal instrument on the seabed is only a temporary solution, not a fundamental solution. Oliver also put away his teasing interest and nodded in response. "Next, I will take people to find other suitable places to settle down. If they can't control it, I will take them to move their positions." Wei Yu nodded, looked up at Liang Zhan, and said, "The gear of the dispersal instrument is raised, and the energy will be consumed faster. You go back to the institute and send some more energy." "Yes, I understand." Liang Zhan obeyed the order obediently. Oliver looked at the mess and worriedly said, "But you are right. It is only a temporary solution, and changing places all the time is not a solution. If the day comes when it gets out of control, the dispersal instrument can't defend against those monsters. There are so many camps on the sea, and the current manpower cannot take care of them. What should we do then?" Wei Yu's face was solemn. What Oliver said was what he had been thinking about, but so far, he and Lu Fangqing had not been able to come up with a way to suppress the alienated creatures in the ocean. If they get that thing, perhaps their plan can move forward a big step. Wei Yu thought, put on his clothes and stood up. "I'm leaving first." "Are you still waiting for him?" Oliver asked suddenly. Wei Yu nodded and said, "Wait 2 more days. He is very important in my plan." After spending so much time together, Oliver knew Wei Yu's ability very well, so he would not question his plan. He lowered his eyes and looked at Wei Yu's arm. "Then you should think about it now. If he really comes, how do you explain this injury?" Seeing Wei Yu in trouble, Oliver teased, "Let us congratulate Wei Yu here. After studying ways to suppress the evolution of alienated creatures, we have encountered another difficult problem." He clapped his hands in a pretentious manner and said in amazement, "TSK, I can't help you with this matter, brother. You should take care of yourself, right? Then Liang Zhan wanted to help find an excuse, but was dragged away by Oliver as soon as he opened his mouth. With your little brain, you'd better not make trouble. Come on, carry these 2 pillars away for me, your brother. Oliver, I'm going to complain to the old director. I know, hold it steady. You can even carry the hand cannon, just 2 pillars as thick as thighs, come on. The sea breeze blew all night, and when the wind circle brushed past the lighthouse, the patrol team on the landing platform could not hold on, and retreated to the next level, monitoring the situation on the sea from the lookout. Su just disliked the underground city base, but he was not stupid. Seeing that the wind was getting stronger and stronger, he followed into the lighthouse, and stood in front of the small lookout hole, staring at the situation on the sea with a heavy heart. Until the sky gradually brightened, the sea finally calmed down, and the patrol team returned to the top floor to clean up the mess after the storm. I slept well last night. When Barton and his men returned to the top floor, he was surprised to see the mess on the ground. He had no idea what happened last night. He was in such a good mood. Seeing Su leaning against the low wall to eat breakfast again, he mercifully did not go over to find trouble. Meg, who arrived at the platform earlier, learned about the situation last night, and immediately wanted to check the situation of the Arkansas. After confirming that the fighter plane was intact, she just breathed a sigh of relief and found something wrong. Why is there a monitor missing? Chapter 57. Monitor? The guard immediately ran to the monitoring room and confirmed again and again that the Ark had been in the hangar last night, and was not affected by the natural disaster, and no one approached, before wiping the sweat off his forehead. Fortunately, the things were not lost during patrol, nor were they lost in the tower, so his head would not move for the time being. The guard reported the surveillance to the front guard team and asked Captain Meg, "Could it be that your team accidentally left it when returning?" Meg frowned and asked, "Who used the monitor yesterday?" He lost a monitor just for a small mission. It would be difficult for him to explain to the Combat Readiness Center, and he would have to write a lot of reports at that time, which was really troublesome. Everyone subconsciously looked at Patton, who was slightly angry when he saw the situation, and passed his eyes to one of the team members. The team member's face changed, and he quickly defended himself. "I remember I brought it back, and put it in the bottom cabin." "Are you sure?" Barton asked in a tough manner, intending to distance himself from the matter. It was indeed he who took the initiative to propose to bring the monitor to the mission yesterday, hoping to use the instrument to capture the location information of organisms within a certain range in advance, so as to make a quick decision. The Biological Information Intelligent Monitor, a machine that is close to cheating in the mission, must submit an application to the Combat Readiness Center before it has a chance to be allocated to the Vanguard team for use, and it must be handed in after returning. If there were not so few teams on the mission recently, it would not be their turn. But they didn't expect that they took the instrument with great effort to enter the abandoned school, and before they figured out how to use it, the monster came. The team member wanted to cry, but had no tears. "It's true, I brought it back." He said this, and pulled his teammates beside him. The team member next to him echoed, "Yes, I saw him put it in." Barton hesitated and said, "Then how could it disappear?" He saw Meg's reaction, and he must be held accountable. This person is most afraid of trouble, and always avoids it. Now that an important equipment is lost, the Combat Readiness Center will definitely hold him accountable. He is so active now, because he doesn't want to give Meg the opportunity to put the account on his head. Professor Gabriel said that Meg will retire from the Vanguard next year, and will most likely not choose to stay in Matia. As soon as Meg, the captain, retires, he will immediately take over as the new captain of the 10th Squadron. As long as a few tasks are completed beautifully, he can be promoted to the Navigation Department, which will be a higher position than the one arranged after the assessment. By then, his task completion will be paid attention to by many senior executives, and he must not offend the Combat Readiness Center at this time. The team member suddenly pointed at Su, who was leaning against the wall, like he was watching a play. It was Su. He was the last one to close the hatch. Maybe he was the one who did it and deliberately framed me. Instantly, even Meg looked at Su with questioning eyes. The guard muttered to himself at the right time. He stayed on the top platform and the next floor last night, so it turned out that he had something to hide? Su pursed his lips. He didn't like to be idle. As long as he stopped, memories and superfluous human emotions would pour into his mind like a turbulent stream. So even if he knew that working was tiring, he didn't want to stop and rest. He bit off the last bite of corn tortilla, put away the remaining dry food, and said cheerfully, "In that case, I go back and look for it." Barton stared at Su with suspicion. "You are so active all of a sudden. Could it be you who did it?" After he finished speaking, he cast his eyes on Guanjie. Guanjie received Patton's eyes and said timidly, "When I returned to the cabin, he had already closed the door, and nothing was left behind." Su saw that Patton had not made a decision yet, so he simply changed his words. "If you don't believe me, then I won't go. You continue to discuss and call me when there is a result. I will go on board and sleep for a while." He did not refute, turned around and strode towards the Ark, calculating in his mind. 3, 2. Wait. The team member who last touched the monitor called Su and looked at Patton begging, "Patton, if the Combat Readiness Center knew that I was the last person to handle the monitor, they would definitely throw me into the labor area." If Su was willing to go back and look for it, he could also tell the Combat Readiness Center that Su deliberately left the instrument behind in order to retaliate against Patton's daily suppression and tried to frame them. Meg frowned. There is not much time left to return, and it may be too late to go back to the mission site. If we go back now, we will offend the Combat Readiness Center. It is unknown how long it will take to retrieve the monitor, and the control tower and the dispatch office will definitely be held accountable. It doesn't matter if he is implicated. The heaviest punishment is to be sent to the labor area to do hard labor. But what if the originally agreed compensation is reduced because of him, and the person he least wants to implicate is implicated? Why did it go wrong at this time? Meg also suspected Su, but he couldn't think of the reason why Su did this for a while, so he should deal with the most urgent matter first. He strode to the cabin door and asked the sleepy Su, "Are you really willing to go back to the last mission point?" Su had expected that Patton would shirk responsibility, and Meg would seek the best solution at this time. He yawned and said, "Didn't you suspect me first? If I go back with you, can I still be safe on the road?" Meg was puzzled, and after weighing the pros and cons, she proposed, "I will submit a borrowing application to the Combat Readiness Center and delay for a while. If you can find the monitor, go directly to the next destination, and I will send you the coordinates at that time. There are not many people going out for missions during this period, and their next mission is urgent, so the Combat Readiness Center will most likely approve the application. In this way, they will act separately. Su will go to find the monitor, and the others will return to Mattia to report to the dispatch office. After preparing supplies, they will accept the next mission to avoid being discovered for a long time." Someone suddenly spoke, and everyone saw that it was Guanjie, who timidly shrank his neck and raised his hand. Being stared at by everyone like this, Guanjie was scared to tears, but he still suppressed his fear and said, "I will go with Su, and I will take care of you if something happens. Why are you so active?" Every time Barton looked at Guanjie, there was malice in his eyes, which was an instinctive dislike for the weak. Guanjie lowered his head and dared not speak, looking particularly weak in front of the arrogant Barton. Su thought about it and agreed to Guanjie's proposal. "Okay, Guanjie, come with me." He didn't want anyone to follow him, but it might not be a bad thing to have someone to bear witness for him. Besides, Guanjie is a bit interesting. Meg didn't have any objections. As long as his interests were not implicated, he didn't care what the people below wanted to do. "Then let's go." The Ark left the lighthouse's high-altitude route more quickly than when it came, and there was no noise in the cabin, which was rare. Returning to Mattia and going to the previous mission point were not the same direction, so Meg had to stop halfway and put a watercraft on the sea for Su and Guanjie. Guanjie got on the watercraft and watched the Ark gradually rise into the air. He thanked Su in front of him. "Thank you for taking me with you. The monitor is now missing. Barton must be very angry. I was assigned by him to watch you close the hatch. If I go back with him like this, he will scold me to death." Su responded, without any intention of chatting with Guanjie, and started the watercraft to the coordinates of the mission point. The abandoned school has been cleaned up by their team, but the seabed is full of dangers. It is possible that some monster will suddenly rush out. When Guanjie thought of this, he couldn't help but curl up and shiver in the corner. "We won't go into the school later." Guanjie wanted to cry, but had no tears. Su glanced at the corner and said, "If you are scared, you can stay on the boat. I will go out and take a look." Guanjie subconsciously wanted to nod in agreement, but then realized that his behavior was too unfair, so he said, "Why don't I go with you? The watercraft is not comparable to the Ark. It may not be safe for him to stay on the boat alone. He can be protected by following Su. Su didn't care about it, because he did deliberately leave the monitor in the bottom cabin on the seabed. He fixed it a little before leaving. He didn't expect a natural disaster to happen last night. He hoped that it was not affected. After the watercraft arrived at the mission coordinates and dived to the seabed, Su deliberately slowed down and searched little by little with a searchlight on the bow. There, Guanjia noticed that something seemed to be flashing in the mud on the seabed, and quickly pulled Su and pointed out the location to him. It was not until he personally pulled the monitor out of the mud and carefully placed it into the back seat of the watercraft that Guanjia jumped for joy as if he had escaped death. If Su had not been so indifferent, he really wanted to pull Su along to jump around together. "So are we going back to Matthias now?" Guanjia asked anxiously. "I heard that there was a strong wind last night. It's hard to say whether there will be any abnormalities on the sea today. It's better to go back to Matthias as soon as possible." In his opinion, although it's cold there, it's the safest place in the world now. Su shook his head and rejected Guanjia's expectations. "Don't forget that water boats can only move on the sea surface and the seabed, and can't go back to Matthias." "Okay." Guanjia pursed his lips and lowered his head in disappointment. Then he thought of something and asked again, "When are we going to meet the captain?" Su glanced at the communicator and said, "I haven't sent you the coordinates yet. Let's go up first. It may not be windy tonight, but the seabed is definitely not safe. Those intelligent alien creatures will bypass him, but others will not. If a real fight breaks out, he may not have the heart to care about Guanjia's safety." "You have a point." Guanjia had no choice but to compromise. "According to the captain, we will have a new mission soon. If we can't go back to Matthias, let's rest on the sea for a night. I remember there is an abandoned camp nearby." Su nodded. He also meant that. After a heavy rain, the sky was cloudless, and the moon shone on the sea, which was suddenly warmed by the dim light of the campfire. Guanjia chewed the dry food he brought with him, and coughed a few times. Suddenly, a bottle of water was handed to him. His eyes were sore, and he couldn't help choking when he took the bottle of water. Su, you are such a good person." Su, who was given the good guy card, continued to chew the corn cake and watched Guanjia drink a few sips of water. Guanjia took a deep breath and burped without ambition. He felt even more embarrassed, lowered his head even lower, and suddenly began to apologize. "I'm sorry. When you were bullied before, it's not that I didn't want to help, but my position in the team was not high, and I didn't have much say." He raised his hand to wipe the tears from his face, and said gratefully, "You also know that I don't have any true friends in the team, but if you need me in the future, I will try my best to help." Chapter 58. Su smiled without saying anything, chewing on dry and tasteless corn cakes while watching the tea art performance in front of him like a spectator. If he hadn't seen Guanjia deliberately push his teammate, who bullied him into the sea to save his life, he might have believed Guanjia's words a little more. He had met many colleagues who said one thing and did another and stabbed him in the back. He had stopped believing in fairy tales about pure friendship between colleagues 400 years ago. Su usually didn't like to talk to people. He didn't get a response after saying so much just now, and Guanjia didn't think there was anything wrong with it, so he continued to talk. Most of it was about how Patton and his people bullied him in the past. Su heard that this was meant to draw his empathy, but he still didn't express his opinion. Maybe he was a little tired from talking too much, or maybe he was sleepy after eating too much. Guanjia yawned and looked tired. "If you are sleepy, find a safe house to rest," Su said. Guanjia quickly refused. No. But before he finished speaking, he yawned again and scratched his head embarrassedly. "I just get some fresh air. The sea is not safe. I just said I would try my best to help you. How can I leave you here alone?" Su made arrangements. "You rest first and I will stand guard. I will watch you in the second half of the night after you wake up." "Okay." Guanjia agreed impatiently, but immediately hesitated and felt embarrassed. "How about you rest first? I can hold on for a while." Su took a deep breath, and his patience reached its limit. "Either go rest now, or don't sleep." 3-2. He really didn't buy it. "I go now." After following Patton for a long time, Guanjia learned to read people's expressions. He could see that Su was in a bad mood, so he immediately shut up and said nothing more. He got up and quickly found a relatively clean room to rest. "Su, if you are sleepy, call me, I'll be there." Guanjia just lay down, and his consciousness began to drift. Before he finished the second half of his sentence, he was replaced by snoring. The faint moonlight shone into the dim room again through the crack of the door. Su stayed outside the door for a while with a calm expression, confirmed that Guanjia was asleep, and placed 2 traps with alarms outside the door. Before leaving, he poured out the water that Guanjia had not finished drinking by the campfire to destroy his own secret tricks. The tranquilizer gun he had picked up in the air raid shelter had been used up during the assessment. In order to avoid exposing himself when the guards investigated, And adhering to the principle of saving first, and considering that it would probably be useful later, he collected the remaining needles that had not been injected into the oxygen system pipes of those people. Susu only added a little to Guanji's water to ensure that he could sleep peacefully for a few hours. He had other plans for these few hours that he had planned for so long. Ahem. Weiyu stood up, covering his wound, and wanted to pour a glass of water. He heard the sound of breaking waves on the sea outside, and vigilantly leaned against the door to observe the situation. But he saw a long-awaited figure coming down from the watercraft, walking towards him in the moonlight. Before Susu opened the door, he keenly smelled the blood in the air and subconsciously touched the electromagnetic gun on his waist. The moment he heard the noise behind the door, he kicked it and immediately pointed his gun at the living creatures in the room, and found that it was Weiyu who had been standing behind the door. "What are you doing here?" Susu breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help but complain, and put away his gun again. Weiyu heard Susu's reproachful disdain, and his tone was a little more aggrieved. "Now that I hear movement in the camp, are you going to sit and wait for death?" Susu pursed his lips slightly, reflecting on whether his attitude just now was a bit too bad, and took the initiative to ask, "What happened to your injury? Shouldn't it be almost healed?" Weiyu coughed violently twice, and weakly supported the cabinet next to him, and sat back on the bed. He said slowly and breathlessly, "Last night, the alien creatures took advantage of the wind and waves to attack the shore. I was not strong enough, and the wound was torn open again. Alienated creatures attacked. What happened next?" Weiyu closed his eyes weakly and replied, "Later, I found that I couldn't beat them, so I found a place to hide. When I came out after dawn, the monsters had left." After returning from the camp near the number 28 particle accelerator, he thought about how to explain his injury. Although he and Susu had not met many times, he could see that this person was suspicious by nature, and no matter how many excuses he made, he would not be able to gain the other party's trust. Although this person looked cold and heartless, judging from his previous behavior of saving him and bringing him food, his character was actually quite kind. So he should be able to win Susu's trust by pretending to be pitiful. Weiyu rationally planned in his heart, preparing to speak and get to the point, when Susu softened his heart. Suddenly, a cold hand gently probed the temperature of his forehead, and then reached into his collar. "You?" Weiyu suddenly opened his eyes, and saw Susu leaning over and looking at him. Things were clearly going according to plan, but when he found concern in those cold eyes, he couldn't help but be stunned. "I have a little fever, and I sweat a lot. My clothes are wet. It's better to change. Do you have the strength to get up? Or should I help you?" Susu suspected Weiyu's intention, but he touched his body temperature with his own hands and confirmed that he was indeed sick now, so his tone softened. "No matter what, you can't be mean to the patient." Susu thought to himself. He came here this time to confirm some things. There is not much time to waste here. He has to let Weiyu wake up and talk to him. Weiyu immediately held down Susu's hands that were about to take off his clothes. He didn't care about his drowsy thoughts. He was alert and retreated to the corner of the bed. He stuttered, Why are you taking off my clothes again?" The last time he woke up and found that his clothes were taken off, he was injured and fainted. He had no resistance, so he let Susu take off his clothes. Now he is awake. How can he do this? Susu was speechless. We are all grown men. What era is it still necessary to do this? As he said, he grabbed Weiyu's hand with his backhand and wanted to pull him back. "Don't." Weiyu saw that he couldn't resist, so he could only hold his collar tightly. If it was a monster pulling him like this, he could shoot it directly. If it was Oliver and Liangzhan, he would just kick them away. But now it was Susu. He regretted that he shouldn't pretend to be sick. Now he couldn't push it away, and he didn't want to obey. Susu suddenly let go of his hand and shrugged indifferently. "Forget it, you're awake now anyway." Suddenly, the force that held him back was gone, and Weiyu fell backwards onto the bed, looking at Susu in shock. Seeing Susu take out a set of clean clothes from the cabinet and throw it to him, and then took out 2 pills and gauze bandages from the medical bag on his waist. "These 2 pills are anti-inflammatory drugs. You must have a fever because your wound is inflamed." Susu flipped through the medical bag, touched his body, and put down the last bit of dry food. "I left in a hurry this time, and didn't bring anything with me. You deal with it first." Weiyu stared at the wrinkled bag of food. The medical supplies that Susu left for him were also the only ones left in his waist bag. For some reason, his heart warmed up, and he asked one more question. "Did you just finish the mission?" "I guess so, I leave soon." Susu said, handed Weiyu a pill and a glass of water, raised his eyebrows and said, Does this count as my second time saving you? I leave soon? Wei Yu straightened his messy clothes. He grabbed Su Su's hand and said with a smile, I can't repay you for your kindness. Anyway, you have seen me everywhere. I will never find a good family in the future. Otherwise, I will marry you. Just drank a cup of green tea, and now I see a black-hearted little white flower? Su Su pulled the corner of his mouth, and saw through Wei Yu's good intentions at a glance. You just swore to die and refused to obey, but now you cooperate so well. He recalled what he had said just now, which made Wei Yu suddenly change his attitude. A thought flashed through his mind, making him raise his head slightly, and moved a chair to sit down beside the bed. Want to talk? Wei Yu looked at the pills in his hand, and swallowed them without hesitation, as a proof of trust in Su Su. Where did you live before here? Su Su spoke first. The last time they met, he had questioned Wei Yu's identity, but this person avoided the question, and still did not let him see his true colors. Wei Yu leaned against the head of the bed and said, I guess so. The residents here are quite friendly. Everyone unites to survive on the sea, and collects resources to survive, as much as they can. Collect resources? Su Su remembered that Mattia called such behavior in the camp theft and plunder, so he called this the thieves' camp. Wei Yu knew what he was wondering about, so he was not in a hurry to explain. Instead, he said, you haven't really come into contact with them. Maybe some things are not as simple as the rumors say? Su Su looked up at Wei Yu and asked, what about you? Is it simple? Is a person who is very skilled and capable of conducting chemical research in this era really as simple as he seems? Wei Yu heard his temptation and his eyebrows were slightly curved. Me? Su Su's erratic behavior made his original plan deviate from the track, but the person in front of him seemed to have the same purpose as him, and the originally derailed direction returned to the right position. Maybe the anti-inflammatory drug Su Su gave him took effect. His head didn't hurt as much as before, and when he stared at Su Su, the corners of his mouth rose a little friendly. Wei Yu suddenly thought of something, supported his injured left arm, and struggled to get up, and turned out something wrapped in paper and cloth from the cabinet at the head of the bed. Oliver liked sweets very much. If this thing hadn't been hidden, it would not have been kept until now. Su Su was a little surprised when he saw Wei Yu open the small cloth bag, revealing a few sugar cubes inside, and handed them to him. In this era, resources are scarce, and humans eat for the purpose of survival. Not to mention snacks and sweets, he had never seen even ordinary sugar on Mattia, and he never expected Wei Yu to give him this. The adults at home made it for the children, and the child gave it to me. You saved my life and brought me so many things, but I seem to have never repaid you. Wei Yu spoke calmly, hinting at the right time that he would repay a favor. He supported the armrest of Su Su's chair with one hand, leaned over to be at eye level with the other party, and said, you just asked me what kind of person I am, and what I see is what I have. What about you? Su Su saw Wei Yu's deliberateness, took a piece of candy as a token of his kindness, and said with a smile, it's the same for me, all is what I see. Chapter 59. Yeah. Wei Yu's eyebrows curved slightly with satisfaction. It seems that we really get along well. The warm breath on his face drove away the ocean stench that originally filled his nose. He smelled good, not a very specific aroma, like the first breath of soda in the hot summer, and like the fragrance of soap after taking a shower. It is a very clean and refreshing smell, Su Su thought. Su Su smiled and raised his hand to put it on Wei Yu's shoulder, calling his name, Wei Yu. Wei Yu slightly turned his head to look at the hand on his shoulder. Su Su's fingers were very slender, but they were full of scars and calluses, which should be the marks left by frequent work. Yes, we are all grown men, it is indeed inappropriate to strip clothes, but it's just a shoulder. Why did he suddenly feel uncomfortable? The name called by Su Su was like a feather scratching his heart. His back was numb, from the back of his neck to the tailbone. He grabbed Su Su's wrist in his hand, trying to regain control. You? But the owner of the wrist seemed to be ignorant of romance, or had no interest in romance. The hand holding Wei Yu's shoulder suddenly pushed him back to the bed and sat him down, with a fake smile on his face. Just talk. Why are you so close? Wei Yu was stunned in the same place, his face full of confusion. What are you? He looked through Su Su's eyes, as if he was looking for something, and found that the pair of light brown pupils in front of him were still cold and calm, as if reminding him that his previous reverie was all outrageous and wishful thinking. This guy didn't realize what he was doing at all. Is it my problem? What problem? What am I thinking about? Wei Yu murmured, lowered his head, and grabbed his hair. The slightly wet hair from sweat came out from his fingers, making him look a little depressed. He said with a self-deprecating and regretful tone, I thought you would fall for this. What? Su Su was confused at the moment, and then realized that Wei Yu was talking about him stripping his clothes. He was speechless for a moment, rubbed his nose awkwardly, and said, "It seems that we are both people who will do anything to achieve our goals." He just wanted Wei Yu to wake up and have a good chat with him, but this person was too sober. Now that everything was clear, the two of them tacitly put aside the embarrassing things just now. "So we have to have a good chat." Wei Yu said that he wanted to continue the conversation with Su Su. Su Su raised his eyebrows slightly in understanding, and asked tacitly, "What are your plans after you recover from your injury? Do you still want to return to Matthias? Do you need my help?" It can be seen that Wei Yu has a purpose for him, but apart from being a member of Matthias' vanguard, what other value can he have? Wei Yu denied Su Su's temptation, supported one hand behind his back, and said in a relaxed tone, "I can't stay in this camp, I will find the next camp." In the past, humans had to fly to the sky in order to continue their lives, but now I feel that the sea is more comfortable than the sky. At least my friends living in the camp will not tell me that I am only worthy of eating mushrooms, potatoes, and bean sprouts. From what Wei Yu meant, he was hinting that he didn't want to return to Matthias, and his position was different from Matthias, and even tended to be hostile. Su Su sat opposite him, leaning against the back of the chair and putting his current situation on the table. For some reasons, Matthias regards me as a traitor and an alien. Most of the time I work in the cafeteria and the labor area, and eat the food left over by Matthias citizens. Wei Yu was quite smart to hear the hidden meaning in Su Su's words. This meant that he was in a good situation, and would not defend Matthias like him. "What about you? Where are you going next?" He moved his eyes to the dry food that Su Su had placed on the table. This posture of taking out all his family assets seemed to be a farewell. Su Su stood up and walked to the window. With his back to Wei Yu, he looked at the endless sea in the dark night and said in a deep voice, "I will have a new mission soon. I may not be able to come back alive, so you can only wish you the best after you recover from your injury." Although the specific content of the next mission was unclear, Matthias's assessment of the Vanguard team was suddenly advanced this year, and Meg's recent words and deeds were abnormal. All signs showed that in the near future, the Vanguard team was very likely to face unprecedented tests. It was precisely because he anticipated this possibility that he planned to meet Wei Yu one last time. Wei Yu held his breath and stared at the back figure by the window. The moonlight cast a layer of brilliance on him, making him look hazy and lonely. His heartbeat seemed to skip a beat unconsciously. According to the clues reported by the current maritime patrol team, Mattia's next plan is to move the position, and he must clean up the garbage dump left behind before setting sail. So he had already guessed the new mission mentioned by Su Su. From what Su Su said just now, it can be heard that he seems to be unclear about the actual situation, but he is still very keen to perceive the abnormality. In the face of such a crisis, Su Su may not even be able to protect himself, so is he willing to care about a stranger like him whose identity, origin, and intentions are unknown? Such a person who is so profit-oriented and indifferent, and obviously has no intention of him. Why does he always do such things that make him think too much, and why does he care? But I haven't repaid you yet. Suddenly, his heart was out of control. When Wei Yu realized that he had lost control, the words had already been spoken. Su Su didn't look back. He turned his back to Wei Yu and curled his lips meaningfully, continuing to lure him into a trap. "Saving you was my subjective choice. I didn't expect you to give me any return, but I sent you things with a purpose. I wanted to get clues about HOM from you. It's a pity that I don't have time to make you trust me completely now. Just think that what I did before was to accumulate virtue and do good deeds. Considering that I have done some good things, just bless me that I won't die too miserably in the end." Wei Yu vaguely sensed that Su Su was setting a trap, but was still willing to follow his pace and continue to walk down. He asked with a little confusion, "Since you know the mission is dangerous, why do you still want to go?" Since Su Su has a way to leave under the supervision of the Vanguard, he can learn from his predecessors and surrender to their thieves' camp, but he doesn't seem to want to leave Matthias. Su Su sighed deeply, turned his head, and looked behind him. His eyes full of alienation and vigilance revealed a flaw in his humanity when he looked at Wei Yu. "I'm sorry, I can't tell you my past for the time being, but it's very important for me to know the clues about HOM, more important than life and death." He turned and leaned against the window, his face gloomy as he turned his back to the moonlight. "To be honest, I got some clues about HOM from other people. If I want to know more, I have to climb up. But unless there are special circumstances, Matthias will not promote me, so the more dangerous the mission, the more I have to participate, so that I have the opportunity to get in touch with everything I want to know." Su Su admitted that it was a shame for him to speak half-truths in order to achieve his goal. He was also tired of this world. But finding out the reason why the children in the welfare home were persecuted was the only meaning of his life. As long as he could find out the truth, he would give everything, including his own life. Wei Yu stared at Su deeply, stood up and walked to the window. So you mean, if you are lucky enough to come back alive in this mission, you may be able to achieve class transition, but if you make a mistake, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Su knew that the other party had seen through his thoughts, and he did not feel guilty, because Wei Yu was indeed a smart person, who was very much to his taste in thinking, but it is most likely the latter. So you came to me tonight to pull me to empathize with you, and take the opportunity to get words from me, right? Wei Yu stopped in front of Su and lowered his head slightly to ask the other party to look directly at him. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, the tip of Wei Yu's shoe pressed against the tip of his shoe. Su wanted to move back a step, but found himself leaning against the wall and unable to get away. Wei Yu did have the same way of thinking as him. He would always subconsciously want to suppress the other party. Even if he was temporarily overtaken by the other party, he would regain the upper hand at the right time. Since you have discovered it, there is no need for me to act. Su smiled and said, yes, so are you willing to tell me? If I don't know the answer, I will die with regrets, really? Wei Yu laughed helplessly. Good benefactor, if you had pretended a little more just now, I might have agreed. Now you are speaking so bluntly, I am so sad, really. He took the initiative to unzip his jacket in front of Su and took out the notebook from the inner pocket. Su, who deliberately looked away, glanced at the familiar notebook and looked up at Wei Yu. You really don't know HOM? Talking about business, Wei Yu's expression became much more serious. Did Su really not know what the test tube he gave him when they first met meant? And Su seemed to have forgotten the test tube at all, as if the person who gave him the test tube and the scheming Su in front of him were two different people. Su slightly lowered his eyes, asking Wei Yu and asking himself, I should know. Wei Yu did not answer, but said, I can tell you everything I know about HOM, but I am a person who pays back and forth when chatting. It's meaningless to tell a dying person. When you finish the mission and come back safely, I will answer any questions I have. How about it? You just said you would repay me. Su gritted his teeth and said. Wei Yu tilted his head and smiled evilly. But you just said that you don't need it. Su took a deep breath and confirmed with Wei Yu again. Answer all questions? Are you sure you can satisfy all my doubts? Wei Yu lowered his head and thought for a moment. The hair on his forehead lightly brushed Su's eyebrows. When he raised his head, he could lock his eyes with the other party. I think I can. Seeing that he answered affirmatively, Su gritted his teeth and nodded, saying, Okay, I believe you. I will try my best to come back alive, and you will also try your best to live to answer my questions. The two of them lowered their heads at the same time to look at Wei Yu's injured arm, and their foreheads touched unconsciously. Wei Yu paused for a second before taking a step back to make room. Scratching his head was not right, touching his arm was not right, and he wanted to put the notebook back in his pocket. He searched for a long time, but couldn't get it out of his pocket. He felt busy and impatient for no reason, and he was uncomfortable everywhere. Su raised his head and touched his forehead. Actually, it didn't hurt when he bumped his head just now, but the feeling of warmth with a thin layer of sweat was quite strong. Maybe it was because Wei Yu's fever hadn't subsided yet? Then you should have a good rest. If your fever hasn't subsided tomorrow morning, take another anti-inflammatory pill. I leave first. He came here to get some information. Now that he couldn't achieve his goal for the time being, he had better go back as soon as possible, lest Guanji wake up early. Wait a minute. Wei Yu took a deep breath, walked to the corner, and pulled out the whole wardrobe with one hand. In Su's surprised eyes, he took out a box from the corner, put it on the table, and dusted it off, and explained, this is a small dispersal device that can drive away alien creatures in a small range. His injured arm had no strength, so he could only half support the box. He held the box with his uninjured right hand, and handed it to Su in person. It was also a solemn presentation with both hands. He said seriously, everything is fine. Chapter 60. This dispersal instrument does not have the Matthias logo. Su locked his eyes on the instrument in Wei Yu's hand, and then raised his eyes to look at the owner of the instrument, realizing that he was showing off his strength to him within a safe range. It seems that these thieves' camps have sophisticated industrial standards behind them. But how did a mysterious existence of this scale escape Matthias's eyes? Who is this man named Wei Yu in front of him? The danger is mysterious and unpredictable. Su has no reason to give up the chance to survive. He took the small dispersal instrument, paused before leaving, pursed his lips, and said after turning back, Be careful yourself, we are not so lucky that we can save you every time. Wei Yu looked at his awkward and concerned look, and couldn't help but raise his mouth corners, smiling and said, I think we are quite lucky. Su Su thought he was just being polite, and walked out of the camp without thinking too much. He saw the sky outside the window was white, and left by boat before the moonlight faded. What a contradictory person. Wei Yu put on the clean clothes that Su Su had brought for him, covered his injured left arm, and walked out of the door, watching the figure on the sea going farther and farther away, and whispered, Su Su, we will see each other again. Now that Su Su's position and intention are confirmed, he is more convinced that Su Su is the best choice for him to achieve his goal. Everyone is gone, but you are still pretending to be weak. Oliver sneaked into the camp at some point, half leaning against the side of the house with his arms folded, and raised his eyebrows at Wei Yu with interest. Wei Yu rubbed his swollen and painful eyebrows, and said helplessly, What a sin. Brothers who have lived and died together for so many years are not as concerned about him as Su Su, who has only met a few times. Oliver was puzzled. What do you mean? I had a fever to get sympathy, but I was really sick. Wei Yu couldn't help coughing twice, and almost collapsed in the wind. Oh, you should have said it earlier. Oliver hurried forward to support him, took Wei Yu back to the house to sit down, and flattered him guiltily. It's because Director Wei, your image in my heart is tall, mighty, and indestructible. Okay, stop it. Wei Yu was not deceived by Oliver's courtesy. Didn't he know that Oliver would only say nice things when he was guilty? After drinking half a cup of warm water, he sweated a little and felt better. The anti-inflammatory medicine that Su Su had given him had taken effect, but he just caught a cold at the door, so his body temperature rose again. Oliver scratched his head and asked, So, do you drink more hot water yourself? Or should I take you back to the institute to find Lu Fanqing? Dr. Lu is a chemistry researcher, not a doctor. After a while, Wei Yu quickly adjusted his state, supported his knees with his hands, and said, I'm fine, gather people to move, and go to the South American 42 accelerator together. The recent abnormal warming of the equator has caused the abnormal activity of alien creatures in the deep Pacific Ocean. They have actively invaded several of their camps, and this invasion has even spread to Camp 28. There is not enough evidence to confirm it at the moment, but he speculates that the sudden hurricane the night before yesterday should also be related to the abnormal warm current. Wei Yu lowered his eyes and thought, thinking of the secret mission mentioned by Su Su, and quickened his pace to leave. Wei Yu, who was still weak just now, passed by behind him in a flash. Oliver was slightly stunned, turned his head to look at him in surprise and asked, Will you come back later? Wei Yu said as he walked, My goal has been achieved. When Matthias sets sail again and leaves this sea area, let the people who lived here go home. Oliver followed with a big stride, nodded in understanding, I know. The sound of the two people talking disappeared into the shadows between the houses. The submarine hidden behind the camp surfaced and sank quietly. After an almost undetectable water pattern completely disappeared, this lonely bamboo raft on the sea fell into a brief desertedness, calmly waiting for the next visit of humans. The surging sea water stirred up the little moonlight left, and was soon replaced by the rising sun. The refracted light from the sea surface was dazzling and blinding, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. The white light flashed in front of his eyes, waking up Guanjie, who was still sleeping. He subconsciously raised his hand to block his eyes, and found himself in an unfamiliar environment. He was a little confused for a while, and was stunned for a while, before he jumped up from the bed in surprise, and rushed out the door in a hurry. Su Su, who had run out of dry food, was drinking water. When he heard Guanjie's voice, he looked back and suddenly responded, Well, what's wrong? Guanjie stared at him with his feet on the back of a motionless alien creature, drinking water and looking at the sea contentedly. He widened his eyes in surprise, swallowed his saliva and asked, This monster? Su Su looked down at his feet and explained, Oh, it climbed ashore in the middle of the night to attack. He spoke lightly, but when he rushed back to the camp this morning, the monster had already crawled to the door of the house where Guanjie was resting. If he came back later, either the alarm he left outside the door would sound, waking up the sleeping Guanjie, and he would find that he had secretly left the camp at some point, but he would have time to fight back, or Guanjie would sleep too deeply to hear the alarm, and would not wake up before the monster broke free from the trap, and would stay here from then on. Leaving the alarm and trap was a way out for Guanjie, not a way out for himself. In order to prevent the two worst situations from happening, he grabbed the harpoon left by the natives as soon as he got ashore, and pushed the monster back to the shore. This was a Type 3 alienated creature. With preparation, Su Su's attack was quite handy. When the scorching sun returned to the world and cast the first ray of scorching heat, he held a harpoon and pierced the monster's head directly. He just thought that marine organisms had undergone genetic mutations after being infected by nuclear sewage, which affected other organisms. These organisms retained their essential characteristics after being infected, and also had the ability to survive in the polluted ocean, such as this mutant mouse that crawled out of the sea. These monsters did not lose their minds, but were not fully civilized. And this situation is not accidental, it also appeared in alienated humans. So what is the essence of this catastrophic mutation, assimilation or evolution? Guanjia didn't dare to say that he was afraid that Su Su would leave him behind, but as soon as he went out, he saw the shocking scene of Su Su stepping on the alien creatures. He suddenly felt a little helpless. He was stunned for a long time before saying timidly, "I'm sorry, I slept too deeply. I didn't hear the sound of the monster, and I asked you to watch for a whole night." He became more and more anxious as he spoke, and he apologized several times in shame, muttering self-blamingly, "I'm really sorry, it's already very troublesome to ask you to take me with you, and I can't help it all. It's a pity that I said those things before. I'm really sorry, I didn't mean it, don't be angry." In front of such a sincere apology, Su Su was speechless for a moment. After all, he was the one who knocked Guanjia unconscious, and he would be responsible if something really happened. "I'm not angry, it's all solved." Su Su waved his hand and took out the communicator to change the subject. "You adjust a little, we will set off soon. Captain Meg sent us the coordinates." "So soon?" The captain and the others should have just returned to Mattia. Guanjia scratched his hair, which was a little messy from sleeping, confused. "You drove the boat when you came here, why don't I drive it this time? You also have time to rest." As he said, he took out his communicator to check the message sent by the captain. After seeing the coordinates, his already messy thoughts became even more confused. Why are the coordinates of South America? Mattia, material platform. Barton had just settled the last task, and got the sample receiving form given by the researcher of the experimental center. He was discussing with his teammates whether to go to the training base to punch in or go back to the dormitory to rest, when he received another task text message from Meg. He complained, but when he saw the coordinates clearly, his guard was instantly raised. Before he could find Meg to argue clearly, the captain of the 6th team gave way and came to Meg. "Meg, stop!" Hearing someone calling her, Meg stopped and turned around, asking the person, "Captain Vitas, is there anything I can do for you?" Captain Vitas of the 6th team angrily held the communicator and asked, "Why are you the commander of this joint mission? Why do you want the 6th team to be a thug for a useless team like your 10th team? Did you do anything?" Meg glanced at Vitas' communicator calmly and repeated the words on the screen. "The Navigation Department Dispatch Office notified that this mission will be led by Captain Meg of the 10th team, and the 6th team will cooperate." "I saw it. I can read." Vitas was furious and shouted in front of everyone, "Who are you, Meg? You dare to step on my head? Do you know who is behind me?" "Captain Vitas." Two people got off the boat that traveled between the two platforms. The leader stopped Vitas, who was losing his temper in time. Vitas immediately restrained himself after seeing who was coming and saluted respectfully, "Director Ron." Meg saw that it was the director of the dispatch department who came out, walked to Vitas' side, and saluted together to greet him, "Sir." Ron nodded from the two of them, looked at Vitas and said, "The announcement of the task assignment was signed by the minister himself. There will be no mistake. Captain Vitas, if you think there is a problem with the minister's arrangement, I can take you to see the minister now, and you can speak freely at that time. Usually, each Vanguard team receives the task commission through the display screen in the dispatch hall, but there is also a special case, that is, the special assignment of special tasks, which is generally issued by the top leaders, and this time the task that Meg and Vitas received was the latter." But Vitas was still unconvinced, and said angrily, "Let someone of Meg's level lead the team on a special mission. Can we still come back?" I don't know if he played any tricks in front of the minister. Ron looked at Vitas with a flash of impatience in his eyes, but it was quickly concealed. He glanced at Meg next to him, but called Vitas aside. Vitas followed Ron to a corner of the material platform in surprise, and vaguely guessed that there might be another meaning on the upper level. Ron's next words really confirmed his guess. "Captain Vitas, the minister has always paid attention to you, so he knows that you will definitely be unhappy about the mission arrangement, so he asked me to convey his meaning." Ron covered his lips with his hands, and said in a low voice, "This special mission is extremely difficult. If the two teams work together to complete it, the 6th squad, as the elite main force, will be specially rewarded. But if there is a mistake, it is also the problem of the leader Meg, and it has nothing to do with you and the 6th squad. The credit is yours, and the punishment is borne by Meg. Captain Vitas should understand the minister's good intentions. Chapter 61. The strong wind on the flying platform was whistling, making people's cheeks hurt. Patton and others came over from the supply platform by boat. As soon as they stood still, they saw a heavy battle arc landing in front of them. Several team members looked at each other and whispered, "How important is this mission to send out the battle arc?" "I don't know. Which team is so unlucky to receive such a mission?" "Then the question is it the jump mission that other teams don't want that is bad, or is this high difficulty mission that is 80% likely to be a one-way trip more annoying?" The team members chuckled and said, "The two captains are about the same. But I have to say, the battle arc is really cool. Look at these two big thrusters, the streamlines and arcs. If it is not a special mission that requires joint action, the Combat Readiness Center will generally not allow it to be dispatched." Special mission? After seeing the mission text message, Barton has been uneasy in his heart. Now he sees that the Combat Readiness Center has actually dispatched the Battle Arkansas. Although it is not clear which team this arc is assigned to, he always has an ominous premonition. Until everyone present saw the hatch of the arc slowly open, the pilot walked towards them after exiting the cabin, and finally stopped in front of Meg not far away. The pilot saluted and said, "Captain Meg, the Combat Readiness Center has received your sailing request, and the vehicle for this mission is in place, please confirm." After learning that they were the unlucky ones who received the difficult mission, some team members immediately began to complain. "Ah? We just finished the mission, and are we starting a new mission now? I knew he agreed to let us go yesterday." Ahem. The whispering team member changed his words and said, "He was not right yesterday, so it was planned long ago." Seeing that the driver seemed to have heard them talking, a team member hurriedly tried to make up. But this is a task issued by the navigation department, and Captain Meg may not be able to make the decision. As he said, he pulled the teammates who were talking without restraint. The Combat Readiness Center is the top of Mattia. Even if they know that they have so many opinions about the tasks assigned by the navigation department and their captain, they will not seek justice for them. Instead, they will think that they are not following the class rules as team members. Meg did not react as usual, saluted the driver, and said, "Confirmed, leave it to us next." After the two shook hands and handed over, Meg walked towards the battle arc calmly, leaving the confused team members. Someone couldn't help but murmur, "Can Meg drive? We have never taken such a big task. Can we do it?" Vitas was indignant, but at the signal of Director Ron's eyes, he still led the team to the arc. He was not afraid that Meg would not be able to operate the Arkansas seeing this arc. He suddenly recalled that when Meg was evaluated as the captain a long time ago, her scores were close to full marks. However, after so many years, the person who was once beyond his reach became a waste. What good scores she had in the past were just in the past. Seeing that the 6th team had entered the cabin, the members of the 10th team moved towards the arc reluctantly. The special mission is matched. The teams participating in this mission are the 10th and 6th teams of the Vanguard. Please ask the captain and Commander Meg to confirm the number of departures. Meg looked back and counted the number of people, and added 2 more without making a fuss. Report to the tower. There are a total of 27 members participating in this mission. After knowing the intention of the navigation department, Vitas just stopped objecting, but he didn't say that he was willing to cooperate. How could he help count the number of people? He put his hands in his pockets and turned his head to look out the window, turning a deaf ear to Meg's words. Please confirm the combat readiness. The Combat Readiness Center has been configured. No confirmation is required. Please estimate the return time. Meg was silent for a moment, and after a long time he said, "To be determined." His "to be determined" caused most people in the cabin to be stunned. At this moment, it was too late to object, and the arc had already started to slide. The navigation department has received it. FP16, get on the 4th runway and prepare for departure. Received. The command center reminds you that this mission is difficult. Please be sure to pay attention to safety. Matthias is always behind you. The teammate quietly pulled Patton's sleeve and whispered, "Patton, I'm nervous. Didn't you say that Professor Gabriel had contacted you before the last mission? Did he tell you about the content of this mission? What do you mean by the return time is pending? We won't be able to come back." Patton's eyes were erratic, and he was not sure. Speaking intermittently, the professor didn't say. He was startled suddenly, recalling that after the assessment was over, which was also the day before the last mission, Professor Gabriel suddenly asked him to go to the experimental center. Before that, he went to the experimental center once a month to cooperate in completing the examination of various physical indicators, providing data required for experimental research, and then receiving the next stage of supplements. But he was called to the experimental center early that morning, only half a month after his last visit. When collecting data, the researcher, whether intentionally or unintentionally, turned up the stimulation level, and he almost fainted from the pain. Later, the ratio of supplements assigned to him was also obviously much higher than before. He thought that his current physical fitness had achieved the goal of the experimental center. Before leaving, he was half dazed and half awake. He heard what Professor Gabriel said, and he vaguely remembered that it was, "Barton, the training of the experimental center for you is a gift from Matthias. Are you willing to stand with Matthias for the future of mankind?" At that time, he answered yes. "Good boy, your existence is crucial to Matthias." This is a compliment. Barton has always felt this way, but when he thought about it again, he suddenly felt cold all over. Matthias is always behind you. In front of the tower control console, the controller turned off the microphone and stood up and walked out of the control center. He walked quickly through the corridor, stopped in front of the office door at the end, knocked on the door and asked, "General, are you there? Come in." The controller pushed the door open and entered. What he saw was a wall of monitoring screens. In addition to every corner of the two platforms, there was even a view from Matthias' bottom floor. All the whereabouts of the Vanguard team members could be found here. In the huge office, a person faced the monitoring wall. The display screen in front of him played a video clip of only half a minute in a loop. Underwater drilling number 22 calls for support. Underwater drilling number 22 calls for support. It's awake, they are all awake, humanity is doomed, escape, escape from the Earth. Underwater drilling number 22 calls for support. The person paused the video, looked at the controller behind him through the reflection on the screen, and asked, "Have they set off?" "Report to the general, yes." The controller paused, and then said, "The person that Professor Gabriel is concerned about did not come back with them this time. But Meg did not report any casualties, and the number of people reported during this departure was also more than the actual number." "Yes." The commander simply responded, and continued to play the video on the screen. A bloody face could be vaguely seen in the snowflakes. The person who was calling for help seemed to want to say something, but a deformed hand suddenly crushed his head. The flying flesh and blood dyed the screen red. Before the blood color faded, an eye with yellow-green pupils suddenly appeared in front of the screen, and there was no follow-up. The controller was about to retreat and leave without waiting for the next order from his superior. But the commander, who had been silent for a long time, said, when they left, "Meg didn't say anything." "Controller, Captain Meg is still the same." He paused and asked, "Excuse me, General, is it really okay to let the Vanguard handle this accident?" The commander sat on the leather chair with his legs crossed, raised his eyes to look at the monitoring time of the flight platform, and sneered, "Meg knows what to do. He can't refuse the exchange conditions given by Matthias." He said, sitting on the chair, and turned to face the controller, "Please ask the person in charge of the analysis center and the engineering department to come over for me." He added, "This is also what the captain meant." The controller nodded. "I understand. The dirty sea is endless, and a lonely water boat is sailing in it. Looking down from the sky, it is small and pitiful." Wearing a mask on his head, Guanjia couldn't even wipe the sweat off his face. He turned around to look at Su Su, who was sleeping soundly, and muttered to himself, "Why are we going to the South American base? Every time Mattia stops to develop, it will clear the creatures in the nearby sea area. If I remember correctly, Mattia's last base was near South America." Su Su felt the sun was too bright, so he took a coat to cover his face before lying down. He didn't trust Guanjia, so he just closed his eyes to rest. When he heard the murmur, he opened his eyes slightly. He remembered that it was written in the textbook of the Education Center that in the early days of the apocalypse, the sea water slightly submerged the earth, and the warming climate caused the sea level to rise rapidly. The mobilization speed in South America was slow, and the underground city base was not completed before the land was completely submerged. The humans on this land had no choice but to move to the north and jointly build a human base with North America, which is now the Santa Maria base. So the current situation is that an accident occurred in the old station of Mattia, and the Vanguard team needs to help deal with it, and this accident is likely to cost their lives. Is it enough to rely on their 10th team alone? It's not that he underestimates Meg, but the overall level of their team is not very high. From Mattia's perspective, he would choose to send more helpers to assist, but with the status and personality of Captain Meg, I'm afraid that few teams will volunteer. Why is it another bandit camp? Hearing Guanjia's slightly disgusted voice, Su Su slightly opened his coat that was covering his face, and saw buildings rising and falling with the waves on the sea in the distance. Unlike what he had seen before, This time he vaguely saw people walking around in the camp. These barbaric pirates are just like alien creatures. They can never be eliminated. Supplies are already in short supply, and it's such a waste to have them snatched away by these termites, who have no contribution to the future of mankind. Susu raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. Putting aside someone he knew in the thieves' camp, whether it was Guan Jia or the people in the vanguard, who had an exclusionary mentality towards the thieves' camp, were their positioning of Matthias wrong? Didn't Matthias claim to be the carrier of the future of mankind? But why did he feel that this behavior of assuming that all the remaining supplies on Earth belonged to Matthias was like worshipping the mechanical ship in the sky as the ruler of the Earth and mankind? What a big ship! Is it them? Susu was really fed up with Guanjia's bad habit of being startled. He frowned and pulled open the coat in front of him. He looked up and saw a giant ark flying towards them, stopping above them, and slowly landing. Chapter 62. The big ship in the sky descended and rose again, returning to the planned route, as if the landing just now was an illusion of everyone present. So who can tell me what happened to these two people who came up halfway? Vitas asked Meg to give him an explanation. However, Meg said nothing and just drove the boat blindly. Vitas knew one of the two people. When he first boarded the ship, he didn't see Susu's figure, and thought he had finally died at sea. Unexpectedly, he was not only alive, but also returned to the team halfway. Seeing that Meg did not respond, Vitas turned his head and raised his voice to Susu. What's wrong with you? Why didn't you return to Mattia after the mission was over? Susu, who was sitting in the corner, turned a deaf ear to him, and found a comfortable posture to catch up on his sleep. Vitas was furious. He stood up and pointed at Susu, wanting to lose his temper. However, facing the other party's indifferent and bad appearance, it was useless for him to say anything. Then he turned his wrist and pointed at the other person who came on the boat with him, asking, "You say it." Guanjia shrank into the corner as soon as he got on the boat, trying his best to reduce his presence. Being pointed at by Captain Vitas, he became the target of public criticism. He was so scared that he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Because? Come on, shut up. Vitas waved his hand impatiently, not wanting to waste time on him. He knocked on the table of the front seat on the other side of the aisle and asked coldly, "Patton, what's going on?" Patton of the 10th team was arrogant and always contradicted Captain Meg. In the eyes of the captains of the vanguard, he was a laughing stock, and they used this incident to show Meg's incompetence. Vitas thought that Patton would definitely go against Meg with his temper, and he would definitely be able to get something out of him, but he didn't expect that Patton was in a daze with a heavy heart, and didn't respond to his questions. For a moment, Vitas felt that he was the one who made a fool of himself, and gritted his teeth angrily and said, "Is not being able to speak a criterion for joining your 10th team?" But he was answered by a long silence. Vitas sat back in his seat angrily, and the ark, which was moving steadily, shook slightly because of his actions. He heard someone in the cabin screaming subconsciously, and after cursing inwardly, he was forced to stop pursuing the matter of Susu's return to the team. "We are approaching the mission coordinates. Are we preparing for landing?" When the ark's location displayed on the screen in the corner of the windshield gradually approached the mission coordinates, a cold mechanical female voice came from the console. "Meg, prepare to land." Susu woke up after hearing this. In fact, he was not sleeping soundly. He had been quietly paying attention to the reactions of others. But after Vitas stopped talking, no one in the cabin spoke. No one asked about the content of this mission. Did he say it before he got on board? Susu turned his head and looked out the porthole. He saw a circular landing platform not far in front of the Arkansas. The platform looked small, but it was enough for the ark to take off, glide and land. There was an X painted with red paint in the center. It could be seen from a long distance, as if silently refusing outsiders to approach. No one should have visited this place for a long time. There was a thick layer of mud and algae on the platform. Susu could imagine the embarrassment of slipping after leaving the cabin. Their ark entered the circular platform runway smoothly, but unexpectedly stopped at the no parking sign in the center. The hatch door was unexpectedly not opened. They just stopped there, as if waiting for something. The strangeness around him made Susu wary, so he chose to ask Meg, "Captain Meg, what is the mission this time?" When he spoke, many people in the cabin turned around and looked at him. Most of them were from the 6th team. Captain Vitas seemed to have mentioned when he boarded the ship that this time it was a clearing mission. "I remember that, but our captain and the captain of the 10th team don't get along, so he was reluctant to elaborate. Now that we're here, one of the two captains has to come out to command. It's because the navigation department appointed Meg from the 10th team as the commander this time. If our captain was the leader, how could we be so passive? Su silently pulled the corner of his mouth, and inexplicably felt like an NPC that triggered the mission keyword. He waited for a while, and the X under the arc suddenly turned, and just then he found that there was a circular lift in the center of the platform. Docking with the number 1444 drilling and lifting system. Docking successful. Opening the descending channel for you. The underwater drilling and lifting platform, which had been silent for many years, started again. The arc parked on the sign began to slowly descend after rotating half a circle with the disc. Seawater continued to pour into the buffer zone, and gradually submerged the top of the arc as the lifting platform fell. Warning lights kept flashing around the elevator shaft. Passing through a long and narrow elevator shaft, the warning lights became fewer and fewer. Further down was a steel frame leading to the seabed. Through the gaps in the steel frame, the turbid sea area was still visible. Let the elevator take the arc to the deep sea. Without Meg's extra operation, he finally released the joystick and answered Su's previous question. This mission is to clean up the hidden dangers near the groundwater mining center. Groundwater? Su keenly caught the key words. He had previously wondered where the residents' daily water came from, as there was no large water reservoir in the high-hanging Mattia. He could not find a water purification system even after searching the water pipes in the dormitory area. If they just waited for the rain to fall, the people of Mattia would die of thirst. Could it be that all the water used in Mattia was actually groundwater? The South American underground city base was forced to move before it was built, so the underground resources are relatively abundant compared to other continents. But is it really appropriate to collect groundwater on a large scale? Su just heard the console broadcast that this is the 1444th drilling well, which means that during the doomsday period of scarcity of materials, the surviving humans have mined at least 1444 underground resources. Meg enlarged the display screen on the windshield, projected the map of the collection center given to him by the engineering department on the screen, and said slowly, "This mission requires at least 3 teams, and each team has at least 2 people to take care of each other." He drew the location where they were about to land on the map, and then circled several operating areas and the main control room on the far right of the map, and then said, "Responsible for going to these areas to confirm whether the staff left behind in the collection center are still alive. This is the material storage room." Meg circled the location in the lower left corner of the map again, "Send a team here to count the remaining materials." Then he moved his hand up and stayed at the location marked collection wellhead for a long time before saying, "Someone needs to go to the collection wellhead to ensure that the valve is in a closed state." Boom! Before Meg finished speaking, there was a sudden loud noise under his feet, followed by the noise of the Ark's automatic braking. He immediately checked the Ark situation to confirm whether it was attacked. Su noticed that Meg's hands were shaking while operating the console. What was he afraid of? The system detected an abnormal fracture in the lifting track and has applied emergency brakes for you. Meg took a deep breath, suppressed her emotions, and quickly pressed several buttons on the console. The underwater drone has been released and has been adjusted to monitoring mode. Su looked out the window and saw a drone detach from the Ark and entered the seabed for reconnaissance instead of humans. Although he didn't know the value of this giant Ark, judging from the facilities currently installed, the specifications of this mission were extremely high, and intentional gifts often require corresponding or even higher prices. Meg stared at the drone feedback image displayed on the screen, and saw that the steel track 30 meters below the lifting platform was broken, and the degree of distortion seemed to be torn off by external force. The screen that had just displayed the map did not shrink, and everyone else in the cabin could see the drone image. When the huge fracture appeared on the screen, almost everyone couldn't help but exclaimed, "This is high-hardness steel. How could it be like this? Why do I feel that the broken gap is a bit like it was bitten off by a giant monster?" Someone teased him for being suspicious, but the more he looked at the screen, the more he felt that what he said made sense, and then some team members began to back out. "I have a bad feeling that this mission is not right." "Yeah, I don't want to go, okay?" Vitas also noticed something was wrong, got up and walked to Meg, reached out and cut off the drone image on the screen, and asked in a low voice, "Meg, tell me honestly, did the navigation department tell you what happened to the number 1444 drilling?" When he accepted the mission, he took a look. Since there were only 2 teams involved in the mission, he naturally thought it was just a routine inspection. When he heard Meg say that it was a cleanup mission, he already felt that there was a problem. In order to ensure the smooth operation of the lifting platform and prevent alien creatures from approaching and destroying it, all tracks of the elevator are equipped with dispersal equipment. Now this level of destruction has occurred, and it is probably due to external impact. If it is caused by human beings, The task this time should be to let the engineering department go, instead of letting the Vanguard team be responsible. But if it is caused by alien creatures, only letting 2 Vanguard teams come here to perform the cleanup mission is undoubtedly sending them to their deaths. Vitas still has a glimmer of luck in his heart, hoping that Meg can tell him good news. But Meg recalled the drone, avoided Vitas' questioning, started the arc engine again, and said sideways, "Please sit back and fasten your seat belt." "You?" Vitas said firmly, "You must know." He quickly returned to his position, fastened his seat belt, and still questioned, "Meg, I advise you to tell the truth. We are now cooperating. Concealment is not good for you or others." After Meg's operation, only the mechanical female voice on the console responded to Vitas' series of questions. "The platform self-landing channel will be open for you. Note that you need to avoid the elevator track to leave the descending platform to avoid vehicle collision. Please choose carefully. Please confirm the descent preparation. The baffle has been opened for you." Meg stared at the scene outside the windshield with a solemn expression, holding the joystick tightly with both hands, and adjusted the brightness of the searchlight to the brightest. The huge submarine was like an eagle with wings spread in the water, flexibly and quickly avoiding obstacles in the channel, breaking away from the twisted steel pipe, and rushing into the dark sea water. "The system detects that you have left the safety channel. Please land as soon as possible." Su, who had been following the ark for several weeks, felt dizzy. In a trance, he heard a mechanical female voice accompanied by a familiar breathing sound. He subconsciously thought that he was hallucinating because his brain was about to be shaken, but after stabilizing, he could still hear the faint breathing sound, which was very shallow and seemed to be slowly approaching them. He turned his head and asked Guanjia next to him, "Did you hear any strange sounds?" Guanjia kept silent and tilted his head to listen carefully. He didn't notice anything unusual and shook his head and said, "No." Chapter 63. The view outside the window was turbid and unclear. The urgency brought by the mysterious unknown made other senses more acute. Every sound of water waves hitting the glass was like the heartbeat of the ocean. There seems to be a light flashing below. Is there a survivor sending us a signal? The team member sitting by the window immediately took out the telescope, but the view was too blurry, and nothing could be seen clearly. The frequency of the light flashing was irregular, but it indicated the landing site for the ark. Meg did not land easily, but released 2 drones to explore the way. After confirming that it was safe below, she pressed the landing button. The propeller blades stirred up the seabed mud, and the visibility was almost zero. Meg relied on her experience to land blindly. After landing steadily, she said, "Prepare to leave the cabin." The members of the 6th team did not move, and looked at their captain, Captain Vitas. Vitas looked solemn. "What are you looking at me for? The commander of this mission has spoken. Hurry up and prepare for the cabin. There is obviously something wrong with this place." When the collection center is operating normally, the systems of all-day monitoring, dispersal protection, and filtration and cleaning are all operating uninterruptedly. Now it can be seen that this place has been abandoned for a while. Since it is abandoned, what are they doing here? But they have arrived at the destination, and it is not reasonable to leave like this. Let's go in and take a look first. If they can't handle it, they can call for support in time. The system detects that 27 people have entered the buffer cabin. Please confirm the need to leave the cabin. Meg held the hood under her arms and turned around to look around. It seemed that she was really confirming the number of people, but there seemed to be other emotions mixed in her eyes. He took a deep breath, put on the hood and said solemnly, "Confirmed. The need to leave the cabin has been confirmed, the buffer hatch has been closed, and the main hatch is about to be opened." The pus yellow seawater continued to flow into the cabin from the water inlet, giving the cabin members enough time to adapt to the underwater environment. But compared to this kind of warm water boiling frog immersion method, Su prefers the original arc, which is not so painful. It was not until he was in it that Su noticed the dense red fragments floating in the water, like a street with firecrackers set off all night on New Year's Eve. He leaned over and stretched out his hand to pinch a piece, gently rubbing it through the gloves, only to feel that it was very slippery, and the smell was much worse than firecrackers. This smell is more like the smell of blood. Obviously, no one here will answer his doubts. In the turbid water that gradually submerged his head, Su followed the flashing shoulder lights in front of him and walked out of the cabin door with questions. There was only the dark deep sea and the pitch-black chaos in front of them. The invisible water flow around them was like a cage restricting their movements, and it was like a pair of big hands strangling their throats, making their tight breathing even more difficult and oppressing their already restless nerves. Look! Su saw that the mask automatically recognized that the shouting he just heard was not far ahead, so he took off his shoulder light and looked forward. He saw a huge deep-sea building in the light. The outer wall of the building was covered with a one-way mirror material to hide it on the seabed. If it hadn't refracted their searchlight, it might have been difficult to find its location in the confusion. Su turned his wrist and shone the searchlight at the flash he found before landing. After seeing the situation ahead clearly, he couldn't help holding his breath. The elevator extending from the sea surface to the collection center was twisted and deformed, as if it was entangled and torn apart by external forces. The passage connecting the collection center to the elevator was smashed open, revealing a wall that was 1 meter thick. The heavy steel was as brittle as bamboo chopsticks in front of the unknown strange force. The flashing red light of the alarm shone on everyone's face, silently warning the newcomers to retreat quickly. The team members swallowed in fear, looking at the degree of damage. It is at least a Type I tentacle creature, and it may even be a Super Type I. The 6th team does not have many tasks on weekdays. They seem lazy and slack, but most of them are ordinary teams who have passed the assessment and selection to join the elite team. Their actual combat capabilities are better than those of the 10th team. Many people can see that they are weird. Their already hesitant mentality was occupied by the intention to retreat, and some of them had already retreated to the side of the ark, fearing that the monster would rush out of the chaos in the next moment. The high-hardness steel bars have become like this, and they will die if they go in. Meg silently observed the surrounding situation. Under everyone's gaze, she calmly took the lead in passing through the gap between the broken steel frames and walked into the collection center. Since we're here, Su followed casually. Meg's purposeful pace seemed to be planned. He had already prepared for a life-or-death mission, but as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would do his best to leave alive. Rather than hesitating with others, he might as well choose the one with the highest chance of survival, because he liked the reward that could be exchanged for completing the mission this time. Seeing that Captain Meg and Su had both entered, the team members came to Patton and whispered, "Patton, should we follow?" Barton stood there and hesitated for a long time. He clearly felt that this mission was not going to go well. But he thought that if he retreated like this, Professor Gabriel would be very disappointed in him. If Professor Gabriel gave up on him, the experimental center would no longer need him. He had not been promoted successfully yet. If he was abandoned now, all his efforts would be in vain. When he thought of such a result, Barton kept shaking his head in resistance. His thoughts seemed to be disturbed. He only remembered that he must complete the mission and walked towards the collection center mechanically. "I can't leave. I have to complete the mission. The professor said that I am very important to Mattia. Everything is for the future of mankind." The teammates looked at each other, not understanding why Barton, who just said that this mission was not right, suddenly seemed to have changed. However, they also knew that if they continued to stay here, in case something happened, the 6th team would not only protect them, but also not despise them. On one side was the boundless and dangerous deep sea, and on the other side was the unknown collection center. In the end, they chose to enter the latter with a relatively smaller space. Seeing the members of the 10th team entering the collection center one after another, the members of the 6th team all turned their eyes to their captain. "Captain Vitas, are we going in? This mission is too dangerous. Why don't we just leave?" Vitas frowned, and Patton's words just now kept circling in his mind like a spell, involving all his hesitations. He suddenly felt a splitting headache, holding his forehead and gritting his teeth, and said, "Why leave? The 10th team has already entered. Why should we evacuate the whole team?" Vitas tried his best to control his somewhat free-thinking ability, but his legs were already uncontrollably approaching the collection center. His clear pupils were faintly scattered, and the question that had been lingering in his chest blurted out, "Do I want to live up to Professor Gabriel's training?" Instantly, the team members who were still hesitant just now seemed to sense the call at the same time, turned around and followed Vitas, and entered the collection center in an orderly manner. The long-lost traces of people disappeared again on the seabed. Only the warning lights were still flashing, and the frequency suddenly flashed faster and faster strangely. With a snap, the filament burned out, and there was no light outside the door of the collection center, and it completely sank into the darkness of the deep sea. The elevator was attacked by unknown creatures, but the main control room was at the other end of the collection center, and some systems were still operating. Meg passed through several buffer drainage doors, confirmed that the interior was not polluted by seawater, and the oxygen system was circulating normally, and then took off the hood on her neck. Under the flickering light, Meg saw a familiar figure walking out of the hatch behind him through the reflection of the hood. He was not surprised by Su's decisiveness, and he probably guessed why he chose to follow him even though he knew the mission was dangerous. Meg turned to Su and said, "Should I say you are a rational lunatic or a bold gambler?" He couldn't see through Su. He had a bright future, but he gave it up himself. Now he is willing to spend a lot of energy, and even risk his life to plan a way out. He is an emotionally indifferent person, but he is entangled by desire. Su also took off his hood, and after hearing Meg's teasing, he laughed and said, "What about Captain Meg? Where are you sitting at this gambling table?" Meg was speechless for a moment, and after a long time, she smiled bitterly and said, "What qualifications do I have to sit at the gambling table?" The funny thing is that he doesn't even have the qualifications to gamble, but he has the chips he wants to get. The sound of the hatch opening came from behind him, and Su subconsciously looked back. He noticed Patton's weirdness at a glance, and turned his head to look at other teammates, and found the same doubt in their eyes. Seeing that the two people in front blocked the way, Patton's eyes that had lost focus recovered for a moment, and his tone was flat, reprimanding, "Drag it on. No wonder you said the return time is to be determined." He looked stiffly at the passages on both sides, and then turned to the right. "Don't check the supplies and wellheads, find the monsters and kill them, then the experimental center will pay attention to my existence. For the future of mankind, for the future of mankind." Su looked at Patton's back thoughtfully, and saw that most of the teammates followed him. So he asked the remaining few who were usually timid, "How long has he been like this? Has he taken medicine? What's going on?" Barton is like an emotionless robot after only a few minutes of absence? Guanjia, who chose to stay, pointed back honestly and answered, "He suddenly became like this at the door, taking medicine, drinking supplements. I saw them drinking before leaving the cabin just now. They? Not just Barton." Su had been lying down to catch up on sleep before landing. Did he miss something? For the future of mankind. For the future of mankind. The mechanical repetition appeared again. Su looked at Vitas and others who had just entered the collection center. He realized that they were repeating the same sentence as Barton, and were heading straight to the depths of the collection center. Su didn't think he was overthinking. One always disliked him, and the other always liked to suppress Meg. Now they suddenly changed their nature at the same time, and only had this mission in their eyes. This was too strange. "Captain, we..." Guanjia timidly clutched the corner of his clothes and whispered, "I don't dare to go in. Can I go to the material storage room?" The other team members, who didn't dare to stay outside, and didn't have the courage to enter the collection center also nodded. Meg nodded and said, "Okay, keep in touch." "Okay." Guanjia responded, and hurried to the left passage. When he was on the ship, he noticed that the material storage room was not far from the entrance. If he found any danger, it would be convenient to escape. Su stared at Meg and said, "I go with you to check the closure of the groundwater well." Chapter 64. Although Su had tried to make his footsteps as light as possible, the sound of his heels still echoed in the empty corridor, as if there were other creatures here besides him and Meg. The deeper you go into the collection center, the higher the level of the clean area, and the paler the lights above your head, making it difficult for your eyes to look directly at them, and you lower your eyelids uncontrollably to block them. Perhaps there was a malfunction in the lighting system. Su turned on the exposure protection according to the instructions in the operating instructions in his memory, and walked slowly with a gun in his hand, stopping at every corner to make sure he was safe before passing quickly. Meg didn't think this behavior was a fuss. On the contrary, he had a better understanding of Su's carefulness and caution. He was very sure that except for him, the navigation department would not let anyone in the Vanguard know the true situation of this mission. Su had no channels or opportunities to understand, but he still responded so quickly. If there was no relationship with the garden, if they still had a chance, he really wanted to train such a talented person before leaving Mattia. With Su's ability, he could go further. It would be a waste of talent for him to stay in the Vanguard. Maybe he could fulfill his unfulfilled wish for him. But now? Meg sighed silently, holding the electromagnetic gun tightly with both hands, always on guard against sudden attacks from alien creatures lurking in the dark. Suddenly, Su stopped, raised his hand to signal Meg not to move forward, and said in a low voice, "There is movement ahead." Meg nodded to indicate that he had heard it too, and moved towards the corner lightly, close to the wall, turned his head to observe the situation, and made a dangerous gesture to Su with a solemn expression. Su held his breath, and tilted his head. He saw the corridor behind the corner was full of spider silk with fluorescent green spots. A spider-like creature was hanging upside down in the depths of the dense web. Its 16 legs were covered with sharp barbs. Because its body was too large to occupy the entire corridor, its long legs made a harsh noise when scraping against the metal wall. Its skin and flesh were dry. With every movement, the exposed spine on its back would click, as if it was a body that had been dried up. Look at the ground. Susu gestured to remind Meg to pay attention to the egg shells on the ground. There might be more than one monster here. Then he gestured again. Should we take a detour? Meg shook her head and refused, pointing in the direction of the monster, indicating that their destination was at the other end of the corridor, and they had to pass through here. He applied to connect Susu's call and lowered his voice to the lowest. No matter what, make sure the wellhead is closed. Susu understood that this was the real purpose of Matia's mission, to prevent alienated creatures from infecting underground water sources. He quickly scanned the situation in the corridor and nodded to Meg. Meg understood and installed a silencer on the electromagnetic gun, turned around and aimed at the spider monster in the corridor, and fired a few shots to attract its attention and give Susu a chance to clear the way. Susu tacitly did not use firearms, but drew out the dagger on the side of his thigh and rushed into the corridor quickly, cutting off the layers of spider silk, leaving a retreat for Meg to escape after she pulled away. The monster seemed to sense that someone was approaching its resting place, and immediately gave up chasing Meg, climbed to the top of the corridor in the blink of an eye, turned around, and rushed back to its nest at a very fast speed. Susu dodged the monster's long legs as a reflex, then sprinted and slid out of the aisle on his knees. He winked at Meg, asking her to continue clearing the passage while he held the monster first. The two silently changed their combat positions. The sharp sound of the monster's long legs breaking through the air spoke for the human instincts they were trying to suppress. The stabbing sounds came from the monster's brutal attack and Meg's hard slashing. Should the spider monster spit out a mouthful of saliva in Susu's direction? Susu quickly dodged and heard the sound of the iron plate melting. He turned his head to look at the place where the monster's saliva fell, and a big hole had been corroded. "Captain, do you have a lighter?" Hearing Susu's sudden question, Meg did not stop and answered, "Yes." There was no time to ask him what he wanted the lighter for now. Meg took one out of her pocket and threw it in Susu's direction. "Catch it." Susu jumped up to catch it, but saw that the spider monster had grabbed the lighter before him. He immediately adjusted his strategy and turned around and made a shooting gesture to Meg. Meg pulled out the silencer gun and fired at the monster crawling towards them with the lighter in his hand. Then Susu opened a bottle of medical alcohol while running and threw it at the monster at the moment the lighter exploded. The bursting flames ignited the spider silk in the aisle in the blink of an eye. The monster in the center of the fire screamed miserably, and then heard a large area of rustling sounds coming from outside the aisle and gathering here. Susu and Meg did not stop and rushed into the fire scene while the spider silk was burning. They quickly opened the door of the drilling channel and closed the hatch tightly before more monsters arrived. "How are we going to get out later?" Susu looked out through the hatch glass. The corridor was full of spider monsters, aimlessly looking for the enemy. Meg supported her knees with both hands and took a few breaths. After calming down, she said, "They can't find us and will disperse in a while." He said it easily, but he also walked to the glass and looked at the unburned flames in the corridor outside with a serious expression. Susu followed his gaze and looked out, saying, "If you feel sorry for the lighter, I will return you one another day." He remembered that Appa had a basket. If Meg really cared, he could borrow one and return two. Return three, to appear more sincere. Meg did not feel relieved because Susu said he could return it. She pursed her lips tightly and said nothing. Susu suddenly realized something and asked awkwardly, "Could it be that person who gave it to you?" He scratched his head and took the initiative to say, "It's not convenient for me to apologize to her. I will buy 5 lighters and return them to you when I go back." "It's okay." Meg sighed softly. If Sally knew that the thing she gave saved his life, she would only be happy. He turned and walked down the winding passage, and after opening a gate, he finally saw the groundwater collection system that was still in operation. Meg paced vigilantly to check the surrounding environment. After walking around with Susu twice, she put away her gun and said, "Fortunately, this place has not been discovered by alien creatures for the time being." Susu stopped in front of the wellhead and stared at the pipe that sucked groundwater. Even though there was not much water left, the machine was still running. He sneered. The underground resources were all emptied, and even alien creatures would not look down on them. Meg walked quickly to the operating table in the corner, grabbed the lever and pulled it down hard. All the connected pipes and lines of the drilling stopped working instantly, and the rotating gears released the chain connected to the manhole cover. With a heavy bang, the manhole cover was completely closed. Meg did not stop the gears from turning, but tightened the manhole cover valve to completely isolate the ground from the underground. The hum of the machinery and the sound of the gears stopped abruptly, and the underground, which had been disturbed by humans for decades, fell into silence again. Su vaguely heard the sound of water dripping from somewhere. He didn't know how long it would take for the underground to be pure again. Could the existing humans wait until then? Humans are annoying, right? Meg walked to the side of the well. This was not his first time to the underwater collection center. In the past, it might be a monster invasion that required him to secretly eliminate it, or to join the elite team to transport resources. But this was the first time he witnessed such serious damage with his own eyes, and the first time he shut down the operating system of an entire collection center with his own hands. It's getting worse and worse, and it's getting more and more uncontrollable. Meg's words sounded like sighs and mockery, and then she said, but after the Black Rain crisis, there is no real clean water source on the land surface. In order to ensure that human genes can be completely continued until the end of this disaster, Matthias can only choose this. Yes, everything is for the future of mankind. Su had a cold face and did not comment. He had no intention of praising Matthias' great spirit. He was not a scientist and had never been a leader, but he believed that there was more than one way to continue human genes. Captain Meg, Su, can you hear me? Hearing Guanjia's voice coming from the communication, Su looked up at Captain Meg. Meg replied, I heard it. Guanjia's voice was happy, and he hurriedly said, Captain, the storage room is very safe, and there are many remaining resources. Su frowned and asked in a low voice, can you please look inside and outside the storage room again to see if there are any signs of entry or exit? Okay. There was silence on the other end of the communication for a while, and then after a while, Guanjia and other team members confirmed, we have checked inside and outside, and no one has been here for a long time. Su understood immediately after hearing this, and looked at Meg and shook his head helplessly. No strangers were found in the place where the supplies were stored, and no signs of entry or exit were seen, which means that there is a high probability that there are no survivors in the collection center. Zizi. Su frowned and asked, what's that sound? Guanjia hurriedly distanced himself from the matter, and was also puzzled. It's not us, we don't know. Meg held his breath and listened carefully. He heard the sound of calls for help and gunshots in the disturbance of the electric current, and immediately walked to the door. I'm afraid something happened to Patton and Vita's. Let's move the remaining supplies to the Ark, and then we won't go over. Yes, there are a lot of things here. It will take a long time to move, we won't go. Guanjia and a few timid team members reacted quickly, fearing that Captain Meg would ask them to go over to help, so they found excuses to avoid danger first. Meg never put hope on Guanjia and the others. Without asking Su's opinion, she quickly walked to the door and checked through the glass window whether the monsters in the corridor had dispersed. Patton and Vita said that to you on weekdays, and you are still willing to save them? Su followed, not quite understanding Meg's thoughts. Meg's hand tightly grasped the door bolt, without making any defense for herself. I am indeed not a good captain, they just talked, and didn't really do anything to me, and I... He hesitated, but didn't want to reveal his own ugliness, opened the steel door, and hurriedly looked for the location of the accident. Where are you? Barton? Vita's? Meg asked while running. Su didn't want to get involved, but who told the base manual that there was no explanation about the giant ark outside? Only a familiar voice came from the other end of the communication intermittently, asking for help. Captain, we are in the water quality analysis laboratory. Rescue. The team members' voices were interrupted after a loud noise, and there was no need for communication transmission. The explosion in the collection center at the same time had pointed them in the direction. Chapter 65. Go the other way. Su was running with big strides. Hearing a familiar noise, he guessed that there was a high probability of a spider monster ahead, and immediately gave a hint to Meg, who was running fast. Meg immediately followed him into another corridor, and rushed to the place where the explosion occurred according to the route map of the collection center in her memory. He had just opened a gate when he saw the turbid seawater suddenly rushing in. In the blink of an eye, it was over his calf. He and Su looked at each other and nodded in understanding, and almost at the same time put on the underwater protective helmet. There is a drainage system inside the collection center, but the builders probably didn't expect that it would be so severely damaged, resulting in many middle sections directly exposed to the sea. The drainage system was completely paralyzed, and only a few gates blocked the seawater. As the gates were opened one by one, more and more seawater poured in. Su and the others sank directly into the water and swam forward. After opening another gate, they saw that the gate in front was half open, and the warning light drilled in from the gap, dyeing the seawater blood red. No, there is indeed a sea of blood ahead. The sounds of fighting and wailing are getting closer. Barton and the others may be ahead. Meg was the first to get out of the gap, but she stood there in surprise. What happened? Susu felt Meg's rare panic and got out right after her. Between the shocking and bizarre visions was a cruel sea of blood and corpses. The seawater here is as thick as glue, and the blue-black eggs that can be seen everywhere seem to be breathing, shining with a cold yellow light, as if they are about to break out of the shell in the next moment. But it is not them that are leaking mucus, but the densely packed red fragments floating in the water ahead. Susu noticed it when he left the cabin, and now he looked again and was shocked to find that these red fragments were all fragments of human internal organs. The turbidity and stickiness around them seemed to nourish the eggs all over the ground. In the flickering light of the alarm lights ahead, chaotic and strange shimmering lights swept through the deep red. Without seeing the whole picture, one could tell how huge it was. The invisible oppression made one's scalp numb. A human hand stretched out desperately from the deep darkness, and the pleading voice was weak and powerless. "Captain." The brute force that tightly bound him suddenly tightened, and the overwhelming suffocation made his eyes swollen and painful. He had no time to call for help, and his chest and head exploded instantly, adding a heavy color to the blood mist. A living person was torn into pieces in front of his eyes, and the strong smell of blood covered his face. Everything in front of him was dead. Meg's voice couldn't help but tremble slightly. "It's Pa. Be careful." Susu reacted sharply, grabbing Meg, who was stunned, and taking a big step back. A deep pit was smashed out of Meg's original position. In just a moment, he would also become part of the blood mist. Susu looked up again, and finally saw a giant slowly poking its head out from the deep sea mist. The snake head covered with black sharp scales spit out its tongue, and found that it did not hit the target, and furiously hammered the ground with its tail aimlessly, trying to scare the hiding enemy. It bent down to search for the traces of the aliens it had just discovered, and the snake eyes covered with yellow-green pupils brushed against the broken ruins, without finding Susu and Meg hiding in them. Susu tilted his head slightly, and saw the snake eyes that were as tall as a person, and the dense pupils scanned the seabed in disorder. He was sure that if he moved a little, the angry monster would turn its head and bite him. Hearing that the gunshots in the depths showed no signs of stopping, Susu felt something was wrong. When he was about to turn around to warn, he found that Meg, who was just beside him, had disappeared. The most common suicide routine in horror movies is blind heroism. Susu clenched his teeth and sneered, leaning against the ruins to observe the situation. Meg took advantage of the monster's diversion of sight to increase the efficiency of the booster and speed up to the source of the gunfire, intending to support Patton and others. The monster sensed the abnormal water waves, stood up angrily, and raised his head to scream at the enemy. Suddenly, there was a sharp response in the dark, and then 7 snake heads appeared wildly from the deep darkness, spitting out snake tongues and rushing towards Meg, who suddenly approached. The red light of the alarm light looked weird and terrifying at this moment, reflecting the swaying snake body like a deep-sea flower. Meg quickly turned to avoiding the joint attack of the 8 monsters while looking for opportunities to shoot back, gradually falling into a disadvantage, and the action began to be a little laborious. He adjusted his state instantly, dropped the dispersing device, and then took out the deep-sea torpedo, pulled out the pull ring and threw it at the monster, turned over in the water, stepped firmly, stabilized his body, raised his gun and shot, and hit the monster's head with every shot. If it was a Type 2 monster or below, he would have been able to control the situation so far, but the monster in front of him was far more powerful than that. Who? That breathing sound came again. Susu was really fed up with such mysterious and strange sounds, which were more annoying than the random calls from the leaders before. If you have the guts, come out now, and let him see what the hell it is. Meg had to avoid the snake's tail and guard against the snake head on top, taking the opportunity to attack. She barely avoided the monster's targeting. The muzzle of the gun not far away fired indiscriminately at this place. He was almost hit by his own people several times. Even though he had reminded Patton and others many times, the gunshot still did not focus on the target. Bang! Suddenly, a shot hit the snake's tail that was about to hit Meg, and then Susu jumped flexibly in the water and jumped into the center of the gunfire. "Don't die, someone has to drive the boat." Susu's calm voice was a tranquilizer in the chaos. Although it was extremely purposeful, it made Meg feel at ease. Meg responded, "Okay, move towards the source of the gunfire." Susu didn't say anything, but the gunfire moving into the depths of blood had answered for him. "Patton! Vitas!" Meg retreated and called out, but no one answered. When she was puzzled, she accidentally kicked a broken limb and saw the scraps of the Vanguard's protective clothing scattered nearby. He struggled to identify the heads and broken arms and limbs scattered everywhere, almost all of which were those of the team members who followed Patton. Is there anyone else? No one answered. If no one was left, who was the one who had been shooting? Susu also shouted, "Are you still alive?" And the bullet that almost hit him answered him. Patton? Susu didn't think much about it, and blurted out a name. He turned his steps and moved like a snake to avoid the cold gun in front of him. Finally, he rushed into the source of the gunfire under the eyes of the giant monster, grabbed Patton's hand holding the gun, walked in front of him and shouted, "Wake up, Patton! For the future of mankind." Patton's eyes were empty, and he pulled the trigger numbly. Seeing someone trying to stop him, he tried to pull away expressionlessly. "Stop me, I kill you." In an instant, all the guns around were aimed at Susu, and the next moment, they were about to shoot him to death. Kill the monster first, for Matthias, and for the future of mankind. Meg hurriedly caught up, shouting hoarsely. Susu stared at the dark muzzle in front of him with bated breath. He saw with his own eyes that as soon as Meg finished speaking, they all raised their muzzles and aimed at the giant snake monster as if they had received an order. When the electromagnetic gun was running out of energy, they immediately changed to another one. When all the ammunition was exhausted, they rushed forward with their cold weapons desperately. Even though their bodies were broken by the monster's bites and attacks, they continued to press forward without any pain or fear. In the bloody scene, only Patton and the members of the 6th team were still fighting. Those who followed Patton had already been torn apart by the monster and merged with the turbid sea water. War machine. Susu's mind popped up this word. He looked at Meg in confusion and asked, "Is it because of the experimental center that Patton and Captain Vitas became like this?" To be precise, it was the unknown supplements that the experimental center had been giving Patton, and the mysterious strong soldier plan behind it. Meg didn't nod or deny, just said, "Let's take care of the present first." As the flash of the electromagnetic gun fired and the red light of the alarm light intertwined, Susu's eyebrows became deeper and deeper. He stared at one of the basilisk's heads and concentrated his fire. He aimed at its pupils and fired a clip. In the monster's wailing, he changed the gun and aimed at its upper jaw and fired another clip, leaving no breathing space. "Susu, go on." Meg handed his electromagnetic heavy artillery to Susu, guessing that he might not use it, and said concisely, "Pull the bolt to charge," and then Susu took the heavy artillery without hesitation, pulled the bolt to charge, and fired at the connection between the 8 heads of the basilisk. It's just that the seabed is not like a training ground. It has to consider the factors of underwater and target movement. The location of the heavy artillery is far from what he expected. Practice? Meg's eyes were full of admiration, but he was not surprised that Susu would take the initiative to learn these things. He quickly understood Susu's intention and took the initiative to step out of the line to attract the monster's attention. "Hit the snake at its weakest point. I help you." Meg was moving quickly in the hail of bullets. Just as he was about to raise his gun to attract the monster's attention, his arm was suddenly shot by his own people and became weak. He endured the severe pain and switched to his left hand to shoot, leading the 8 heads of the monster to one side, leaving space for Susu to fire. Susu immediately understood what Meg meant, and after calculating the distance to the landing point, he raised the muzzle with one arm, and pulled the bolt with the other hand to ignite again. The blue light streaked across the deep sea like a dark night meteor, and the moment it fell, it set off a huge wave, illuminating the dark place, and then he saw that the deep seabed was full of strange flowers. The humanoid machines with only murderous intent in their eyes were affected by the power of the bombardment, and the surging tide rolled them over, and actually threw back some of the rationality that belonged to humans. "Where is this? Where is my arm? Ah!" A team member was hit by a deathly pain just after he came to his senses. He lost consciousness without support. The brief recovery of sanity was just a last look at this terrible world from a human perspective. Patton, with a confused mind, struggled to stabilize his body in the water. After a while, he realized that the darkness in front of him was not because something covered his head, but a towering monster stood in front of him, looking down at him. The seriously injured and red pupils burst and split again. Each newly grown pupil stared at him straight, spitting out snake tongues to lick his whole body, and the next moment a bloody mouth covered his head. He instantly came to his senses and dodged, desperately running to the shelter. "What the hell? What's going on? Why am I here?" Patton's eyes were flustered. He noticed the existence of Susu and subconsciously moved closer to him, seeking the shelter of the person he used to despise the most. Vitas evacuated to a safe area the moment he regained consciousness, grabbed Meg, who had just escaped from the aftermath, and said urgently, "Call for reinforcements." Meg's face was stiff. She covered her injured right arm and quickly put on a closed bandage to prevent seawater from contaminating the wound, and refused to cooperate with Vitas's needs throughout the process. "Aren't you the commander? Can't you see that we can't solve this situation alone?" Vitas also saw in the light just now that there was more than one monster in the sea. It's just that they can't escape from this one monster. If they all wake up later, everyone present will be finished. Chapter 66. Vitas's urgency was heard by Su, who also noticed Meg's silence at the moment. He had already seen the situation clearly and said coldly, "Mattia will not send anyone." Hearing this, Vitas loosened his grip on Meg's hand, looked up and down at Su hesitantly, frowned and said in disbelief, "What are you talking about? Mattia will not easily give up any citizen." Captain Vitas must have expressed dissatisfaction when he learned that our captain was the mission commander. Su kept an eye on the movements of the giant snake monster while speaking. At this moment, it was shaky due to serious injuries. Realizing that it was attacked by tiny humans, the monster angrily swung its tail wildly, and its 8 heads kept searching for the traces of several people. Someone accidentally revealed his feet, and was bitten by the monster before he could move to a hiding place. In the blink of an eye, he was dismembered by several snake heads. Su had to lower his voice even more. "Let me guess. What did the navigation department tell you? If something goes wrong with the mission, Meg will be held responsible, right?" He laughed disdainfully. "Captain Vitas, why don't you think about it? After the assessment, almost all the vanguards are on standby in Mattia. Why must the 6th squad and the 10th squad act together? In addition to our captain's honesty, there must be other reasons, such as because of the long-hurt Professor Gabriel?" Su's voice was like a spell, pouring into the ears of the others present. It was like a shot of adrenaline, and the heart rate was so fast that it suppressed breathing. Before entering the collection center, Su was actually not very sure, until he saw the status of Barton and the other members of the 6th squad. He finally filled in some of the previous doubts. A sudden early assessment confirmed 2 things. First, Matthias was about to face changes, and they were imminent. Second, the changes of the former needed to be promoted through changes in the vanguard. But as the lowest level vanguard among Matthias' citizens, they were just a tiny, insignificant screw for the giant airship. Why would they be related to Matthias's next plan? Su observed for a long time before he figured out that the significance of the assessment was to promote talents that were valuable to Matthias. In other words, the vanguards had already been arranged for their destinations as early as the end of the assessment. But now it seems that this so-called destination not only includes promotion, but also life and death. Although he also participated in the assessment, he found that there were almost no changes in the members of the elite team this time. When he went to the high-level archives to peek at the information before, he noticed that looking back at the past assessments, ordinary members became elites every year, but the elites not only rarely promoted, but often lost staff due to outbound missions. I clearly heard Barton and his team discuss the assessment results before, saying that the missions of the elite team were not difficult and the number of outings was not frequent. But why did the loss of personnel continue to occur? And it has become more and more frequent in recent years, and the eulogy is heard every month in the Pasa Palace. Su knew very little about Matthias, so he didn't figure out these questions until this mission. The reason why the 10th team and the 6th team accepted this special mission was because all the members of the elite team led by Vitas had been transformed by the experimental center. He didn't know the purpose of Meg's doing this for the time being, but what was certain was that Meg, knowing the consequences of this mission, brought the people of the 2 teams to die, using the humanoid machine transformed by the experimental center to delay the monsters attacking the collection center, ensuring that there was time to close the groundwater well. So from the moment the 10th and 6th teams left the Mattia flying platform, all of them were declared dead by Mattia. For those who have died, will the noble Mattia still show its kindness except for appearing in the eulogy of the Posa Palace next month? There is just one thing that Su can't figure out. As the focus of the experimental center and Professor Gabriel, why was Barton not transferred away in advance, but deliberately stayed in the 10th team? What are the conditions for the experimental center to screen and abandon experimental subjects? What do you know? It's obviously. Vitas was eager to refute Su, but suddenly he was speechless. Before leaving, he only heard Director Ron say that completing the mission would give the elite team a chance to be promoted. He was so happy that he didn't think much about it. But now thinking carefully, how long has the elite team not been promoted? A special mission that only requires 2 teams is strange. The condition for completing the mission is still a promotion opportunity. The more he thinks about it, the more wrong it is. In other words, the navigation department was taking advantage of the conflict between him and Meg, and they had calculated that he would always suppress Meg, and would definitely agree to accept the mission arrangement when he was overjoyed. Vitas no longer had the heart to refute Su, and once again grabbed Meg by the neck and asked, "Meg, tell the truth. Is what he said true? Did Matthias not plan to reinforce at all?" His loud shouting attracted the attention of the monster, and the giant snake quickly turned its head to look at the bunker where Meg and Vitas were hiding, and the snake's tail swung and instantly split the iron plate in front of the two into two halves. Seeing the monster's big tail slashing down, Vitas was eager to use Meg's body as a boost and immediately kicked away from his original position. Meg, who was kicked, reacted quickly and evacuated her position as quickly as possible, but was still thrown onto the broken insulation wall by the waterways, and coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood in severe pain on her back. "Idiot." Su scolded Vitas rudely, pulled the booster gear to the highest position, dodged and pulled Meg, who was about to be hit by the giant snake, to the side, and quietly observed the next route. "Captain, have we really been abandoned?" Guanjie, who was carrying the remaining materials in the collection center, did not hang up the communication. After hearing Vita's words, they all stopped. "Thank you." Meg thanked Su, turned on the exoskeleton support of the protective suit, and tried her best to find an opportunity to give the monster a final blow, but deliberately ignored the questions of the team members in the communication. This time, Su was called to attract the monster's attention. He took the initiative to turn on the shoulder light, and took a big step to jump into the water. The 8-headed snake swayed its long body like water grass, opened its mouth, and rushed straight towards the human who provoked it. Bang! A loud bang like fireworks was set high in the water, accurately hitting the heart of the giant snake, and the rotten flesh and blood that exploded turned into black mist and spread on the seabed. The sour and rotten smell was disgusting, but it was the favorite of the alienated creatures on the seabed. Seeing that the sleeping giant snakes not far away showed signs of waking up, Meg immediately signaled, "Quickly withdraw to the collection center." Vitas did not appreciate it, and summoned the remaining personnel of the 6th team to prepare to return to the Ark directly from the outer circle of the collection center. "Staying here means waiting to die. If you don't leave, we will leave." He also knows how to operate the battle ark. If he hadn't lost consciousness for a short time, he would have started the boat to shoot these monsters. Since Meg is now looking for death, don't blame him for leaving no way out. "Meg." Barton looked at Captain Vitas and his team eagerly, not caring about the relationship between the captain and the team members, and kept shouting at Meg to find a solution. Meg shook her head and refused to leave, relying on her exoskeleton to walk towards the collection center. "I can't leave. The mission is not over yet." "Not over yet?" Su moved a little slower, with a puzzled look on his face. "Isn't the mission this time to close the groundwater well to prevent alienated organisms from polluting the water source? Now that the well cover is closed, what else does Meg want to do?" Su suddenly realized, looked back at the deep sea in disbelief, and then quickly moved to Meg's side and said bluntly, "This is impossible." If Mattia didn't expect the 2 teams to clean up so many monsters on the seabed, he would have left a backup plan. Sometimes being too smart is also a problem. Meg sighed weakly, "I can clean up as much as I can." If he didn't come to save people, perhaps his mission would have been completed. The funny thing is that he is selfish and can't turn a blind eye. It would be good if Vitas and the others were able to leave. The most important underground water well has been closed, and he can complete the rest by himself. He only hopes that Mattia will let Sally return to the underground city base to live, because he has done his best. "No, I don't want to die." Barton retreated fearfully, and refused to follow Meg into the collection center. "I still have a future. Professor Gabriel said that he would promote me after I complete the task. I can't die." He is now timid and afraid. There is no trace of the fearless fighting machine just now. Without the help of supplements, he is still immortal. Patton retreated while reciting, turned around and ran to join Captain Vitas and his team in evacuating, fearing that if he stayed for another second, all the terrifying monsters would wake up. "Aren't you leaving?" The abandoned Meg looked at Su calmly. "Me?" Su looked in the direction where Vitas and his team left. As an egoist, he should have turned against Meg immediately and evacuated with Captain Vitas and his team. But he always had an indescribable strange feeling, and his accelerating heartbeat seemed to remind him that something big might happen. Who breathing sound, the kind of breathing sound with unknown origin. Who seemed to be getting closer and closer. Su's eyelids jumped, as if he had a premonition of something, looked up at the gradually rising arc, and stopped loudly, Don't leave, come back. Please don't leave us, we haven't boarded the ship yet. The voices of Guanjia and his team came from the communication. When they heard Captain Meg say that Matthias would not send rescuers, they had just finished moving supplies back to the collection center. Then, they heard Captain Vitas and his men say they were leaving, so they stopped moving and hurried to the Ark, but they didn't expect to catch up. Guanjia and his men knelt on the ground in despair, watching the Ark with the hope of survival getting farther and farther away from them. After all, Susu had saved their lives, and Meg couldn't bear it after all, so she stepped forward and said, "If you want to leave." "No, it's getting closer and closer, too close." Susu murmured, suddenly took a breath, raised his head to look for something, and still tried to shout back to the Ark that was rising higher and higher, "Vitas, come back soon. Can you hear me?" The communication was interrupted by a sudden electric current sound, interrupting Susu's speech, and Barton's voice was faintly heard. "We can leave soon. We survived?" Suddenly, several red lights like flames appeared in the dark and lightless deep sea, approaching at a very fast speed. The sound of the seawater churning was extremely violent, as if something was swallowing everything in the sea. Amid the chaotic sound of electricity, the lights around the Ark suddenly went out, followed by a burst of light in the darkness. Accompanied by a piercing whistle, and a series of explosions and fireworks, Susu finally saw the source of the red flames. Chapter 67. A creature as huge as a giant whale swam over their heads. Its long snout, like a saltwater crocodile, was constantly bursting with flames. Under the bright light, it was full of sharp fangs. The frequent explosions made its eyes even more scarlet. Susu looked up at it, and inexplicably had the illusion that the giant beast was looking at him. Its body twisted like a long snake, and the spikes under its belly drew waves in the water as it swung. The 8-headed snakes sleeping on the seabed seemed to have been summoned and gradually began to move their bodies. "Run!" Susu suddenly felt something was wrong and directly carried the disabled Meg to the collection center. In the slightly open snake eyes, the yellow-green pupils grew like germs. The snake monster, aware of the fresh flesh and blood, hissed and spit out its tongue. Before it had time to stretch its newly awakened body, it rushed towards the collection center like crazy. Susu led Meg to dodge left and right, without time to look back, and could only hear the solid steel wall behind him collapsing like dominoes, and the monster's roar was earth-shaking. "Duh." Susu turned his head in disbelief to look at the strange sound, and was shocked to find that the spider monsters had gathered at the end of the aisle after hearing the sound, and were approaching them. He couldn't help but shout angrily, "No good things have happened, and bad things have come one after another. Can't I have good luck for once? What sins did he commit in his previous life to be so unlucky?" Meg remembered the map, raised her hand, and pointed to the aisle on the left to remind, "There is an emergency passage on the left." Susu didn't think much, holding Meg in one hand, pressed the door opening button with the other hand, and entered the emergency passage at the moment when the spider monster pounced. Without stopping to catch their breath, they quickly evacuated the passage under Meg's instructions to avoid being crushed by the chasing serpent monster. The spider monster keenly sensed that the prey had moved. As soon as Susu and Meg ran out of the emergency passage, they heard a strange sound approaching them again. "Go to the material storage room, where the structure is the strongest." Meg gritted her teeth and endured the severe pain of broken ribs, and drew her gun ready to shoot at any time. When the engineering department gave him the map, they said that in order to prevent accidents, they would reserve a survival passage when designing the underwater collection center, and try to delay until Mattia's support arrived. Now they can't count on Mattia's support, and it's important to meet Guanjia and the others first. "Okay." Just as Susu responded, a spider suddenly rushed out from behind the corner. He flexibly kicked the wall, and turned over to avoid it, and suddenly heard Meg groaning in pain. "Sorry, I didn't pay attention to you." Meg shook her head indifferently. "It's okay, I'm very grateful that you are willing to take me with you." After that, he raised his gun and aimed at the monster chasing him, fired 3 shots in a row, and then turned the muzzle to the dark mass behind him. The energy bullet emitted a dazzling light that illuminated his resolute face, and he tried his best to kill more monsters before he died. "You are a strange person," Meg suddenly said in a hollow voice. Susu turned his head and aimed at the monster while running fast and fired a few shots. "What do you want to say?" Meg coughed, perhaps because she was about to die. She suddenly had some human sentimentality. "You don't see any desire in your eyes, but you can afford everything with your ability. You are a very contradictory person, and too calm, as if you were just a spectator of this world." When they first met, Susu had just escaped from the Garden of Eunice and sought refuge in the Pajuo Palace. He received an order from his superior to take this traitor on a mission. He asked his superior about the identity of this person, and whether he should be specially taken care of during the mission. However, his superior said, if a person who has betrayed the garden still wants to seek a way out in the vanguard, let him prove that he has the ability first. So during the first mission, he let Barton and others exclude Su, but he didn't expect that Su, who was attacked by the Type 2 alien creature, actually survived. It was probably luck. Although Rogier was responsible for the subsequent missions, he, as the captain, knew Rogier's strength after leading the 10th team for so many years. Until Rogier had an accident during the assessment, Su's ranking instantly stood out. He didn't know what happened, but he was sure that these things were planned by Su. Su knew that the Garden of Eunice would not allow him to be promoted, so he found another way to attract the attention of others. This person still wants to climb up, Meg thought. But he couldn't see through Su anymore. If he gave up the previous smooth path or established a good relationship with Uni Garden to apply for dispatch, it would be better than the current situation. But Su didn't choose that. Even in this mission, Su obviously saw something strange. When he heard that the monitor was left at the mission point, he thought Su wanted to escape, but Su didn't leave. What exactly did Su want that made him willing to risk his life? Amid the deafening gunshots, Su's words were loud and clear. I have what I want, but it's just different from you. He wanted to know the truth, to comfort those who died in vain. It was the captain and his men. Guanjia and his men fled back to the collection center with weak legs, feeling lucky that they did not board the ship, but also worried about how to leave next. Just as they were about to return to the storage room, they heard chaotic gunshots from deep in the collection center. They all trembled and raised their guns to resist. They saw that it was two familiar figures approaching them. When they were about to greet them happily, they saw monsters with twisted limbs and exposed spines following behind. What is that? The team members were scared and retreated to the room. Meg's firepower alone was not enough. Su continued to pull the trigger while retreating, and rushed to the door of the storage room that was about to close with all his strength. Guanjia was so scared that he was about to close the door to avoid the crisis, but a hand suddenly reached into the crack of the door, pushed the door open with force, and directly knocked him out of the door. He lost his balance when he fell backwards. After standing firm, he immediately drew his gun and aimed at the door, fearing that it was a monster that came in. Su stared at the muzzle of the gun in front of him and said coldly, "It's quick to draw your gun now." When he and Meg ran over before, none of these people were willing to help, and they even wanted to isolate them outside the door. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Guanjia and his men certainly have the right to be timid and retreat, but as the abandoned, Su also has the right to be unhappy. After recognizing who came in, Guanjia hurriedly put away his gun and stammered to explain, We are just too scared. No, we don't want to hurt you, you mean?" As he spoke, he stepped back, looking at the two people who had just escaped from the monster, his eyes full of suspicion. Su noticed the malicious eyes cast on him, knowing that they were worried that he and Meg might be injured and infected, and he was tactful and tired and didn't get close. He leaned against the wall with his head tilted slightly, listening to the monsters outside, who had lost their target fiercely hitting the gate. The door panel was shaking under the heavy load, and the whole storage room was shaking, as if it would collapse and be destroyed in the next moment. "Are we just waiting to die here?" A team member fell to the ground in despair. They had transferred most of the supplies to the Ark. Even if this door could stop the monsters, they would starve to death sooner or later if they stayed in the storage room. Su glanced at Meg slightly, waiting for his answer. Looking at the pairs of eyes in front of him, who were eager to survive, Meg lowered her head, covered her chest and gasped, and said, "The engineering department has made an emergency plan before. There is an escape boat at the front and back doors of the collection center. If you want to leave, you can go to the nearest elevator to look for it." Guanjia and others were surprised to hear that there was still a way out, and their eyes were bright, and they began to discuss how to get out. But what about the monsters outside? Even if we can find an escape pod to leave the collection center, what if we are killed like Barton and his friends? Guanjia's face turned pale when he thought of Barton and his friend's fate, and his newly ignited hope dimmed. "You said you still have things to do. You want to blow up the collection center and the monsters on the seabed nearby, right? In addition to the bombs hidden in the Ark, does the collection center have explosives reserves?" Su suddenly spoke up, startling Guanjia and Meg. They clearly drove the battle Ark this time, but Meg didn't mention driving the battle, and the explosion of the Ark swallowed by the giant monster just now was too powerful. He only thought of one possibility, that Mattia wanted to destroy this place, and the Ark carried explosives, not ammunition. Having been educated in the old times, Su did not approve of the existence of the groundwater collection center, so it didn't matter if it was really bombed. Besides, there are many sea camps inhabited by humans in the nearby sea area. Once these monsters enter the shallow sea, everyone will suffer. In Su's eyes, there is a difference between hating this rotten world and dragging everyone to destruction. Meg nodded and admitted, the collection center has a self-destruction program, but the start button is in the main control room, but I'm not sure if I can get there safely. His original plan was to return alone, cross the collection center to the main control room to activate the self-destruct system. Su recalled the map he saw before getting off the ship, and analyzed rationally, I remember the main control room is at the main entrance of the collection center, which is the other end of the elevator. The collection center has been destroyed by alienated creatures everywhere. At present, all systems are operating normally, indicating that the main control room has not been destroyed, but how to get there is a problem. You want to detonate the collection center when the escape pod leaves the elevator to attract the attention of those monsters? Meg understood Su's meaning and stood up with difficulty, protecting her chest. Okay, you try to delay time for me as much as possible. When I arrive at the main control room, you take them away immediately. Su hit him mercilessly. You are in this state. It will be difficult for you to leave here, let alone go to the main control room. As he said, his eyes swept over the other people present. Guanjia and others hurriedly lowered their heads, fearing that Su would target them, and asked them to go to the main control room as sacrifices. Su couldn't help but sneer and asked Meg, you just said there are escape pods at both ends of the collection center, right? Meg was slightly startled and nodded in response. Yes, there is a safety capsule in the main control room that can be ejected and detached in an emergency, heading straight to the sea surface. Realizing Su's intention, he immediately added, but this method is too risky. It is an independent escape pod. If an accident occurs, and it deviates from the trajectory set by the program, there is almost no room for escape and correction. Patton's words before evacuation were still lingering in his ears. Meg stared at Su seriously and said solemnly, you have a future. Su has always sneered at personal heroism, but now they seem to have no other choice. So do you think the success rate of going to the main control room to start the self-destruction program in your current situation is greater, or the success rate of pinning your hopes on them? As he said, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Guanjia and others who retreated to the corner in fear. Chapter 68. Su stood up from the ground, patted the dust off his body, and said, rather than pinning my hopes on others, I am more used to not having hopes. If he relied on Meg, the injured, or Guanjia and others who were timid, his life would most likely end here. Su didn't like the uncertainty of entrusting his life to others. In this end of the world where selfishness is supreme, he would not trust anyone. Besides, he had reasons to leave alive, and now he had a clear goal. I just hope that the clues provided by Wei Yu are valuable enough. Pay attention to the time of leaving. Su left a simple reminder before leaving. He said all. Whether he could escape safely depended on Meg and others. Meg gave herself an injection to relieve the pain, and stood up again with the help of the wall. I cover you out. The people in the corner looked at each other and said, Su, be careful. Yes, be careful on the road. Don't let anything happen to you. Remember to send us a message when you arrive. We will always be worried about you. They chattered about their concern, but no one was willing to take the initiative to stand up and say that they were willing to follow Su to the main control room. Guanjia, who was curled up in the shadows, suddenly stood up, tremblingly drew his gun, and walked to Captain Meg, ready to fight to the death. If you are not willing to help lead the monster away, we will die here. I said I would try my best to help you, and I will help you clear the way in a while. He was shaking all over when he spoke, and it can be seen how determined he was when he decided to stand up. Perhaps seeing that the timid Guanjia was willing to help, the others did not want to continue to greet him in a fake manner, and walked to the door with their own guns. Just help to repel the monsters outside the door. Anyway, as long as they don't leave the storage room, they will be safe for the time being. Su and Meg at the door looked at each other and nodded knowingly. At the moment when Su opened the door, Meg was firing at the outside of the door, and kept pushing the line of fire forward amid the screams of the monsters, giving Su a chance to break out of the siege. Su did not wait there, but attacked fiercely when he saw a position, standing in the front row ready to break through at any time. Guanjia noticed the position where Su fired, and with a piece of aiming, he saw that the monster was completely passive, and immediately shouted, Su, I hold it, you go. Okay. Su tilted his head slightly, looked back, and then took a run and knelt down, sliding out of the spider monster's chassis, and fired several shots at its abdomen as he passed by. Amid the monster's shrill cries, Susu rushed forward and rushed to the depths of the collection center with a clear goal. The outer circle of the collection center was severely damaged by alien creatures, and there were countless awakened snake monsters, and he alone couldn't handle it. He and Meg had been to the central area before, and there were fewer monsters, so maybe he could give it a try. Susu didn't need to look back. Just listening to the movement of the hard spider legs behind him, he knew that there were monsters rushing behind him. He walked quickly while observing the surroundings, and saw the ventilation hole at the top of the road ahead, and flexibly jumped up and got in. The ventilation hole was narrow, and the huge monster was unable to enter. It angrily pounded the ground, making a loud noise. Susu was not familiar with the video recordings of the collection center, but it was probably right to crawl in another direction. He calculated in his mind, quickly found the right direction and crawled forward. Suddenly, a hard spider leg pierced the iron plate of the ventilation duct, not giving Susu a chance to relax. With the monster's roar, more and more sharp legs pierced into the duct. Escape from the temple, right? Susu dodged left and right swiftly, holding his breath and paying attention to the approximate position of each swing of the monster's limbs below, predicting dangerous situations in advance. After the previous melee, he didn't have much to rely on. In the dim duct, the black box hidden in his chest flashed frequently. The dispersing device given by Wei Yu? Susu looked down and dodged the attack in the next moment. Perhaps if he left the dispersing device, the monsters would be able to leave, and he wouldn't be so embarrassed. But Susu quickly put away this idea. He didn't know how far away from the main control room this place was. If he used the dispersal device now, what if the energy storage was exhausted halfway? Since he could handle it now, he didn't rely on external forces. Susu leaned over and crawled at a fast speed. He probably passed through several walls, and the spiders under his feet were gradually thrown away by him. He crawled forward cautiously for a while. After confirming that there were no monsters following him, he quietly opened a mesh window of the ventilation duct. Half of his body hung upside down above the aisle, and jumped down lightly after confirming that it was safe. The deep silent collection center was not invaded by seawater. Susu's nerves were highly tense, and he took the lightest steps to avoid attracting hidden unknown dangers. Since the oxygen circulation system here is still functioning normally, his oxygen reserves are still healthy. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be no problem reaching the main control room. After turning on the self-destruct system of the collection center, Susu secretly planned the next plan. He glanced at the corridor behind the corner, suddenly held his breath, stopped walking, and slowly moved behind the wall. If he had taken one more step forward, he would have been discovered by the monster behind the corner. This spider-shaped alien creature was larger than the ones he had seen before. It curled up in the corridor and made a web, blocking the light on the top. The exposed spine on its back stretched and contracted with its breathing, as if a human body was lying on its back. With just a quick glance, Susu estimated that his entire body was not even as tall as the monster's foot. Susu was cautious throughout the whole process, making sure that he did not make any unnecessary sounds, but there was still a strange sound of tarsal claws hitting the ground behind him, and it was getting closer and closer. Da-da-da-da. Accompanied by the low hum of insects, the strange sound was getting closer and closer, and the harsh sound of scratching the ground seemed to scrape against his back. Susu had no doubt that if he turned his head now, he would be able to face the monster's eyeball that was bigger than his head. He calmly looked back at the retreat, calculating whether it was more likely to succeed if he raised his gun and attacked now, or whether it would be more reliable to retreat immediately. Going back would waste time, and there would be violent monsters everywhere, which would not be much easier than now. Susu did not need to think too much and firmly chose the former. He drew his gun, raised his hand, turned around, and aimed. Susu's movements were done in a blink of an eye. He was about to pull the trigger the next moment, but suddenly stopped. Why did he run away? To ensure safety. Susu did not rush to put away his gun. He looked at the direction where the monster left in surprise, not understanding the current situation. So a fierce battle ended so unclearly before it even started. If it were a movie, the audience would have asked for a refund. This monster. Susu suddenly stopped talking, wondering, no, why do I feel like I'm the one who's wrong? This is no longer an isolated incident. Why would these intelligent monsters deliberately avoid him? Have other humans encountered the same situation as him? It doesn't seem like there are, otherwise everyone wouldn't be so worried at the moment, but why is he different, and why are they afraid of him? Susu continued to move forward with doubts, and surprisingly had no obstacles all the way. After opening another gate, he found obvious water stains on the ground, and immediately put on a protective hood to prepare in advance. As Susu expected, the road ahead was broken, and the wall was also severely damaged, exposing the interior of the collection center directly to the seawater. The water was full of broken eggshells and torn body parts, and the pollution situation was not much more optimistic than that of the analysis room. Susu glanced at the instructions on the wall. The main control room he was looking for was on the other side of the crack, not too far away, but he needed to pass through the seabed. Sure enough. He sighed without surprise and in great helplessness, then hid behind the bunker and looked out. He saw an 8-headed snake half-lying in the gap, with its abdomen heaving slightly, as if it was waking up. Since he had come this far, there was no reason for him to retreat now, and he had always been unlucky, so it was a blessing that the monster had not woken up. Susu moved lightly to the main control room, not daring to breathe and paying attention to the monster's movements at all times. Susu, how are you now? Where are you? The sudden questioning voice of Guanjia in the communication broke the silence that Susu had tried to maintain. Susu's body stiffened instantly, and he subconsciously held his breath and stared at the situation of the towering monster above his head. The soundproofing effect of the protective suit is acceptable, but the perception of monsters is far more sensitive than that of humans, and there is no guarantee that they will not hear abnormal sounds. The less he spoke, the more anxious the voice on the other end of the communication became, and he repeated the question several times. Susu, can you hear me? What's the situation on your side? Those monsters are back again, and the door of the storage room is about to collapse? We don't want to die, Susu. Have you been to the main control room? Susu. Shut up. Susu said in a deep voice with clenched teeth. If they can leave alive, he will definitely touch the red line of Matthias and beat Guanjia with his own hands. Hiss, it's bad. Susu said secretly, and quickly left the place. Looking back, he saw that the place where he had just stopped had gathered densely packed small snakes, stretching their necks and spitting snake tongues at him. Realizing that he had just caused a big disaster, Guanjia dared not speak again. Seeing that the main control room was not far ahead, Susu turned up the booster gear and rushed to the destination, stretching his hands to grab the door handle as soon as possible. The little snake in the water swam up very quickly, entangled his hands rudely, and hit the mask glass with its teeth and cracks, trying to break through the obstacle and break in. Susu pulled the ties and swam forward, but found that his movements became more and more clumsy. He looked down and was shocked to find that his legs were wrapped with black ropes without knowing when. Now he was like a dead tree rooted in the seabed. I have to use it. Susu gritted his teeth, his arms were almost unconscious, and he bent with difficulty to take out the dispersing device that had been hidden in his chest pocket. The moment it started, the restraints that bound him suddenly loosened, and Susu fell in the water like a puppet without a leash. Dong dong. There was a slight knocking sound from the other end of the communication, as if asking Susu about his situation in a subtle way. There was a greater danger ahead, and Susu did not give himself a chance to relax. His arms were shaking weakly, and he could only stand up with his back against the door panel, use his body to turn the screw bolt, and use all his strength to push open the cabin door that had been sealed for a long time, and finally enter the destination of this trip. After confirming that the main control room was safe, he instantly collapsed to the ground and responded to Meg's question in a hollow voice. I'm fine, we're here. Chapter 69. Hearing the communication response, Meg breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked, How are you? He did believe in Susu's ability, but the seabed was full of dangers, and the probability of escaping unscathed was really too low. If Susu failed, he was ready to set off on his own. Since he learned the content of the mission, he had never thought that he could leave alive, and even shamelessly cooperated with the navigation department to pave the way with the lives of others. He had reasons to complete the mission, and he wanted to make up for it as much as possible and satisfy Guanjia and others' desire to survive, so he had to fight to the death. But he didn't expect Susu to actually arrive at the main control room alive and alone. Sprained, no big problem. Susu gritted his teeth and sat up from the ground. His twisted and deformed arms hurt so much that he was sweating profusely, but he didn't want to show weakness in front of outsiders. He turned his head and looked around, found the control console, and reported to Meg what they were most concerned about. The main control room was not damaged, and the equipment was intact. You wait for my news. Okay. Meg paused, glanced at Guanjia, who was huddled in the corner, and said helplessly, Guanjia asked me to apologize to you on his behalf. The call that was unimpeded just now did not receive any response. Obviously, silence was Susu's answer. Susu never said that he was a generous person. Because of Guan Jie's irrationality, he almost gave his life here. How could he easily forgive him because of an apology? Su Su. Hearing Guan Jie's shy voice from the other end of the communication, Su Su took off his hood indifferently and put it aside, too lazy to listen to the other party's explanation of his helplessness. Su Su touched his waist with trembling hands. Before leaving, he also took the medical bag given to him by Captain Lydia. He remembered that there were many things in it that he needed now. It was just a simple action, but Su Su's fingers trembled uncontrollably. He held his breath and tried several times before finally opening the zipper. He used a splint to fix his forearms to prevent the sprain from getting worse. When he tied the knot hastily, the sweat on his back had soaked his clothes. He leaned against the wall weakly and gasped. Su Su took a break for a while, and just as he was about to stand up and go to the control console, the sudden pain in his ankle made him fall to the ground again as soon as his feet touched the ground. He couldn't help but groan. What's wrong? Meg's question came immediately from the communication line. Su Su frowned and looked at his feet in confusion, and replied calmly, "It's okay." He unzipped the protective suit and half took off the outer cover. He raised his cap to check and found that he didn't know when he was bitten. The wound was already black. Suddenly, his whole body trembled, and Su Su forgot about the pain in his hands. The most important thing now was the 4 bloody holes on his ankles bitten by snakes. Are those snakes poisonous? Will he be infected? If Matthias finds out about his abnormality, can he still live to find Wei Yu to find out the truth? I study the console first, and tell you when I'm ready to start it. Without waiting for the communication to respond, Su Su temporarily cut off the connection, pulled out the dagger pinned to the side of his thigh, and pointed the blade downward with a firm look, gradually approaching his flesh. If he digs out the bitten meat now, can he delay the time of poisoning or infection? At least until he leaves the seabed and finds Wei Yu who may know the truth. He doesn't care about life or death, but he is afraid that when he sees the Dean again after closing his eyes, he will not be able to say anything, and he will not be able to face his brothers and sisters. The sharp weapon pierced the skin, and the black blood gushed out from the hole. The main control room was instantly filled with an unpleasant smell of blood. Su Su bit his lips and endured it without making a sound. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden knock on the door interrupted Su Su's movements. He looked at the cabin door in surprise. He didn't think that the seriously injured Meg could arrive in such a short time. Who would knock on the door? An intelligent alien creature? Thinking of this worst-case scenario, Su Su immediately put away the dagger, put on protective clothing and a hood to prevent the possible influx of seawater. He clenched his back teeth and held the gun with both hands facing the cabin door. As long as the monster opened the door, he could immediately shoot back. Perhaps his birth was a burden to this world, so he had never had good luck since he was a child, and he had long been accustomed to bad luck, but he still occasionally felt unwilling. Can't God favor him once? Even if it's only once. Considering that the person inside was always vigilant and cautious, he must have raised his gun and was ready to shoot. The person outside the door did not open the door immediately, but knocked on the door again and took the initiative to say, "Su Su, I am Wei Yu, are you okay?" Wei Yu. Su Su was surprised. He didn't expect Wei Yu to appear at all. Did Matthias's people deceive him? Impossible, Roger, the only one who knew that he had a connection with the thieves' camp, could no longer speak. Could it be that the monster has evolved to this point? It shouldn't be. We don't have any docking code. We can think of one later. But let me think about how to make you believe me now. Wei Yu knocked on his hood. By the way, does it count if I owe you 30 contribution points? Come in. Hearing the voice of permission to enter from inside the door, Wei Yu grinned and chuckled softly, turned the bolt, and entered the buffer cabin. The water level around him gradually dropped. Through the glass on the hatch, he saw Su Su sitting on the ground with a pale face. The words he had prepared to greet him were completely forgotten. As soon as the hatch opened, he walked quickly towards Su Su and asked with concern, "Are you injured? Don't come over." Su Su put down his gun, still staring at Wei Yu with caution, and coldly stopped him from approaching. He put his hands behind his back and stood up from the ground with all his strength, hiding his embarrassment, not wanting to be at a disadvantage in front of Wei Yu. Besides, if he really mutated, he didn't want to implicate an innocent person again. Su Su took a step back, distanced himself again, and asked, "How did you know I was here? How did you get here?" Looking at Su Su with spikes all over his body, Wei Yu did not feel offended, and was patient, saying with a slow smile, "If I said it was on the way, would you believe it?" Wei Yu's stable mood seemed particularly abrupt in the deep sea full of dangers, but it calmed Su Su's nervousness to a great extent. However, Such leniency made him feel a little at a loss, and he subconsciously looked away. Why not? You're following me only because you have nothing better to do. Wei Shi smiled dumbly and confessed. I happened to be in the nearby sea area and received the signal from the dispersal device, so I came to see if I can help. He took off his hood, smoothed his sweaty hair back, and then said, It's the breeding season for those monsters recently. They are very vigilant and aggressive. The nearby camp has also encountered several invasions of alien creatures. So the dispersal device is equipped with a locator? Su Su frowned, and his slightly relaxed psychological defenses suddenly erected a high wall. Wei Yu said without hesitation, I can see that you are a very vigilant person. You will not use the things I give you unless you have no other choice. Since I approached you with a purpose, I naturally have to ensure that you are alive. Instead of letting Su Su find out step by step, it is better for him to take the initiative to explain. Su Su narrowed his eyes and looked at Wei Yu, asking, Who are you? Me? A kind person passing by, a weak resident of the sea camp who was rescued by you twice, a future partner who is trying to show goodwill to you to achieve his goal? Wei Yu stood upright, and there was no sign of the weakness he mentioned. Su Su looked at his honesty and laughed, exposing his concealment. 5 years ago, a senior researcher at the Matthias Experimental Center suddenly disappeared while cooperating with the Vanguard mission. Was that person you? The sea camp was so simple. Where did Wei Yu learn biochemistry? Where did he pick up the high-precision instruments and equipment? Where did he learn about Matthias, and with such a targeted purpose? This person must be hiding something. The sea was vast, and a person who had been missing for 5 years appeared in front of him, a Matthias alien, and now took the risk to come to him. Su Su was just suspicious at first, but the more he thought about it, the less he thought it was a coincidence. You said you approached me with a purpose, but what do you want me to do? Su Su's eyes were full of inquiry. This is not the time to talk about this. Let's leave here safely first. Wei Yu was not in a hurry for this moment, and the words he said were solemn and gentle. Now you just need to know that I have no ill will towards you. On the contrary, I need you very much. He took a step forward, took the initiative to close the distance between him and Su Su, and asked, You are covered in blood. Are you injured? Su Su looked down at Wei Yu's hand, and reflexively moved sideways to avoid contact, but the hands that tried to restrain him kept chasing him. Although he knew that the other party had no ill intentions and his actions were not strong, he was used to solving the problem himself, and avoided the care in front of him, almost stumbling and falling. Wei Yu quickly grabbed Su Su, who was falling backwards, and seeing that he disliked him so much, he let go of his hand in time. Look at your fighting back. Your arm and left foot are injured, right? Your protective suit is still useful in the seabed. It can't be cut off directly. I help you take it off, and treat the wound first. Su Su stabilized his body, and took a few steps back. His defense and resistance were evident. You? Stop! The wound on his ankle was still aching. He could mutate at any time. If Wei Yu was too close to him, what if he was also infected? It was the first time that Wei Yu saw Su Su's lively expression. He walked forward slowly with a playful look, holding back his laughter, and said, It wasn't like this when you wanted to take off my clothes. He was also wondering why someone had to be naked every time they met. Su Su's mouth twitched slightly, and he immediately denied it. I didn't. He coughed uncomfortably. Since you are here, why don't you tell me about HOM now? Earlier, he wanted to find Wei Yu and understand what happened 400 years ago. After that, he would have no regrets even if he really died. Now Wei Yu came just in time, and he didn't even have the last worries. Su Su's depressed mood was keenly captured by Wei Yu. He leaned over slightly with a slight irritation to be at eye level with Su Su, and said, What should I do? I don't like to do business at a loss, so I expect to use the things you care about to threaten you to cooperate with me? Su Su lowered his head and looked down, pursed his lips and said, What if I can't do it? Su Su, I am profitable to you, so you can ask me to do everything I can. For example, order me to find a way to deal with your current problem. In fact, they are not familiar with each other, so it is understandable to be wary of him. Since Su Su likes the sense of control over everything, he is willing to retreat to the downstream as long as he can achieve the plan. Chapter 70. Can you ask for everything you can do? It was the first time that Su Su heard someone say this to him. He was not moved, but more confused. He became more and more confused about Wei Yu's purpose, and he could not understand what it felt like to rely on others. Exposing his needs in front of others, and being controlled by others, would easily make him passive. This was too dangerous and... I'm curious, what do you want me to do? Su Su had a hunch that what Wei Yu wanted him to do might be more dangerous than today, Otherwise, who would be so flattering to someone they didn't know? Wei Yu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. If I scare you by saying it, I really suffer a loss. I've spent a lot of time on you. It's impossible for him to return to Matthias. If he wants to achieve his goal, he must go through someone who can walk in Matthias, doesn't believe in that nonsense, has a rebellious stance, and has the ability to contact the core of Matthias. That thing is closely watched by Matthias, and it's not something that ordinary people can touch. Although he didn't know how Su Su got the things from Uni Garden, after this period of contact, he was sure that Su Su was the kind of person he wanted to find, and maybe he could really help him. Wei Yu deliberately mentioned Su Su's concerns and persuaded him. Look, except for some things that I can't tell you for the time being, I almost tell you everything I know. As for whether you are willing to cooperate, it depends on whether the secrets behind HOM are important to you. Threats are indeed shameful, but they are mutually beneficial, aren't they? Riddler. Su Su sneered, and his deliberately evasive eyes met Wei Yu's gaze again, and he also did not hide his ambition at all. I hope that everything you know by then will also allow you to tell me everything you know like now, and satisfy all my explorations. Wei Yu stood up and nodded, affirming, definitely guarantee quality and quantity. He raised his hand and held up 3 fingers, and said in a serious manner, I swear, if what I know is not enough to solve all your doubts, I will continue to collect information unconditionally until you are satisfied. If I violate it, I will. Wei Yu thought seriously and said sincerely, I will always cut off the power when doing experiments. No matter what parameters I adjust for the samples in my hand, I can't get ideal data. The experimental report will never be saved and will be lost. At the end, his voice even trembled a little. Su Su, who had a serious expression, was amused by his words and gave a very high evaluation, very vicious. His complexion improved a lot. While bending his arm to pinch the zipper, he mentally prepared Wei Yu. But I'm afraid I will disappoint you. I will probably not be able to return to Matthias. His hands moved slowly, and his face, which originally had no too many expressions, became even more stiff. He was sweating just by pulling down the zipper of the protective suit. Wei Yu couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he came closer and helped to take off the thick outer cover on Su Su's body. Then he moved a chair for him to sit down first, took out the medical bag he carried with him, and put it aside, and bandaged Su Su's wound again. I wanted to say it last time, your bandaging technique is really practical. He smiled as he spoke, took the initiative to find a topic, and gently fixed Su Su's uncontrollably shaking arms. Su Su instinctively wanted to refute, but after thinking calmly, Wei Yu was right. His bandages were indeed not very good looking, and it was because the place where he used to live was a society ruled by law, and this skill was not needed at all. Anyway, it's enough to stop the bleeding and fix the wound. He felt a lot more relaxed for some reason, and was willing to respond to Wei Yu's gossip. Wei Yu agreed, yes, it's amazing and it saved my life. He fixed Su Su's forearm with a splint, quickly and lightly wrapped the cloth strips, and made a fixation belt for the right arm that was most seriously injured. He stood up slightly, and put it around his neck. I'm afraid your arm is broken. You have to wait until you return to Mattia, and go to the medical center to treat it. The hot and humid breath brushed against the side of his face with the whispers that came into his ears. Su Su turned his head away uncomfortably, intentionally avoiding contact with Wei Yu. Do you have to be so close? Does this person have some strange hobby? Wei Yu was focused on treating the wound and didn't notice Su Su's small movements until he half knelt beside the chair and held Su Su's ankle. He suddenly felt the force of the withdrawal, and then he realized Su Su's current embarrassment. What are you hiding? It seems that Su Su has been hiding it because his foot is injured. The discomfort caused by the slightly rough fingertips rubbing against his ankle, combined with the stinging pain of the wound, stimulated Su Su's nerves. Suddenly, the hairs on his back stood up. He silently leaned back, a little further away from Wei Yu, staring at him with a curious look. Even if Wei Yu had made his intentions clear, this situation was wrong no matter how he thought about it. What he did to him was a bit too much, just like a salesman who forced something on him on the street, saying it was a gift, and then boasted about it to the sky, and finally asked him to pay an extra fee. It seems that what this person wants him to do is not simple. Then he heard Wei Yu sigh with relief and said, Fortunately, it's just a little scratch, but just in case, it's better to get a shot of blocker. Just a scratch? Su Su, who had just closed the distance between them, instantly forgot his previous suspicions, leaned forward to check the bloody hole on his ankle, and unexpectedly took a deep breath and pursed his lips. What happened? The wound was obviously black, and the blood that flowed out was foul-smelling. He was even ready to dig out the flesh. Why was it that after just a while, The horrible bloody hole had almost healed? Was it all his illusion? But the pain that pierced his heart and bones was so real. Why are you stunned? After not hearing Susu's voice for a long time, Wei Wei looked up and saw that his face was heavy. Wei Yu put Susu's legs on his knees, turned sideways to get the injection in the medical bag, and comforted him. Are you afraid of injections? If you are afraid, just cover your eyes and don't look, you will be fine soon. Susu heard his tone of coaxing a child, and his eyes twitched slightly. He stared at the injection in his hand and asked, Blockers? Matthias doesn't have this thing. Where did you get it from? Wei Yu shook his head and corrected. No, they used to have it, but because the cost was too high and the expected usage was too large, the R&D organization's proposal was rejected. Once the blocker is put into production, the Vanguard team will have the greatest demand. I still remember that after he submitted the proposal, it was rejected by the top management not long after, because the Vanguard team had a large number of people and frequent missions, and the cost of producing medicine seriously exceeded the current labor cost, so it was not passed. But the human cost mentioned by those people is actually the sacrifice of batches of Vanguard members, and then reselection from the underground city base, repeating the same mistakes. In the eyes of rational senior officials, human life is not as valuable as medical costs. Susu was not surprised by this. Perhaps the purpose of Uni Garden was to control costs, which was something Matthias would do. While Susu was thinking, Wei Yu injected a shot of medicine and gently applied a dressing on the wound surface. It's done, he said, took out a piece of sugar wrapped in paper from his pocket and handed it to Susu. Here. Susu looked down at Wei Yu's palm and said angrily, I'm not a child. I know that eating candy is not exclusive to children, but it can make you feel a little more relaxed. Wei Yu gently helped Susu put on the protective clothing and tilted his head towards the door. Follow my boat? Susu held the sugar cube in his palm. Before the life and death moment, he was not so nervous because of Wei Yu's sudden arrival. The person in front of him always comforted him unconsciously. But he still shook his head and refused. I will detonate the collection center later. You'd better leave this area as soon as possible to avoid being injured by the explosion. What about you? Wei Yu asked. Susu raised his hand hanging in front of his chest, pointed his finger at the auxiliary cabin and said, I take the escape capsule. That's your style. Wei Yu followed up and said, but it's too dangerous. When I came, the monster was still on it. Susu didn't like others to influence his decision. The current plan was the best solution he could think of. I have made a decision. I will bear the consequences myself. I know. Wei Yu did not question Susu's intention. After lowering his eyes and thinking for a moment, he took out the communicator and sent a message. This I know made Susu a little confused, and he didn't understand what Wei Yu wanted to do. He said, then you? Leave as soon as possible. I don't want to implicate you. As for the cooperation you mentioned, I will do my best to live until the day I see you again. It is not known what caused his wound to heal abnormally, but his thoughts have not changed. It is his subjective wish to get the truth, and he does not want to drag innocent people into a desperate situation. Wei Yu put away the communicator, stood up to check the weapons and ammunition, and followed Susu's opinion and said, since you are ready, I will cooperate with you and hit wherever you point. Susu is such a smart person, he hinted so clearly that he couldn't fail to understand. It is obvious that he could seize his weakness and threaten him to help escape from the bottom of the sea. But Susu not only did not do so, but also asked him to leave quickly, for fear of implicating him. This makes him seem too hateful. What should I do? My conscience is uneasy. Susu was stunned and silent for a long time before he asked, I can't guarantee that I can escape safely. Even if you want to use me, the risk you have to take is too great, which is not in line with maximizing interests. If Wei Yu's care for him before was to promote their cooperation to proceed as planned, then if he gambles his life with him now, if something goes wrong, it will not be a loss but a loss of life. Wei Yu shrugged his shoulders with ease. Whether you can escape or not is another matter. I just hope you can remember everything that happened today. As he said, he leaned down slightly to face Susu's eyes, trying to make the other party remember him firmly. You did it voluntarily. It was Wei Yu who was looking for death. Susu was too lazy to persuade him anymore. He stood up on one foot and limped to the control console. He quickly familiarized himself with the various operation panels and found the button to turn on the self-destruct system in the corner. He reconnected the communication with Meg and did not speak rashly, but knocked on the hood to confirm the other party's current situation first. Meg heard the knocking sound and replied in surprise. You finally replied. During the time when the communication was disconnected, he thought of many possibilities of what Susu might have encountered. Maybe he was injured too badly and passed out, Or maybe he was suddenly attacked by a monster and had no time to care about them. "It's great that you're still alive," he said in a muffled voice. Susu didn't expect Meg to be so excited. After a simple response, he said, "You can get ready. After entering the escape pod, I will activate the self-destruct system.